Camera Prop Duster, just subscribe, and included a message. When did my sum fall off, WTF? Patty1096 subscribed with tier 3 and included the message. Again, had mine yesterday. Well. Looks like Soon69 just hit that Prime subscription button like they're swiping right on love itself. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Man, I am so tired. It's 10 a.m. in the morning. I just finished reading the patch notes at 8 a.m. Shoot me. I can't see chat. It's literally just subs. All I see are subs. What the fuck, man? The channel record was a level 30 hype train. Bro, this is absolutely insane. You ready for this?
I'm so proud of you.
Don't be lazy. Subscribe to GHAZZY today.
Did you seriously eat more chips?
Yeah, I give me that.
Oh, fucking piece of shit! What the? Well, we just broke 15,000 subscribers. Fucking Christmas time! You're using it without the thing! Like, I'm not even using my offerings at the moment. Good. But like, you should be keeping distance. Ooh, divine ward. No! Ah! Fucking feed me. Shove it down my throat, okay? Man, I'll get on my knees if I have to. Let's go, dude. How's the gamer dead?
Really
Is it bad? Boom! Like this. Oh my god, there's no way! What the fuck? Ah! Bye everyone, my wife and I have dinner plans for now. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good one, everyone. Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow. Because apparently I'm just gonna be here forever, Mako. Forever! 6 seconds. 5, 4, 3. No! 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 4, 3, 2, 1. No! No! 4, 3, 2, 1. It's over! It's over! Oh man, it's over! It's over! And the stream is just beginning. The dawn of a new era is upon us. It's time. Fuck around and find out. Ay, 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 ay. How you guys doing? Looks like daughter. No, that was my little sister. She's coming down, actually. She's arriving here on the 11th, ready for the subathon. Cool shirt. The shirt is back. The shirt is back. You're right. How's the bike, by the way? I finally got another new cable. Another cable. Look at this shit. I have so many XLR cables. So many. I got a bunch more. Oh, toilet paper used up now, basically. And all prepped and primed, boys. But I got a cable that's long enough now. Man, the hype is real. How many people do you expect to play the Druid? About 60%. At the very least. Gotta get rid of my neck beard. I just saw it. God damn it. Anyways, whatever. Too late now. Woo! Shabak piece done. I've not been keeping up on it. No. It'll hopefully be done around summer next year. Somewhere around summer next year. How many weeks you think this subathon gonna hold? I think 10 days. I think 10 days. $30 weeks, 10 weeks. Got it. I'll die on my hill. Nah, I think 10 days. The real question is whether or not we're going to break the sub record from last time. That's the big question. Bald Gassy when? Me and my sister will both go bald if we break the sub record from last subathon. That's the sub goal to make us both go bald, which is 35,300 subs. Waxing, I will wax my entire chest. I will wax the entire chest on stream. If we break the sub train hype record on the platform of Twitch. That's the only thing that's gonna make me do that. And you're not gonna make that happen. That's not gonna happen. Because that would require a level 112 hype train. The record 35,300 would break the record from last time. Nipple piercing? Yeah, no. No. Oh, Jesus. Just thought of it, man. God damn, dude. You guys are crazy. Categories PoE 1. Oh, fuck. Thanks for reminding me. Apologize for that. Thanks. Now we're in the right directory. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Be in the right directory now. How much for the canned fish again? That's never gonna happen. Yo, Gassy, check under your sink. Under my sink? What? What the fuck? What is this, Bunny? Now, Bunny, what is this? What? Wait, what is this, Bunny? Yo! My Xmas gift? Seriously? Dude, it's so much! Bro! Holy fuck, I just got a sick Christmas gift from Bunny. What the fuck, man? Yo! Dude! Bro, look at this. Dude! Thank you, Bunny. Bro, these are holy shit, man. This must have taken you fucking forever, man. Bruh. Bunny! Dude. How long have you hid them under my sink? You serious? Dude. Bro, there's so many fucking big pieces here. Yo. Dude. How long have they been here? Bro, this is sick. What the fuck? How long did you hide them in my fucking office, dude? Apparently, this is my Christmas gift from Bunny, who's helping me paint my Tyranids. Bro! How long have you hid them here? Oh, 4 hours? Okay. I thought they'd been here for long. I was like, wait, what the fuck? When did you show up? Jesus, dude. Well, these are awesome, man. Thank you. Fuck. I'm gonna put them in my glass cabinet in the house for display. Dude, thank you. Fucking hell, man. What a nice surprise. So for those of you who don't know, Bunny's helping me paint my Tyranids because I just don't have the time. So he's been helping me paint them. Oh, look at how many he got me, dude. What the fuck, bro?
And included the message.
There's so many.
Tier 1 sub to Bunny is gone. They have
Gotta
given
put this
6
somewhere.
gift subs in the channel.
Out of reach for my daughter. There. Bro. What the fuck, man? Thank you, dude. Thank you so much. That's your stomach? It's okay. Stomach is okay. Ish. Bro, thank you, Bunny. Holy fuck, man. That is the coolest shit ever. 1800p? Fucking hell, man. Yo, Bunny, has my Christmas gift to you arrived yet? No? Okay. 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 I have a pretty nice gift for Bunny as well. I have a pretty nice gift for him. I can't say much. What I will say is this, though, Bunny. What I will say this, though. For those of you who don't know, Bunny is my closest friend and has been for as long as I can fucking remember. We've been doing some fucking insane stuff in our young years. But one thing that Bunny has always done is always been there for me. And for Hannah and for our daughter. Like, he's always been there. I can call him whenever something happened. I came back from the TwitchCon trip. And the cab drivers, to get me home, they wanted to charge like a ridiculous amount of money. I was like, no, I'm not paying that. That's fucking ridiculous. And after a while, I was like, I'm just going to get on the bus. And then Hannah wrote, just call Bunny. Call Bunny. And without hesitation, Bunny was like, don't worry, just get off the bus. I'll be there. And he dropped everything and came pick me up and drove me home. Like, I can always count on Bunny. Always count on him. Always. Just remember that when you get the gift, Bunny. That's why I got that for you. You'll see what it is when you get it. If it hasn't arrived today,
probably tomorrow. I hope you're gonna enjoy it. That's all I'll say. He's legit family. Oh, for sure, 100%. Always have been. Just join Bunny noted. Dude, Bunny just gave me a fuckload of Tyranids. Painted in Prime, dude. Like, I don't have time to paint them, so he's doing it for me, and he's been doing my entire army that I have. He's painted all of them. He just gave me another 1,800 points worth of units. Prepped them, primed them, ready. Thank you, Bunny. Thank you so much, dude. That is so fucking cool. Nothing changes in your leveling guide. Should I get Lich or Infernalist? We don't know till we see the patch notes. Magician. I can give you an educated guess, and my educated guess is Infernalist, but I won't know till we see the patch notes. However, my leveling guide does feature both ascendancies, so. Seen the Chinese leak in the Wyvern Druid. That looks fucking cool as fuck. I have not looked at any leaks at all. I don't want to look at any leaks. We're like 3 hours off, man. I can wait 3 hours. I can wait 3 hours to see it. I was very confident that it was going to be a Wyvern either way. So, like, I'm not surprised that it's a Wyvern. That was expected. But I'm not going to look at it. How are you? My stomach's a little so-so, but better than yesterday, I'll say that. How are you doing? Holy shit. If you got us a good food, that's a bro. Terry. So, actually, here's a funny story about Bunny. Here's a very funny story. So for those of you who remember last subathon, I promised myself I wasn't going to be emotional and cry on stream and shit because of support last year, making me able to continue doing what I do full time, making sure Hannah could keep doing her studies, all of those things. I promised myself to not be emotional. And then the motherfucker Bunny, that motherfucker, he gives me a phone call and he says, "Hey, I'm on my way to the hospital." And my first thought that popped in my head was like, fuck, I gotta turn the stream off. I gotta take a break for the subathon. I gotta drive to the hospital, make sure he's all right.
Oh, fuck yeah.
And he's like, no, it's a good thing. And I was like, what?
Just drop 5 tier 1 subs like it's nothing. I swear. Some of you viewers think you're playing.
Thank you, Rad. Appreciate it, man. With the sub and the gift, man. Appreciate it, man.
5 subs. That's just warm up. But hey,
and
maybe next time you'll give some real subs. Not these peanuts you're throwing at me. I mean, come on, where's the love? I'm beating Uber at Siri with minion builds. The least you could do is show some appreciation with a decent donation. But no.
Stop yapping. Holy fuck, man. Let's go.
It's fine. I'll settle for 5 subs.
So what happened was he finally, after many years, got a new kidney. And my eyeballs started sweating a lot. So that happened. Like, it was the subathon and everything. Fantastic. All of that. The fact that Bunny got a fucking kidney during the subathon last year, that was the peak of that entire event for me. I was so happy for him. So that happened. Cut too many onions a stream. Yeah, it was very, very wholesome. So that happened. Bunny has been helping me out a lot over the years. Lately, a lot more than anyone could ask for. So I talked to Hannah. I was like, okay, I have an idea, is what I told her. I have an idea what to give Bunny for Christmas. I hope he likes it. He might not like it. I hope he likes it. I thought it was gonna be I thought it was gonna arrive today. We'll see. IMC2 with 68 months. Sheesh. Thank you, dude.
Is that another sub from IMC2? Either you've got money to burn or you're just a massive fan of me flopping around in this maid outfit. Ha ha ha.
We'll see. We'll see if he likes it. What a sick gift, dude. Thank you, man. Fucking hell. Does Hannah know? Oh, I guess Hannah let you in, right? Wait, I didn't know Hannah had extra keys to my office. Wait, hold up a minute now. I didn't know Hannah had extra keys to my office. I thought I had all of them. Anyways. 87 with a prime. Thank you, sir. Thank you, man. Appreciate you, man. Cooking media classes sell self out. That must be fun.
You magnificent bastard. You've gone and
Sounds
done
like a
it
lot
again.
of farming and
Prime
harvest.
subs are the best kind of subs, and you've just doubled down.
Did he fracture one though? Kindness, or you trying without fracture? You know you hide her gift in there, so she stole a key. No, I hid Hannah's gift in the house. Hey, guys, I heard you're in C tier for the PoE Epstein list. So I've been told. I don't know how the fuck King Conger got put on fucking I don't know how he got put on innocent list though. 35-3 is like 10 inputs on it. Got 35-3 tier 2 in. I missed. I'll use a fracture. Well, I wish you the best of luck, kindness. Holy shit. Whew, 3 hours, dude. This is it. This is it. What a cool fucking gift, man. Fucking hell. He was like, check under your sink. I was like, what? Entire fucking box, man. Minion damage and glove is delve only. Oh, Bunny. You should have taken one of these when you were here. We'll fix that next time. I'm taking Dabby back when it starts. Sounds good, Terry. Minion damage and glove is delve only or Essence of Fear. Third Ascendancy, Monk Hunters, Sork with 0.4. I hope we do, yeah. Terror Machine with a prime. Thanks, sir. Thank you, thank you.
Well.
The list of shame. Snoobay was leading the Gooner list.
War Machine 83. You finally decided to unlock that sweet, sweet Prime Gaming Pass. About time you joined the dark side.
So I don't know, the whole Gooner list, the perv list they made. It was all fun and good games. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of the whole Snoopy thing. For those of you who don't know, the TLDR of what happened is that Snoopy thought he had shut his stream down. And I mean, you can probably let your imagination flow of what happened after that. And there was a clip running around and shit, and I just refused to watch it. It's like, bro, that's that could easily happen to people. Okay, so like I don't know. I don't feel like putting him on a blast for that. I feel kind of bad for him. Like shit happens. That must have been embarrassing as fuck. So you know, it's enough, right? That's how I feel about that. So I don't know. Bringing that back up. Yeah, I mean, it's crappy. Someone clipped it. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is, right? It happened. You know, let's move on, right? Like, imagine if that was you, right? That's how I see it. That wasn't him trying to be funny or anything. It happened, and I feel bad for him. So I don't know. I don't like that that's being brought up again. That's how I see it. People laugh about it, but I'm sure he's not laughing. The other parts were good spirit and fun, right? But you know, that's the way I see it, right? I think that everyone else on the list, it was all in good spirit and funny, right? But that one, I don't find that funny. That one specifically. The rest was fun. That's the way I see it, at least. Anyways. I already said what he did. It doesn't matter. It was brought up, right? To drop one Defile of a perfect forest tiger. You could try if you want to. I'm personally not a fan of doing it. I think the tiger is too squishy. Oh, it ripped. Did you fracture it as well, Kaidas? Or did the Exalt rip? Exalt rip? I would keep imprinting rather than fracturing. I would only fracture if you have 3 perfect mods on it, personally. But that's what I would do, because after that, you'll have to do a lot of harvest reforging, right? So I would rather, in your situation, I mean, if you have a backup jewel, go for a fracture, I think. If you have a backup jewel, because alterating it would not be that painful. Even in self-found, right? But I wouldn't fracture unless it's 3. Int is okay. Okay. Hardest mods to hit is 35%. And if you hit the 3, you can you have a bit of an issue, right? Is that you have to decide what other suffix you want. You don't want chaos rest, so maybe you'll do a rest roll or something. I don't know. But if you hit the 35, then you can reforge speed. Every 4th hit will give you a +3, right? So there's that. Will the DPS be there? Worried about dropping off? I have no idea. The tire would make up for it. I don't know if it would, but it would speed up the build. I'm sure it'll be fine. It's just that if the tiger dies, you've lost all of the benefits from it. Got the Druid Wolves minion next league. Well, I'll start with Druids. We'll see what the reveal is showing us. Explain to me why you're in favor of gatekeeping crafting from the average player again by nerfing crafting as you mentioned in your recent video. In what world am I advocating for gatekeeping crafting from average players? Salt Enjoyer. If that's how I come off, I'm not sure if I portrayed my message clearly or if you're misunderstanding me. I'm happy to have this conversation. Refresh caster, not speak as it's cheaper. Oh yeah, of course. My plan actually is go alt regal even after fracture. That's fair. Druid's tease lead. You want me to say the link? Check the pin message. Salted Jory say, can you explain to me why you're in favor of gatekeeping crafting from the average player? So my argument on the crafting of why homogenizing needs to be nerfed is that it's just way too strong. What happens with the crafting, Salt Enjoyer, is not gatekeeping it away from from the casual players. I'm also one of the very few streamers in the directory that's showing people how to do these crafts and teaching people how to do them, so more people can enjoy it. You suggested nerfing crafting in the video. If crafting is made more expensive again, it's just making crafting unavailable to the average player, while the top players don't care if an Omen of Necromancy costs 1 or 10 divs. So my argument and my opinion a bit about crafting has been that I think that point 3 was too strong, and I think point 2 was lackluster. And my take has been that they should nerf the homogenizing exaltation, but for them to do that, they need to implement some other crafting mechanic to bridge the gap, so that we don't have point 3, but we don't have point 2, but instead we have something in the middle. The problem with homogenizing exaltation is the following couple of factors or pointers. One, it makes people go from life and rest gear during the campaign in low budget, and then there's no medium gear state at all for your characters. You jump from trash gear to godlike gear immediately because of how easily the crafting was done. The problem is, as soon as people figured out how to do these crafts, the craft cost of those things skyrocketed immediately, and it was already gatekept from a lot of the casual players because of the expensive investments to get into crafting with these omens and whatnot. And with the abyssal mechanic not being in every single map, that's going to make the omens for those things like Omen of Lights and Desecration stuffs be less common, which will also be an increase of cost for those things. So the trajectory we're on, if they do no changes to crafting, is already at a point where the destination you're going to arrive at is that it will be way too expensive for the casual players. That is my current take. Now, that said, my opinion has been to nerf the high-end approach of homogenizing exaltation to make the interest stuff of finding loot on the ground interesting, but also making medium quality gear, if you will. Not 6 tier 1 mods, but between that and your starter gear, low budget, the gap between there to be interesting and actually something we want to acquire across the board. All of these takes has more to do with improving the state of the game in terms of crafting for every player, mostly for casual players. So again, if my take is that you think that I'm advocating for gatekeeping it away from casual players, I don't think I would ever agree with that. Again, like Nox was mentioning in chat earlier, I'm one of the very few content creators that actually shows people how to do these in detail. If you go to Craft of Exile, well, actually, I think my stream will be shown now, though. Yeah, my stream is there. I even have the most in-depth how to craft video for PoE 2. Here you go. Here's a video that took me about 6 hours to record. It's a 46 minute long video going through every single part of crafting so that every casual player can watch the video and learn how to craft from it. To say that I'm gatekeeping it from the casual players or for the average player, I think that's a pretty far-fetched take, considering that I'm doing everything I can to make sure that the average player can bridge the gap between I don't know how to craft, now I know how to craft. So I don't agree with that at all. The thing is, abyss crafting is in the game now, and if they would, as you suggest, add mid-tier crafting, the result would automatically be that the abyss crafting would become more unattainable for the average player, and in fact resulting in gatekeeping them from it. Well, I'm not saying they should remove abyss crafting. I never said that, Salted Joyer. The only thing I've said is that they should nerf the efficiency of homogenizing exaltation, which is allowing us to guarantee 6 tier 1 items. There's a big difference between me wanting them to nerf that, but also introduce other types of craft methods to bridge the gap. Because if they nerf that too much, then we're kind of back to point 2 crafting plus what's going to be expensive abyss crafting. I want them to nerf that, but also offset that nerf by adding more craft mechanics to bridge that gap between the two efficiencies. I'm not really sure where on this platform or where in my take I am gatekeeping that from average players. I see where you're coming from. I see your take on it. I just simply do not agree with your take, or maybe you're misunderstanding. Maybe I'm misunderstanding your opinion. Didn't imply it be removed, but if mid-tier crafting is introduced naturally, abyss crafting would be more rare, expensive. Abyss crafting being more expensive or rare has less to do with if they add other crafting mechanics. It has more to do with the fact that we're not going to engage with Abyss on every single map. As a result, no matter what they do with crafting mechanics introduced in the new league, the result will be the same. We're going to end up being in a position where they will be rarer because you're not going to engage with Abyss every map you're doing. As a result, they should be more expensive, right? So by them having another crafting mechanic to bridge the gap, we might not have to engage with Abyss crafting. And that hopefully will keep the prices of them stable so that average players can actually keep engaging with it. Crafting is the most boring aspect of the entire game. I disagree. I think that once a player learns how to craft in the game opens up. You can play the game in a completely different way. You also have a better understanding of value of items that you drop. My video covers this pretty much in detail. I guess I must have mistaken you then. Maybe I'm just not delivering my opinion in a easier to digest way. It might be both ways, Salt and Joyer, but like I said, I'm happy to have this conversation because to me, it's important that crafting is something that every player can engage with. I hate when it's gate-kept away from it. It's also why I've been a very loud advocate for GGG putting in a bench craft for meta crafts like omens, like whittling omen and whatnot. I want them to put those on a bench craft with a set price like they have in PoE 1 for 2 divine orbs. You know what the prices are for those? Like, give it a couple weeks into a league. The prices of those are multiple divines because they're player-controlled market items, right? And I don't think that's a good play. That gate keeps a lot of casual players away from ever utilizing meta crafts in PoE 2. I think the vast, I barely used them. I used them a couple times, and I would consider myself to be a 1% blaster gamer. I play an obnoxiously unhealthy amount of hours of the game. And I'm barely engaging with them. What happens to the people that barely know how to craft, or the new players or average players in the community? They're not going to do it. So I've been a very loud advocate for that as well. That's why I don't agree with your opinion, like you said from the start. But maybe I'm just not delivering my opinion in a easier to digest way. So it could go both ways. Like I said, my Terror Machine, we had Brett Tech and PIFA with the primes as well. Thank you, boys. Thank you. Once you learn how to craft, you actually start playing the game, able to make money, craft your gear, and start understanding damage synergies in the game. By the way, I bought myself a 5080 and 9600 X3D, planning to assemble a PC in the next week. Nice, dude. Gotta love getting a new PC, man. When the live stream, 2 hours and 45 minutes. Hey, GHAZZY, I left a comment on your YouTube, but I finally caught your stream.
Oh shit, Cranmerich just
Thank you,
dropped
Cranmerich, for the 9
some
months.
blackjack. I hope you're ready for some
I'll leave my comment here. I just want to say, as a new player and a family man, I absolutely adore the work you've done. Serious made the playthrough so enjoyable for me when making my first character and abandoning it for following you with a lich. Thank you again. No, it's my pleasure, man. I'm just happy people are enjoying the content we make, Kishimoto. Thank you for telling me, man. How your binger go? I haven't made a binger because I've had a stomach bug that I got from my daughter. I've literally been fucking spray painting the back of my toilet for the last 2 days. I got meds now. I got meds yesterday, so my stomach is a little rumbly at the moment, but it's fine-ish. Hopefully it'll let me do a long stream today.
Ishimoto Gaming, you absolute legend. Prime subbing and keeping this show on the road. You're a bloody hero.
Okay. Estimate time for the reveal today, 2 hours and 45 minutes. Ishimoto with a prime as well. Thank you, dude. Thank you, man. Ay. Just a misunderstanding then. Good luck to you. Well, I appreciate you telling me, Salt and Joyer, because like, if that's the perception you got, then I have to take that to heart and think about that moving forward when I say things, right? Because I don't want people to to have the opinion or think that I have the opinion of me wanting to gatekeep the content away from people when I'm in reality doing the opposite, right? And I don't want people to misunderstand me. So I'll try to remember that when I make those type of statements or videos in the future. So I appreciate you bringing that to my attention. Oh, what's up, Shane? How you doing, dude? Old 2008 Civic for myself. New Year's gift. Nice. Nice. Oh, yeah. I'm just mentally preparing for the subathon, dude. The goal is to beat the last subathon, which is 35,300 subs. That's a lot of subs, dude. I also told Hannah that if we make it past Christmas, I'll set up a Lego goal for her. Some boiled cumin is glorious. I got some meds for it. We'll be fine for now. You explained it on YouTube the way you did here just now. I would have understood your point approach. Which video was it that caused this to begin with, Salt Enjoyer? Because I've mentioned this in multiple videos and I mentioned it on multiple streams, but obviously I don't spend 10, 15, 20 minutes elaborating on it on every single time I bring it up, right? Maybe that's the problem. What does Doriani RS build have plus max ES on gloves when he has bypass the Divine Flesh? That's a remnant of the medium budget build. I believe it is. You don't need it, Kelly Jack. It's supposed to be armor gloves. I think what I did, I just copied the modifiers over from an ES base to armor base when I made the change, and I think that's what caused it, right? Leviathan gloves, they can't even roll energy shields, so that's on me. That's my fault. You can't roll that. You'd have to bench craft it, but there already is a bench craft, so that energy shield roll shouldn't even be there. That's my bad for not polishing the high budget PUB. There's a couple of other minor hiccups on the PUB with things like that. So that's my fault for not polishing that. I'm not going to bother doing it now because at least, well, PUE2 is around the corner. But I'll try to remember that for the next league. That's me. Basically, I'm being lazy. That's the cold hard truth there. I'm just being lazy. I should have vetted it before posting. On a gatekeeping thread, something to keep in mind is PU crafting is so complex and has so many facets. Not hitting them on them all shouldn't be considered gatekeeping. It's a weird balance. I mean, we're all human, right? I know that's a surprise for a lot of you guys, but we content creators, we're actually human. It's actually true. We are human after all. It's crazy, I know, but I try my best at least. But for those of you who haven't learned how to craft in PoE 2, and if you want to learn how to craft, this is tag already on the. Here's a 45-minute video that will teach you everything you need to know. If you ever have any follow-up questions, let me know. But this will teach you not only how to craft, it will teach you how to practice crafting without using your currency. There's a recent Craft of Exile is showcasing my content. Like, it's not autoplayed, of course, but if you click on this, you get to my stream. But when I'm not live, my crafting guide for PoE 1 shows up here. And in PoE 2, it does the same thing. When I'm not live, that crafting guide, this one, shows up here as well to help people navigate the jungle of crafting. My opinion has been very simple. If you learn how to craft, you might not play enough to generate acquire the currency required to do like the super high-end crafting, and that's okay. But if you learn how to craft, it will allow you to know what you can do with the items you're wearing and dropping. But more importantly, you'll have a better understanding of what value things have on the ground. Outside of boss drops, let's see if anyone can guess this. What do you guys think is the most valuable drop I got from just killing monsters in maps in PoE 2 during 0.3? when it comes to items. Does anyone remember what the most valuable item I dropped? Dropped a couple of them, actually. I haven't dropped a mirror in 30,000 hours, dude. Bases. I dropped a tier 1 lightning damage Gemini bow 3 times. It was a blue bow. No, not even a white base. A blue bow, I dropped it 3 times. It was a Gemini bow with a tier 1 lightning damage. First one I sold for 5 divs. 5 divs. Blue item. The only reason I thought that had value was because it had a tier 1 lightning roll on the good base for a popular build. Well, the popular build. So I price checked it because I knew that was a good base with a good roll. It was 5 divines, a blue item. Second time I dropped it, you know, people caught on to it. It was worth like 3 divs. Third time I dropped it was like 1 div. See the Asia trailer? Nope, I'm not looking at any leaks. We're like 2.5 hours away from the reveal. I'm not going to look at leaks. You don't put Drew with some lightning shit skills. We'll see. Very hot take. Crafting is available to everyone in the game, but it's not gatekeeping. If you're the one refusing to learn how to craft, get mad at others, people's success, while you have access to all the same resources. I mean, to be fair, before I made this video, learning how to craft in PoE 2, there was very little useful information out there. I thought everyone got mirrors in Affliction League. I didn't even drop one in Affliction, dude. Not even one. You gonna play Druid minions? Well, I don't even know what minions we're getting, but that's my hope, yes. My hopes. First thing I got was a white amulet base that I turned to life amulets. Self 170 div after sanctifying to get +4 skills. Dual string base with tier 1 lightning is massive first day. Or rather +1 arrow base with high flat elemental damage. Yeah. But the thing is, if you don't know how to craft, you might not understand the value of those things, right? I mean, if people found the exquisite versions of whatever the fuck the helmet called, the one I'm using with the extra sockets, before people caught on to that, they were like 2-3 divines. They were 20 divines when I stopped crafting them. A white base. A white fucking base, by the way. The funny thing with that is, as long, like, it didn't matter what rarity it had. It was worth money either way, because the way we did it was we put a low tier mana mod on it. I think it was mana at least. And then we recom that with a +4, or sorry, not +4, +2 other piece to then craft on. That's what we did. And just the exquisite version of that was worth so much money. And you would only know that if you knew how to craft. Or rather, you would know it if you kept track of what other people were doing, right? But by knowing how to craft, you can notice those things and learn those things and understand those things before it becomes popular. Surprised you're not yapping to Darth or Conger. I was talking to DM. He's going to hit me up when he was done with his bingo card. I'm going to yap with DM as soon as he's done with his bingo card. At least that's the plan. That is the plan. So the motherfucker is an armor stacking, zombie summoning, aura stacking, Giga Chad motherfucker. That helping with the weirdest fuck bingo this time? Nah. I did poke Rax as well. See what he says. My first ever Whittling Ominent ritual after the fairy 13 times. Sheesh. Man, yesterday was the first night I didn't have time to play Hog. Hello, I'm yes, sir. Reveal soon. Yo, kindness, I missed if you fractured your jewel or not. Did you? I'm trying to find kindness typing in the chat, but I wanted to see if you fractured it or not. You hit it or not. You said it was going to fracture it. Oh, I thought you had a fracture orb. All right. You think you'll finish it before PoE 2 launch, though? Been trying Moonbow Queen. Pretty satisfying, actually. Do you do that with, like, double Medusas? Sloth, since the damage is based on all stats, right? And Medusa gets free all stats. You run, like, a double Medusa setup. Just for a shitload of attributes. Getting Queen of Filth mount. What the? 5 maps. Yeah, but I mean, let's say you hit the fracture, you have to do a lot of harvest after that. And then the annul exalt slam spam, which will need Harbies. So what, you're gonna spam farm Harby harvest? Blue on blue. You wanna ride that? That would actually be pretty funny. Rax hasn't responded. What the hell, man? Yeah, I'm missing a YouTube chat. Looking forward to a new league? Yes, sir. What class do you suggest you play as a beginner for PoE 2? We don't know until we see the patch notes, but before patch and this reveal, Infernalist, Lich, both works great. Type space my build. Check out my build guides. There's plenty there, even for non-summoners. But we don't know for the new league until we see the patch notes, which will come tonight. Empyrean opening 1 million stack decks is crazy. Yeah, I was helping him do that the other day. How many did you open? I don't know. 10,000 maybe? I opened a fuckload of inventories for him. Back to dying at 500 depth. That's fair. Yeah, good synergy and starting comp. Nothing Digger, Dust Breeze.
Mashira just subscribed and included the message. Hi.
Mana region for the Moonbow. Makes sense. Talk to SFP, Sloth. See if he's done anything. Thank you, Mashira, for the 30 months, man. Appreciate that a lot, dude. Thank you, sir. Putting feeding frenzy and registry files for aggressive. I mean, I'm sure it's fine. Yeah, you can try it out. I would rather have feeding frenzy on my utility specters personally. I have an idea. It would be nice if GG turned 1 in PoE 2 into a martial weapon. That's an interesting take. Why is Rax not responding on Discord? What's he doing? Not good. All right. He just responded. He's gonna go play some to warm up. All right. Please spell GHAZZY stays instead. Let was be a Harry Potter shooter gun. I know. I want to be able to use a shield when I'm casting spells as well. Okay, J Bless, thank you. Sleeping till last minute. Anyways, where are we at? We're waiting on DM. That's all we're doing right now. We're just waiting for DM to finish his bingo card. That's what we're waiting for right now. Druid minions? I have no idea what we're getting. We're working on it for a while at GHAZZY, about an hour now. We're all just stalling. I'm just chilling with you boys. Just chilling with you boys. Just chilling. Making a bingo card. DM has been done. Nah, I'm not making a bingo card this time. Marbles on stream. Well, we know we're getting wolves. I don't know what else we're getting, if we're getting anything. New season starts on the 12th. 12 hours after Diablo 4 releases. You guys saw that, by the way? The Diablo 4 Blizzard decides to postpone their launch. And then they're like, yeah, let's just put it 12 hours before PoE 2 launch. And I'm like, what? What? The first season will be completed in 12 hours. Sure, but here's the thing. If they release it like a day or two before, I was going to be able to play it, then go to bed, wake up, and do my subathon. But because it's 12 hours before, I can't do it. Is there a tower defense game you can recommend? Yes. Heroic Aegcio. This game. You want to play a TD game? Heroic Aegcio Origins. This game I would recommend if you want to play TD. They just had a new patch as well, and they have a new season coming out and more content in December at some point, I think. There's a shitload of meta progression in here. Tons of meta progression. This game is a game of a Warcraft 3 mod, and they released in September. So this is what I would recommend if you want to play a really good TD game. Parkour, check out Hellrunner, my own indie game that is not yet finished. Gotta finish it soon. Parkour. Like just running around. I'm normally not a big fan of single player games personally. I like multiplayer games. Game name, that was Heroic Aegcio. This is the TD game that I've been playing a lot. I played it on Warcraft 3. Wait, something went wrong? Wait, what? I played the Warcraft 3 version of this game a lot. And the standalone has like half of the content that the Warcraft 3 version has, so they're still working on it. Good to hear, Duras. Yeah, I've been playing a lot of the Heroic Aegcio TD game, and I'm not streaming. Actually, quite a few people playing it right now, actually. Kind of fun. Anyways. Ever played KCD? I did, but I realized the game was not for me. All class, all acts, all PoE while leaving Kelly live for the tree and mastering 9 buffs in this patch. Surely that'll happen, yeah. That's good, man. Yo, yo, yo.
You want to go through our... Did you make your bingo card yet?
No, I did not make a bingo card. Decided not to. You want to send me yours?
I can send you mine if you want. We can, go through my bingo card, and you can tell me if you think I'm copium or not.
I can do that. Yeah, let me knock.
Okay, I sent you it in the call here.
Got it.
Okay. All right, so here's my list. You ready? And go through it.
I'm looking at it in 2 seconds. Got it. Looking at it. Yeah, go.
Okay. Druid has 2 ascendancies, not 3. That's the first thing for me.
I agree with that.
Like,
yeah.
I think it's... Yeah, because, I mean, every other class in the game has only dropped 2 ascendancies. I think it's 2, right?
I agree with that, yes.
Okay, so we're on the same page there.
Mhm.
Delirium Fog is getting memed to fucking death. Like, everybody is spamming about Delirium Fog in the Reddit. Maybe they mention it, potentially in the Q&A.
Yeah, I mean, if they don't mention it in the reveal, it will be mentioned in the Q&A one way or another. 100%.
Okay, so far we got... You think both of these are going to hit? Okay.
Yeah,
Then
for sure.
I think we're getting non-Druid ascendancies.
I'm not sure we're getting
Like
the remaining all of them, but we're getting at least 1 or 2 for sure, yes.
Yeah, no, I mean, at least I'm not saying all 4, but I think 2. I'm going to go with 2.
What do you think about a hidden ascendancy?
Maybe a Vol hidden. I could see that. I could see a Vol hidden ascendancy.
Like Gemlin Legionnaire? I think it was Dreamcore mentioned that, yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's a decent guess. I don't know if I would particularly want that version, but you know, sure.
Yeah.
Okay, new Pinnacle boss adds Zeri. I feel like this is like almost 100% guaranteed, right?
Yeah, for sure. I just hope she's not gonna suck. I hope she's gonna be a really hard fight.
No, it's got to be a good one. I mean, I think this has got to be a good one. Okay, Incursion. I think Incursion's going to be the league mechanic.
I am still on board with that. Yeah, as we discussed last time as well, I definitely think that Incursion is the top contender.
But here's my take on it. I think I'm 50-50 on it either being Incursion or something like kind of new entirely. Like maybe there's some, like maybe it's not just like maybe it's Incursion themed, or you do like a build your own dungeon thing, but it's almost entirely like new, like, you know, fully reworked, like Abyss level rework, fundamentally very different.
I mean, we know that they're not gonna do a straight ripoff. They're gonna do a 2.0 version for sure. I'm still on board with Incursion, but I still think it's gonna be a 2.0 version of it for sure.
Yeah, I like maybe unrecognizable would be my guess, because like I don't feel like Incursion would be very exciting if it's anything like the PoE one. Like you just go through a couple rooms. I don't know. I think the rewards, like the double corrupt, would be good. I could see that being a big deal.
Yeah, but at the same time, they do need to push the endgame stuff, and Incursion is a really good endgame map encounter.
Is it?
Yeah, it's extra monsters. That leads eventually to you having a different off-Atlas kind of engagement you can do. That is also going to be available for endgame bosses and loot rewards and whatnot, and you can build it yourself. It gives you some player control, but it's also a very, very popular, or used to be a very popular endgame mechanic to engage with. For extra monster kills, blue packs and whatnot, and rares.
Is like killing mobs a super engaging mechanic in PoE too?
not about engaging mechanic. I think it's more about you killing more rare monsters,
77,
magic and
subscribe to
rares.
Prime and included the message synthesis for poetry.
It's like a
that
nice
exciting,
addition.
though?
Does it have to be to help the end game?
Yeah, I think it does actually. Like in my opinion, yeah. Because like the problem I have is like I don't think we have a lack of killing mobs because we have Delirium Breach. Like if I really want density, I can Delirium Breach and I can get shitload of mobs. I'm not really worried about Delirium. Like I don't want just more mobs. And then how is Incursion, if we go into a side instance, going to have more mobs than Delirium Breach literally anyway?
I just like the idea of just spicing up end game mapping encounters and then having the interesting stuff be the tempo you build. I would like that situation. I wouldn't mind that being in the game.
I do. Okay, so you got me 50% there, which is I do like the building mechanic of like we are creating a custom worked like map almost. I like that idea. I hope it's more than just we go in and kill mobs though. I hope there's some kind of, we're specializing it or maybe like using it to deterministically farm. Like I want to create a room and this room drops like 500% more uniques or than it. You know what I mean? Like there's ways to kind of shape it to what you actually want it to be.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm necessarily a big fan of, hopefully it's not just more mobs in a circle. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I get that. I just feel like for the people that don't like the Incursion, having the map encounter engagement part be as generic and streamlined as possible would play be favorable to the community. I mean, not everyone's going to like that, but I think that's a good way to do it. And then for the people that do want to engage even further into the Incursion can then choose to do so, and the more interesting parts would happen when you're engaging with the temple, if you will.
Sure,
like
sure.
In PoE 1 has kind of that, right? You build your temple, and then once you run the temple, that's when you can do these extra mini bosses. You have the double corruption, the gem corruption, all those things, right? Become something that is available as an interesting mechanic outside of that. But in the maps, it's like, hey, you design it here, but the core purpose is just killing more monsters and adding more of that into the maps. But maybe I really liked when Incursion came out in PoE 1. It kind of fallen off last couple of years, but maybe I'm just stuck in that mindset.
Okay, well, how about Vol Gems? So with Incursion and it being Fate of the Vol theme, like Vol Gems seems like a pretty safe bet, no?
I definitely think the Vol Gems is coming. I'd be surprised if it doesn't.
And I think Vol Gems would be like lineages. Like I don't think you corrupt them and then they can become Vol Gems. I would think it would be like, especially with the way the socket system works with it. I think it would more than likely be dropped as and like a tradable item, like lineage supports.
I mean, the biggest question is rather, are they going to have a gem have both the regular skill and the Vol skill version, or if they're going to give you a separate skill gem that is the Vol gem itself, the Vol skill, and it's going to take up another socket skill slot.
Yeah, probably. I don't think it'd be like a double. I feel like it would. I don't think it'd be like. I have a feeling if they do Vol Gems, it'd be like an ultimate. Like here is a new skill that does something big. I don't think it's really.
Vol
I just don't get the vibe. Yeah, I don't know about Vol. Well, maybe Vol uncuts, and then you can cut into a version of the Vol you want. But I feel it'd be like lineages, which is like something new. You put them in. Maybe they're ones that have like bigger cooldowns, kind of like glory skills, but not annoying to use. That'd be my guess anyway. I guess they could do like the double, but it doesn't feel like a PoE 2 move to me. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But then again, if they add it as a separate skill, now we're looking at socket starvation again. Something has to go in favor of it kind of approach, right?
I suppose. I mean, I guess we'll find out.
Yeah.
It'll
be interesting either way. Vol Gems, we're both on board that that's going to come one way or another at least.
I think so.
Yeah.
Double corrupt. I think this is 1,000,000,000% coming. Like, I don't think there's any shot that we have anything other than double corrupt coming.
Yeah, and I definitely think that if they do a 2.0 version of Incursion, I think the double corrupt will be associated with the Incursion League mechanic.
Yes. I would think so as well. You do incursion, the end result, you can double corrupt an item. Now here's the thing: if double corrupt comes and it allows you to add more sockets, this is actually a wild addition to the game. Because imagine you get an exceptional bow with 3 sockets, you double corrupt, and now it has 5 sockets. Okay, and then they don't do something about the additional arrow core. Now you have 5 additional arrows on the Gemini bow that gives you an additional arrow. That's 6 additional arrows on top of the abyss. Or the suffix that gives you 2 additional arrows. And then we're talking like 8 additional arrows. Like, does that not seem like that would be kind of fucking nutty? I mean, what am I missing here? This thing's going to shoot a damn near, circle.
Well, the way the double corruption works in PoE 1 is a 25% chance that you get all white sockets, 25% that nothing happens. Well, 25% that it turns into an influence item, 25% chance that you get double implicits, and 25% it poofs. If it's something in that line, then there's a pretty big risk of double corrupting a bow that you would want to use for super high end, right? Which probably would end up being, hey, I'm going to put a Hinekora lock on it before doing a kind of approach, right? But that is a ridiculous amount of currency. But they've also been very adamant for many years now with how they want rare items or craftable items to be able to be these sick masterpieces, right? It would make sense for that. I wouldn't mind it. But it would come at a very big risk, though. Unless you spend a stupid amount of currency.
So if you run Giant's Blood 2 Animaces, now you have 10 sockets worth to put stuff on.
Yeah, but it would cost you so much to get that, though.
Okay, yeah, but I'm talking about I know, but I'm talking about like the high end here, like the end game of where the power will go. I mean, yeah, it'll be expensive, but it's not like I'm running around with fucking mirror tier gear either. But like it will go there.
Yeah, but I mean, again, it's like a fraction of the player base that will be able to do it, and only a fraction of those players will do it.
I mean, true, but we're already judging the game based upon the fraction of the percentage of players anyway. Everyone, when they talk about, LA, Roa, Deadeye, they're thinking about the guys who are running around one-shotting the whole fucking map. They're not thinking about the dudes like doing campaign and then get to maps and like make it the yellow maps and quit. Like,
That's a fair take. That's a fair take.
Okay, so Atlas Tree rework. I don't think this is happening, personally.
Really?
I don't think so. I'm going to say no. What's your take on Atlas Tree rework?
I think they have to. It's an in-game patch, right? And one of the biggest issues is either the Atlas or the Atlas Tree. And I think the Atlas Tree needs more attention than the Atlas. And I don't think they're ready to scrap or rework the Atlas. So they're more in line with reworking the Atlas Tree. Because right now, like Breeze is saying in the chat, it's kind of pointless. Something needs to happen there.
Okay, so I agree with you 100%. But do I think this is happening in this league? I don't think so.
Okay, well, let's put it this way. They said that 0.4 is an in-game patch. Which other patch would you say that an Atlas Tree rework would be warranted?
1.0, or a later on one when we have more league mechanics. The problem is like, okay, they're not going to add onto the Atlas Tree an incursion one because it is the league. They'll probably add an abyss related portion onto the Atlas Tree. But in order to rework it, what they probably have to do is connect all the league mechanics onto the original Atlas Tree and go into specialization, right? So,
so that you want them to do like the PoE 1 tree similar, PoE 2 tree similar to PoE 1 tree, where you choose which league mechanics to specialize in, and you don't think they can do that until they have more league mechanics to incorporate into a bigger tree. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, because I mean, if they rework it now and then they add 4 more league mechanics by the time 1.0 comes out, they got to rework it again, right? Like I think that this is probably placeholder until we get more league mechanics. I would say at least a couple more leagues. So I think maybe we get some additions, we get some small changes. I don't think we get a free a full rework here.
I didn't think
as much
of it
as
that
I might
way.
want to. I think the Atlas Tree is actually one of the weakest part, if not the weakest part of the in-game. I agree, but I don't think they're positioned to rework it yet.
I mean, I think that your take is pretty damn good. I don't really have any counter arguments to it. I still think that for this patch to be considered proper for endgame, they have to do something with the Atlas Tree.
I agree.
Question is, what can they do if not that, though?
I mean, how can they make the Atlas tree a full rework right now? Like I don't think they've actually solved the Atlas yet. So it's like, how are we going to have the tree that modifies the Atlas when they're still reworking the Atlas? I think what they have to do is get the Atlas itself. Are they going to do tablets? Are they going to do scarabs? They have to figure out the actual Atlas before they make the tree that modifies the Atlas. And part of the Atlas is figuring out how we're actually going to juice maps and the waystones themselves. So I think what they're probably going to do for the in-game rework is, I would assume, work on the Atlas portion and the mapping portion of it. And then the Atlas tree rework will happen once they feel like people are satisfied with the actual mapping. And the mapping does get influenced by the Atlas tree, and that's part of it. But I think that has to be done after the actual, logistical part of mapping is solved.
We've basically been on the same wavelength with every pointer so far up until this one. I'm just gonna go ahead and say that I think they're gonna do the Atlas tree rework.
Sure. I mean, they could go anywhere. It could be wrong. It could be wrong. I don't think they are. It'll be a coin flip, 50-50. Okay, you want to do a 5 gift sub bet on the line? Just to have some fun here?
We'll do a 5 gift sub bet on the line. I'm down for that.
Okay, if they rework the Atlas, and let's have a definition of rework. Okay, of course, to be fair, I think they're going to add some additions. I think the Abyss is coming, and I think they're going to add some more nodes on the tree. But by a rework, what's your definition? You can set the definition of a rework.
I mean, they're definitely going to add the Abyss to it one way or another. Then if that becomes a side tree like the other League mechanics, that's a different story. But how to define that? Because they might want to keep that flow going so people can specialize in whatever mechanic they're engaging with and keep that. Or they might do what you talked about with smacking them together and having one tree for everything. I mean, that would be a rework. But I mean, what's the definition of an Atlas tree rework if they don't do that? I mean, extensive changes to it. I
would say if they change 30% of the nodes or more. I mean, on the 4, I'm talking the 40 out of the 40, right?
Yeah.
I would.
That makes sense.
I'll give you whatever the definition you want. Okay, look, even we don't have to define it right now. I guess at the end of it, if we can come to a conclusion, it's worth it, if it's actually counts as a rework or not.
We'll play it by ear, and if it's like in a gray zone, we'll call it a tie. I think that's the best way to do it.
Fair enough. That works for me. For me.
We'll do that.
Moving on here. Good new uniques, and I specify good because new uniques are a given.
Yeah,
but good new uniques mean I'm talking. Last Lament level and up, like something that's actually usable somewhere within the build at some decent level. Maybe like the Death Gloves, Palm Dreamer. I guess Ingenuity is like kind of usable in some builds. Something that level or higher.
Wouldn't it be better to say interesting new uniques then? Because people saw Last Lament and then nobody played with it till this one guy showed up a week later.
I mean, Last Lament's been usable. But I understand your point. For me, interesting does mean good. Like usable is good.
I definitely think that they will do that. They can't fail on this. They kind of have to, because their whole agenda has been to make sure that the uniques are as good as possible so that they'll be useful, but also interesting to use Divine Orbs on is another factor that Jonathan's been very adamant about. And for that to happen, they have to release good and interesting, but more importantly, appealing ones. No matter how interesting or good they are, they have to be appealing.
There's that, and also like for me, my major part about it is I need the chase uniques to be boss dropping good chase uniques. There's not very many things that I care about the drop from the bosses at the moment. Obreath Flask is a notable one. Arbiter Chestplate used to be a notable one. They nerfed most of the boss related uniques because they were decently meta. I can't argue with nerfing things like Stat Stacker, but it did actually mean that bosses themselves dropped like the usable uniques, and now bosses are kind of a joke. There's not many things that they actually drop outside of a jewel that I'm very interested in. So I would want maybe some retuning of some of the boss drops, or maybe the new boss, GHAZZY, if we're right about her coming, will actually have usable uniques within a build somewhere.
Yeah. Nah, I'm on board.
Okay, so that moves on to Toda then. So I think Toda is coming. I think we are getting the third trial. I think it will be Toda. I think it's going to be full on auto battler. I think it's going to be the first like actual side game, non kill mobs in a circle style trial. I think it's actually a full-on auto battler like Toda from PoE 1.
There's no way they make it a full-on auto battler. They're going to have ARPG elements in there where your character's efficiency will play a factor in your success or not.
Sure, I mean that's PoE 1 also though. Like
Yeah.
you could literally just run around, kill everything. Like in Blight, you can do the same thing, but Blight is a full-on tower defense in my opinion. It's just you can kill the mobs yourselves if you have a good enough build.
Yeah. But no, I mean, Toda was supposed to be there last league. They cut it because of time. It's definitely coming. I'm 100% down on that. Toda's coming. Well, a 2.0 version of it, sure, but it's coming 100%.
I also think it would be cool. Like it fits PoE 2. I think Blight fits PoE 2. I think Toda fits PoE 2. Like it is slower, sure, but it's also like visually better. Actually, like watching the mobs fight and shit.
Thank you, Chris. What's up, man?
You would like this one as a minion, Andy. Toda's basically the minion mini game.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan. What I am a big fan of though is tattoos, which I hope that they're gonna bring with this as well. But that's maybe a little far fetched.
I think tattoos is I think there's a good chance tattoos are actually coming to the game. I think there's a pretty good. If Toda comes, I think they might reintroduce tattoos. And with tattoos, maybe tattoos are where we start getting our percentage life on the tree finally. I mean, a man can hope. Maybe you get 3% life tattoos.
Dude, whatever you're smoking, like stop. That's so much copium.
I gotta have some kind of copium, dude.
But
You gotta give me some chance here.
We have enough fog from Delirium. We don't need you smoking up PoE2 as well, man.
Just for a real quick explanation for people that know what tattoos are. Tattoos replace the attribute nodes on your tree. You can put them onto the tree. It will replace those nodes, and then they will give you a stat associated, with the tattoo. Some of them have res on it, attributes, armor, evasion, whatever. So you can kind of customize your passive tree a little bit with them. They're in PoE 1. Pretty cool in PoE 1 also. Okay, so new crafting. We're on the third line here, new crafting. This is pretty generic. I think this is free. I mean, I guess you could even qualify double corrupt as a crafting, but I'm thinking outside of double corrupt. So either tainted currencies, a new orb of some kind. This seems
tainted currency would be so cool. That actually might happen with the whole.
I don't know if I like tainted currency. I don't know if I like tainted currency, but like I could get how it could work. Volleying's kind of a big deal in PoE 2, so.
Now, a new crafting, I definitely think my take has been to tone down homogenizing, but offset the nerf to that with new crafting mechanics. I think is needed because they can't nerf homogenizing exaltation without adding something else to offset it. Because if they nerf it, then we're back to point 2, which was disastrous, and point 3 was too good. So somewhere in between they need to land, and the only way they can achieve that, from my perspective, is new crafting mechanics, which Mark has said several times. They're going to introduce more and more crafting mechanics with each league. That's what they've said. So I'm kind of in the boat of saying they're basically going to add new crafting mechanics every season, more or less.
So that puts us with new supports then. Where you stand on supports, either Vol-themed new supports, new lineage supports, new supports in general. This is pretty free too, I would assume.
I mean, it's free mainly for the talismans and shape-shifting stuff to begin with. Guaranteed, 100%, yes.
Right.
It'd be weird if they didn't.
Coming. Speaking of free, the next one is High on Blank. We're going to get High on Mark, High on Jonathan. That's free. And then moving on to Ode Mechanic Rework. Now, I'm not sure. I'm 50-50 on this one. I don't know if they're going to rework Ode mechanics or not. I feel like they're probably focused on putting out new ones and reworking later. What's your take?
No, I'm with you in that one as well. I don't think Old Mechanic rework is going to happen. I think the priority is adding more stuff to work with and then rework and balance when they have more stuff to work with.
Yeah, it's probably what I think too. Okay, towers mentioned. I think towers might be brought up again. It might be a bit of like, don't poke the hornet's nest. Don't, people hate fucking towers and they just kind of remove them. But currently towers do one thing only, which is grant vision in the fog. I think there's a bit of a missed opportunity. I don't think it should add juicing. It shouldn't add anything mandatory. You shouldn't have to do a tower. But there is an opportunity for towers to be brought up to do something.
I mean, they also give you a precursor.
Vision. Yeah, but like, who cares? You get like, you get those every single map.
Yeah. I don't know. Was towers that bad in 0.3? It was just vision, right? And a precursor. That's
they don't
it.
do anything. I mean, they're not bad. They're just not good.
No, but
They're
it's
just
like a map,
okay.
right? They made them into a map. That also gives you vision and a guaranteed precursor, but in the end, it's still a map.
I mean, yeah, but it's still a bad map. Like the reason people didn't like towers before, other than the juicy mechanic, is also the layouts fucking suck. I mean, sure it's a map. Yeah, I mean, you're right, it's a map. I don't know. It's it's a map that's small and bad.
But when
layout
you
and-
say the bingo is saying towers mentioned, I mean, if they just say the word towers, you're done, right? But I mean, you're talking about them actually adjusting some changes.
I'm talking about them bringing it up for a reason other than just like, oh, and here's a tower. Okay, and then moving on. Like, they mention it for a reason. Yeah,
Mm-mm.
that's what I'm referencing there. I
Well,
think there's a
50-50
chance.
on that one.
Okay, fair enough. I think there's a chance. Quality of life change is pretty free. I think we're for sure getting quality of life changes. I probably should have put map quality of life changes because the juicing portion of it fucking sucks at the moment. So obviously quality of life changes is free. We don't really have to talk about that one. Performance mentioned.
Yeah.
In the Ziggy D Q&A, this is free. In the reveal, I don't think this is happening in the reveal. I think in the Ziggy D Q&A, this is 100% free.
Performance.
Yeah, I think he'll bring this up in the Q&A.
I mean, it's one of the biggest issues PoE 2 have right now. It's not the end game. It's not the back character balance. It's none of those things. The biggest issue is performance. Like there's people with even Starforge PCs are having performance issues, and that's saying something.
My computer just randomly decided to flashbang me here. It just turned from light mode or from dark mode to light mode and just flashbang my entire room. There we go.
Thank you, Tethy, for the prime. I appreciate you, Ben.
Yeah, performance mission will get mentioned for sure. Okay, Ode crafting nerf. You were saying this earlier.
So I think they need to tone down homogenizing exaltation one way or another, but it has to come with the new crafting. Like they can't just nerf homogenizing exaltation because then we're kind of back on point 2 with the additional addition of Abyss. They need to tone down some of the old crafting methods, but to offset the impact that it has, they have to buff other aspects and or add new crafting mechanics. But I definitely think they need to do it. Like the state of the game right now is we finish the campaign, we start doing the lower tier maps in Trash Gear, Life and Rest, and then you go from that into your 6 tier 1 mods. There's nothing in between. If we, again, looking at the perspective of the 1% players that we said basically everyone's, looking at the game from that kind of scope, because I definitely think that for the more average players that's not the case for the most part, I believe. But I mean, looking at it from the scope we talked about earlier, the state is that we go from shit gear to now we're gods. There's nothing in between. And the way to fix that is to nerf the old crafting, but other steps in between needs to be there as well to offset that.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is like, okay, is this really going to be a crafting league? Like, I don't think it's a crafting league, and I don't think it's. If it is incursion, that means double corrupt, maybe Val side areas, maybe Val gems. I don't think it's really a crafting league. And if it is a crafting league, it means it's it doesn't really have anything to do with it other than like after the step of corrupting it, which you kind of do as your final step anyway, and maybe tainted currency is just there to save an item. So I don't know that we're going to get too many nerfs. I think homogenizing is actually getting a nerf. Like, I would assume so. I don't think we see, unless they decide to address the plus to skills issue this patch, I don't think we see a nerf to essences. And I think maybe the only Abyss thing we see change is Omen of Light. I actually don't think Abyss is a problem. Like, I think Abyss is fine. So, yeah, I'm with you on the maybe it's basically a ritual nerf is what it would actually be. Outside of that, I don't really.
Or, get me out here, and now it's my time to smoke. Put the tinfoil hat on. They add a bench craft for meta crafts. And take those omens away from ritual.
Dude, you're not just smoking, you're injecting. Like, I don't know what the fuck you're on, but like, brother, they did not go all the way down this fucking dock just to turn around and go back on land. Like, this
I mean, a man can dream, dude.
Brother, you are way off here. Okay, so mapping system major change. This is where I think this is much more likely to happen over an Atlas tree rework.
A mapping system major change.
Yeah, like some changes to, to the actual mapping system itself, meaning maybe tablets could change, maybe they introduce something new, maybe there's new mechanic, maybe they change the way juicing works. I think that there could be an actual, systematic, direct logistical change to the way mapping works. Like, I don't think people are very happy with mapping now. I think some of that is, like I say, they need new league mechanics to fill it out, but I think that, maybe they do a little bit of a redesign here.
No, I don't think this will happen.
Okay. You don't think any addition? How about additions? Do we get something to
Additions,
put,
sure, maybe, but I don't think there's going to be any major changes to the way the mapping system is right now. I think they want to fine tune and optimize what they have, make that good rather than scrapping it and remaking it kind of approach. I don't think that'll happen.
Okay, so let's say you're right. Then what does an in-game focused, league actually mean? For not
Getting
it
us
just
more
means
content to engage with.
Is that not just a normal league then?
Normal league doesn't necessarily have to add the focus of the content that's being added be for the end game, which I think this is going to do.
Which is then what?
Adding significant amount of content to engage with. It doesn't have to be a rework or major changes. They just need to
So it
add
has
more.
to be bosses. It has to be more unique maps. It has to be because more is a league. That's what I'm getting. Like a more just means okay. Abyss was not an in-game league. It added more in-game because it added shit into the game. But if they specifically are like this is an in-game focus, then what is it if not changes in a rework?
But let me
Then
flip it around then. What would you say would warrant it being considered a major change to the mapping system?
I would say something similar that we saw in 0.3.1, like fundamentally changing the way towers works is a pretty drastic change to the in-game system.
So what would you think they could change? Or what would you say they could change in the current system that would improve PoE, like PoE 2's endgame?
Probably the tablet system. I don't think the juicing currently is fantastic at the moment. They could probably do different additions, maybe rework tablets entirely. Maybe
But that's a
remove
juicing
tablets and add
system
something
major
else.
change, not a mapping major change.
Juicing and mapping are kind of one and the same, are they not?
And I don't know.
That
I think
kind of
that
way-
one
when
of the
people
major
say
changes to
mapping, right?
mapping was like, oh, we went from all the rares having a fucking icon on the screen. We're killing those in the lead mechanics and we're leaving. That was kind of that they were seeing some major changes, but like I don't think that mapping and juicing should be 1-to-1 compared.
So mapping is like only the process of completing a map. I mean, it seems like pretty restrictive in the terminology.
Yeah, they've already made some major changes to that in general. I think juicing is a separate topic though.
Okay, juicing then. Fuck it, juicing. When I say mapping, what I mean is like the process of the in-game over and over repetitive doing of maps. I don't, whatever term you want to call that.
Yeah. Either
Like
way, I mean, we can agree to
the whole
disagree on the
process.
terminology all we want, but yeah, I see what you're saying. I'm not sure about major changes. I think that in general, they've made some pretty big changes already leading into this. What I think they need to do and what I think will happen is more about optimizing and fine tuning what they have. That's how I feel it. I mean, like, UOL of juicing is one part of it. That's not a major change.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what it would be, but I was assuming we are going to get some kind of change outside of just additions. Maybe with the end game will mostly be like other bosses. Like we could see into the new breach bosses, etc. Like there was like Esh and Toll seemed like it was designed for a PoE 2 fight. They seem very PoE 2 like. We could get that fight brought into PoE 2. It would actually be pretty cool. I feel like it would fit well.
That would be pretty cool, yeah. But they said from the start that there were supposed to be multiple different breach bosses, right?
Yeah, they did. I think it was the Talk of the Try interview where he talks about they believe there was a mid-game golf, I think is the terminology they had. But that was before they shrunk down the bosses and removed tier 4 and made them easier. So maybe what they tried to do is fill their definition of that mid-tier golf by making the bosses easier to engage with from the beginning as opposed to adding new content in for that portion of your character.
Would that
brings us to div.
No, that's more league specific changes, right? We talked about old mechanic rework, but I mean, I guess adding more breach bosses to the breach endgame would be more additions. It's not really a rework, right? But that's for the pointer that's above.
Yeah, sure.
where
I mean,
we're
you're
at.
you're right. You're right. I'm just thinking about, what could they add in terms of in-game. I mean, you're right. That's not mapping system change. I agree. I'm thinking like I wonder what their definition of an in-game focused patch means.
I mean,
I got
traversing
that
would be
more
another
on-
thing. I think wasn't it you, me, and some other streamers? We talked about that with the idea that towers will let you leapfrog. That would be a pretty cool
Yeah,
thing. That would be a mapping
that's-
system major change, I think.
Yeah, probably. I mean, I've kind of been arguing for towers allowing you to basically have the free tablet that lets you teleport anywhere. I think that could be pretty cool.
Also, let people chase down citadels more effectively and whatnot. Let the
Yeah,
grand
or
parties
there's
be
another
baseline, yeah. Good take.
another cool thing they could add to the towers would be, I thought about, what if you go to a tower and when you're at a tower, you can like focus on what you're trying to find. Like the towers can be like a periscope, like zooming in. So let's say you want I want to find a jade hut. Like you go there and you like select, I want to find a jade hut. Then it zooms out to the map and it shows you in the fog and puts a beam where the next jade hut is, sort of like the atlas. So it's like the towers themselves help you locate and target farm specific types of maps if you want to look for them. You can be like, I'm looking for Stone Citadel, I'm looking for whatever. And then the towers, give you at least something that you're kind of excited by, or they help you find something you're actually looking for.
That's actually a cool idea. I like that one. Yeah. It doesn't really have that big of an impact, but it would be cool. And I think people would appreciate it.
Yeah, I mean, towers are basically just visual, they're exploration based right now anyway. I don't know. At least give you some reason to do the tower outside of just
Then
a
like
little
one
bit
tree,
of,
just subscribe.
and I don't think it's OP, and it doesn't affect
Just give me
juicing
the
at all.
Not sure,
and thanks so much for
It doesn't
sub,
affect the
man.
balance. It literally just helps you find stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I like that. I like that idea. That's actually pretty cool. It's probably one of the better ones I've heard.
That leaves us with, div cards. Now here, I have a cook take on this admittedly, but I'm going to give you my copium here, which is that I think there's a chance we get div cards this league. Okay, as we know, they have given out these puzzle boxes, and then both had unique item designs as well as the div cards for PoE 2. We already know that div cards are coming to Path of Exile 2. This has already been 100% confirmed.
Did you get div card or
And-
unique?
I got the unique item. I have yet to design mine. They're not ready to do it.
I got div card.
There you go. You have a div card. You're well aware. It's been a year since it's been confirmed they're coming. And this league, when they did the PoE 2 races, they gave out another div card design as the reward for the PoE 2 race. That was recent in 0.3. So why are they giving out more div cards in 0.3 if they were going to either scrap the div cards or not do them for another couple years or something? I feel like that's they're thinking about div cards recently.
Well, I can neither confirm or deny this topic.
The fuck does that mean? Wait, do you have insider track knowledge here? I'm not. Wait, do I have to poke you for leaks this time?
I'm just saying I can't really make any comments on it.
Okay, wait, yeah, I don't know if I'm getting baited or not, but that sounds like fucking something. Wait, you have a div card. Wait, boys, we got him. We fucking got him. He has a div card creation. We fucking got him, boys. GHAZZY Leak strikes once again.
I have neither confirmed or denied anything, and I cannot make any comments. Is all I'm saying.
Okay. All right. Holy. All right. I won't poke you too hard about it. Defense changes. So now here's my take on defenses. ES is obviously still really strong. Armor's definitely better. Life is the only issue related to there, although it's getting, they nerfed life again. I think life nerfs are literally happening again, by the way. And then evasion is basically fucking gigabad. So defense changes has a chance at happening. Maybe they rework evasion a bit. And armor probably doesn't get any change. If anything, evasion does. Maybe ES goes down.
Now, I have probably a pretty cooked take here.
Okay.
I think they're going to make defensive changes every single fucking league till the majority of the community stops bitching and moaning about how OP Energy Shield is. And I think they will keep doing this for a long time before people will stop complaining.
I think they're gonna make defense changes, but I don't know if they nerf ES.
They might not have to nerf it, but if they don't nerf it, they're going to have to buff everything else.
Yeah, I think they're more likely to buff others than bring down ES. If I had to guess.
The way I see it is very simple. I think that they are very careful with not overdoing it. I don't think what they've done is enough, and I think they realize that, and then they will have to do a little bit more. And if that's not enough, the next league they'll have to do a little bit more, and they're going to keep doing that carefully, because if they overshoot it, that's going to cause issues on the other end. So instead of overshooting it, I think they're carefully, treading carefully, small steps, baby steps, till they find a state where the community stops complaining too much.
Yeah, I think they do have to be careful with ES, because I know the whole meta is ES is OP, destroy it into the ground. I know that, but if Energy Shield you could not get the big numbers, it would actually be fucking brutal.
Yeah,
it would be pretty brutal to play. I mean, if you have nothing else, you have no mitigation, you have a slow recharge. Eternal Youth got gutted. You don't, if you're all in on ES, you don't have evasion, armor, nothing. That would actually be pretty rough.
Yes, I just think it's more about them. It is likely that they're going to make small defensive changes basically every league till they're satisfied, instead of overdoing it. Because I think overdoing it will cause more harm. But small steps will be they're trying, they're still not there, and then eventually we'll reach a point where oh, I mean, this is pretty good. But
So
that's just my take.
The question then is where do you think that leaves armor in ES hybrid?
I think that armor ES, with the addition to the 3 and the class, is going to see a usable state.
Usable. I'm going to go ahead and say it becomes disgusting. Because here's my take, okay? If you have enough armor that small hits are fine, right? Yeah, you can deal with the small hits, and enough block that you're mitigating a good amount of that incoming damage as well. And then you have 10, 15,000 ES. You're now stopping major one-hit slams, and you're stopping the small amounts of damage.
Wait, have the best, how much armor do you think you're getting with 10 to 15,000 energy shield?
I mean, not a crazy amount, but it doesn't take an insane amount of armor to actually mitigate small hits.
I mean, that's fair, but it's 10, 15,000 is pretty. That's a lot for the vast majority of the player base. It's only the 1%ers that goes for 20k plus minus, right? And I think they're not going to balance the defenses around what the 1%ers are doing to make it good. They can't.
Yeah, I mean,
that.
I agree with you, but I don't think you have to be a 1%er to make armor mitigate small amounts of damage. The problem is the people that have small amounts of armor typically have small amounts of life. They don't have great gear just in Jimro, and they're getting one shot and shit on by giant slams. So I don't think it's the small amount of armor that's killing them. I think it's that they just don't have geared out gear, and they're running around with a mace with doing fucking sunder, taking 5 seconds to attack, and then they get hit by the slam overhead wheel, and they fucking die and they get met. So I don't think you need a lot of armor to mitigate the small amounts of damage, which is kind of chip damage is kind of annoying on ES. And then I think it is fairly easy to get 8,000 energy shield. And I think when you have both of those combined, even a mid tier, let's say you got 8,000 ES and a small amount of armor, I mean, you could be pretty tanky pretty easily.
That's fair. 8,000 I think is reasonable. But as soon as you go up to the numbers at 10 to 15,000, that's a lot for the vast majority of the player base. And I think that's important.
It is a lot.
I think that we who play the game in an obnoxious amount of unhealthy hours needs to take a little step back. It's a lot of people talking about energy shield nerfing. They're referencing 15, 20,000 energy shield numbers, and it's only a fraction of the player base that gets to those numbers. And they can't balance the defense around that, obviously, like we said.
Sure.
So if you're looking at more realistic numbers, 8 to 10,000 is pretty high for the vast
Maybe
majority of
looking for,
players.
Just
But yes,
subscribe
getting
and
armor
leave a
on top of
message.
that is not
11
too
years.
difficult. to do.
Sure.
But as soon as
I
you
mean, I
say, well, let's
agree.
add a bunch of extra armor to it, then 8 to 10,000 energy shield with a bunch of armor is now the same thing as saying, well, 10 to 15,000 armor energy shield without the armor.
Yeah, I think there's a chance it could be pretty strong. And I agree about the whole like you can't only think about the top 1%, but you also can't have a meta conversation when you talk about non-meta people.
That's
Like
also true.
like both exist. We can't talk about what the top end is, like what's going to be strongest on the top end, but only talk about the people that play 4 hours. Like I can't do anything with that. So it's like I think there's a chance for Armor ES to like actually be quite good. I could be wrong. I heard the base types are bad. I think it was you were saying that or something. So I have to see what the bases look like. And also like you look at uniques also and like see is there any uniques to make Armor ES that kind of interesting? Maybe with maybe with the Ascendancy of Druid there's something that does it with that as well.
It was Crip who brought it up, actually. He was showing me how if he went for hybrid armor energy shield, which he did, he said it was way better. It's like significantly better to have some of his items be pure energy shield and some of his items to be pure armor, rather than all of them being armor energy shield hybrids.
Prime, and
Like
include
that's
the
how big of a
message,
difference it
hello
was.
and hello.
Yeah.
So maybe the hybrid pieces are getting some buffs.
Yeah, it could. It could.
But then again, if
I'm
they're
seeing
too
thinking
good,
about
then
shields,
why go
too.
pure on one side?
Yeah, true. And the other thing is like, Druid uses two-ended talismans, so you're not necessarily going to have a shield either. Which is kind of, if you're doing the whole shapeshift thing, kind of interesting. So,
I mean,
I'm really
surely
curious to see what the
the
Ascendancy is
hybrid,
gonna
like
look
the shapeshift, might come with some defensive layers as well. Maybe. Let's say bear form transition. Okay, well now you get % extra armor for being a bear or something. That could be a thing.
Ooh, that could be interesting.
Oh, you're a wolf. Now you have a % extra evasion or whatever, right? Like I'm just spitballing, right?
Yeah, that could actually be pretty cool. I wonder if you think the ascendancies for Druid are going to be usable, like fairly unniche and like usable as a generic ascendancy? Or
I
you
mean,
think
I
they're
can
gonna lock
definitely
that
see
down
a
little bit?
tailwind bear Deadeye.
Tailwind bear Deadeye, dude, the fastest bear in the West, bro. I like it.
I just say that could be a case. That could be the case, right?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you're probably not wrong here. All right, the next one on the list here, rarity mentioned.
Yeah.
I don't think this happens. I put it on the list because people kept saying this. I don't think they bring up rarity. I don't think they want to rebalance rarity and get into the rarity conversation at the moment. I think they stay away from this one like the plague.
If it's not mentioned in the showcase, then it will very likely be brought up by Siggy in the Q&A. It has to be
I bet he
mentioned.
doesn't bring it up. I don't
Has
think
to,
I
man.
don't think he brings it up.
Has to. Like it comes down to perception. Like I keep referencing a situation where Chris Wilson had to go out a couple of years back where the numbers according to GGG was that everyone was dropping more currency than ever, but the perception the community had was that they basically felt like we didn't get anything. And perception trumps reality in this case. And I think that's quite important to remember. People have the perception that you have to have 150% rarity or you're not going to drop any currency that you are willing to pick up. That is because you're upgrading transmutes that you wouldn't give a shit about into a Chaos or Exalted that you would pick up. And perception is way more important than the reality of the numbers. Because it's a game, right? And people want to have fun. And if the perception is them not having fun, it doesn't matter what the numbers say if the perception is I'm not enjoying myself, right?
Do you think the rarity, if they address the rarity of it, that makes the perception feel better, especially if they say like, oh, yeah, we're aware of it, but we're not going to do anything about it? Or do you think it makes it worse?
I mean, if they say that, it's going to make it worse. I think that they have to make changes to it. And because them having to make changes to it means that they're going to have to mention it. That's the way I see
It's
it.
really pouring all the subs today. I hope they didn't clean out the bank.
Okay,
account.
Great, thanks so much for the
But
gifts,
if they're
man.
not making
Love
changes
buddy.
for it now, are they going to mention it now? I mean, do you think they're going to mention it to not make changes to it? I don't think.
Well, if they're not making changes to it, then they're not going to mention it. They will stay away from it because it will only be negative if they mention it without changes.
There we go. That's kind of where I'm at with it. Like I think they're going to avoid this one as hard as they can, because I don't think they're ready to make rarity changes. I think they've focused on the league mechanic, the new classes, getting the axe out, etc. I think rarity will be rebalanced at a later point. So they probably ignore it.
My take might be completely fucking wild, but I just don't think that rarity should affect upgrading tiers of currency. They removed quantity in PoE 1 for a reason, and then they reintroduced it in this pseudo way in PoE 2 for an unknown reason. And I just think they should stop that and let increased drop rates of currencies or upgrades of currencies be gated behind how juiced up your map is. More so than, hey, I want to sacrifice a bunch of suffixes on my gear to make sure that I drop more Exalted or Divines. I think that's wild, but that is my personal opinion on it. And I'm not sure if people agree with that, but that's my take.
Yeah, rarity with currency was definitely a decision. Like, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how. I mean, I normally just ignore rarity in Gymro, because like I'm kind of not a rarity enjoyer, and it does hit me with the FOMO a bit. So I think I'm kind of on the same point with you here.
Yeah.
Virior Jersey.
I sometimes have good takes.
If you keep dropping mirrors and stuff like that,
The
I might just have to
occasional.
make
The
you an
occasional good
inspector.
take. I mean, in the end, we're just spewing out our personal takes. That doesn't have to be in line with, we're thinking about that kind of player base or that kind of player base. We're just giving out takes that we give a shit about. And I care very much about rarity affecting currency. I find it extremely annoying. Thank you, Jersey, for the sub, man.
I don't know. I haven't engaged with rarity much, so I don't feel like I'm educated enough on like actually doing juicing that I really have much of an educated take on it. I'm cool with whatever people want to do with it on that one. I normally just ignore it because I don't like building rarity. So I guess if rarity actually got nerfed or removed from currency, it would actually benefit me, because then I don't have to worry about it as much also. So I guess
But it also means
probably
that
in
you're
favor of it.
more incentivized to juice your maps. Like, I want to drop more currency. I want to have more
true,
tinks.
true.
Okay, well then you have to do more challenging content. Which makes sense. It's logical, right? Rather than, I want to drop more currency. Let me brick my character suffixes on my gear so I can drop more currency and then do the same content I just did, but now I'm dropping currency. I don't like that.
Yeah, true. I do like you're right. I do like the juicing on the maps as opposed to on the gear. And also, like, I like building my character with, like, for my build. Like, I don't like having to put slots that I would do for stats, like, on the rarity just so I don't miss out on shit. Like, I agree with that, too. And then if I'm, like, building my character stronger, the reward from building my character stronger should be I can do more juiced maps because my character's stronger, and that's where the reward is, as opposed to the reward is from the stats on my gear.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
So I think you convinced me your point. I'm with you on this. I don't think I like rarity. Okay. New non-druid. Oh wait, hold on, we missed one. Abyss stash tab. I mean, this is like free, right? Like, obviously we're getting.
Yeah, they're making it core. They're gonna add it one way or another into the stash tabs. Yes, or they add a specific Abyss tab and then they sell that to make more money.
So you want tier 17 maps in PoE 2? That's a whole nother sentence, my dude. No,
Wait, what?
Tier 17. The thing about, like, I'd rather do more juiced maps is like, so you want tier 17?
That's a big leap,
what?
dude. What? It would be cool, don't get me wrong, but that's a completely different topic.
I like the burn from working out. So you want to be kicked in the balls? No, that's a whole nother thing. That has nothing to do with it. No. Remove tier 17 mods from Abyss maps, please. Okay, what the fuck were we talking about? Yes, Abyss stash tab free. I mean, this is shit's like actually coming.
One way or another, they will either be a new stash tab or incorporated in existing tabs. Yes.
Yeah, 100%. Okay. New non-druid class or weapons. This means Templar, flails, swords, claws. I've seen all kinds of takes. I was getting trolled about this all fucking day long earlier when I was live. So, like, I don't think we're seeing anything but Talisman and the Druid. I don't think we get any more weapons. I don't think we get any more classes.
4 words. Fuck to the no.
Yeah, 0% chance. Like, I will give 100 gift subs to GHAZZY if we get a shadow dropped new class out of fucking nowhere. Absolutely not. Right now, GHAZZY is DMing the devs to tell them to drop it.
I'm way ahead of you. No, I mean, it's like, they make these big things about these. It's not just game wise, it's business wise, marketing and all of those things. They're not going to shadow drop it. That's just not going to happen. It would be
Agreed.
business wise stupid.
Agreed. No shot.
I'm not breaking any NDAs. What the fuck is chat's on about?
Did you wait? He leaked again?
I haven't leaked.
leaking
No,
another leak today.
leaked shit. I haven't even.
Come on,
Apparently,
GHAZZY.
there's a leak about the druid. I haven't even looked at that.
I don't know. It seems like you're leaking. That's what I'm hearing.
The only thing that's leaking is the hype train we just started. Let's go, boys!
Here we fucking go, dude. Chill train engaged. Chill train engaged. Okay, challenges. 40 challenges. Yes, no.
Yeah, my stomach was leaking the other day.
Jesus Christ. I don't think we're getting getting challenges. This was
Wait,
on that deep.
Oh, that's a good one, actually. That's a really good one on the bingo. You don't think we get challenges?
I mean, there's a chance. Like
They might
there's
do
a
it.
world that exists, but I mean, maybe. I want to say no. I want to say no. That seems like extra dev work, and I think they're mostly focused on. I think they're mostly focused on League editions, etc.
Yeah. I mean, it would be a straight off rip off on PvE1. It shouldn't take that much effort.
Yeah, but they gotta do new cosmetics, and they have to add.
Oh,
the
yeah,
challenge
that's
system in
true.
it.
And they would be, league specific challenges that can't be got. You can't get them again during beta. So maybe they want to stay away from those kind of things as well. Maybe that's far fetched.
I mean, maybe I feel like challenges would be kind of hype and bring more players in, but I maybe next league or something. It feels a little early to me, maybe. Oh, I got one for you. I'll throw one out here for you. Okay, what do you think the odds are the Roa gets gutted?
Like nerfed or like removed?
Yeah, like okay. I don't think it's getting straight up deleted. I don't think it's getting the the Grim Feast treatment, but like I think Roa is I'm up there with a pretty high percentage chance Roa is getting touched, dude. Like it's
Okay, well, let me ask you this then. To make the Roa balanced, there would need to be enough of a downside to it. Because the way the Roa becomes really good is so that you can always stay on it and never care, right? That's the only time the Roa is useful, in my opinion. Maybe I'm wrong here, but I feel like the Roa is only useful if you're always able to ride it.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Do you mean always ride it or be able to get knocked off? Like what?
Well, that's the thing. If you get
Which-
knocked off, you're fucked. That's the Giga stun,
Okay.
So, I
So
mean, if they
the-
nerf it too much, then it's terrible. But if they don't nerf it enough, it's going to be the same thing. And
I
then
would
if
rather
they-
it
I
be
don't know.
terrible than be in the position it's in. It's hard for
But
me
then
to
they
be
might as well
stoked about
delete
Roa.
it.
Yeah, I mean you're right. Yeah.
Roa has an MTX, really?
Yeah, it was in the supporter pack, wasn't it? I think there's multiple actual MTXs.
Then
I
they're
don't
not
think
they're not
MTX will
deleting
stop
it.
They're not deleting it, but I don't think MTX is going to stop it from getting nerfed. I mean, like multiple shit has been nerfed of MTXs already.
Yeah, I mean, if that's existing, then they will never delete it. They kind of have to make changes to it for sure. But question is how, though. What they really need is an undead Roa MTX. Yes, that's very true.
I mean, one nerf that doesn't actually like change that much for the higher end builds, but maybe changes a bit of the ease of it is when you're on a Roa, it doesn't count as being near a companion. The Roa has to be, you can't be on top of it to have it count. It would, because it counts as just you if you're riding the companion. And that would nerf all the companion damage nodes. I don't know if I necessarily like that change, but like it is something they could do to reduce the play of Roa a bit.
That sounds weird. Wouldn't that be weird? It would also thematically
would be
not really
weird.
work. Because it brings me back to the whole tamed beast conversation I had with Jonathan some time ago, where we talked about the fishing for a tamed beast. And the only real solution would be to allow people to tame a beast after you've killed it, but then the thematically would not apply because then you're not taming a beast, you're raising a corpse, right? So they opted to not do that and just let people do the whole fishing for tamed beasts through checkpoints. So they decided to do that, even though it wasn't a great solution, just to stay on point thematically. So having the companion nodes not affect if you're writing it would pretty hard go against the thematic approach of it. So I don't think that'll happen.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't disagree. I don't know if Roa can continue to exist as it is. It does too much, in my opinion. I think it does too much.
The Roa can only carry you for so long, and then it catches you off because it's tired and puts on a cooldown. I don't know.
Could you just give it the Pathfinder treatment where instead of 100% reducing movement speed penalty, it reduces by 50%?
I mean, it would still be like a easy choice. If you have the possibility to ride it, you will ride it. It will still be OP.
I mean, you can still ride it, but it would gut it by 50%. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know the solution to this one. It's hard to it's hard to remove what
Holy
it does
smokes,
without
another
making it
Prime
worthless.
subscription.
Thanks so much for the Prime, man. Appreciate you, dude.
Increase reservation costs. I guess that's an option.
Mm,
You could
higher
you could
spirit
increase the
cost would be pretty good, yeah.
because if you have the higher spirit cost, then you're going to no longer have Ghost Shroud, for instance, or Wind Dancer, etc.
Or have to invest more, possible, and the opportunity cost goes up a lot. That's a fair take.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, that's a hard one. That's a real hard one. I don't know how they actually fix that. I'll be interested to see what they actually do with it.
I haven't played enough on, well, I haven't played that at all to be able to make an educated take on it.
I played a lot of it last week. I got to like 96 or something with Roa, and it's definitely good. The other problem with Roa is since you never like dodge roll, etc., you can use, and you have no penalty, you can use the gems that give you a movement speed penalty for the more damage and like have no penalty. You just get it for free. I think that those support gems should probably still penalize your Roa movement speed. You know what I mean? Like that probably should not happen because you can take movement speed penalty and then it just doesn't matter on the support gems. You have no downside for that.
That's fair.
So that's kind of an issue too. Anyway, okay, constricting command / surround.
What do you mean?
Got it or no?
What? Got it what?
The constricting command, helmet, and surround nodes. Do you think they leave it as is? Like they completely removed Deepest Tower out of the game.
Yeah, but they changed it to Viper. Like they didn't nerf it. They just replaced it with another item.
Exactly. Yeah, completely correct. That's exactly what I'm saying. So like because they didn't want Deepest Tower to stay in its current form, do you think that constricting command stays in its current form?
No. I think they need to balance it. Because like the last thing they did with Deepest Tower is just replacing it with another thing. I don't think they want to replace it. I think what they want to do is find a balance state for it, right?
Do you think they could solve that with rarity? Making it like not so common? Or do you think it's just in and of itself it offers too much power?
I don't mind tier 0 to be really, really strong. But then the shit has to be tier 0.
Yeah, true.
So I don't mind that to be a solution to it. Keep things really strong is fine. There needs to be OP shit for people to chase down, interesting, unique. Oh, this is going to make my build so good, right? But then the rarity has to warrant it being that strong, right? Like Mage Blood's Headhunters in PoE 1, that's an example, right?
Yeah, I feel is Headhunter tier 0? Because I'm seeing thing. Is Headhunter tier 0 this game or is it tier 1?
I think it's tier 1 in PoE 2.
So then tier 0 is like actually fairly rare. Because I mean tier Headhunter, if it's a tier 1, was still being sold at like 40 dev for a couple weeks into the league. It's only now like, it's only now like 3 dev or something later on in the league.
Yeah, but then again, Headhunter is very different in PoE 2 than it is in PoE 1.
I mean, it's. Do you think it's not as good?
In the way the rares work and the quantity of rares, sure, definitely different.
Yeah, I agree with different. I feel like it's still pretty good though. Like one of the only unique belts I actually want to wear.
I mean, it's a really strong belt. Don't get me wrong; it's really good. It's just that the efficiency that you get for that slot in PoE 1 is significantly stronger than it is in PoE 2. Is basically the comparison I'm making. But
Yeah,
I mean,
true. True.
It's also hard to compare PoE 1 with PoE 2. You know, 1-to-1 comparison is not really fair either.
True. Okay, so then the next one on the list is bloodletting.
I don't see
think
bloodletting on
bloodletting
this
gets
list.
adjusted.
Which list do you have?
I'm looking at my prediction list I put on Twitter of like predictions of buffs and nerfs, etc.
Yeah.
Okay. Hold on, you go for a moment. I gotta pee. Cover for a second. I'll be right back.
I got you. Let's see. He said his Twitter. Let me go to his Twitter real quick. Earth microtransaction. Here it is. The prediction list. Okay, let's see. Predictions. Where were we? Restricting commands. Wait, what was he saying? Help me out, chat. Where were we? Bloodletting. Why can't I read bloodletting? Am I blind? I don't see it, chat. Not in the list. All right, whatever. Feeling better? Yeah, I'm feeling a bit better. Thank you. But you're talking about the lineage supports. I mean, I'm pretty sure that there will be. We should wait for him to come back actually before we talk about it. Atali's bloodletting. I mean, it was just freaking overpowered. That's just the main take of it in general. I'm also personally not really opposed to having chase stuff like Waken Multi-Strike, Waken Spell Echo, and stuff like that. And PoE 1 is also really interesting chase stuff as well. And I think that needs to be in the game as well, to have chase items that, you know, pushes the lever and the vectors outside of just the actual gearing. So having that on your support gems or skill gems, which I hope Vol gems might be an introduction to further push that agenda, is good for the game.
Do you think so? Do you think bloodletting is like a success then, as opposed to being like overpowered? It's like, oh, they made a successful item that has like, you know, a good reason to actually use it.
No. Bloodletting is way too fucking OP. Fuck that shit.
Okay.
But what I'm saying is that I think it's good to have chase parts to scale your character. That is not just equipment. I don't mind gems, talisman. I mean, Ralakesh talisman is another big chase thing, and I don't mind the lineage supports to be good chase stuff as well. I think it's good for the game to have other vectors than just gear to scale with. But I mean, bloodletting is a little overtuned. Let's put it that way. We have Rakiatas and stuff as well.
The lineage supports are like one of the biggest successes of the league. I mean, there was multiple, like the new crafting editions were good. The new Abyss League is actually like a pretty fun mechanic, a little overtuned maybe, but like, you know, pretty fun. You got the new bosses. We got new Kulamak. So like, there's a lot of actually really good additions. But it is hard for me to say that lineage supports are too strong, because like I kind of feel like we need strong support gems. Like I feel like a lot of the other normal support gems like don't feel that great. So I kind of like lineage supports being too strong, but like bloodletting is an obvious example of being kind of OP. But I think, you know, the one I'm thinking of is a Citadel for like the shield wall. It's a good example of a really cool one. And then the rest of them are kind of garbage. Like there's a bunch of like garbage ones, and then there's a couple really OP ones. The gap is fairly large.
Yeah, but I mean, we have that in PoE 1 with Awaken gems as well, which is like the closest comparison we can do.
True.
There are some really shit ones, and then you have a Spell Echo, Multi-Strike. Like, okay. You know, there's some pretty big comparisons there as well.
Yeah, true.
Thank you, obviously, for the sub, man. Appreciate you, man.
That's true. I mean, I think overall, I think 0.3. Was there anything, I'm sitting here thinking about the league that we're just coming out of, was there really anything that was like obviously overwhelmingly a failure? I mean, other than performance issues, I think we'd all agree there, but like, there was some tuning that needed to happen, but overall, I think it was The league mechanic was a W. The crafting additions were mostly a W, maybe a little bit of balance needed. Lineage supports were a W. Deflection, yeah, maybe deflection. Where you stand on deflection?
I mean, with the initial approach, the deflection was way too strong, and then what they gave us was not strong enough. It just felt, disappointing is a good take, actually. That's how I see it.
Do you think that if they made it 100%, it becomes immediately mandatory and, makes ES builds even stronger?
Is spell
Or you think
suppression mandatory in PoE 1?
Yes.
No. It's really strong.
I mean, I feel like it's kind of mandatory.
Well, most of my builds I've been farming tier 17s within 100% Delhi, despite the fog, has been played without spell suppression. You don't need it.
I mean, true. I'm thinking hardcore, but like...
Don't need
I
it in
don't
hardcore
know
either.
Okay.
It's really
guess
strong. I'm just
that
saying,
build-
like, it's not super OP. They nerfed it, and I think the nerf was good, but they did the spell suppression. But it's not like, oh, this is the 100% you have to do this, end of story, nothing else works. But I think that they could give deflection a similar treatment to what they've done with spell suppression. Because let's put it this way, if spell suppression was not able to get to 100%, would you use it?
No.
No, that's deflection right there. They have to.
I mean, I
have to
think
let
you're
you
right about that because, like, I will never use deflection in hardcore. Like, I'll never.
we
use it
have
'cause
to be
you
able
get
to
the
get
worms
to
are
100%, and there has to be an investment cost, an opportunity cost to get there. But it also needs to be balanced around how strong is it when you do have the 100%. But that's the balance that they have to fight, right? And they've done that with spell suppression, and realized it's a bit too strong, so they nerfed a little bit of it. But we're still able to get to 100% by investing our way into it. And I think that's what they need to do with deflection for deflection to be good as well. By not letting us get to 100% deflection, it's just, fuck, I'm never going to use this.
Yeah. Couldn't you say the same about evasion? Well, I mean, that is where evasion is, though. Like, you're not going to use evasion in hardcore ever as a pure mechanic. You're only going to use evasion to buff your energy shield better. Like, you're going to use it for Ghost Rider, you're going to use it for small damage mitigation, but you're never going to play like a life evasion build.
No, the
no
big thing
energy
is
shield.
that evasion isn't pure random either. It's entropy based.
Wait, what do you mean?
So let's say you have 75% evasion. That means that in a sequence, if you're taking 4 hits, one of them will hit. Where on the cycle you start your dodges is random. So you might dodge the first hit and then take the second hit, and then you're dodging 3 more hits, and then you dodge the fourth one, then you take 3 more hits, you dodge 3 more hits, and then you get hit by the fourth one in that cycle. And then if you don't take hits for a certain amount of seconds, that resets. But where on that cycle you start is random. It's not pure. Like block, for example, if you have 75% block chance, you can take 50 hits and block every single one of them if you're astronomically lucky. But if you take 50 hits in a row...
That makes it even worse. I mean, that makes it even worse.
But that's just how the entropy system works, right?
Yeah, I mean, that... If that's how it works with evasion, you could... I don't know how the fuck you would run that in hardcore. Like, I don't know how I'd run evasion. I guess I don't really run like pure evasion builds in hardcore. Like,
I don't think pure evasion would be good in hardcore either, but it's what Scrown in chat is saying. It's just made to avoid bad and good luck streaks, essentially. And I think entropy system is really good for the game. But I mean, that's why having, like, we've seen that in the past in PoE 1 where people have had like 75, 80, 82% block builds and then evasion. So when they finally do take a hit, it's like, okay, well, I'm just going to block that hit I'm going to take. But they're stacking it with evasion in the background. Same thing with the ward stacker that was very popular a couple of leagues back as well, where they had like these tons of layers of avoidance. And when you finally did take a hit, well, then you just cleared off your ward pool and then you just blocked everything until your ward was back up. And then that's just the layers of defense. And I think entropy is, it's more reliable is a good way to put it.
I think that's right too. Like, I was reading that also. That makes more sense. You can play around like, okay, I get hit once every 4.
Yeah.
That does make, I guess you could play around that.
The problem is, the problem comes down to life, right? Because you do evasion, you can't do that with energy shield very effectively after the nerfs. So you kind of want to have life in the background. But when you finally do take that hit, if that hit is a big one, you're dead. That's why you don't do it in hardcore. I think that
Okay,
on the
so
topic of deflection, I just think that as long as we're not able to push it to 100%, it's like, it feels awkward not to be able to get to 100% because it's now, it's not a blocking thing. It's like glancing blows all over again. Yeah, I can have 50% chance to block, but when that happens, I take half the damage instead of mitigating all of it. So why would I do that instead of just going regular block? And that's how deflection feels to me, because I wouldn't engage and invest my defensive layers into a state where I can get a certain percent chance of, hey, I'm going to take half damage to this. That sounds terrible to me.
I wonder if they're going to leave block as is. They'd probably leave it as is. I guess 50% is kind of fine. I wonder if we get more max block nodes, though. Some more max block nodes would be nice on the strength inside of the tree. Because like straight, like Templar is going to be shield for sure, shield flail. So maybe we get more shield nodes on that side of the tree when they introduce Druid here.
Hmm.
You invest literally nothing in deflection at the moment. 2 suffix plus 3 nodes in a tree. It's already 65%. I mean, that's nice. I suppose you can get a little bit of extra something in there.
I still wouldn't do it. That's the thing. It's still investment into something that'll happen every now and then. It's like,
My issue with it is like, okay, if I'm playing softcore, I'm just going to invest in more damage and kill everything first. And if I'm playing hardcore, I don't want an RNG based defensive layer. Unless it's block or something, which I'm like, you know, still able to, like, I want to be able to tank ahead. So like I have to be able to rely on it. Yeah, it would work great in hybrid. Yeah, like ES evasion. I wonder if they actually like got it to where you could do 100% a hybrid build. Like that would be, I think that'd be kind of nutty. Maybe that's like what they're scared of.
yeah. Or they might just not want another spell suppression situation. That could also very likely be it.
Yeah.
They don't want another spell suppression to worry about. Because spell suppression became the to go to, right?
I mean, you're not wrong at all. It's just okay. So if deflection was a thing and I could get it by running armor evasion, like maybe I'd actually run armor evasion for once.
That would be cool.
Because I don't. Is there any builds at all in PoE 2, like a single build that's running armor evasion hybrid?
Not that I've seen.
Yeah, me neither.
Ever?
It's a little bit of a missed opportunity. I don't think there's one that I can think of. So that's basically completely. That's like like both armor evasion and armor energy shield are like kind of dead at the moment. I guess armor ES might get added basically in this patch.
Maybe, but I don't think they'll do too much to evasion since the focus is a lot around the druid and will be armor intelligence, armor energy shield. Well, at least strength intelligence based.
True. Yeah, maybe if we got more ascendancies or so. I mean, you're right, but hard to say.
But I think last time we talked about this, you had the take that you think that armor energy shield, like strength was going to be like super broken. Like that would be like.
I still feel that. I think there's a real chance it could be very strong. I feel like if it's not complete dog shit, it's going to be very good. Like I think it's one or the other here, and I think it's really if you can get enough energy shield to tank the majority of the major hits and still have some armor with a shield, like I think you can be pretty damn tanky. Because like the problem with the armor builds isn't actually the armor, it's the life. You just don't really get enough life. You get 5k, life, kind of on the higher end. You know, maybe a little bit more in that, especially if you're in Calm's Heart. But that's kind of the issue. You know, with armor is more of the total slams, and armor isn't really good against the big one hits. So if you have a good amount of ES, and you're even going to have some life also, like just your total HP going up, I think could do quite a bit. And if you lose a little bit of armor in exchange for a much wider health pool, I think you're gonna be fine.
That's fair, but as soon as you said including a shield, now you're also getting layered block defense as well, which we know for a fact is one of the most sought after defensive layers in PoE 2. Even
Absolutely.
great in PoE
Yeah,
1
so-
as well. I can see
Yeah,
that.
very strong with that.
At least shapeshifting, to our understanding, will not be utilizing it since talismans are two-handed, right? Now we remove
no,
the
it won't be.
blockchain stuff. Well, at least we might not remove the blockchain, but we remove the inherited benefits of a shield at least. We don't know if the
For a shapeshift,
bear
yeah.
will have a block chance. I don't know. I doubt it though.
Shield wall. If shield wall doesn't get nerfed, it's actually like pretty crazy strong. So if shield wall remains the same and armor ES is strong, it can be quite good. The problem is you're gonna want like an armor only base shield, which is fine. So you'll get all your damage from the armor only base shield, and then you can run armor ES. It could actually be pretty nutty.
That's true. But they've also said that based on what we've seen is that some talismans will be allowing you to shapeshift to certain forms. Does that mean that some talismans are for form
Good
A,
question.
B, C, right?
I think I figured this out. So I thought about this earlier. So the talismans are, they say in game, they're associated with certain forms. However, they let you use the skills of any form. And I don't think that means you're going to be using, a bear slam skill as a wolf. I think what it means is the talismans themselves have a basic attack, just like the way a staff can use a cold, lightning, or fire spell. But if you use the basic attack, you use a fire or, a cold one that's attached to the staff.
Just like the
That
implicit.
means it's the implicit generic skill that's a basic attack. So if you use the basic attack from like a bear, talisman, then you're going to shapeshift into a bear and do a basic attack. And if you're a wolf, it's going to shapeshift into a wolf and do a basic claw attack. I think that's what that means. But all of the skills in and of themselves will work, independently of which version of the talisman you have.
I think that's a pretty. I like that one. I think that's pretty much on point, actually.
Because I don't know what else it could be. I see a bunch of copium that people were saying about like being able to use weapons with shapeshift, and it's like you can't just like put a fucking mace on as a bear and like be holding a mace and doing thunder like as a bear. Like doesn't work like that.
Wait, what did they do to the demon form? Didn't they make the demon form still benefit from the stats of the weapons you were wearing? Or am I going
I
crazy?
thought so, because like that was originally like a problem with it. I thought that like
Yeah.
you weren't, and now you do. That's what I
So
thought
you-
that they changed. Because
You shapeshift into a demon form, but now you still benefit from the stats from the weapon.
yeah,
That's what they
my
did.
understanding. Yeah,
But now shapeshifting, which is exactly what demon form is, it is shapeshifting. At least these versions of shapeshifting is gated behind talismans, seemingly.
Yep. But the talismans themselves are two-handed melee weapons, so you're gonna have, you're gonna have physical percentage, lightning, etc.
Hmm. Very interesting.
Don't forget, you're gonna need to run your ads because the reveal is coming. So if you want to
Oh, shit. Good call. Enjoy the ads, folks. I guess you're playing some as well.
yeah, I'm gonna start running ads so that way you do not get ads during the reveal live stream, or else it's going to be a problem. So we're gonna run the ads now, boys.
Oh, enjoy. If you're not a subscriber, hold on to something. Ads sent.
But that means we will have no ads during the actual reveal itself. So no worries.
Yeah.
It'll be safe.
Some of the druid skills has unarmed tagged. Where do you see unarmed tags for druid skills?
Where do you see the druid? I have no idea about druid skills.
If this is from the leak that's been running around, I think neither me or DM will have watched it or want to watch it. We have 1 hour away
Yeah,
from
we-
it. Like, we can wait.
Holy shit.
Yeah, we have
Dragon
very
Lord
purposefully not watched the
3,797
leak.
subscribers.
So I'm
Looks
not
like
really
another
sure.
fan of my Mage Skelly domination is
We're
born.
avoiding leaks on purpose.
Yes, sir. Someone did say something about Wyvern form, but I mean, that was kind of expected based on the GGP cave. Fun to see how it looks, though.
Soon we will find out what is actually coming.
1 hour. Almost there.
Oh, hell yeah. Another subscription from Mayonnaise Run. You're either really enjoying the content or just really enjoy supporting it.
Did you catch what I
Use
wrote?
the
Well, I
link.
trash talk my own build.
Did you catch what I wrote to you earlier?
No.
I'm copy pasting it.
Oh, for fuck's sake! Living Vertex just threw their prime sub at me like a grenade.
Yeah,
and now I'm stuck with this blasted alert again.
After the stream. It's focused on
Got
the
it,
stream
got
right
it.
now.
Yeah.
Scruffs,
PoE
you
will
sneaky
start their stream in
bastard.
50
Subscribing with
seconds. So we
Prime
get to
like
pull it
that.
up here in a moment, boys. We're getting there.
Good shit. I'm so freaking excited, man. This is gonna be so big.
About that time.
I think this will
Holy
be
shit.
one of the
Another Prime
biggest.
sub? Someone's trying to win my
Oh,
heart
this is
with their
going to be the
wallet, huh?
biggest since
Valiant
last
team.
December. I think they're gonna hit player numbers is going to be somewhere close to what they had on the beta launch as well. That's what I'm expecting. I think they'll hit north of 400,000 CCV, concurrent players. CCP.
400,000? Wait, CCV or you mean?
CCP.
Oh, my God. I was going to be like, holy fuck, bro. Like half of the goddamn planet's watching this live stream review. 400K is on the higher because the last time they hit 300, and I had the link open here somewhere. Here it is. So their peak of all time is 578,000. Dawn of the Hunt was 246. That was without the free weekend, but before the China server. And then we had 353,000 peak for Rise of the Abyss, which was on a weekend with the free weekend at 353. There's the peak. So we're going to have another free weekend this time. It's not a new act, but is a new class off the back of a well-received Rise of the Abyss. There's a chance for a big number here, but it depends upon if people are more interested in a new class or
buffs to all the stuff.
an actual new full-on act here.
Yeah. No, I think that they'll actually beat 400,000. I think the Druid is just that sought after. And I also think that they are consistently going to increase their peak with each launch leading into launch. Like I have big faith and confidence in GGG's capabilities of raising the bar on every launch from here to launch.
Every single one is bigger and better and larger and thicker.
Oh, but we had a conversation about this some time ago. I think it was last week or 2 weeks ago, where we asked if the free weekend got players in from our chats, and there were a lot of people in chat that were like, okay, well, I did try it during the free weekend, and that made me buy in. So they're definitely getting new players joining in and getting hooked on the game with every free weekend they're doing. So theoretically, with that, if they keep that up, the game should be growing with every launch, which is the entire plan they had from the beginning anyways.
The free weekends are smart. I don't know if it's hard to tell how much the free weekend actually influenced it. You know what I mean?
Mm.
I want to say a decent amount, but maybe it's not quite as obvious, right?
Yo, 1.2 million people watching on Twitch during last December.
Yeah, 1.2 million. I mean, it was kind of a big deal, you know?
They had a lot of streamers sponsored as well. So, I mean, that obviously had at least a couple 100,000 from that. But Jesus Christ.
Once the PoE opens up their stream here, I'm going to hop off the call and get ready.
Sounds good. All right, DM, good talk. I'll catch you afterwards.
All right, don't forget to run your ads, dude.
Yep, got you. All right, good luck, man.
GG, brother.
GG's. All right, that was DM, boys. Woo! Holy shit. Second. Holy fuck, man. That's his count. Do you think we'll get scouring orbs? I don't think we'll ever get scouring orbs. Time is to reveal in 1 hour. Abandon as minion players start this league. I hope we're getting minion stuff for the druid. That's what I hope. That's what I'm hoping. Wolf minion coming. And minions, do you think the druid will have? Animals. We know wolves. We don't know what else. All right. Crows, wolves, bears. I don't know. We'll see. Wyvern minions. That'd be cool as fuck, you know. I hope the wyvern looks cool as fuck, man. Sources League? I don't think so. Have a huge update like Druid. We get access to the new tree. What do you mean with the new tree? Druid spirit estimation companions. What do you? Top left tree, no longer placeholder nodes. Oh, you mean like that on the skill tree? Yeah, that's definitely going to see a lot of attention there for sure. Playing party, what's up, Scriblets? Party of Druids calls out your minions while they stay shapeshifted. True. Oh, that's pretty cool, Elohim. I didn't know that. I think it's she had Siri or maybe Caladra. Caladra also have all background. No, it's definitely at Siri. 100% at Siri, man. 100p, dude.
Sabrina, you're making me feel like the king of ARPGs.
Sabrina with the prime,
without the
thank you.
support.
Ay. By the way, I will send more ads. If you're not a subscriber, hold on to something. I will be spamming ads best I can before the launch. So I will try to avoid ads during the launch. So if you're not a subscriber, hold on to something. I'll try to spam them as much as Twitch allows me. Kalanda's clearly giant bird lady. The fuck? Ay. Big shit, dude. Big shit. Very excited for this one. Gonna be wild, dude. Thank you so much for subs, by the way. I appreciate it. That's for you guys. Thank you. Siri would be spectrable. How much effort we'd putting into viable build?
Subscribed once and
A
now
Siri
you're
will not
back
be
again with your
spectrable,
prime.
no.
Are you trying to make me feel
That'd be
bad
wild.
about how much I spend on my coffee? Jeez. At
That would
least
actually be
send me
wild
the
as fuck,
recipe for
dude.
that Diablo build you're so worried about. Well, would you look at that? Another
Holy
subscriber
shit,
who knows
dudes.
how to live life
Oh, I need to
Prime.
prep. I need to prep. I can turn off alerts prior to show. Let's raise the question: how many
Yo,
biddies?
boss,
Tell you, look at your sub, but if you can
Prime
expect
Wolf,
us here.
Thanks for subscribing yet again, you crazy bastard.
Holy shit, dudes! I mean, how many minions?
Well, holy crap.
Do you
no
guys think
load.
we'll actually
4
get-
subs in a row? You're either really generous or really needy. Either way, thanks.
3. Just cosmetic.
Oh, sweet mother, let's see. Vinidor just blessed us.
Maybe
to
we
give
don't
another
get
Prime
minions.
subscription. Does this guy have an Amazon Prime?
Maybe
stock
we
or
don't get
something?
minion druids outside of like some wolves for some debuffing. That might be a thing as well. That might be a thing as well, dude. That might be a thing. 100 new useless specters. Wanna be a negative Nancy and say 0? Don't say that. Don't say that. Rework zombies. Hello from Thailand. Well, hello, sir. Happy to be here. You guys have a PoE too? My man. Forge Vendigas, but in the shape of sexy ladies. When we have the miscreations.
Who's decided to join the dark side golf
In PoE 1.
We
usually call them titty bitches.
Dominating blow build.
The titty bitches. They're actually a thing. Look at that number. Look at that number, by the way. Look at that number right there. 10,500 people watching. And the campfire for D4 had what? 4,000 people watching or something? 4.5? This shit hasn't even started yet. It's an hour out. Christ. Ay. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Bro, they decided to push the fucking D4 12 hours before PoE 2. And I'm like, what? There's no way they do it. No. 12 hours before the PoE 2 launches is when they're launching Diablo 4's new season. It's wild. They're alienating their own player base. And they're like, nah, you know what? There are people who prefer to play D4 over PoE 2, which is true. There's definitely people that do that. But I'm like, okay, but you know what happens? There's been a track record history of content creation being significantly better to do in PoE 2 than D4. That is why we see so many of the D4 hardcore content creators coming over to PoE 2 and making content PoE 2 instead. That's one of the main reasons. And by putting it that close, they're losing not only the overlapping player base, but they're also losing the significant amount of overlapping content creators away from D4. Like, D4 is just dying at this point. It's wild. Which is a shame, because I actually enjoy playing D4 throughout the campaign and the leveling parts. Once you get to the end game, that's when the D4 gets boring for me. Like, I still update my guys, for example. I mean, I have fantastic people helping me out with that right now. This collision is insane. Choosing guys bad. Yeah, probably need to fire in the Diablo team. Love D4 and both PoE 1 and 2, but these two lining up. PoE 2 wins without a question, yeah. Just heard from Riker that Season 11 is incredible. Oh, it's definitely better, but it's still falling flat on a lot of aspects. I was talking to Rax about that the other night. Getting Twitch drop for the launch? Yes, sir. And watch this stream and you'll get the Twitch drops. Atsiri. Are the servers offline in PoE 2 right now? Thank you for the subs, boys. Appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Included the message, made it a full year. Time flies. GHAZZY gone 2 win.
So here's the take. When the point 4 launches, I will be hosting the biggest subathon I've ever done. We have some massive improvements from the last subathon we did last year. We're making a new one. It's going to be bigger than ever.
Automation,
And if that one goes well, I am very likely going to host another GHAZZY TV meetup. I just don't know where it's going to be. Last one we did in Copenhagen, I was thinking the US, but it might be a little hard for me to plan. Will your sister be there? Yes, it's already planned. She has a flight ticket. She's coming down. So it seems like we're going to be maybe hosting one in Central Europe. Like maybe we'll do a GHAZZY TV meetup for the community in like Germany or something. Which is easy for people in Europe, can fly to like Berlin or something. Very easy. It doesn't cost much to do that. It'll be easier for US people that want to show up to do that as well. So we might do that, and the drinks are cheaper in Germany as well. Yeah, we had a community meetup earlier this year after the last subathon in Copenhagen. That was awesome. We went to some escape rooms. We went to we went go-karting as well. It was really fun, actually. It was very, very enjoyable. It was a cool event. Cheap drinks in Germany, show me the place. Cheaper than what we have in Denmark and Sweden, I'll tell you that much. And I've been to SoCal, and I've had drinks at bars in SoCal, and that is ridiculously expensive. A Druid doesn't have a minion component. Will you go literally Infernalist minion this league? I'll probably play Druid anyway, so I'll league start Druid. How much is a beer in Sweden? Like $2? $2 to $3. In a bar, yeah. Like €3. As a German on vacation in Sweden, had a hard time getting drunk without getting broke, yeah. I mean, I had to pay like $15 in San Diego for a drink. Like, what the fuck, man? That's insane. That's actually wild. Free player sounds like Battlefield player versus COD. COD is dead every year, but yeah. We'll see. First things first. We have a subathon happening on the 12th. We'll see how well that goes. And if it goes well, I will host a community meetup. So for those of you who don't know what happened the last meetup, we met up in Copenhagen, and I paid for all of the events we did. We went go-karting, we did some escape rooms, and we went to bars and had a lot of fucking fun. It was amazing. It was absolutely amazing. So if this subathon goes well, I will very likely host another one. And we take a little weekend trip somewhere and meet up. That'd be fun. We'll see how many we are as well. It was around TwitchCon, so it might have been more expensive because of TwitchCon. I don't know. Happy to see the shirt again. Oh my god. Who is we? A bunch of people in the community. Anyone who wanted to show up could sign up, and we had an entire Discord set up for it. We were like 20 something people, 20, 25 people in the end. It was very fun. We even had Shin flew over from the US to meet as well. It was very wholesome.
Holy shit, Jinx Q, son. You're really going for the subscription hat trick, huh? Keep it up and I'll start.
Jinx, son,
calling
thanks
you
so much for sub, man.
God.
Nice shirt. Here's some more ads, by the way. If you're not a subscriber on Twitch, there will be more ads being played, so we don't get ads during the reveal. So if you're not a subscriber, hold on to something. I'm going to try to spam them as much as I can before the show starts. The one who lost his luggage, yeah. Felt so bad for that. Yeehaw, she joined us, by the way. Do it up, yeah. Gia. If the summithon goes well in December, I'm hosting another community meetup. You should join us, man. Haven't seen you in forever, man. Hope life's going well for you. When are you coming to Brazil? That's a pretty fucking expensive trip for me to go to Brazil, man. While we're waiting, you know, spiritual aid works with renewal passive clusters in PoE. It does not. Is the renewal more damage? Spiritual, yeah, this is double damage modifier. That's not what spiritual aid is doing. Spiritual aid is making it so that increase and reduction modifiers applies to you. Here's a pic of the bar I bought. Yo, dude, that looks dope as fuck, man. It's amazing, man. Minion buffs, let's go. Yeah, I hope so. We'll see, though. Can't wait for this, man. Hope you guys are ready for this. I'm sure as fuck am. You know, like what, 70% because of DM? No, I haven't bugged DM about it at all. I know DM has a lot of information about the druid. But here's the thing. I respect my friendship with DM, so I haven't asked him anything. I'm sure if I bugged him enough, he would very likely tell me something, but it's about respect. So no, I haven't asked him a single thing. Because I know that he would do the same for me. Like if the roles were reversed, he wouldn't be asking me a bunch of questions either. It's about respect. I haven't leaked anything, no. Has he told you without asking? PoE stream is 4K options if you're interested. I can stream in 4K as well. The problem with 4K is that VOD issue that Twitch is having. That's why I don't stream in 4K.
What is this?
There's a
Some
VOD
kind of
issue.
Subscription spree. You trying to buy my affection, Doral 51?
I'll check with Kikis if that actually got resolved. Like he didn't press you for the div cards? Exactly. Kind of a good real friendship, not just because you both are in the same industry. It's just about respect. I mean, DM and I have known each other now for quite some time, and one of my closest friends in the industry. So it's like, and I think that's because both of us have a very respectful way. Well, we do it after the reveal, dissecting the patch notes, and then we'll see what else we can do with it. Steve says you leaked like a thief. Bro, I have leaked 2 things. I don't even remember what the first leak was. I said something I shouldn't have said, and the second time was me opening a Starforge box the day before I was supposed to. That's all I know. But now it's become this thing where people say I leak all the time. It's happened twice. Yo, I got 20 gifts on YouTube by UCX. Shush! Thank you so much for the 20 gifts, man. Thank you, dude. Gassy, how do you feel about Quinn69? What about him? What did I miss? What did I do now? What do I feel about Quinn69? What about him? UCX with 20 gifts in the YouTube channel. Thank you, man. Appreciate that, dude. As a person and fellow gamer in general, I don't really think I have anything else to say to him. Tell him. Like, what do you want me to say? I don't interact with him much. We spoke a little bit when both of us had a tree fall on the opposite sides of the fucking planet. What do you want me to say? Classic YouTube. You're right, Lupin. Do we expect no JSON again for tree? That's a good question. Yeah, I don't think there will be a JSON file for it. They don't have that because they don't have a tree system on the website. So no, I don't think we'll get a JSON file again. Is there drops? Yes, there are Twitch drops. I should add that to the YouTube channel. That they will start in 35 minutes. Druid primaries, claw or axe, talismans. Look how many viewers there are now. 20k on the stream. Shush. Wasn't sure if he was anywhere near your usual circle. Well, I'm in Sweden and he's in New Zealand, so it's literally the opposite side of the universe. Haven't tuned into your stream before. Well, welcome in, sir. Confirm we get notes today? Yes. It's confirmed we get patch notes today. Chance on spider form and end form. I think we're getting a wyvern form, but that's based on the GDPK file. The data mine stuff that we've seen.
Well. Looks like Emo Burke.
Emo Burke with the prime, thank you, sir.
With prime in tow.
I can't play more ads yet. I'm waiting for Twitch to let me send more ads. Thank you, and UCX for the 20 gifts, man. I appreciate that, dude. Music. 80k people watching the streams on Twitch still right now. Sheesh. Good lord. That is wild. That is actually wild. All right, time to turn these things off and mute my sub alert. Done. Mute. It's muting us. I'm playing ads for Twitch again, by the way. If you're not a subscriber, hold on to something. I'm going to keep spamming it as long as Twitch lets me. There'll be more ads on Twitch now, so we don't get them interrupting the show. Reaper form. A fucking Reaper form. Come on, man. I just hope we're gonna get some juicy video stuff, man. That's all I'm hoping for. That is all I'm hoping for, man. That is all I want. Druid summoner build, yeah. Very exciting, boys. This is gonna be so nice. How many of you guys in chat will play Druid? If you're gonna play the Druid, type me in chat. I want to see. Twitch drop starts in 30 minutes. Holy shit, dudes. Dude, as a bloodline node transforming into one of your specters, we become one of the ants. That would be pretty cool, actually. If there's not enough minion stuff, I'll be able to play whatever the Wyvern form is. Or both. What are the odds that they don't give us a minion play Druid? It might actually happen that we don't get minion stuff. Might be the case. I don't know. I hope we do, though. Do anything to lightning? I don't know. Time will tell. There is a D2 even at minions. I know. "30 minutes, boys. 30 fucking minutes." Ah, this is gonna be so good. How do I use gems? What do you mean? Patch those right after announcement. Yep. That's confirmed already. That's confirmed already. Wait, what is this clip?
Commercials, forced commercials now, so
Yeah.
they don't pop up during this.
All right, guys, we're gonna take a shit together. Commercials.
God damn it.
It's the best way to do it. All right, be right back.
I'm confused. I'm confused. I've taken more shits than I needed for the rest of the year. Last few days, I'll tell you that much. Yeah, I got the stomach bug from my daughter. Last few days have been rough, I'll tell you that much. And that Kaga shall be innocent, exactly. Update links for drops command. The point superior one. Is there even a drops command? There is a drops command. Where's the drop info? Where's the fuck? Do you have a link to it? You. Updating the link. Thank you. I still like you. That's good to hear, man. Thanks so much for 10 months, man. Oof. How are you? I'm doing all right, Tabuli. How are you doing, man? Look at that sub badge Tabuli has, by the way. Look at that. Kiki's helped me prep some new sub badges for the stream. He has an 11-year subscriber badge, dude. An 11 years sub badge. $11 I'm not even that old. Oh my god. Holy shit, man. Get rid of the butterfly? Nah, it's still there. Still there. We just fine-tuned and made better sub badges. Chat, did you know you get on average 29 more divs per league if you give GHAZZY your prime streamer client? Oh my god. I know, with the sub, thank you. New league shadow drop today? No. No, this has been announced multiple times. I hope there will be some really sick video stuff, dude. Oh, I need there to be some sick video stuff, man. Thank you for being awesome and allowing us to partake in your content. I'm only able to do what I do thanks to the support you guys give me. I've said it several times, like I cannot do this full time if it wasn't for you guys supporting the channel. You know, it's been very popular the last couple of months where people sharing how much they're making on YouTube and Twitch and whatnot. I make about 80% of my revenue comes from subscriptions. I'm not even kidding you, boys. 80% of what I make is from you guys subscribing to this channel. It's literally what's making me able to do what I do. Talisman needs 68 minion levels to be usable, plus spirit modifiers. Pretty accurate. 24 minutes. And golems will come back with Druid? I don't know. The 20% left comes from your OnlyFans? Yes. Thank you, Muli. The suite attacks your odd value of non-cash support you receive. That's how it works, yes. Is this the count on a 15k t-shirt auction? Yeah, I'll sell my I'll sell this t-shirt. I will sell this for 10,000 euro, unwashed. I'll even sign it. Ay, ay, ay. Why would you make me wash it myself? Does it come with bath water? Bro, I have made preparations for the subathon, and part of that preparation Was this cleaned out the hot tub and replaced the water? Everything is prepped for the subathon. Okay. We're ready. We are ready. Not even half full. Bro, it took several hours to fill it. Test track with the 7 months. Looking forward to this. Yes, sir. Thank you so much for sub, man. Plus, whoever buys it has to pay shipping. Nah, I'll pay for the shipping. Something inside my brain says that you're a Brazilian or at least lived a couple of months or years in Brazil. Is that correct? And I've never been to Brazil. Born and raised in Sweden. Oh, I can play ads. Twitch viewers, if you're not a subscriber, hold on to something. I will be able to play more ads so we don't get interrupted during the show. So again, I will send ads on Twitch. If you're not a sub, hold on to something. We do this to avoid having ads interrupting the show. So I'm sorry, but here they are. I got myself a League Reveal candy. Also because my stomach is fine, so I can finally eat something proper, like snacks. Mm-mm-mm. Minutes. I don't know, Satchel. Actually, don't know if they do. Do you play games other than ARPGs? Of course. I play Tibia. And I play some TD games. $32,000 people on the official channel. 108,000 in the directory. Sheesh. The whole PoE category is just waiting screen. You know. PoE drop starts in 18 minutes. Ad surge completed. Good shit. I might be able to send one more set of ads just before it starts. Nice Volokov. Yeah, I just had some chocolate. Sue me, man. I haven't been able to eat any snacks or anything properly the last few days. And I wanted some goddamn chocolate. Okay. My stomach will just have to suck it up and deal with it. I need to get a drink for this. Give me a second. Ads, haven't seen him in 11 years on this channel. Ultimate flex right there. All right. You guys ready for this? 16 minutes. 16 fucking minutes. It's going down, baby. It's going down. Will you play Druid? Of course I will. I'm just hoping there will be some media stuff for me to play with. Dodo J with the 5 months, thank you. $15. What's the drops? Type exclamation mark drops. Type exclamation mark drops. Quacks with the 34 months. Thank you, dude. $16 minutes until people start crying because everything they announce is trash. You know, that's never really happened. 315, 319 are the two only leagues where people have complained. And even then, it was mostly positive. Do I need to reload Twitch for drops to count? No, they should just take place in 14 minutes. Show my hand tattoo. I have a pet tarantula named Mirage. I have a toe pinky tarantula up here. Got a black widow right here. And this is a wolf spider. How many subs for Hot Tub, or can you show the sub goals? You'll see the sub goals during the subathon. We're still locking them in. That's pretty cool, caffeinated. Do you have a spider pet? Nope. I don't. I had 2 snakes many years ago. I had 2 corn snakes about 2 meters long each. 1 albino and 1 snowflake. Or snow corn. Now I have 2 Maine Coons. Big cats. Oh yeah, that's true. I do have 2 spider pets. I do have 2 spider pets. So, you guys can't see me with the camera right now, but I have a sleeping loft here in my office. there is one smaller spider that's around where my bed is up there in the sleeping loft, and I have another spider that's usually behind the computers, and I let them be in my office. I have never, well, actually not never. I've seen one fly in my office, and the day after it was gone. But every time I see another spider, I know how they look. So if I see another spider, I kill it. But those two, I always let them be. So I literally have 2 spiders in my office that I let them live because they get rid of all the flies and whatnot. So I have 2 pet spiders, I guess. But every time I see another spider come into the house, I immediately kill it. But those 2 are good. So I have 1 in each corner. They're my protectors. Have you named them? No. Why kill more spiders? Because spiders, they're animals and they also take shit. If you have too many, then it's not going to be good. They'll starve each other or they kill each other, and you know they make the place dirty. But 2 spiders is fine. 1 in each corner. Free room and board for a bug quota, exactly. Arachnophobia is real. I had a spider that was up in my ceiling and came down in front of me on stream. Yo, Sims, do we have a clip of that? Because in the middle of a stream, there was a spider literally like in front of my face that came down from the ceiling in the middle of a stream once. Scared the fucking shit out of me. I think there's a clip of it somewhere. Spider phobia, been was 9, woke up with a massive bubble in my leg. Oh, Jesus. We don't have the poisonous spiders to that extent here in Sweden. Let's see. Only this? What's this?
Green Kingberry.
European is
Oh
always
my
too hard.
god,
I can
what
make
is
it
happening?
grow.
The
Look at that.
inflatable rope?
Yeah, so this is an anti-rope. You can climb up the rope, basically. It goes up instead of down.
Somebody climb it. I got a 10-meter dick.
I can't.
Anyways. No idea, Jar. That sounds good, Bryce. 8 minutes. All right, I'm gonna send the last set of ads on Twitch. If you're not a subscriber, hold on to something. Last set of ads on Twitch, and then we will have a couple of hours with no ads. So enjoy this last round. In 3, 2, 1, go. Tell us about the div card you made and put on your big. I don't know anything about no div cards. I have no idea. For a market light, that's kind of rough, dude. I had no idea, dude. That's crazy. But did you decide with the Valdo box? I love about div card is the gamble. We need more gamble options in PoE 2. I love to see people crying. The fuck. Nilla with the prime. Thank you so much, Nilla. All right. Look alive, boys. 6.5 minutes to go. Atsiri, Atsiri. They've given the omens, the abyss, the ritual tag. Yeah, it sounds crazy. A div card is like a fraction of something. Let's say that Apothecary, for example, it's 5 Apothecary cards, gives you 1 Mage Blood item. If you drop an Apothecary, that's 1/5 of a Mage Blood. House of Mirrors is a divination card that gives you a mirror of Calandra. For 9 of those cards, you get 1 mirror. That's how the div card system works. Let me put it this way. If they introduce, well, when they introduce div cards to the game, I just hope they don't give us stacked decks. I don't want stacked decks in the game. Why no stacked decks? Because fuck stacked decks. Stacked decks allowed us to get access to endgame bosses before we even got to maps. We could actually get access to endgame bosses without even having anyone in the entire league having gotten to maps already. That's what stacked decks did. I don't like that. Just because you don't want it doesn't mean other players don't want it. Stop influencing the developers with your personal preferences. Shame, Gassy. As if my personal preferences are the guidelines that the GGG devs are using to design their game. You're basically telling me that I'm not allowed to share my personal opinions, and I will always share my personal opinions. And I'm sorry that you feel differently about it. You want less quantity or more quality of div drops? Doesn't matter to me. I think div cards are really cool. I just don't like the stack decks. You're a bad guy, Gassy. How could you do this? All right, let's see. Atsiri. Can I help the chat spam it here? Refresh, you're 15 seconds behind, am I? Okay. 3 minutes. Lock and load, boys. Focus up. Focus the fuck up. I dare you have an opinion? I know, it's crazy. He's not a bad guy. He's a crybaby, a grown-ass man crying over a video game. Oh, Sims banned him. Dude, you know how much it takes for someone to get banned in my channel? That is wild. You managed to get banned from this channel? Guys, can we get to clap to the channel for him? It's incredibly hard to get banned in my channel. Like, you need to be an actual royal clown to be able to be banned in my channel. Holy shit. It's a timeout. Now, Sims, do me a favor. Just ban him. Oh, you can't? I'll do it myself. Hold on. Hide user from channel. There. I sorted it. I'll do it myself. Holy fuck, man. What did I miss? Someone on YouTube managed to get banned on the channel. Incredible. Very impressive. It was a blood sacrifice for the Atsiri reveal, okay? That's all it is. All right, you guys ready? My Zin brother. Okay, guys. Before this starts, guys, I get it. The Americans finally have snooze. And yes, the most popular one in America is Sin. I'm sorry to tell you, Sin is shit quality compared to what you can get, okay? There's 10 times better quality snus out there, and we, who come from Sweden, where the shit was invented, have access to those things. I will never put Sin in under my lip, because it's shit quality compared to what you can get. Okay, I'm sorry, but that's just the way it is. I'm sorry, I'm glad you guys have snus. I'm very glad you have it, but there's way better stuff than Sin, okay? The fuck is snus? It's there. Put it on your lip. All right, shut the fuck up and pay attention, boys. It's happening. All right.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile 2, and welcome to GGG Live. Today we're going to show you an exclusive reveal for what's coming next for Path of Exile 2. Twitch drops are enabled on today's live stream, so you'll be able to claim your Verdant Wilds dodge roll effect by following the instructions below. Now today, it's finally time to show off a new class that we know everyone in the community's been waiting for.
Yes, sir.
So let's roll the trailer for Path of Exile 2, The Last of the Druids.
He's naked. He doesn't seem to have a dick, or it's really small. That's the tiniest ass crack I've ever seen.
Well, well. What have we got here then?
You lost, fella?
Hey, we're talking to you.
I asked you a question.
What's wrong with him?
He's lost his bloody mind.
They're gonna show the wyvern form, I swear. Come on. Ah, it's the bear, okay. Hey, the wolf looks dope. Yo! There were wolf summons there, by the way. Yeah! Let's go, dude! Bruh! Yo! Bro!
I will find you,
Woo!
Eve.
Now, as you can see, the Druid is a shape-shifting elemental spellcaster. After his fellow Druids were destroyed by the King in the Mists, the Druid lost his humanity in the forests of Ogham, where he wandered for years as a beast. Now, finally reawakened, he's determined to find his lost wife and regain his humanity. The Druid has been one of the hardest classes for us to design. As well as having human spells, he has 3 animal forms, and we wanted to make sure that there were interesting combos between all of them. The Druid is our first hybrid strength and intelligence class. That means he needs to have the ability to use spells and attacks. As a human, the druid typically uses magical staves to harness the powers of the earth and the natural world.
Okay, that looks pretty cool.
One of the first skills you will learn is the ability to create small volcanoes from the earth. This skill spits out balls of magma at your enemies, and will continue to do so for some time. While the volcano is active, turn into an animal and wade into melee range. Many of the skills you use as a human last for a significant period of time, giving you a good chance to turn into an animal and rage out. But how do you turn into an animal, you may ask? Well, the answer is a new weapon type that druids use, animal
Changeling
talismans.
talisman.
When you equip an animal talisman, you can choose which animal form you would like the talisman to represent.
But
Depending
where's
on what you
Wyvern?
choose, you'll be given that animal's basic attack as a new skill to equip. For a bear, that's Maul. To turn into a bear, simply use the skill. Your character will instantly transform into a bear and attack. If you want to change back to a human, just cast a spell. You will instantly swap back and cast it. We wanted to make sure that swapping between forms was seamless and immediate. Changing forms
Nice.
should be something that you do without even thinking about it all the time in battle. In order to allow for hybrid melee and caster gameplay, most of the skills you use in your human form last for some time and aid your animal skills in some way. The volcano we used earlier will emit more molten balls whenever you hit it with a slam, making it perfect for use with your bear form's furious
So basically
slam.
exactly like Volcanic Fissure.
While in bear form, many of your abilities use rage. There are a lot of ways to generate rage, but the easiest one is simply smash your enemies with Maul. Once you see the runes on your back glowing, it means you have enough rage to do a much more devastating version of your furious slam. Your bear form can also go on a rampage, stomping the ground as you demolish your foes. The more rage you have, the longer the rampage lasts, and doing it over a volcano makes it even better. As you consume rage, your bear form will generate endurance charges, and these can be used with skills like Ferocious Roar. Ferocious Roar is a war cry that empowers your subsequent attacks to break your opponent's armor. The more endurance charges you have when you use it, the more empowered attacks you will gain. But Ferocious Roar has another special feature too. It's a meta gem that allows you to socket any Warcry gem from another class into it, giving you the ability to use these skills as a bear.
Okay.
Use the Warrior's Infernal Cry skill to make your enemies explode.
I don't think the bear is for
Or
me.
use
It
Seismic
looks
Cry
cool
to
though.
stun your enemies and double up the number of slams you do. You can even use it with Ancestral Call, a skill that turns you into the fire god Kaun. Ever wondered what the Karui god of war would look like if he was a bear? Well, wait no longer. Finally, build up enough rage and you can use one of the bear's ultimate abilities, Walking Calamity. This skill summons a storm of fire around you for some time, while generating even more rage to power your other abilities. A true bear-pocalypse. Now the bear is known for being a slower and more lumbering animal, with slower attacks and heavy slams. But what if you want to turn into something a little more nimble? Well, let's check out the second animal form for the druid, wolf form. For the wolf form, we wanted to go fast and furious. Even just the wolf's basic attack will leap forward and rake his foes. After attacking, the wolf stands up on two legs, but after running for a short time, he goes back on all fours, allowing to move more quickly between packs of enemies. The wolf has a lot of cold attacks based on his association with the moon, and the first of these is Lunar Assault. It's great for freezing your enemies in place. After they're frozen, use your basic rake attack to knock shards of ice off your enemies, which land on the ground nearby and explode. If you want to get into battle quickly, you can use your pounce attack. This skill leaps at a target and applies a mark to them. Killing the marked enemy will summon a wolf minion to your side, allowing them to fight with you. Mark and kill as many enemies as you can to build up a sizable pack. While an enemy is marked, your wolves will prioritize that target and do more damage the more wolves you have. So make sure you keep your pack strong. Now, one problem you might run into is your wolf pack dying in boss fights. You often don't have any enemies that you can mark and kill in order to regenerate your pack. To deal with this problem, you can use Cross Slash. Cross Slash jumps backwards and does a vicious double slash. Any marks on your target explode and triggers their abilities. This allows you to pounce to mark an enemy and then summon a wolf even without killing it. Cross Slash also has another feature though. Remember those ice fragments from before? Well, Cross Slash will propel any ice shards on the ground towards its central target. First, freeze your enemies with Lunar Assault. Then rake them to create as many ice fragments as you can. Then follow up with Cross Slash to generate a field of icy explosions to obliterate your enemies. If they're still alive after that, your pack of wolves can finish them off.
Okay, that's pretty cool.
Just
Don't
like with
care
the
about
Bear's war
damage,
skill
guys.
earlier
The
that allows you
damage
to
is
use skills from
showcasing
other
that- like, they're not
classes,
showcasing
Pounce
damage
is also a
outputs.
meta gem that you can socket mark skills from other classes into. So for example, you might want to try adding Freezing Mark from the Monk to Pounce. After pouncing at an enemy, Cross Slash to explode the mark and gain extra cold damage for a time. The Wolf has many other ways to go all in on cold though. Using the Arctic Howl Warcry will allow you to add cold damage and chilled ground to any slam, while buffing your pack of wolves as well.
Dude, it looks awesome,
You can also use
man.
it to freeze enemies that are close to being frozen, making it much faster to use your other combos.
Bruh.
Finally, the wolf also has the ability to call down the power of the moon to transform into an Arctic werewolf with Lunar Blessing. In this form, you move and attack more quickly and deal extra cold damage. Consuming Rage will extend the duration of your Arctic wolf form, so you could try a hybrid bear and wolf build if you want to utilize the skill to its full effect. Alright, let's
That
talk
looks
about
cool
the
as
third form
fuck.
available to the Druid, and I think it's a cool one.
The
The
whole-
Wyvern. The Wyvern has a number of long-range breath abilities. That doesn't mean you can't get into melee range when you want to. The basic attack of the Wyvern is Rend. Jump forward into combat and slash your enemies with your lethal talons. If they're close to being stunned, you can blow them off balance with a blast from your wings, causing an explosion of damage. After the battle, though, it's time to feed. Devour the corpses of monsters to create power charges, and this is when the Wyvern's abilities really come online. When using Rend, you can consume a power charge to charge up your wings with lightning. Not only does this do a bunch of damage, but it allows you to turn this melee skill into a much larger AoE attack. Once your wings are charged, your Wing Blast will also do lightning explosions for even more damage. If your enemies are close to death, no need to wait for them to actually die. When you see this blue marker, just devour them alive. Fresh meat is much tastier after all. Alright, so those are some melee options, but how about range? Well, you wouldn't be much
The
of a
druid
dragon
look-
if you
like, the
couldn't
wyvern
breathe
looks
fire
so
after
cool.
all. Rolling Magma is the first of the Wyvern's breath attacks. Spit
Rolling
balls of fire
magma.
that bounce along the ground. These balls will trigger volcanoes as well, so it's a good idea to cast one as a human right
Yo!
before you start spitting. But that's not all you can spit. You have something a little nastier in that gullet of yours. Spitting a barrage of oil at your enemies will cover them in a viscous sludge that makes them easier to ignite. If you have power charges though, plant your wings in the ground and vomit a barrage of lightning-infused projectiles. The more power charges you have, the longer you can do this for. But make sure you keep your foes at range. You're vulnerable to melee attacks while channeling this skill. In order to help with that, let's take a quick diversion back to some of your human abilities. As a druid of Scoth, you have the ability to harness the power of nature to create entangling vines to slow down your enemies. Another of nature's punishments is the thunderstorm. Creating one of these will create periodic strikes of lightning from the sky, and will also make your enemies wet. Why is that useful? Well, of course, things that are wet are easier to shock. Use it with lightning damage from your wyvern form to enhance your damage. Making things wet also makes them easier to
Lightning
freeze,
mana,
so it
boys.
works nicely with your wolf form as well. And you know what else likes water? Plants. Water your plants to give them various extra abilities. Use Lightning Storm with Entangle to make them last longer, and attach more vines to each enemy, slowing them further.
That's
Summon
pretty
Thrashing
cool.
Vines to slam at your enemies for a time. Any that are created in water will be larger and deal more damage.
Dude, the vine skill looks dope.
Now then, with our enemies sufficiently subdued with our plants, time to really lay into them with our lightning-infused barrage. Now, this last wyvern ability is just ridiculous, but we felt like we had to do it. Use Flame Breath to take to the skies and rain down a stream of fire on your enemies. You have wings, so we have to take full advantage of them after all. So fly around and burn in it.
Yo.
Now, there are a few other skills we didn't cover, but there's one in particular that I think will open up a lot of builds. Spell totems. Spell totems are meta gems that let you create a totem that will automatically cast any spell in the game for a time. In order to create one, you will need to spend 3 endurance or 3 power charges. You could use them to throw fireballs, summon comets, or shower the area in lightning. Really, the options are kind of endless. Your bear form can easily generate endurance charges by consuming rage, and your wyvern form can easily create power charges by eating corpses. So it's pretty easy for the druid to get the charges needed, but they're also available from quite a few other places as well. I'm sure we'll be seeing a lot of different spellcaster classes thinking about how best to take advantage of these.
Yeah, that is so
Now,
cool.
of course, along with a new class comes a bunch of new support gems. We've added over 30 new supports throughout the game, but I'll show you a few of the cooler ones here.
30 new
Fan the
support.
Flames can be added to any wind skill to spread fire from one ignited enemy to the other enemies behind them. It's great for the Wyvern's Wind
Ignite
Blast.
proliferation.
You can also use it on many other classes with wind skills, like the Twisters on the Huntress, or the Monk's Staggering Palm Projectiles. Accelerated growth causes extra explosive plants to erupt from the ground whenever you grow plants with rain. And Advancing
the-
Storm
the
changes storm
vibes
skills
are
like your
so
Thunderstorm
cool.
or Tornado to move across the battlefield. It's great for watering plants en masse, or to turn tornadoes into a real disaster by sucking up multiple ground effects as they travel along. And the Sorceress might like to use it with Firestorm as well. Echoing Cry causes your Warcry skills to echo. They will repeat a couple more times with a delay after you use them, giving you more empowered attacks. Use it for the Druid's animal form Warcries, or on the Warrior for a nice power boost. Grounding Shocks causes monsters you shock to turn into living Tesla coils, arcing lightning to nearby enemies. You could use it with your empowered wings for an extra damage boost, but it's also great with any other shocking skill. Try it out with Lightning Spear. It obviously needed more AoE clear. There's a whole pile more, but we'll leave those for you to discover. Now with a new class comes new Ascendancy classes. The Druid will have 2 options for now, with a third being released later. The first
As we
class
called
is
for.
the Shaman. The Shaman channels nature's elemental fury and can harness rage as a spellcaster, unifying his animalistic and magical tendencies. By allocating Druidic Champion, you gain spell damage the angrier you are, and with Furious Wellspring, you generate rage continuously and can spend it to empower your spells. With the knowledge of the Asmerian Magi, the Shaman can harness untapped power from runes and idols. After allocating Wisdom of the Magi, you will notice that all runes and idols have extra mods only available to the Shaman. These new mods unlock countless new possibilities for enhancing your build.
Aw.
You can also allocate Bringer of the Apocalypse, allowing you to become a walking natural disaster. After dealing enough elemental damage, storms of all elements rain around you, destroying all who would face nature's fury. There are other abilities for the Shaman, but I'll just show a few from each class for now. The other Druid Ascendancy is the Oracle. The Oracle perfected the power of Foresight and utilizes this in combat to gain massive advantage. When taking Fateful Vision, you will see visions of your future self using specific skills. If you decide to follow this path by using the skill yourself, it will do significantly more damage.
Okay.
And with Converging Paths, at a critical moment in battle when a monster is vulnerable to freeze, stun, or electrocution, the Oracle can use Moment of Vulnerability to see a vision of the enemy's future, and then merge it with the current timeline, allowing him to deal damage to both. And one of my
That's
favorites,
pretty
when you
cool.
first become an Oracle, you'll notice over 130 new extra passives appear in the Druid section of the tree. By allocating the Unseen Path, you use your power of foresight to learn from alternate futures and gain skills that would otherwise be unavailable to you. For example, self-sacrificing allows you to be able to summon more minions by reducing the spirit costs, with the trade-off of making your reservation skills cost more spirit. Or Corruption Endures, which allows oracles to have a small chance to avoid death. Both the Druid Ascendancies offer interesting and unique ways to gain modifiers that no other classes can get, so we're expecting a huge variety of build possibilities from these. Now there are unique talismans for the Druid to use as well. We won't spoil all of them, but this one was particularly cool. Fury of the King turns your bear form into a fire demon, converting most of your damage to fire.
What
As a
the
demon, you can
fuck?
also use Molten Crash, a jumping slam attack that leaves fissures around you. This unique also continuously grants glory, allowing you to use your ultimate abilities more easily. Now, of course, the Druid isn't the only thing we're adding to 040. We still have a bunch more to show. With every new release, we create a new league with new mechanics, new pinnacle bosses, and with a new story to tell. And this time is no exception. So let's roll the trailer for the fate of the Vaal.
Holy fuck, man!
GHAZZY. It is a ruin, but in the dark, machines still churn. The temple has many functions, and with it, a chance to save the Vaal.
2.0 incursion.
Gateway through time.
2.0 incursion.
Travel into the past again
Yeah,
and again.
yeah. Travel to the past. It's 2.0 incursion. We called
Open
it.
the temple. Uncover its
And it's like
secrets.
Synthesis League combined into it. Holy fuck. Synth was one of my favorite leagues.
Sacrifice. And somewhere in the deepest chamber, my queen awaits. I beg of you, hear me. The beast cannot give you what you desire.
You may have studied it, Doriani, but you do not know it like I do.
I fucked it.
It adores me. Come
Fucking
now.
do it.
Give unto me your desire. At last, fulfill my soul.
I can
Hi,
fix her.
I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile. In the Fate of the Vaal League, you will find remnants of the ancient Vaal civilization scattered throughout Rayclast. They seem to attract nearby creatures and affect them strangely. After killing them, the remnant appears to gain some amount of power, but not enough to fully activate it. It seems you will need to find 5 more of these arcane devices, and sacrifice the monsters you find there to fully activate one. But things
Holy
don't always go to
shit,
plan.
man.
These devices are old, and sometimes infected by corruption. Twisted versions of ancient Vaal may emerge, and sometimes even stronger foes. On fully activating one of the devices, you finally discover its true purpose. A portal opens and takes you deep underground to a lost temple, once the home of GHAZZY, Queen of the Vaal. What treasures could still be inside? I think you're gonna want to find out. In front of the entrance is a console of some kind, and on activating it, you can see a map of the temple. GHAZZY's personal chambers are on the far side, but how could anyone get there? There are disconnected rooms, and the layout doesn't seem to make sense. And that's when you realize the purpose of the ancient devices scattered through Rayclast. The temple is powered by sacrifice, and
There
this
she
energy
is.
can be used to modify the very structure of the temple itself. Each time you run the temple, you will be given 6 rooms that you can place, allowing you to craft your own dungeon to explore. Place paths to link up the dungeon, and place rooms beside them full of precious loot. After you are happy with your choices, open the temple and discover the results of your efforts. Each room contains different challenges along with its rewards. On entering a room, the doors will slam shut behind you and you will need to face the encounter within. But choose wisely. It's important where you place the rooms to get maximum returns. For example, when placing a commander, you could just place it anywhere along an existing path, but a much better strategy is to place it next to a garrison of troops for him to command. With better leadership, the garrison will level up, making the monsters harder, but also more rewarding. Different rooms have different requirements for leveling up. For example, If you want to fully level up a smithy, you will need to supply it with golems from an adjacent golem works, and hook up a generator to the power network to supply it with power. After doing so, the golems will be powered up, making them much more dangerous.
That is such a
You
cool
don't need to
system.
memorize what interacts with what. When selecting a room, you will be shown the locations that will make other rooms level up, and exactly what effect
That's
it will have
smart.
on the temple.
That's very smart.
After running the temple, a few of the rooms will destabilize and be removed. It will be up to you to rebuild the temple, adding 6 more rooms each time you come back, making the temple larger and larger and larger. So, that's the basic functionality of the temple, but there is a lot more. Once Doriani finds out about your travels to Laraval, he will attempt to persuade you to take on a new mission. The temple entrance contains a prototype of the time portal device. It will be able to take you back in time, but only to one specific point, right before Exile triggered the cataclysm that destroyed the Vaal. He requests that you go back and attempt to stop Exile to prevent the Vaal from ever being destroyed.
Locate the royal architect.
Exile is on the far side of the temple, so you will need to expand the temple significantly to get to her. And even worse, her chambers can only be unlocked by a room that isn't currently accessible to you. In order to deal with that, you are going to need to visit the architect of the temple. To get to him, you will need to place path rooms, but while doing so, you will probably want to exploit some of the Vaal technology only available in the past. Once you can travel into the past, a whole new set of rooms are available to you, and they have some pretty insane rewards. At level 1, the corruption
is.
chamber can be used to corrupt a
There it
single
is.
item. But placing it next to a thaumaturge to run the place, and a sacrificial chamber to provide soul energy, you'll be able to level it up.
Locust
And
of corruption
it's worth
tier
it.
3. That's a double
Because
corrupt.
once you get the room to level
Tier
3,
1.
there are some very nice rewards to be had. In a level 3 corruption chamber, you will find this mysterious device. It has a slot to place an item, and it only accepts items that are already corrupted. What will happen to them?
What?
Well, normally once an item is corrupted, you can't modify it any further. But this device allows you to corrupt your item a second time, adding another enchantment. This has the capability to craft some very powerful items indeed. But be warned, the Vaal are all about taking risks in the pursuit of power. There is a 50% chance that the item will be destroyed.
Okay. Okay.
Each room has its own interesting mechanics and rewards when it levels up. Many of them contain bosses to fight, special drops, and in many cases, new crafting opportunities.
Volgem.
For example,
No?
a level 3 alchemy lab has a nasty Vaal construct to fight. But if you can defeat it, you can find new corrupted soul cores. Like Guatalitzi's Thesis, which on boots allows you to sacrifice your life to run faster. Or Sita Qualotl's Thesis, which on gloves will revive one of your minions whenever an offering expires.
Huh.
Get a sacrificial chamber to level 3, and you will need to face a highborn priest of sacrifice. Defeat him to be able to further corrupt a Vaal unique, modifying it in unpredictable ways. One of the mods of this unique will be removed and replaced with another random mod.
Okay, okay.
For example, this Soul Mantle. It gives you an additional totem, but lowers your totem's life and curses you when they die. By using the machine, this could result in a terrible item if you remove the good mod, but also some amazing items if you replace the downside.
It's basically Foulborn,
Now,
yeah.
one extra thing to mention about these Vaal crafting machines. You don't have to take the items you want to craft into the temple. If you don't have the item you want to craft with you at the time, then clicking this button will allow you to create a currency item instead, allowing you to do the craft later or trade it if you want. Now, there are all sorts of interesting rooms you can find in the temple.
Nice.
But the last one I want to show you today is the Flesh Surgeon. A Vaal Flesh Surgeon
This is gonna
can
be so
leveled
good,
up
dude.
by placing him next to a high-level synth flesh lab. But be careful. The Flesh Surgeon has some rather unpleasant experiments in his personal lab. Afterwards, you might notice the surgery table just sitting there. The Vaal are great at crafting items. Why not do some crafting on yourself? After laying down, you'll be asked which limb you'd like to replace. Left arm, perhaps your right leg. Each limb can get a different set of random bonuses, so choose wisely. After getting up from the table, try out your new limb. It seems to work fine, and even perform better than your normal one. Now, there is just one thing with replacing body parts. If you die and are resurrected, your body will return to its natural state. You might need to return to the Vaal Surgeons if you want another robot arm, and maybe get a better one next time.
That's pretty cool.
Some rooms, like the Commander, can give you a new type of reward. Medallions that can be used to manipulate the temple in other ways. Using a Queeper medallion will allow you to artificially boost a room, even if it doesn't meet the normal requirements to level up.
Okay.
And a Huatalotli's medallion will stop rooms from destabilizing when you complete a temple, allowing you to guarantee getting a reward a second time.
Okay.
Great if you want to stock up on double corrupts. Now, with all that aside, time to face the Architect, and you will be in for a fight. Once defeated, you will find another console that can be used to modify the temple. But this one is special. It allows you to place new types of rooms with specific rewards. There are rooms with specific uniques, special runes, and currency. But also a few other, more niche crafting experiments. Like this one, that can extract the soccer balls back out of an item, at the cost of destroying it.
Okay.
Now, something really important is every league we release a significant amount of content for the in-game. In order to make sure that the Fate of the Vaal works well for late-game players, we've added many mechanics to make sure that you can scale the difficulty and rewards to match. Getting some rooms to level 3 adds extra mods to the entire dungeon, and these stack with each other. So in endgame, when you can get some really big temples, you can generate a challenge that can even match the strongest of characters. We also start to introduce ways to store up energy for the temple, allowing you to save up many runs so you can do them later at your leisure, and not interrupt your mapping too often. Now in each league, it's important that we have a new pinnacle boss to test your character's might. In the Fate of the Vaal, you will get to face GHAZZY while she was at the peak of her power. One of the rewards you will gain by defeating the Architect is the ability to place the Royal Access Chamber. Once connected to your temple, you can visit it to finally reach the Queen of the Vaal herself. This fight takes place at a critical moment in history, right as GHAZZY communes with the beast's power and takes her true corrupted form. Now, we are not going to show you the whole fight, but we will tempt you with one of the rewards. This is GHAZZY's rule. This staff gives additional levels to all of your corrupted gems and lets you trade life for extra damage. But in addition to that, while using the staff, mirrors of refraction will constantly appear on the battlefield. Any projectile you fire at these will split into a nova, and they can chain from one to the other.
Nice.
So, that's the Fate of the Vaal League. But we are
There's
also
more.
bringing the previous league, Rise of the Abyssal, into the core game, along with a few changes. Now, for those of you who haven't seen what happens when a league is over, it's important to understand that you will not be seeing abysses in every area anymore. Rise of the Abyssal is now one of the league mechanics that can show up randomly in endgame. If you want to specialize in running abysses, there is now a tablet that will allow you to add them to any map you run. You can also craft the tablet to add abyss-specific mods to enhance how they function.
Nice.
Now that Abyss is core, it also needs its own Atlas tree. You can gain your first points by completing an Abyss.
It's just me. Was there barely any changes to the Atlas tree, if
But
any
there
at
are
all?
more available for doing depths and killing certain bosses. And there are a bunch of different options. You might just want more monsters and bosses. But you can also make finishing an Abyss have a chance to overrun a nearby map with the Abyssal. Or make your Waystone modifiers also apply to Abyssal depths. You could specialize in the interaction with other leagues, or specialize in a specific Abyssal faction. One of the important elements that we have heard loud and clear is that needing to do Abyss crafting on Waystones is quite annoying. So, we have removed that.
Okay.
In fact, we have removed instilling from Waystones as well. This mechanic felt mandatory on maps because it boosted the value of all other content, but it was both annoying to do and resulted in a lot of visual clutter. Instead, we are bringing back some of that power on tablets, which you don't need to craft nearly as often, since they last for 10 maps each.
Okay.
Once you defeat the Arbiter of Ash, you will be able to upgrade tablets to a rare with 4 mods using regular currency.
Aww.
Even this isn't enough to fully bring back the power you could have gotten from instilling, so we have also buffed the bonuses that tablets give. Going forward, we're not going to be adding any more crafting directly to Waystones outside of the basic currency, because it adds too much micromanagement. But on that note, Fate of the Val does bring the ability to corrupt your tablets, hoping to get one of many different random outcomes. Now, with regard to Delirium Fog, even though you shouldn't have to have it on every map anymore, we still did want to make it less visually annoying. Delirium Fog has been toned down significantly, so you won't feel like you're just playing in a sea of grey. Another big source of problems in the endgame is the feeling of getting overwhelmed with monsters.
They actually did it.
In 031, we reduced the number of monsters in early endgame in order to help with this, but still scaled up the number of monsters to previous levels by the time you got to tier 15. Well, after letting this simmer for a while, we are still getting this kind of feedback. So we are no longer going to scale up the number of monsters you go as you get deeper into the endgame. Instead, we are scaling up the difficulty and rewards by the same amount. So to be clear, instead of increasing the number of monsters by 40%, they will instead drop 40% more items, grant 40% more experience, and have 40% more life, in addition to all the normal scaling they get due to being higher level. This only applies to regular monsters, not bosses. We have also reduced the speed modifiers that monsters can get sometimes, which also helps a lot with this. Now, we did have a large amount of content for endgame planned for 040,
Less
but
density.
unfortunately
That's an
we just
interesting
didn't
take.
get time to finish it. The scope was a bit too large, and so we would need to wait until 050 for that. But rest assured, there will be a ton of upgrades for the existing leagues, as well as new pinnacle bosses, and a significant overhaul to the Atlas passive tree coming soon. Now, another problem that becomes a much bigger issue in the endgame is game performance. And we have done a lot of work here. The primary
good.
issue is CPU load. And to address that, a lot of things have been optimized. And we have done a lot of work to take advantage of more of your CPU cores. You should see frame rates of at least 25% higher, and a lot less bad frame spikes during gameplay.
That's good.
It does make quite a big difference, especially on consoles. A lot more work in this area is ongoing, and you will continue to see performance improvements over the next few months. Of course, another important area is game
That's a big
balance. and we have made a lot of changes. Now, most of these we will save for the patch notes, but I'll do a quick summary of some of the numbers. As well as adding 11 new unique items, we have rebalanced dozens of others that are not currently used very often. We've also done a pass over lineage supports. 21 of them have been rebalanced, as well as adding 9 more. Alongside the 2 new Druid ascendancies, we have made balance changes to almost all the others, with some of them getting a grander rebalance, such as the Smith of Katava. Alongside the 20 plus new Druid skills, we've also rebalanced 90 other active skills across all the different classes. And to top it all off, there are also over 250 new passive skills added to the passive tree. These changes should go a long way to increase the viability of many more skills, uniques, and overall build variety that can tackle our most challenging content. Next up, we're going to be talking about our new supporter
We just added
packs.
250 new
Today,
passive notes.
we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs, the Precursor and Kalgurin packs. Each tier contains the pack's full face value in points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions. As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way.
Good.
The Precursor series of supporter packs contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. First up, the Marble Statue character effect. Once you finally stay still for a moment, a podium rises up out of the ground to immortalize you, turning your skin to marble. When you next move, the stone crumbles around
Holy
you.
shit.
The Precursors had mastery over gravity manipulation. So too can you, now with the Gravity Well portal. Witness the power of its pull as you approach it. Draw in enemies with your own gravitational pull with the Awakened Precursor armor set. The Precursors designed and built many mysterious ancient beings. This one used to serve as a scout that would patrol and tase intruders. Why salvage gear yourself when the Master of the Forge can do it for you? Molten gold spills out as the Forge Master breaks down your items.
I need that one.
The Relic of the Precursor's map device is a mysterious
cool.
machine that sits atop ancient colossal statues. It keeps track of the number of charges consumed on your Precursor tablets used in the device. The Kalgurin pack series also contains 6 exclusive microtransactions.
What the fuck is that?
The Kalgurins had astounding skill in astronomy, being able to track cosmic events with absolute precision. Harnessing that skill, with the Astronomer's level up effect equipped, you too can now see exactly how long it took you to level up as it outputs the time in chat.
Nice.
The time taken to reach your last 3 levels is also displayed on the item, so you can link it when you have a time you're proud of. Crush unique enemies by unleashing the wrath of the lost Kalgurin fleet, led formerly by Captain Heartland himself. A Kalgurin seafarer needs armor fit for the treacherous seas of Rayclast.
The peg leg!
This set has you covered with the classic tricorn and, of course, a peg leg. The Lost Treasure weapon skins top off your appearance of a true raider of the seas.
I need
These
this.
gilded weapons can be
Not that
applied
one,
to
no.
wands, 2-hand maces, and shields.
Okay, that looks cool as fuck.
After a long
Boobies!
day of plundering loot, retreat to the Kraken's Cove hideout, a home of some of the most deadly, ocean-dwelling creatures in Rayclast. Many ships have met their demise here. What better to accompany you in Kraken's Cove than a Kraken itself? Replace your
Nice.
stash with a dormant Kraken, waiting for its prey. As you approach, it will awaken and terrify both you and any guests in your hideout.
Nice.
Alongside this, an extra stash skin item will be granted to you, and when placed, will automatically open to any stash tab set with the currency affinity, to help having to navigate through your tabs. Additionally, any microtransactions from these supporter packs will be made available for use in Path of Exile 1.
Nice.
Thank you very much for all your ongoing support.
I'm getting
We're
that one,
just
by the
about
way.
to start the Q&A with Ziggy D. Afterwards, at 11 AM NZ time, we'll post the patch notes. With release at the end of next week, our community team will be posting crucial information you'll need for the release. Keep an eye on the news. Thanks for joining us today and checking out our latest developments. We're looking forward to playing alongside our fellow shapeshifting exiles.
Holy
all
shit.
while uncovering Lost Val secrets by doing some dungeon crafting. We'll begin the Q&A shortly, so please get your questions ready.
Okay, dudes. What the fuck, man? What the fuck, dude? Holy shit, man. Dude, synthesis used to be one of my favorite
Welcome back,
leagues.
Exiles, to the Q&A portion. I am your host, Ziggy D, and today we're going to be touching on the design of the Druid and the Fate of the Val League.
We
while
only
get
got
some community
250
questions.
passive nodes.
We'll really dive into
Only.
game balance and
Yeah,
other
the
game
fourth
design
in a
topics.
row.
I am, of course, joined by game directors Jonathan Rogers and Mark Roberts. How you guys going today?
Oh, very good. I mean, you know,
Holy
it's been a
shit,
it's been a
dude.
great one to work on this one. Like, I've really enjoyed it. So yeah, it's definitely great to see you again. And it feels like it's only been like no time at all since the last time you were
Yes,
here with the PoE1 release.
It feels like only several weeks, and that's pretty accurate.
yeah.
We get to see you twice as often now, so that's fun.
Yeah, I'm around every 2 months or so now, roughly. It's great. I love it. Let's keep going. So I do have to open with this, though, is like, Druid looked a little bit weak, I think, in the demonstration video today.
Yeah, I think one of the issues that we have is like we're so concentrating on like just demonstrating how the mechanics work that we sort of forget to be like, okay, let's actually make sure the damage numbers that we're doing on this like test character we're filming here are actually like in line with what people actually normally expect. So yeah, there's just a few things there that we probably should have caught and made a little stronger there. But yeah, when you actually play it, it's certainly from the alpha feedback incredibly powerful. Like
Yes.
you know, the like, you know, we were seeing some people say, oh, you know, the wolf looks weak or whatever. Well, I can assure you that on Alpha, there's a bunch of people saying the wolf is super OP. So, you know, it just comes down to the things you go through in order to demonstrate
I
stuff.
think we probably going to be worthwhile. We make some videos showing a bit more of the less demonstraty side and get them posted and stuff this week. Because honestly, you can just play it literally right now, and it's you know.
Yeah, I've definitely been playing and recording a bit myself, because I was like, when I first watched it as well, the draft, I was thinking, it's like, I don't really get a feel for what it feels like to actually play it. Like, there's good demonstration here of the mechanics, but yeah, I can understand how from your perspective, it'd be pretty easy to be like, oh, we want to communicate how this cool thing works and this cool thing works.
There's a fine line there for sure. Where if you get too hectic, people are like, I don't even know
I
what's
didn't
going
see
on.
no
I'm just
minion
just
stuff for the
looking at
Druid,
other
no.
buckets. And then, yeah, in this case, let's say we went on a little too far on the other side of the line, was just a bit too slow, and as a result, yes, it can look a bit weak, but
yeah, I think we'll try and get some like raw Druid gameplay out to people to kind of understand.
sure.
I think particularly for this class, because of the
Yeah,
shape-shifting
wolves,
stuff,
yeah.
it's so hard for us to. Normally, we can look at something and be like, "Oh, that's just a demonstration." We kind of know what it would look like at endgame.
Yeah,
But
no
I think with the
Toda was
Druid, it's just
mentioned.
So unusual. It's so different that it's actually hard to judge what it would be feel like to even play it. And I'm happy for my hands on to say that like it's almost immediately like very smooth the shape shifting of it, the movement of it, especially because like in your demonstrations you're not really using dodge, roll, sprint, that sort of thing as well. Which makes a big difference.
I suppose one of the things we didn't really dwell on in the video as well is that we do actually have dodge roll. I mean, they're not actually rolls for the animals, but yeah, all the animals can like hop around and that kind of stuff. And that was honestly one of those things that was like kind of funny, because initially we actually had it so when you dodge roll, you would transform back into a human. And the reason we did that is because it's really hard to make animations for animals that like actually work correctly. Like we actually thought it was impossible, but then when we actually put it on alpha, there was the kind of visceral reaction of I want to still be a bear, like, you know, while I'm hopping around. So we ended up having to like work out like how can we make this possible? How can we make it so that you can actually do the dodge rolling as an animal? And that sort of ended up being pretty good, I would say.
And this was like clearly the hardest class to design so far, and it took a bit longer. Like I think you were originally hoping to bring it out in a previous expansion.
Yeah, quite a while ago. But the thing is with it is that it's kind of like designing 4 classes in one, because not only do you have the situation where like obviously we want to have synergy between skills and stuff like that, and we can like look at that in a normal class and work out what those might be. But with this class, people want to be able to play just as a bear or just as a wolf, as well as people who want to play like dual with a human and a wolf, or people who just want to be a wolf and a bear, and like all the different combinations. So we had to kind of come up with a way for like each line needs to be self-sufficient and that it's got all the tools that you need. But at the same time, you have to not have it so it feels like there's just duplication between them. We're like, oh, like this is just the same thing as what a bear has, but you know, you are a wolf instead. So we kind of have to like, it's like you need all the tools, and yet you also need to have them feel different. And
I
that just
saw
made
that
it really,
in
really
Combust.
tricky to get all of the things right with it. And then it didn't also help that, you know, since the last time we were working on the Druid, way back when we showed it off in Gamescom 2023, we had WSD. And that is a whole other complication because, you know, like, how can we make that work with the animal forms? It's like a whole thing. You know, like, I'll tell you the wyvern, for example, like, we had a hell of a time making it so that you could do the ranged attacks because you need to be able to walk while you're doing it. The wyvern's sitting there with its arms, like, planted on the ground, you know, like, being able to walk while also spitting it. Yeah, it's like, we went through so many iterations of that. So, yeah, it was just a very tricky class overall, like, just crazy.
I remember seeing some very goofy looking, like, wyvern, like, months and months ago.
Yeah.
You were, like, trying to, this is not working, right?
Right.
Like,
Well, I also remember, like, for a long time, the wolf was just like a dancing dog. It was just like, it looked really silly. And, like, man, the wolf as well, I mean, it was really hard to get right. And because one of the things we really wanted to avoid was, I didn't want that too much of that whole, like, man in a wolf suit vibe.
Yes.
Like, I wanted to actually get the feeling of, like, this is an actually different animal, which I think with the bear and the wyvern's way easier. With the wolf, it's like, it's really hard not to just go back into that. So we had a lot of questions about, like, what even the locomotion was. How does it walk? Are we going to walk on 2 legs? Are we going to walk on 4? We ended up splitting the difference. You can do both, right? Like, you get that when you're attacking and you can be upright walking on 2 legs. When you're walking, you run on 4, and you actually do get a speed boost while you're on 4 legs. Like, as a wolf, just so after like 1 second of walking, you go down on 4 legs, you start moving a bit faster. So yeah, it's
Actually,
pretty cool.
An interesting thing there, I don't think is each form technically has a kind of passive benefit.
Right.
So obviously you've got the running fast as a wolf. Can't remember exactly what the wyvern ones were, but like for the bear, for example, because you're just a bit bigger, you know, a bit of a tank. Yeah, you actually do get armor, and armor applies to elemental damage as a thing, and like, you know, there's a kind of, which is like, honestly, unless you actually click the bear keyword, is like undescribed everywhere.
Well, yeah, it was even more than that, because I was just looking at it in game before. The bear has like passive endurance charge generation.
Yes, it
from
does.
Rage
So
expenditure.
from rage expenditure, it does.
I was like, that's so cool.
yeah. So we really wanted to make sure that each of the different forms had things that can benefit the other forms. So like, it was really tricky to think, like, what are resources that a bear can generate? What are the resources that wolf can generate? What are the ones the wyvern can generate that the other ones can then use in order to kind of get that cross synergy? So yeah, that's kind of like one of the reasons why we had to kind of come up with all that stuff. And that, part of the trickiness.
And that caught me by surprise as well, because like technically it's mentioned, but I never really fully understood the idea that you can swap between.
There's a lot of things that I think people wanted that we didn't see.
Yeah, I figured that's what's going on here.
New ascendancies for other classes.
And then immediately transform to a bear mid slam.
You absolutely can.
I thought we were going to see some more immediate stuff for the druid.
You want
we
to
saw
present
wolves
a fantasy to
for the wolf
as far
form.
as like what the UI is pushing you towards and all that sort of stuff. Like, there are going to be a lot of people who are like, I want to be a bear, and they just pick
Atlas
bear
tree
stuff
didn't
and they
get
go, well, bear,
changed.
right? But at the same time, we're unconstrained in the sense that you can pick all the other stuff. You can use it at the same time. So one talisman, like effectively when you pick on a talisman from like wolf, bear, or wyvern, what that's giving you is the default attack, right? That's what you're actually picking, and that's all it is, right? And that often will guide you, like what skills you're picking and so on. But you can just use with that same talisman as many different animal skills as you would like. That just means that you've got that sort of free flowing, like, you know, trying out different stuff, sort of combo gameplay that we you know, like to try and get. So you know, obviously there will just be a lot of people who just pick one thing, right? Like, I absolutely expect that.
No mention, no.
But yeah, no, there's a lot of experimentation to do there if you want to do it.
Yeah, so you've tried to hit like making it so like people who just want like a simple straightforwards, like I just want to run out as bear and slam the ground, like that's certainly very possible there. But also you with this whole class, you had the problem of how do we make like a spellcaster and a melee attacker that's shapeshifter as well. I mean, this class has got a bit of everything.
For sure.
How did you make all that kind of like work together and solve that build problem of like, how do you actually scale these things together in a way that just one
No
thing
mention
isn't
of Toad either.
Right. Well, I mean, it's always tricky, and Mark's obviously the one who handles a lot of the balance stuff. But I can see, even just from a design perspective, you know, so I
Throw
just
him under the bus,
my
dude.
horrible stuff, and be like, how the hell am I going to balance this? Effectively, like, so even with the spellcaster side, so one of the things we initially wanted with the spellcasting is a lot of it's like over time type effects that, you know, so for example, with the volcano being the really obvious one, right? Like, you can create this thing, and then you can turn into an animal and do other stuff at the same time. So we needed on the human side a lot of things that last for a long time. But the problem you then run into when you actually go to balance the thing is like, okay, well, if you've just got like 5 damage over time style spells, why not just cast all of them and then you don't have to ever do anything else, right? Like, so it's like that kind of stuff makes it really hard. So then you have to start thinking, okay, we want to make it so that you cast a long-term thing as a human, but then being an animal is going to augment that so that it improves it. So for example, with the tornado, it's got a similar mechanic to the little twisters that the hunters have, where ground effects can empower it with extra elemental stuff. And so then we're like, okay, well, if the animal forms are the ones that can create the ground effects, then that means that you're kind of like, you're going to want to do, you know, like, to mix that with the tornado, you now have to have both the animal forms.
So
and
that stands for Trial of the
stuff.
Ancestors.
Get all of that together. So it's just a lot of that thinking about how can an animal form aid a spell, how can a spell aid an animal form, like all the way through. And then, yeah, as I said, we throw it over the fence, and then Mark tries to work out what kind of numbers can actually make it.
It's a web of infinite difficulty, right? Because like we're talking about the 4 forms within the class, but each of these skills also synergizes with every other class and every other skill in the game, and it's becoming growingly more complicated. But that's also what's fun about the game, and what all the things you can unlock and the crazy builds you can do. But yeah, I mean, like this week's focus has been like, okay, we had all the, like during our alpha testing and internal testing, we had like, you know, there was the I want to be all forms going between, there was the I just want to be wolf, I just want to be bear, I just want to be a dragon, and now we're getting a lot more of I just want to cast nature plant skills and do plant stuff. And so it's like, okay, well, how do we make that work? Well, because they're quite long duration, so we're having a bunch of complexity with that as well. And it honestly just, it does just spiral into like, oh my God, there's 20 million variables here. But it's fun. And at the end of the day, as long as it is honestly fun to play, then honestly we're golden. So, you know, I would say we're pretty much there on almost everything with this class. I'd actually say we're a little bit more prepared than normal. We've had a lot of testing. Despite, I mean, partly because it's been in the works for so long. But yeah, it's, I don't know, like ultimately pretty fun. I'd say there's still something, obviously there's still more to do. There's obviously always more to do. But yeah, there's a lot going on, a lot of enjoyment. I saw yesterday, I was just like walking past someone's computer, and, you know, someone was mentioning like, yeah, it's just fun placing 6 volcanoes and then just slamming on them. I was like, all right, sweet, you do you. Like, that's fine.
I was definitely enjoying
what else do we
literary
get?
bosses in bear form, like with dropping tornadoes, and there's the totem which you can summon in animal form. And then you're putting fishes down and they're exploding, and you're putting extra things on the ground and they're exploding. And there's definitely some boss deletion going on there. So.
Even just walking past the just many entangles going out, and then there's that plant support gem. I'm like, all right, it's putting the new.
I see chat being like, no, Ziggy, don't get it nerfed. I do have to admit that I did already get one thing, let's say fixed. There was a thing that was like double generating rage. So I'm like, I don't know if this is intended. And like, no, the designer said that's probably not intended. Thanks, Ziggy. I'm like,
what else do we have?
I don't know.
Help me out. What did I miss?
We'll see where that goes, because I was like, no, that's fine.
This is a fish.
It made it to me, and I was like, no, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, because it generates rage when you first slam, and then the fishes, every time they pulse, it generates rage.
No crafting changes, so we'll see the patch notes for that.
The totem's making it pulse, and that's generating rage.
Right.
What else do we have?
It's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine.
I love that, because that's like ridiculously powerful. That feels like way permissive. I was like, this feels illegal, but that's like... You gotta let a few things in there that feel illegal.
It's doing what the skill says.
I may not have. Maybe I didn't get enough. Okay, cool.
I don't know. They might have changed it. I'll find out afterwards. I just throw my opinion in there. I don't want to necessarily be like.
A wolf form is not a
minion,
minion,
sure
so offering shouldn't
discussions. It's not like
apply to that,
I'm
right?
just an authority on the matter. I want to actually discuss these things through, because maybe it isn't actually fine, but you know, my first instinct is like, yeah, like,
limb augmentation is already added.
You know? So
the cyborg
we'll see
stuff
what
here.
Happens, but whatever. They don't know what the problem is, so don't worry. Oh, now they do. Thanks, you've ruined it. Now people will know if it changed, and now
they'll see the thing not generating.
So of course, it's new socket balls.
That's the Ziggy line of text.
That's already added.
Developing a reputation now. Just helping finding bugs. It's okay.
Daily focus added. Forms upgrade added.
The shapeshifting stuff comes from this trinket, the talisman.
Yeah, the animal talisman.
And is there any limitation just kind of like putting that on another class and just say like, I am playing my mace marauder or my quarterstaff monk, and I want to do a wolf leap slam that marks targets.
You can do it. In fact, it was one of the things initially that it's funny with the audio team, because initially like, we want to record like bear lines for the druid the whole time, and I'm like, hey, guys, remember, anyone can turn into this animal. Are you actually going to commit to every single class is going to have like a three different extra versions of every single line the character can deliver? It's like, that's a bit tricky. So we ended up going with a voice mod in the end. But that was one of those.
It's like their kind of their thoughts. I think it shifts to. It almost sounds like, to me, that's what it sounds like. They're like, they're thinking it or something like that. I don't know.
But would it be completely impossible to record every single line an additional 3 times for every character class?
Voice actors, everybody come back and we need to roar like a bear.
Exactly. Effectively, every class can be an animal. It's exactly the same as the weapon restriction. Ultimately, being a bear is the same as having a mace, which may sound a little bit odd, but that is actually how it works and what allows having.
Whoa. I didn't even think about that. Wait, so you can use mace skills while in bear?
No. What I meant was that it's the same. I mean, it's the same in the sense that it's just a weapon type, right? Like,
right.
Yeah.
Damn it, now we have to make that possible.
Well, I mean, you can turn into Calm as a bear.
That's unique item territory for the future.
I'm listening to them at the same time. I've already added the limb and the cyborg shit right there.
Then I've always maintained
new supports right there.
Want to kind of do that as much as possible initially.
With the Katava, I have that in the ascendancy changes.
Maybe in the future, you're like, oh, well, maybe this skill
Wherever
has
the fuck
a
I
way
put
of
that.
crossing over.
We can do, but the thing is, a lot of the identity of a weapon type really comes a lot from what it can do, and so that's the main reason why we do it that way. But but the thing is as well with the weapon swapping, so you can still use skills from different elements. Different weapons and things like that.
Druid Ascendancy is already added, guys. So we appreciate if you actually read the page right in front of you before you added the comments, guys.
Stuff, and I could see
Did I miss anything?
Absolutely combining like this bear skill that places fishes with the other stuff on the mace that triggers the fishes. Like there's like very obvious like cross synergy build.
Well, I mean, they're adjacent classes, right? I mean, you've got like strength versus strength int. Like we want to be able to make sure that some of those key elements do like cross over, just so that to open up the way to have synergy between the different classes more easily.
Well, as you get more classes and more skills, you obviously get an overlap of the kind of mechanics and keywords and stuff, iterating, and thus they will always cross-synergize. And where there still will be new things a class offers, yes, there's always going to be a bunch of stuff that they use that will then.
But DSOC is part of the lead mechanic.
Now you added plants and plants that grow from rain, and there's a plant keyword that has overgrown as a keyword.
The double corrupt is part of the lead mechanic. It's been added.
They're on completely opposite sides of the tree. You've got Dex versus Strength int, and that's been a little bit hard to kind of like get the where the mechanics
Delirium
go
Fog is added.
versus the other. So where we ended up going is that the nature side of things for plants on the Strength int is like you've got the poison on the Dex side versus the kind of like just pure nature like physical damage spells on the on the Strength int side. But that's been fun though, because now it's actually been really fun designing the supports, because the more classes we have, the more we can start to think, okay, like here's a support that's for something obscure. How can we make this kind of some other kind of thing on the opposite side of the tree where like now you've got some interesting interaction? So there could be some kind of like thing where growing plants as a ranger could be sort of something. I mean, like I can't say I've tested the potential there myself, but like
new uniques is already added.
Plants can like plant stuff all has mechanics around like watering the ranger's plants is like a thing. They all have ways that works.
I mean, that definitely opens up interesting party options in the future as well. Like I do like the idea of being like a re-druid watering.
It's a thing. It's easily a thing. It's not even hard to do as well.
Right.
It's kind of just like, thanks, druid, you buffed poison rangers. Yeah. Like, that's kind of just what happened.
Yeah. Right, good. Yes, and the rain buffing lightning skills as well, like increasing shock chance. It's pretty wild how much stuff you've just jammed into one class here. How did you like kind of settle on a identity for the wyvern in particular? I feel like people know what a bear is, people know what the wolf is, and even a lot of the like druid stuff is pre-established as like, you got plants and you got like nature and you got like lifting up the earth, that sort of stuff.
Well, we really wanted to have a third form that was a little bit out there in terms of different from what you'd seen in another game. I mean, obviously, like every game that's got transformations has the bear and the wolf, right? That's just like the staple. But and actually, funnily enough, for that reason, we couldn't not do it. There was actually a period there where we weren't going to have a wolf because we were a little bit unhappy. Yeah, with us, and it's just like
the rest will have to see the patch notes.
That was the reaction of like all the fairies come out of the woodwork and like you got to
patch notes are out in about 2 hours from now.
Exactly right. So we're like, okay, we'll have a yeah, exactly. Don't anger them. So that was a real concern. So we decided to go. We needed the two familiar, and then we needed one that was a little bit more out there. And really, when we're looking at the bear and the wolf, it was kind of like we want the slower, harder hitting. We want the faster and like speedy kind of version, obviously being the wolf. We also wanted something that had some range elements, and then a sort of more spellcastery vibe a little bit more. And so we sort of thought about it a little bit like, what animal is ranged? Like it's not really there's like it's kind of not a lot out there that can really sort of do that. And so eventually we settled on the Wyvern. I mean, you know, someone of course at one point was like, how about a dragon? And we're like, what the heck? What are you talking about? But then eventually I thought about it, and it's like, actually, you know what? There's some potential here.
If you suggested to me, I told you not to do it because like there's no way you could make it look good and not look stupid. But
you know, it eventually it was hard though. We did get there.
It actually looks pretty cool.
Yeah.
But it's kind of a spell blade almost. Like it's got a bit of range stuff, but it's got a bit of like spell kind of melee things going on.
I mean, as it should be for Strength Int.
Yeah, and you were asking what the passive buffs were. I was looking at it before. It's like it's got buffs to freeze, shock, and energy regeneration actually as well, like energy recharge, I think.
It's a shame you knew. The reason I was actually being vague is I knew what they were. I just wanted to change them.
Okay, I mean that's fine. Do something.
Sorry
cooler.
for my slight disingenuousness.
Do something cooler.
I kind of feel like they shouldn't. I didn't want them to be offensive benefits.
Yeah, they're supposed to be defensive.
It forces you into certain build types.
Bit,
whereas, like, if they're utility or defensive, that way they will work across all board. That's my general philosophy. So I was like, I feel like I want to have a go at trying to design the energy shield thing. I don't mind. I wanted to have a go at designing stuff that's more utility or defensive only, and that way you don't feel like, oh, I should have to play lightning or fire because it gets the passive benefits. Okay. That way, if you wanted to do a kind of weird out there thing, it doesn't feel so bad, but we'll see what I come up with.
Do you have an idea, or are you still figuring it out?
Nah, I got no clue. I don't know. You could play on the fact it's got, like, you know, wings to, something defensive for block, or something for, hard carapace maybe, or... I don't know, the fact it has wings, something to do with the
wings.
So
much dragon lore to pull from. I got like a book that
New Uniques is already added to the list, Joe.
I'll send you some ideas.
All right, sweet, yeah. Dragon, they hoard gold, right? Gold finds.
Yeah, totally.
That sounds like it.
Eat piles of gold for buffs or something.
There's gold over there. Quick shapeshift, pick it up. Shapeshift back. No, I'm obviously joking. Please, I'm not doing that.
Gold find, no, please don't. Mandatory dragon gold find build. I know it's kind of funny though. It's distinctly PoE.
That will change, yes.
So the druid is this like strength int class, and with the Templar we had the idea more of like you've got the armor energy shield stuff, but that's still the case here, as that's the strength int base. But I feel like the energy shield stuff is not as iconic to druid. How have you incorporated that and made it feel like something that makes sense, or like in what ways have you incorporated that to the druid? I feel like it's not obvious.
Yeah, look, it's a little bit off in terms of the feel there, but at the end of the day, we kind of don't really have many options as far as what we can do. I mean, like that, it is important for it to be that it has that, like armor and energy shield approach. There's a few sort of interesting, what do you call them, spirit reservation gems. I don't know I can never remember what the official name of that is. That sort of interact with that stuff in a dual way. So there's like that bark skin thing that effectively allows you to take advantage of energy shield to generate armor. Like, so when you lose energy shield, you get armor instead, and like it like creates little bits of bark on your skin.
Cool.
There's like things like that we've added. But it's a little bit of a thematically weird thing. I think probably the weirdest part about that is like, you're gonna have energy shield as a bear. It's a bit strange, like, getting hit as a bear and then there's a little energy shield pop. But I mean, it is what it is. Kind of has to be that way.
Well, you don't have to.
Well, I suppose, sure, you can go full armor if you want, but
I feel like because there's like such a range of identities within that one class as well, that you've got the bear maybe that doesn't really align as much with that. There's definitely more armor stuff.
Yeah, so you could build more strength when depending on what animal form you're playing, of course.
Yeah, whereas like the wyvern potentially has more of that kind of magical aspect to it, where it's like that's
I mean, and that's why the wyvern itself does get the benefits to energy shield, and the bear does get the benefits to armor in order to kind of make it so you are like, depending on what animal form you're going, there's a bit of alignment in the defenses there.
I mean, really, it's the tree that inspires and motivates this, right? Like a sorceress could be on the bottom side of the tree and still have the same skill set, and obviously the damage nodes are a bit weird, but it could work. There's nothing saying. I mean, that's part of the beauty of the game as well.
Yeah, I mean, I had that experience where I was like, because it wasn't as clear, I was almost inventing my own lore there a little bit, where I was specking the regen from the druid, and then the Zealot's Oath right there. I'm like, oh, this actually like, you're converting your natural kind of like life regen into energy shield. Like, this is kind of the druid's thing. Like,
yeah, I mean, that is a way for sure. Like, keystones certainly are pretty powerful, and we have a bunch of, I think there's an extra, I can't remember what it's doing. There's one that says do not translate on it, so it's in progress. But yeah, we were playing around with trying to have some armor energy shield, more hybrid stuff going on with the keystones there. It was based on, what's it called? PoE ones. Is it Divine Shield? Is that the name of the keystone? I can't remember. Too many names. But it's based on that, but not exactly the same. Like a derivative of that we're trying to get going. But yeah, it's just because I was like, we need more keystones that I feel more druidy, and I know there's a rage one there that is embracing the animal ferocity, where it like what does it do? It's like doubles your maximum rage, but makes you don't get inherent bonuses from rage. So it's like if you really want to do the skills that are rage consumers,
There were no massive
like rampage,
Atlas
and you just wanna
rework
rampage for as
changes,
much time as possible,
which means I owe Darth 5 gifted subs
to rampage around for twice as long. So a few things like that we're trying to add that are thematic as well. And I think that's another one of the really cool parts about adding a class is 1/6 of our tree was just filled with just placeholder garbage. Like actually, like there's a giant link thing there. There's no links in the game really. It's like what are we doing with that? It's like, and so I was like, well, that looked like a vine. Just make that a plant thing. And
I lost that bet.
Now it's a plant thing that talks about overgrown plants. And but we filled in that whole bit of the tree. And guess what? Now witches and sorceresses have more energy shield stuff on that kind of direction around towards the druid, and warrior has more. And and I don't just mean energy shield, I mean everything, all the mechanics, right? All the int mechanics are kind of there, the strength mechanics, everything. So
it is nice we finally have a class in every different part of the tree, so like we don't have this like weird open stuff anymore.
Yeah, that area of the tree was a little strange. I mean, it's such a massive tree already, and you're adding more to it, and then like I have to wonder, like, you added this Oracle class. Like, I saw the Shaman one, I was like, yes, this is exactly what I expected. But then I saw the Oracle, and you guys had like 130 extra passives. So far. Like, why do you do this to yourself? Like, that seems ridiculous.
It's fun.
Because it's cool. Because it's cool.
That's really the best reason you could ask for, right?
Yeah.
I was like, I really went through, I mean, I know we showed 2 examples, but I was like, really want to make sure there's like cool off-spec stuff here. I want to make sure that if you want to be able to get more of a certain thing, this is a way to do it. I mean, at the end of the day, it still costs passive points to allocate, right? So it's more about, maybe you want some stuff that normally you'd have to go to the deck section for and get, maybe some projectile related stuff, and now you can get it up there because it allows for some kind of weird off class. And it was all themed around, if you got to live your life again, what would you change? Like, what different paths would you take? And so it's this interesting, like,
it's an existential crisis as a node.
That fits period.
Initially, I always write my little blurbs about them to get them in the live stream, and I was like,
how to word this
it's
properly.
Got all the passives not yet added to the game. I thought it was an interesting way of looking at it. Not that that's actually how it is, but I thought it was like a kind of, it's like lessons you learn, you get to now use in advance kind of. I thought it was just a cool thematic thing that linked to the class, and it's easy, by the way, as designers to see that kind of thing and go, we have a million things to do. Like, is that really, like, that's too much time, too much work, right? And I'm just like,
sad, isn't it?
If we say that about everything, you get nothing cool.
Yeah.
And so it's that, and I mean, even the shamans, like runes revealing hidden powers, like we're setting ourselves up for a large amount of cumulative time over a while, right? Any rune we add, anything, like we have to add and consider the shaman stats, and that's another whole axis of things. We have to meta balance every league, and same with the Oracle passives, and every time we change the tree, and like when we eventually add the Templar, we're going to have to relocate all those nodes because that tree's going to get a giant. Now we've got 2.5 classes in one section, but it's worth it. It is actually worth it. You add so many builds, so many cool things, and if you don't want to deal with it, just pick another class. It's fine. You don't have to, or pick other nodes on the same class. You don't have to take that node. So
I think this like very clearly communicates that you're also okay with this idea of there being just like hidden cool stuff to discover that you're not going to know ahead of time, because you can't like look at the class options on the character selection screen and know what the passives are going to be that are hidden behind the Oracle ascendancy, right? So it's like, yeah, that's cool, that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's always going to be community tools, and they're going to come up with a way to make that, to the build guides and all that kind of stuff. So like,
I love the secret stuff. I actually got my secret Abyssal Lich.
Yeah, wild.
It was an actual final secret, and maybe there's more. Well, you want to do more of
that, don't you? I can tell. Look at him. He wants to do more.
Of course, I love it. I love people having cool secret things they can find, and it isn't just like 1000% pre-planned. out of the gate. Like, I understand the need to plan, I understand the need to have confidence in a build, and you don't want to go in and only realize you've made the wrong decisions and stuff like that, for sure. But I definitely want to find that balance where you have that while you also get your cool secrets that you get to add to the game that are fun.
Yeah. I think there's like a couple more chat questions on Druid, but we'll try and move on to the other stuff soon because I know people want to talk about the other thing. I could talk about Druid all day. I think the design's super interesting here. But some of the questions were that I think people are a bit confused about like the talismans and the forms and how that stuff works. So the talismans are effectively just like another weapon.
Yeah, exactly.
And things like attack speed, movement speed on gear and everything will affect you in your movement.
Absolutely.
Animal
Right.
forms. It's
Absolutely.
not like... I think because a lot of other games do it where when you change form, like all of a sudden, oh, your weapon's not affecting you, or this thing's not affecting you.
Well, I mean, effectively, so we're doing the changing form by utilizing weapon swaps. So you've got 2 weapon sets inherently, and the talisman effectively serves as your weapon. Yeah, like if you're playing a druid, you are going to have to learn how to use weapon specialization passives and stuff like that if you want to have the spellcaster and melee thing. Now, a lot of the passive tree nodes, like in the druid section of the tree, all have like attack and spell damage and that kind of stuff. So like certainly for most of the start of the class,
This is just double corrupt in the gem that you can get quality and level on it, but there's no vault version, is there?
Think about like, okay, what are my attack passives?
No vault gems, no.
And do that.
I was actually surprised at how simple and straightforward it was to do. It's like the weapon specialization tree thing you still do need to think about and understand how that works. But the basics of it, like using the actual skills, just happens automatically. Like I didn't ever have to actually go in and
No, you don't have to worry about that part. Just because of the fact that because this has always been the rule, but it's really apparent here. Like if it'll swap to the weapon set that can use the ability, so therefore you don't have to actually tweak it. You just put it in and it kind of works.
Like if I tried to use my spell, it would shift to human automatically and use the staff. So like that was all automated, and I didn't have to like program anything like that.
Right.
Like I have on some other builds, I guess, where it's a bit.
Yeah,
more...
mostly that's just because you get into a situation with those where because it's usable on both. Now you have to start going in there and tweaking that stuff. But here, because it makes it much simpler when you don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, so there's a decent onboarding there, given the potential complexity of.
It's not just me; it's other people as well.
We'll move on now to the Fate of the Vaal expansion, and there's definitely more of a like clear divide between the two things, and you even actually made 2 separate trailers this time around.
Well, it would have been super weird to have these like 2 completely clashing themes in the trailer. So yeah, in the end we were like, normally of course we'd make one trailer with everything, but we're kind of like, man, it's really hard to unify these 2 things in a kind of reasonable way. So yeah, in the end we decided to go with 2 trailers and just like show the content completely separate.
I don't know, guys. I don't know.
Like they're not connected. Like they
not at all,
have
right?
To be, right?
Yeah,
Like,
they're not. Aside from both of them having a buttocks in it, they're not connected.
That just happened. Yeah, that was total accident, by the way. It was just like 2 totally unrelated.
Yes, sure. I was praising the equality of it. Like,
right.
Yeah, I was great. There's buttocks for everyone here in this trailer. Excellent. Thank you. So this expansion is, and we saw this a little bit where you tried to work in the previous League mechanics into like story quest stuff, which I was super keen on. This expansion definitely feels much more deeply linked into the campaign and story, to the point where like Doriani's saying, go back in time and try and change these things that happened in the campaign. I was like, this feels like
I want to see
a
the patch
major
notes.
Campaign story.
I hope the patch notes will bring some really cool stuff
going on there. So like initially, like this League, unlike I think what we've done too much of in the past, the storyline develops quite a lot more kind of like through the campaign with different events that happen and sort of link in a lot. And part of the reason originally for that is that one of the things we sort of don't like necessarily about what leagues do is like you've got this situation where you like walk out of town in like, you know, literally the first area, and it's like some eldritch entity is immediately recruiting your services. You know what I mean? Like it's actually very like unfortunate.
Put this rusty thing in your body.
Exactly right. So we kind of wanted to try and make sure that there's a little bit more like it doesn't feel like the world is on your shoulders like right from the get go. Like there's actually like a little bit a growth of epicness throughout the League. So like if we'd have had it so it's like you're time traveling into the past, like the moment you walk out the gate, it's like okay, it's just not quite right. So we decided what we'll do is we'll make so that, you know, there is the temple. We've got a kind of like almost
I'll try to refresh it, see if that helps.
The sort of key point in the storyline, then it like really opens up. You go into the past. You've got.
I mean, people are having issues with it. It's not just me.
Work to kind of have to make 2 versions of a bunch of things and that kind of stuff. But I think it is worth it because it means that it feels like the League has a lot more going on, and it just doesn't kind of break you don't break immediately the feeling of the world, which has been a problem in the past.
I have very strong opinions on this one. It's like dark horror gothic going on here.
And I mean, it's fine as you go, but this is actually one of the challenges I think we're going to have just designing leagues generally, is that they're going to require a bit more work to
Talk
make
about
them
your
feel
stream, that PoE
right.
stream.
I mean, even just something as simple as like
I have no drop frames on my end. But what I was saying is other people were having this issue. People are talking about it in the chat that they're having lag issues through the channel as well.
We've got like 10 or more. There's a ton of variations of those. Where for like each act, we're like, and like for each area, we're thinking like, okay, which like we need more of these so that we can use them so they feel natural in the place where they are. Like do a bit of material reskin and stuff like that. Like that's kind of the stuff that we now need to do.
A Switch related issue.
Make it feel like you're not breaking
like
the world stuff.
the PoE 1 style, betrayal basement. You just okay, so there's just a basement everywhere, like in the mud flats. Like, okay, that just doesn't fly anymore at all. So like we want to make sure that these things are way more believable.
Right.
Like you are actually convinced. You're like this makes sense. I'm not just in a basement in the mud flat in a swamp. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the Val is a very distinct thing, and it's very like tied to Act 3 as well. So I was a bit worried about like the tone of Act 1 with the Val stuff, but then like it fits in reasonably well. Like you've definitely taken good care to make sure that it doesn't.
Well, I mean, it's a matter of making it feel like there's some ancient ruin that then later someone came along, like some Mesomites went in there and they built some stones around it because they're like, well, what is this thing? And like, we just thought a little bit about like how would the culture here
I don't have any
game
running.
This ancient ruin from long ago in this location and that kind of thing.
Yeah, okay, interesting. And you mentioned to me that this is the bar for what you want to be doing. This is the quality level for what you want to be doing.
So I'd say that like it does sort of. I would say here, like the level of polish and the stuff that we're doing, like the amount of content that a league needs to actually be good. Like, obviously, when we did 020, the league was a little bit like, it was just the Asmerian spirits, and like, I mean, it was a league, but it wasn't really. Didn't have like the depth of content and stuff that you needed. And then with 030, I think we did a lot better. Like it came a lot better, but I still don't think we quite got there in terms of
that was
like
the PoE 1 level kind of.
And then this one here, I think like you get up to the level of quality we really want to be delivering on PoE 2, like post release and everything.
Was
like
super weird to me.
The amount of content you need for a league, like it needs to be quite sizable and good. And it did take a lot of effort, but I think it's worth it because it sort of shows you what we can do when we.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's like a high bar that you've effectively kind of like locked in committing to for expansions.
Well, hopefully I don't come to regret it, but it's and honestly the scope did explode a little bit because when we I think that one of the things so. When I initially designed the league, I was kind of like, okay, we're going to have like some limited number of rooms. We kind of spec'd it out, and like and each one will have a few levels, and it kind of didn't seem like it was that large. But really, in the context of PoE 2, it's like, well, if you're going to spend effort to upgrade a room, it needs to feel meaningfully different and have meaningfully better rewards. And all that
Why
stuff.
do they always have Sigurd in these videos? Because he's been the poster boy for this for the past 12 years.
Like crafting mechanics and different rewards and everything.
They've always done this.
There are so many new rewards.
Iggy lives over the pond. It's like a 3-hour flight for him.
Crazy.
And they've always utilized him since the early days of PoE.
There's a lot there. Like certainly the number of expanded crafting options and all that sort of stuff. I mean, we could take some inspiration from what PoE 1 did with Incursion, in terms of double crops and stuff, but we had to make it work in a PoE 2 context. There's just a lot there.
Yeah, I've followed your progress with designing this one from the very beginning.
It's a nice dude. Oh yeah,
it actually came from a game that you recommended that I play.
I wasn't going to even say
no. So you recommended that I play this game called Loop
Hero.
No,
he lives in Australia.
And then,
about a 3-hour flight between Australia and New Zealand.
Prince, but it actually wasn't. It was Loop Hero.
And it was so good because I told you about that game, and then it was like a week later or something, you sent me a message like, "Hey, I've made this little program."
Yeah. So I prototyped up like a thing that's for what would become the UI for Incursion. We actually ended up. It's funny because this is like the first league I've actually personally done code on in like quite a long time.
You really got into it.
Yeah. Because I mean, it was a real fun, just like evening thing to like go and just like work on this design. And one of the great things about doing that is that I got to make so many design changes just in the course of of writing it, which I don't think necessarily would have gone exactly the same way if I was getting.
That's nice in about 1.5 hour.
And just make and then effectively the back of it is like the code that I wrote, but obviously the UI.
Honestly, I can't stop thinking about the map
like
density.
A whole thing that a bunch of
someone mentioned it in chat.
Made look really awesome, but
like,
that was a lot of fun.
Yeah, what is it like about?
We complain about the maps that are too big and they're empty, and they took away the density.
Yeah,
Where's the
I just
logic?
really enjoy
That's a
this
good.
kind of
That's
like
a good
little
question.
game within a game, like little metagame things, and just that dungeon design thing is just a really fun thing for me.
Tile placing is
yeah,
good,
it's
right?
just always it's really fun.
Love a good tile place.
You know, and I just like coming up with all the little ways that they can interact and that kind of thing, and you know, try to make nature feel a bit different and that kind of stuff. It's just a good time.
Yeah, and it's got this like iterative design where you're building a temple, you run it like it's a really small one at first, and then it crumbles a bit, but you're still kind of building on what you're doing each time.
Yeah.
It's like a weird kind of like roguelike-y thing without being.
Yeah, this was supposed to be an endgame patch.
So does with that design then I'm curious.
I feel
does
like
it,
it's
fully
lacking.
reset at some point, like for example when you kill it.
I feel like it's lacking for it to be an endgame patch. Like, hello?
Defeat an architect, quite a lot of the temple gets destroyed. So there's this kind of destabilization thing.
Am I the only one who feels that way?
It goes back to not the start, but kind of I think it removes like 2/3 of the rooms. There's some number like that it gets.
And
rid
you
of
still
at
get
that point,
pushed back
and, then you kind
again?
of have to build up again. That's
they did say that. I missed it.
That effectively means that like when
They
you
said
do those
endgame
options,
patch
you're getting, like,
0.5.
new reward rooms and
Okay,
things
I
in place,
missed
so it's
that
giving you
part.
new goals, and then you have to work towards those goals again.
Can someone
And
in
then
the chat
ideally those reward rooms
confirm?
can be
Shut up, Jonathan. I'm speaking. Can someone confirm that they did say that the endgame stuff is pushed to 0.5? Because I missed that. Yes. Okay.
The extra rooms that you're able to play.
Sorry, Jonathan. Go ahead.
So you can juice it a fair bit too.
You can,
because
yeah.
There's a lot of like modifiers that are getting added on by each room, and you can place quite a lot of them.
Yeah,
on
you
that
can.
grid.
Yeah.
Do you foresee people building out like a huge temple and then kind of not having it decay as much as possible?
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
not-
I mean,
Mark said it. I
it's
missed that.
absolutely
Sorry.
intended that you'll do that. Like, I mean, once you've defeated it Zeri enough times, you've got the unique.
At the end of the Fate of the Vault trailer,
things like
okay.
that, then you absolutely will. Like probably want like for ultra end game play when you really want like the most challenging stuff and you're just like looking to get like as many double corrupts as you can and stuff like that. You're probably going to want to keep the temple large and specifically not do the stuff that would cause it to destabilize. Because if you don't kill the architect and you don't kill it Zeri, then it will it'll only pull you back. I can't remember the exact number of rooms, but there's some number of rooms that go away when it's quite full, and then yeah, you can just juice it really high and have really challenging in-game scaling tier of stuff. Because one of the things we were sort of concerned about is that there is some in-game content that just doesn't really scale as hard as it needs to scale in order to make it properly in-game viable.
Yeah.
In order to make sure that this was not the case here, that it actually does scale enough into the in-game.
Okay, so like designed to be pretty farmable and to be pretty late game relevant.
Of course, yeah.
It gets pretty hectic with all those mods.
Yeah.
With how many rooms are on there and like.
Yeah. But also just other things that you want to do, like so for example at the start of the game, you can only you can't like store up temple runs, as it were. As you get into the game, then now we start to have it so that you can store up more runs, so that you can like map for a while, then like do a bunch of incursions.
I think we have it that eventually you can do 60 maps and then temples, and then 60 maps, then temples.
If you want. So you can,
or you can do 6, then a temple, then 6, then a temple.
So you can effectively store
anywhere
10
runs,
in between. 10 runs
Nice.
if you want.
I feel like with these things, like now I keep seeing like, you guys have thought of it.
Well, the thing is that we've got so much experience and stuff. I mean, yeah, like so for example, the whole like taking the currency away from the temple instead of having a craft inside the temple thing.
Yes.
Like that's just a hard learned lesson from PoE 1 where you just never.
You say we thought of it, and I have, because I'm just going to bring it up. But like, and a thing about, and this is something that I'm on the fence about a little bit. Personally, but yeah, the thing with the killing architect and Zeri, destroying a bunch of the temple, creating that clash of either farm temple or farm boss, can be quite a divisive thing for people.
Right.
You're looking at Betrayal Katarina, right? And the exact same thing.
Yeah.
Where it's like, we've now on PoE 1, we separated those two things so they're not, because it always felt bad doing one or the other. Or I could feel bad doing one or the other, depending on how the balance went. And so you might get a similar thing here. Now, of course, the amount of the temple that can get destroyed is variable, and there's a bunch of stuff we can obviously tweak. But yeah, like getting that right and feeling right will be important. It's honestly hard to say if it is right now. But it's a thing, we say we've thought about it, but it can be very easy to see that and be like, hey, they're doing the same mistake they've made last time. Which, you're not wrong. Except, depending on...
I just cannot stop thinking about the whole lower the
honestly,
density and
the
ITM
level
maps.
this time in place of how much gets destroyed instead of entire board reset kind of thing.
What?
We get to control that a lot better.
I can't stop thinking about it.
So
yeah, that's true. You've already
we've thought about it, but it can. I
You
can
think
see,
that's a
'cause
good
I was just thinking
change?
about it, going, I reckon people.
Well, one of the main complaints we've had. Hold on, Mark. I'm talking. One of the biggest complaints we've had is that maps are way too big. Not enough is happening in them. And now they're lowering the density of those maps, and now there'll be even less happening in those maps. But they'll have more HP and whatnot. It's like
that's the type of gameplay that is hard to test internally.
Yeah,
because how
yes.
can you do just like you can't really test like what is weeks of grinding gonna feel like, you know? It's yeah.
So I expect us to maybe we hit the sweet spot. Who knows? Hopefully, but I could imagine that this is a thing that gets adjusted for sure.
Yeah, so you've made the like the ability to sell like the corruptions, the double corruptions as an itemizable thing you can just take away and sell. Is there any reason to like itemize the temple like we did in PoE 1?
Nah, so that was really more of a band-aid solution in PoE 1 because we didn't have an easy way to change that. Like I'd prefer that the temple is your temple and that you don't sell them, but just that all the rewards are the things you can trade. Like that, like trading the rewards was the reason why we I did our temple itemization in the first place. So yeah, just if this time I feel we're just making sure to design the stuff in a way that can, you know, be take back you can take with you.
No need for the band-aid in the first place.
Yeah, exactly.
There's some really basic crafts that, like, you know, your classic exalted orbs and stuff like that. Mostly, honestly, in the campaign.
Yeah.
And this is so when you're doing the tempo, you're getting not just the opportunity, like, because obviously some of that double corrupt stuff, you're not going to do that at like level 8, you know. I mean, Val orbs aren't even in the game at that point. So you have this thing where it's like, well, you don't get a lot of the crafting. Now, there are still rewards. There is, of course, all of that, but there's also just basic crafts like exalts and regals and stuff you can just throw on your gear. Now, you can't take those, and that is an intentional decision so that you feel like you're actually wanting to use it on your gear in the campaign and as you're progressing. And you're not, because if you can take it, most of the time you're just going to hoard it for in-game.
Right. So it's those things to make the early game have more crafting stuff that you want to just use right there.
Yeah, that's the problem. Like, what stops you from just like keeping your results until end game? You want to use those patches then.
You'll see those and go, I want to take that home, but really just use it.
I just want to clarify when I'm talking about
my experience of messing with it so far.
The density being a problem, I am not talking about rewards or loot you're getting, because they're compensating that with making those targets harder to kill, and they are more valuable, more loot coming from them. So instead of increasing density, they're giving you the rewards being increased per kill, right? That's fine. The rewards are, my understanding, about the same. My complaint is the complaint we had in the early days of PoE 2, where there's a humongous maps and there's dead spaces. There's so much exploration or running where there's nothing to engage with, nothing happening. It's just hollow. It's just a humongous area with nothing there. And now that pack density is not scaling, that problem will re-emerge. That's my problem with it. I'm not talking about rewards or anything. I'm saying that you have this massive map with now significantly less monsters in it. That's my complaint.
Version of the temple in the beginning, and then it basically changes into this whole other thing halfway through the campaign. That's story beat there.
The other thing about the campaign thing is the same thing we learnt from Abyss, where we did the area-specific rewards throughout the campaign. We have also dropping here. From the in-world encounters. So even if you're not doing the temples, doing the in-world encounters can give you that extra drop per area.
It seems like on the back end, maybe you've kind of taken what Abyss was doing and almost...
Yeah, they said because people complain about being swarmed. And I don't know.
We've effectively got our...
I feel like they already commented that by the early maps being less swarmed.
And stuff for what a league is allowed to do and should do. And we're just trying to make sure that, you know, it fulfills that, it fills that budget, so to speak, of...
Yeah, like you're getting a lesser jewels or been Keth or something like that, like kind of similar to before, which is good. But yeah, I was definitely, that was a huge thing with Abyss. I thought that was like a really good improvement.
I mean, obviously, White Flame, there was enough people to complain about it for them, warranting them making a change around it. I'm still questioning it from my perspective.
Double corruption is back. I feel like that's a great thing from PoE 1 to be returning.
One thing we've changed here is that because double corrupt existed in PoE 1, you never Valorb gear. Well, I don't say never. Obviously, there are still cases, but generally speaking, why single corrupt it when you could double corrupt it? So we've made sure here that the double corrupt has to occur on top of a corrupted item.
That's cool.
Right. So yeah, you have to Valorb land it, and then you have to land the double corrupt on top of that.
Oh man, it almost feels like you're in some cases risking something even more, because like you've got that really high end unique with like a really good corruption already, and now you're risking that. You're not just risking a blank item on a double corruption. So like it's a heftier risk now in some cases.
I like it.
That's the Val spirit right there.
Like, oh man, this thing's already worth many divines at this point. I was like, oh no.
Some good streamer moments. So.
so you actually have
That's
to, though.
true.
Like, it has to be corrupted.
Yep, so you corrupt it first, and then you can apply the double corrupt.
Ah, okay,
yeah.
cool. It keeps the usefulness of the Vile Orbs there as well. To kind of
I didn't want Vile Orbs to just. I mean, you'd still use them on like Waystones or whatever, but you know, I didn't want them to just be like never used on gear anymore because you'd rather just double corrupt it. And so it was a suggestion a developer made a while back, and I was like, you know, that's immediately a win, and I almost want to change that in PoE 1 as well, but then I just forgot about it, to be honest. So, you know, I'm not sure if I do want to do that just before everyone maybe goes like, what the hell? No. But, you know,
consider it.
I like the idea, and I think it is an overall improvement,
Yeah, it sounds like a great idea. And then you've got this whole other system now, which you had a little bit of it in PoE 1 recently, where you can corrupt uniques and it replaces a random modifier on them.
They said they're increasing the drops instead of density like they did with 0.3. Nothing about changing density.
We initially, I really wanted to make it so you could just replace arbitrary mods on any.
I'm going to explain the change for those of you who missed it and don't understand what happened.
It's just not even possible to contain.
People complained about being swarmed, so they changed it. So the early acts in the early tier of maps had lower map density of monsters. Then they increased this so that in higher tier maps, tier 15, tier 16, had the same density of monsters in the endgame. People apparently, I had no idea about this, people apparently were still complaining about being swarmed. So what they've done now is make it so that the increase of density does not increase from the lower tier maps to the high tier maps, meaning there are less density of monsters in the higher tier maps. To offset this, the monsters in the higher tier maps will have more HP, be harder to fight, and be rewarded with about, I think they said 40% more loot and more HP. So they're more rewarding, but the density of monsters are now reduced compared to before. That's what they said.
Infused with royal bloodline blood, and so it's like the way it works on Val uniques is different to just random uniques, where it's like, hold on, it works a bit more chaotically here, and you know, just changes the item entirely to something else on non-Val. So, and I only say that because obviously it's pretty bad to be like, I have to have a Val unique in order to use this. Now, no, you can take the currency home, so that's never the end of the world. But I want it to be like, you know, just go grab some random unique and re-roll it. Yeah, using it on the Val uniques is like quite cool. Right now, I'm trying to make sure, you know, a process that we've been doing is that we're not just replacing it with kind of just some random basic stuff. Like, that will happen. That is a part of the pull, but we're trying to go through, because we have a more limited set of uniques we have to actually do the mod replacement on. I want to make sure we're actually thinking about, for example, the Zerfie's body armor that has like Soul Leader, and it's like a level 39 base type.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking like, this is a tool we could use to make that more in-game viable. And so you can do things like heavily increase the defenses, because obviously level 39 versus a level 75 base type or whatever is going to have very different defenses. But then you could also be like, what about if I was like, what other weaknesses does this item have? Well, you can't generate Soul Leader stacks on a boss. Maybe this can turn that on, you know? And so also you can replace, I don't know, the life regeneration rate with a Soul Leader now generates once per second while a boss is in your presence or something like that, you know? Now, these are kind of examples, but that was a specific one that I really wanted to do. So, but then I was like, I don't know, what if you did plus 25 Soul Leader stacks and stuff? But it's like very specific outcomes, very specific to that unique.
Yeah.
And I wanted to do a bit of that to use it as an opportunity to be able to save low-level uniques, if you know what I mean, to make them more in-game viable. And I thought that was a cool way. And obviously that's restricted to the Val pool for now, but like, if it works and works successfully, there's no reason that like some other mechanic can't do it for Ezomite uniques and other, you know.
Now,
So, you know, we'll see how it goes, but I'm hoping now, obviously, because I don't know how far through we'll get with all of these specific, because it's like a lot of stuff. Once you start doing specific things for specific uniques,
there's so many
it's
things.
a lot of stuff to implement. So I don't know how far, but I was like, let's start with the mythic uniques, the rarest, most powerful ones, and we'll work backwards, getting to the more common, you know, ones at the end.
I mean, you've also got just the general like buffing of a bunch of other uniques as well, right? I mean, there's a lot of that.
Yes, true. And I mean, that was part of that when I was like, okay, how can we buff this? How can we buff this? How can we buff this? And then I was like, well, a lot of them are like, this is too low level. And I was like, well, we have this system in the league. So yeah, I mean, we'll see how it goes, hopefully. And it's the kind of thing where even if we don't, obviously these leagues end up often going core in some various means. So if we don't hit the mark entirely with all the uniques, I'd like to eventually get there where we'd have a good, cool, really thought out set for literally every Val unique. So hopefully that's fun. And then you do the cool things. You just get these really. I assume you're going to get some that have these. You replace the exact 2 bad sides with the exact 2, because you can replace more than one sometimes.
Oh.
And you get the you get the exact, like, holy, this unique just went from being worth, something 1 divine to 300 divine, kind of territory. So hopefully that happens. If it doesn't happen, I'll be a bit sad.
That happened to the
But,
gloves
we'll
for the
try.
last Lament
You
build,
never know with
actually.
these things for sure.
That's pretty
And
cool.
This includes the new Adzira uniques that she's dropping then, obviously,
Yep.
since she's kind of the queen
There's
of
a
the
Acuity.
Uniques, Trial Master Uniques,
Series Disfavor.
a bunch of stuff. So
a fair few there.
Surely
Is
we'll
that
see those
something that
come
you
back,
anticipate
right?
Expanding upon in the future then?
I mean, we'll be always adding more Val Uniques.
Right.
So yes,
But in terms of for other cultures, that would probably come in a different form, in a
Yeah.
different league mechanic or some other place like that.
Yeah, that makes sense for
Yeah.
sure.
In terms of the overall idea of upgrading low level uniques.
Yeah. Did you ever discuss the idea of Val's skill gems? It feels weird to add that when you're still adding regular gems.
It doesn't quite. So I mean, fundamentally, what a Val skill gem is in PoE 1 is like a kind of ultimate type style ability in some
Yeah.
sense, So it's like we're kind of doing that in our
You're already
normal
doing it,
gems at this
yeah.
point. So it didn't really quite make sense to do it here.
It's like the glory on the skills.
glory
is
kind of
Val
like
souls.
yeah.
Yeah, that's what I figured. That it's
Yeah.
kind of you'd only be really doing it for nostalgia value
right.
at this point, I think.
Now that isn't to say there won't be something in the future, but I agree that doing something like that when you haven't even got, all the classes and skills in place and all that, I would say that's like a post-release feature, not a pre-release feature kind of thing.
Yeah. And are you still kind of with challenge leagues planning on having things like challenges, challenge rewards, etc. Post-launch?
So the plan for that was post-launch. It basically was kind of during early access. It doesn't quite make sense to do that. But post-launch we'll return to that again.
All right, shifting onto the topic of endgame, but first, just a brief detour. Trial of the Ancestors, or the mystery content in the new act, and our third means of ascending. What's the progress like? On that?
Well, we don't have anything to say at the
yet.
moment, but it'll need to come obviously at some point. But we didn't have time in this one certainly to work on that.
It keeps coming up. It is really just a matter of when, at what cost, etc. The classic, just resource distribution kind of things where it's like, when are we going to do it, and what, instead of this, and we have all these different ideas, and so but right now, nothing.
All right. So on endgame, firstly, thanks for nerfing the delirium fog.
Yep.
You saw the memes, I guess.
For sure.
So I've been enjoying all the foggy memes everywhere. That's good. Visibility improvement for the endgame.
The motherfucker did it, dude.
You guys didn't just tone down the fog. You've done some pretty major things with the
tablet
Waystone system.
The very first question, and before we even toned down the fog, the first question was, okay, well, why do you feel like you have to run every map this way in the first place, right?
Yeah.
The fact that something feels mandatory is already a problem, regardless of the fact that the effect is also annoying, so that was the first thing to solve. And it really then started coming into, okay, well, how people are finding Waystone crafting more annoying, and we only made it more annoying in Abyss with the having to go somewhere else and get it, it just made it not not particularly great. The first question is, well, how can we fix this problem, right? And effectively we're kind of we can go two ways with this. We can either make it so that every league has something that feels mandatory that multiplies with the rewards, or we can say no leagues do, in which case it's more about which league do you want to run for different for various different content that they can provide. So
I got Mastering
we
Torch,
decided
man.
to
It's
go
so
with no
good.
leagues do, because I think that it's probably just less busy work, less annoying. If every league gave you something that you needed to craft and do something with, it just would have been a pain. Which is why even in the live stream we're from this point on, just like Waystones, they will get regular. They'll have the regular crafting, just regular base currency, but we're never going to add to them again and a thing that requires you to do more crafting than that. Another layer of that, because I think that having to do that every map is too frequent. Doing it on the tablets means that it's just way less frequent that you have to do these things, which helps a lot. And then of course the question was, well, how can we make sure that we're not doing a nerf to overall juicing potential here? So then we had to look into how can we get back the the power you had. So that's when we got into the extra mods on tablets and things like that, in order to sort that out.
Now, obviously, you were hoping to do more endgame for this expansion. So, what's kind of happened with the
Well, I guess the sort of two things that we see as like the major problems in endgame. One of them is when you get there, it can feel like you don't really have a proper goal. Like you don't have immediate like, okay, here's a quest to do this and a quest to do that and that kind of stuff. So there's like a little bit of that missing, and that really is a content thing that just requires us to expand upon what a league is. Now, something like something like Fate of the Vaal, it immediately has story stuff to do and so on. So when when that goes to endgame later, you'll have like storyline things sort of built in a way that can like make it so you've got that. But the other leagues don't have that as much, so we need to really make sure we're expanding on those.
What
the other thing as well
ascendancy
is
is
the Atlas
this?
tree just needs a lot more love and attention and like the way that it works and all that sort of stuff. So
Which
we just need
ascendancy
to
is
do a lot
that?
more there.
I opened that tree yesterday and I was like, oh, this sucks.
It's a little tragic.
It
Does
sucks.
Stormweaver have skeletons in it?
So,
Oh,
but the
my.
thing is that in order to make it good, you
Are
have
there
to spend a lot of
skeletons
time and
visible in the
attention making
Stormweaver?
new notables that are cool, that require like actually modify things in cool ways and like actually really meaningfully
I didn't even know that.
And that's just a lot of time and work to do that. So
She's just hitting
Do you have
them.
an idea for what you want to do
Okay.
with the ascendancy tree side of things? Like, is it kind of?
I thought it was
angling more
Stormweaver,
towards
but I didn't know there were skeletons in
It's
there.
been pretty successful.
Well, I don't think we should be talking about that yet, just because that'll
Sure.
be it's more for later. But yeah, I mean, there's things we want to do.
Yeah,
There's
but
stuff we want to do.
suffice to say,
we're
clearly not happy with it.
a bit of trying not to spoil anything here.
Yeah.
We obviously are spoiling the fact we are doing something. And I'll tell you, it's not even. It's not the same. It's not similar. It's like it's in a whole different universe. So it's kind of like, which makes it a little bit hard because obviously we're in this state where we want feedback about the end game.
Yeah, it's
And so I
tricky.
do want to put like people should keep giving feedback because I don't want people to think they're reworking it in game anyway. So I'm not going to say anything, just in case. You never
because
know.
there's
And we
also different
can,
parts of the end game that kind of are like independent of the just things like how the Atlas tree works.
Yep.
So yeah.
But yes, that tree is effectively going to be completely reinvented. So that will get a full drastic change. And then the something that like PoE 1 with the whole complete your Atlas being a very clear, very obvious goal. You just complete all the maps and you get your Atlas is complete. And then there's heaps more beyond that, of course. There's all the boss farming and all the different progressions and even that has like multiple quests throughout the main quest line with the different pinnacles and all that. We just don't have any of that really. It's just immediately into this infinite unguided adventure. And there's a little bit of things with the corrupted zones and bit of that and like, the burning monolith but it's still mostly unguided. You don't really feel like you have like, I've completed the main thing. Now I'm going to farm, at the moment. It's pretty unsatisfying, I'd say. So really trying to drive that home.
I know, Slot. That's why I want to see the
and
patch
then the
notes.
other thing that honestly, we spoke about upgrading the leagues and adding more bosses is like, that whole like having King in the Mists and Olroth as the pinnacle bosses of the leagues, just being like copy pastes from PoE 1 was not our end goal. You know what I mean? Like they're a bit sad as pinnacles right now, and like honestly we need to up the epic a lot. So we got a lot of that coming, and then just general upgrades to all the leagues. Like some of them are too, Ritual has the whole omens are too good, and others are just like, well, why would I do this? And there's a bit of that going on. So just a general balance and via adding more content and different axes and all kinds of stuff. So there's heaps coming. But based on all that, to answer the original, is that's how you can see how it didn't make the cut, because it is a ton of work. It turned out to be way more than we had anticipated.
Fourth. I had a package of 4.
And it was just like,
I had
damn,
4
we
of them.
kind of talked about wanting to do an
And they're
in-game
good.
upgrade, a big revamp in 040, and now we've got too much work, and we still believe it's the right thing to do, so we're going to commit. And normally we often get faced with the option, do we cut it down to make it fit, or do we commit to it all and do it? And I don't think in this case we could have cut anything without kind of just honestly making it look half-assed, to be honest. So we were like, no, we need to do it all, which means unfortunately, yes, it's not going to make 040, but then we were like, well, we can't just now do nothing, so what can we do? Well, obviously we're not just going to be like, because we're doing an 050, we'll just leave the fog alone.
Yeah.
Obviously bad, which was a bug, by the way.
Really?
In my defense, I've had a stomach bug from my daughter, fucking my stomach over completely for the last few days. Today is the first day I can finally eat snacks and proper food again. Let me enjoy my macerate tarts, okay? I had 4 of them. I've now divided them, and I had a little bit of chocolate earlier, and it's amazing.
And then we'll iterate until we feel like it's
I need a
about
drink.
right, but yeah. Kind of sad when you look into these things and you're like, oh damn, it was just broken the whole time. But either way, like, you know, a player doesn't know if it's broken or just intended, so obviously fixing it is the important thing. But yeah, I know there's that guy on Reddit doing a post every day, and
They can finally rest.
your thank you for your service.
Enjoy it? Oh, I
Your watch
did.
is complete. Yes, we can actually see the ground. It was just hilarious in some maps, whereas like they have holes in the ground, and like there's so much fog you actually can't tell where the holes are. It's like
Dime bar to UK. No, I ate the ball.
it looked a lot better from the footage. So
Grant, I only had one,
a
but
big improvement for sure. So you mentioned that, but there was also another kind of key change that you wanted to make sure to get in this one, and that was the kind of like monster density getting swarmed issue.
Yeah, that's a very interesting one because so
This I
when
wanna
we
hear.
were doing 031, this was actually already a thing that we were tabling and talking about. We kind of thought that players probably wouldn't like it because the you know, like monster density can be a very touchy thing, right? But the funny thing is that what we found was that even after we like what we actually sort of heard more was like, oh, we actually liked what the improvements were early in game, and we actually would wish that the rest of the in game was more like that. And we're like, okay, well, if that's the case, then like the main thing we have to do is not like nerf rewards, make sure that experience gain doesn't get lowered or anything like that. But you know, overall, we don't necessarily need as many monsters as what we were having in the top. And I think this is actually going to also just generally improve things because it makes when monsters have more life like that, it makes more builds viable. Because like there's obviously a point where like once you can one hit everything.
Who
there's
said
no point
that?
In like you might as well just go for whatever the fastest thing that could do that is, right?
Yeah, the lightning spill.
I've never seen anyone
So
say
basically,
that
by making
ever.
it so that monster life's a little bit higher as you get up there, it sort of actually means that like higher damage builds become more useful. So
the need for
What do
having
you
to
mean they
target so
heard
many
that?
enemies
From
goes
where?
down.
Who said
Exactly.
that?
You aren't just now funneled into the highest AoE thing possible.
So it means that like things that are less AoE focused.
Hey, I'm gonna make a
more,
poll
Like, I mean, obviously,
on
you sort
Twitch.
of want AoE. You sort of want to be clearing like that sort of stuff, of course. But like effectively, just by tweaking it down a bit, you just don't have the like so much need for everything to target quite so many things. And so you know, the sort of higher damage skills that are a bit less like, you know, not like more than a screen in size can actually be viable. And that should hopefully improve the situation.
I
there.
want to make sure that even if people are like,
vote,
I
honestly,
prefer
chat.
the swarminess, and it was fun for my build. And the thing is, like, that, speaking of like Atlas Tree, that's a thing where the Atlas Tree should be the thing thing that you can, it's like your build can do that. So like, I want to make sure, like, for now, not doing it, but I wanted to do a thing because we're doing this whole like monster effectiveness goes up more, right? I mean, it's a pretty hard thing to understand because monsters just get stronger with higher levels. So like it kind of just happens. You don't really, it's not like a thing you need to worry about or anything of the sort. But I want to do a thing where you can spec into making, like on the Atlas Tree, you know, I guess this is a little bit of a forward spoiler, but we're adding a little bit of it in a few places. But I want to make sure that you can invest into making monsters tougher without increasing the number of monsters, where like often it's just been pack size, and stuff like that. So, but then I would love to do a thing later where like you can convert that effectiveness increases you can get into like pack size. So it's like, you know what? Nah, I want the swarmy, you know, weaker monsters thing. And I don't want one to at that point you can make sure the conversion results in the exact same amount of drops and XP and all of that stuff.
That way you can incentivize. Well, you don't incentivize one or the other, right? Like it's more about what your build is, what you'd prefer, rather than being like everyone has to have most pack sizes possible.
Whereas right now, pack size is just a straight up multiplicative drops XP scale. I mean, obviously not for rares and bosses, but you know it is, and for a lot of people, it's a multiplicative fun scaler, and I don't want to take that away. Like I want people to be able to do that, but that's what the Atlas Tree should be able to achieve. However, it is too chaotic at a base level.
Right.
You get this weird thing where it's like the campaign has a entirely different vibe to the end of the end game now, where it's like you step into the end game, it's kind of and then you get towards the end. I mean, at the start, for people who didn't play 031 onwards, it was just like, okay, I'm going through the campaign. It feels a bit more tactical. Feels a bit more, intentional. My actions are more intentional. And then I get into endgame, I'm like, what the heck is going on? There's monsters everywhere. It's out of control. And so obviously 031 alleviated this a bit, but it is. I don't want it to be that there's this feeling of there's 2 games there. I want it to be that you build that extra layer, that you change it through your Atlas tree and through just decisions you make for the endgame, as opposed to it just being inherent. So if you want to, we're going to make sure that we try and keep it that if you want to make it more swarmy and that kind of stuff, you can, but it doesn't give you a drop advantage necessarily over the tougher monsters. There are reasons to do both. That's fine. There'll be a
by
heap
making
of
early
and
maps
stuff,
less
but, like,
density intense.
Ideally,
and
you
then
can
they
kind of play the
scale
game
that,
you want
but
to
the
play
harder
the game. So
content you
tree
engage
and
with,
our
the more
build
dense they were.
Play the character
They
how you want to play your
scaled it,
character,
which was a really
we can
good
do that with the
solution.
endgame as well. And that's the beauty of the Atlas tree, and the keystones and stuff like that. So, but I can't. It's hard to get into more of that without getting into kind of spoiler territory.
That's interesting to hear that you want to kind of make things a little bit less binary, where like in the past it often has been the case where it's just like, oh, you just stack as much of all of the things you can stack, or it's just stack as much pack size or stack as much rarity as you can, but maybe having angles for both of those things, like I'm juicing pack size, or I'm juicing difficulty and rarity with. I mean,
low tier maps are super hollow.
Being able to spec.
Don't get me wrong.
Your character
low tier maps are extremely hollow.
Like really good at like.
They're like campaign hollow, which is what they wanted to do, which was good. And then as you progress in higher tier,
where like you had like Titanic.
Then they made it so that the higher tier content you went, the more dense they were, and it was very noticeable. But now they're removing that, so now we're gonna have that hollow low tier map all the way through.
This topic then, and you touched on it a little bit, was like. There's definitely been, like, it's been noticed that rare monsters seem to drop the vast majority of loot in endgame maps, or at least compared to.
What Siggy's talking about now is on point as well. If I could.
Normal and magic monsters. There's a bigger difference, I guess, than has been the case in the past. And where are you guys at with, like, noticing or feeling that, or what problems do you foresee with that?
Yeah, see the live stream chat to say a W on it.
Like that. One of the things we really want to try to make sure of in PoE 2 when we're sort of doing a sort of from scratch pass on this is that the amount of rewardingness of something is equivalent to the amount of difficulty that it takes to kill it. And that's kind of where, like we're trying to normalize that, because by doing that, it means that we can try to get we don't want a situation where like some content just is randomly just way more rewarding than other content, and so we're trying to just make sure that we're keeping tabs on that really well. And what that's kind of ended up with regard to the magic versus rare is we've got the balance of that, where it should in an ideal world be the case that killing a rare versus killing a white monster is does in fact drop the correct amount of rewards relative to each other. Now the issue can come with the fact is if your build can one hit either of them in any case. So that kind of like changes, I guess, the way that feels a little bit. So, but as I said, it should be the case that rares drop more than white monsters, and white monsters can drop anything still. It's just,
it does make a certain amount of sense, but I guess like with what you were talking about, Mark, it seems like something you'll have to think about, because like if you want both strategies
density
to be viable,
is significantly
like
higher in PoE 1 than PoE 2 for sure.
There needs to be a reward or payoff to that ultimately.
100%.
So that's something you'll be looking at then.
But I mean, as far as I'm aware, it really is the case that if you looked at it entirely just around the life of the entity, the drops should be pretty equivalent to the amount of life that they had to in order to kill them, as far as relative to each other. So if it's got 5 times as much life, it does 5 times as many more drops effectively. Like that's kind of what we're shooting for when we're trying to balance this stuff.
Yeah, I think with the balance of how things are and the options we have now, it probably makes sense. But yeah, it looks like something you'll be keeping close eye on moving forwards then.
For sure.
There's a bit of a parallel with one of the kind of issues I see in Path of Exile 1, where like everything is in reward icons, the little floating symbols, and that seems like something you're trying to avoid moving forward.
We haven't really been doing that for a little while now. There was certainly a period there in PoE 1 design where it was like every single league was just like those reward icon type things, and it ended up really beiging the rewards a lot, because you just had this thing of like every league drops, every other league's drops, and it kind of didn't really it wasn't really that great. So I mean, it's going to be a little while since we've done that stuff in PoE 1 even, and in PoE 2 we kind of steer away from it to make sure that everything feels like it's got distinct drops and a reason to do it and that kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, it appears in some regards. Like for example, when you get the reward rooms in Fate of the Vow, you have a unique item room.
Sure.
But it's not just like a floating symbol above the monster.
Right.
Yeah.
Which also, immersively, I don't know what the heck that is, but what is it? It's just nothing. It's a clear and just obvious game mechanic.
I see some like floating, glowing cash money dollar bills above your head. Guy's loaded.
Whoa. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. And you can't have my loot. But I just remembered you spoke about rare monsters, and I was like, hold on, did we? I don't think we deployed or spoke about this change, but I know that taking away all the rare minimap icons was a bit anger-inducing. Because honestly, we knew it. We knew it was going to be.
Yeah.
Now, they aren't a requirement of the map, but as you're saying, they kind of drop a lot of the loot, and people were just doing the whole minimap, coasting between minimap icons. The middle ground we've come to here, which I think is quite cool, is once you've activated all the checkpoints in the map, which sometimes is 4, 2, the things for fast traveling and respawning, then all of the things
appear on the minimap.
The funny thing is I thought we already deployed that.
I don't think we have.
That's a fair change.
That's what I was just remembering.
We intended to deploy that back when people were complaining about it, and I feel like maybe we just kind of forgot.
Decent middle ground, I guess.
So that was implemented a while ago. Play your map. You generally find the checkpoints. If you're in a straight line map, there's one at the start, one at the end.
Yeah.
How the heck are you missing rares? Anyway, I don't know, but it can happen. But it doesn't just reveal the rares; it reveals everything. Every icon. So strong boxes you missed, rogue exiles you missed.
Okay.
So basically, you can find if there's any content that you still wanted to grab.
I mean, that's
now some people might argue, hold on, I'm just going to run around the entire map, activating them all, and then go clear. And I was like, well, okay, if you want to waste time,
right. But you're going to clear the map while you're doing that, right? So you probably clear the whole map anyway.
Yeah. So it's kind of meant to be a like, look, you've explored. At least, I mean, like, if there's generally speaking, if you've got like a big square or circle map, you're going to have 4 checkpoints. You activate all 4. You've at least explored probably 75% of the map, right?
Yeah, it's about getting those last things, and
then it's like, okay, look, you're now allowed to see if you missed anything.
But then you can also use the checkpoints to get to the closest place where the stuff you missed was, which is kind of nice. So it kind of helps with that. So we did finally find a solution.
I'm hoping this is a good
middle ground. I don't mind that too much.
Because then at least you've done 75% of the map, probably without just doing blind mini-map gameplay. And then from that point on, it's like, look, I get it. You probably missed something. You know where it is now. It should actually maybe overall be even more helpful because it's not just revealing the rares. It's going to reveal even more. So you'll know about everything else you missed. So we'll see how it goes. But I understand that was a bit of a aggravation for a lot of people. But, that's a perfect example of, again, it's, it's why I don't want people to not give feedback. Because this kind of stuff still should be fixed pretty imminently, and so it's
a good case study. Because I'm honestly surprised that you did do that, because this seemed like I loved the rare icons, but I was definitely a victim of the I'm only looking at the minimap now, so it kind of seemed like a change for our own good situation. But what you're doing here,
this is a good middle ground.
Yeah, it seems like it's saving the players that feel like that they're FOMOing because I know I missed like a league mechanic in the map somewhere after this, that is really bumming me out, and then they have to go and crawl back through everything and waste a bunch of time. So that's just kind of saving them that. Sounds like a good compromise change. A nice little extra bonus reveal there. Good stuff.
Good. Yeah. You just said rare monsters, and I just had this random
Good.
Wait,
what more words can I say?
Probably should have put that in the live stream if we hadn't deployed it yet. But everyone forgot.
It's in the Q&A. Good stuff.
Yeah.
We shall move on to kind of gear and passives, and this is in the topic of balance and character power, and this sort of stuff has been talked about a fair bit. Something that's mentioned a lot is that the ratio of player power that comes from gear versus what comes from ascendancy and passives is much more tilted towards gear than in Path of Exile 1. And so kind of like roughly for an example, like the average PoE 2 passive is like 10%, whereas the PoE 1 passive is 16%, whereas the amounts on gears are pretty similar. So like the 100% increased fire damage on a wand is consistent as tier 1 affix between both games, meaning that like more of the power has kind of been shifted away from the tree, the thing that you get by default, to gear. So this seems like a conscious decision to make gear more powerful. Is this something like you've thought about or made like specific strides towards?
Probably the main thing that we wanted to do in PoE 2 was make it so that the tree is more like we're trying to be more stringent about how the tree is multiplicative with what your gear does. That does make gear more important. I wouldn't say there's necessarily been a thing of like necessarily wanting to the amount of power overall that you get from one and the other is more unbalanced, but it's just making sure that like when you are using the tree that it's specializing your character more towards what the bonuses that your gear is giving you to kind of make the two things together. be sort of important to be thinking about both. So that was kind of our primary goal, but I don't know if you've got a different feeling about any of that.
It certainly wasn't like the passive tree being weaker. Like I guess we didn't really even think about it in the point of comparison. We just kind of like went back then. We went really back to the basics and evaluating a lot of our base balance, and so it wasn't like let's nerf it compared to PoE 1. It was more just like what do we want gear to do? What do we want the passive tree to do? What do we want? And all of that at the end of the day is just relative to then how do we want the monsters to scale and how to, which they're all different, right? The way that the monsters scale per level isn't the same. The way that the tree and thus the tree benefits are different. The gear is different, and everything. So again, not really. It was conscious decisions, but not conscious decisions to nerf from PoE 1 or anything of that sort. That being said, yes, I mean couple other things. I mean, we made, for example, the decision that we wanted the class starts on the tree to be weaker than the exterior. So generally the nodes are meant to go up a little bit in power as you get further away, so you don't just get the class hopping kind of thing that historically occurred in PoE 1 quite a bit.
The class starts were stronger than
you get the M on the top and stuff like that. And so that was a decision we made. But yeah, I mean, I guess we did kind of have we want gear to be more important, especially base gear. I think we maybe overcooked it a little bit right now, but just a little bit with more the ease of it, the ease of getting it. But that's a whole crafting discussion, I guess.
Talk about that too.
More of an in-game problem. But yeah, I would say, I mean, I'm personally pretty happy, honestly, with how it is.
Just that ratio of importance of gear compared to passive. I guess it's a question of how much power do you get for free, right? Ultimately, that's what it comes down to. Is if my gear if I'm wearing all white gear, how powerful is my character from just the tree? And that's a little bit lower, I think, in PoE 2.
And the reason
that
for that
bothers some people, I guess.
The reason for that specifically is because the tree is more multiplicative than it was in PoE 1, where there was more just base stuff, there. I mean, you can look at it even in simple things like, just life on the tree, for example, right? That's sort of another example of part of the thinking there is the more base stuff is available on the tree, the more the same characters can be because they can just allocate the same stuff and get the same stuff without having to worry about the items. So yeah, that's kind of
obviously
just
that's not entirely base in PoE 1, but you have base life. As in life without gear.
Yeah. And where are you at on the life thing? Just since you brought it up, I guess still pretty happy with the decision to remove that from the tree.
I mean, look, we just wanted to. We just didn't. It's more that decision's mostly about not wanting every character just another one of those cases of every character being the same.
Yeah.
It's we'd rather you specialized in the defense that relates to your character rather than just the same stat that every character should use. So we'll just have that general feeling.
I mean, we've obviously still got imbalance here, and there's obviously still work to do. Never ending. So, the tree will just continue to evolve, and we added a lot of passives at some point that are a lot more powerful, and we intend to keep doing it. And now we've obviously just added all the druid ones, but not just that. We added more ignite support around the mercenary. For example, this time, as in 040, we're doing that, and then there's some changes to more prod speedy stuff because we were looking at shotguns and trying to see how can we have them scale. And it's it turns out if you get a bunch of piercing with prod speed and some other stuff, you can shoot them across the screen. And so well, how do you get that? Oh, there's not many, so we're doing a bunch of little increments like that, just based on what builds need. I know bleed needs a bit more love in the bottom right. And, so to make it not just entirely all blood mage spear users and that kind of thing going on. So, again, it's going to just, honestly, we'll just do more and more and more and more and more on the tree. I suspect you'll get more. I'm not saying I'm going to increase the value of every node, but just by the nature of how many more things you can invest in and multiplicative elements, you're probably going to end up with a lot more power coming from the tree than what you do right now. But
less mob density,
but
more
doing it that
HP's
way
a win
than
for
just
minion
increasing all
builds.
the numbers anyway. Because at the end of the day, if we then increase all the numbers and then it turns out the game is too
For
easy,
the most part,
then
yes.
you have to nerf something somewhere or just buff monsters, and then you kind of end up in kind of the same place. So it's what did you actually achieve?
Font of Rage when they reworked it.
So with the approach to life then, which I feel makes sense, not wanting the trees to look the same and whatnot. How do you feel about why does ES kind of get a separate treatment when it ultimately, although it's a defense like evasion and armor,
Good
it
question,
functions much more
Siggy.
like life.
Good
There's a lot of
question.
ES
Here we
scaling,
go.
and ES numbers are pretty high compared to life, and definitely, yeah.
I mean, that's a current balance issue for sure, but like, you know, just because it happens to function more similar to life, they're all at the end of the day a form of effective HP, right? So, I mean, they just, as long as they're not entirely symmetric, which is what makes them interesting, which is why one works this way and the others work a different way. And but yeah, I mean, there's clearly a misbalance. I mean, you got issues with Ghost Dance obviously being a bit hectic, and I guess going to start listing off things I'm going to nerf, I suppose. But you know, like, I don't know. There's changes to be done here. There's a few changes coming. But we're at the point where I still look at it and I'm like, I'm pretty sure ES is still going to be pretty crazy. That being said, it's like, you know, I don't want to make any last minute kind of knee jerk reaction and nerf kind of things around this. So like, because we've changed and rebalanced so much, it's really hard to know, and even changes to how the monsters scale and whatnot. It's kind of hard to know exactly how things are going to play out. So it's this kind of thing where I'm like at the point again where I'm like, all right, let's get all these changes out, see how the metas evolve, see what's good, see what's bad, and then like reevaluate it again. So ES is worse, but I don't think it's honestly, I don't think it's nerfed enough, to be honest. Is kind of where I'm at with that. So but we'll see. We'll see.
A little nudge in the right direction, perhaps. But I know in the past when we talked about this, we discussed around the idea of like letting energy shield values be high, but really focusing on the recovery side of things and making that like you just said, like making things not homogenous, making things different. Like
I think life needs a buff, not the other way around.
Energy shield's much harder to recover. Like
buffing, not nerfing ES.
That is still the intention, yes. That is still the
Maybe
intention.
a little bit, but
it's
life
just
needs
really
a buff.
easy
End of story.
for all of a sudden some cool design to come out, and then all of a sudden it's just a completely trampled recharge.
Yes.
And then it's just like, well, now why do I care? You know? And I mean, like, it's okay sometimes if it's like via an insanely, like, I mean, Essentia Sanguis is a perfect example of doing this, right? Like, it just straight up ES leech. And the thing is, like, I don't want to take that away. I just, you know, there's a level of, there's some balance to do and or commonality to do. Like, if that's a thing you strive for and can eventually achieve, and now your character's like freaking god tier, that's exactly what like high-end unique items should do. So in this case, you know, I know we're making that item rarer. Hopefully that doesn't affect the economy too much with some me giving that away. But on standard, sorry. But at the end of the day, I would rather do that than just gutting it. You know what I mean? In this case. But yes, those things are allowed to break the rule. But I very much want to push ES to be recharge based, and as I said, yeah, historically it's again you just come up with a bunch of uniques and want to do all this cool stuff, and all of a sudden, we've added in another way to completely not care about recharge, and you're getting ES back some other way. So, and that happened, and more and more and more of that came about, and all of a sudden now, you pretty much just got this insane life pool.
3.27 died for this.
Full, and it's like, wow, why would you not do this? Obviously, you'd do this. So,
I imagine there's a lot of incomplete picture going on here as well, where you're still missing classes and archetypes and skills and parts of the passive tree and thing as well. It probably makes it hard to like commit too hard to certain areas of balance when it's such an incomplete picture.
Yes, and it's also just honestly a time issue. We're adding all this new stuff while having to also correct all the existing stuff, and then the new stuff is like, how fast can the new stuff break the existing stuff, and how fast can we then fix that? And it's you know, when I say break, I mean balance break. You know, it's to the point where it's like all these new variables are being added as we're trying to fix all the existing variables and balance them, and these new variables are like, you know, it can be hard, like real difficult. When you're at the point where you're not adding so much new stuff, you can just catch up, get to a point of stability, and for sure it's there. But like, we have expanded. Like, I've got 3 new people. I don't know if new. I've kind of taken a few people that were more balance oriented out of our QA. I mean, some of our QA people are kind of elite You know, I don't know if I should say who they are, but some of them are off, you know, top hardcore ladders and top ladders and stuff. And I'm like, well, look, they do know what's going on. I'm like trying to teach them the philosophies and how to do all this stuff. And so I've got 3 new people doing that. So hopefully, and historically, we've had quite a limited number of people actually doing balance. It's quite hard. It's actually one of the harder things to have a good feel for. And if you put the wrong person in that position, who knows where you'll end up. So it's really important to make sure that obviously these people understand the philosophies and are trained well, and you know, you're being cautious with it. But yeah, I got 3 new people with that, so much larger team in the future. So I'm hoping we can tackle a lot more, and we're not just going to be up to like 1 or 2 of us. I mean, historically it's been pretty much me and Andrew, and that's it.
So you've got your elite squad. You're building your elite squad of balanced ninjas now.
Pretty much, yeah. And
shield.
I mean, if we end up with like 5 of us, it's a very, very, considering I also have to do the leagues and the end game and the monsters and the bosses and oversee all of that, it's pretty hard to also be able to find a lot of time to sit there with the spreadsheets and with the game and going, what does this build do? What can it do? So getting more people there is going to be a game changer for the future in terms of, you know, what we're able to actually balance, and we probably will be able to do a new class and keep the game up to date in a much better way and keep iterating on this, because we've got a lot more work to do. Like, I don't want people to ever think that we're just like going to stop with this stuff. I mean, PoE 1 hasn't stopped after forever, and often you want to keep metas fresh, you want to update, you want to make new, there's always you make bad things good, good things bad. Well, you know, bring them in. Not, you know, whatever.
You want to make good things bad.
They don't do this. They do this.
I was like, maybe not that. But the, you know, it's been a pretty tight resource the whole time, and yeah, having more of that is going to honestly be a game changer. So I'm very keen to see how that's going to play out, you know, especially over the next few expansions, and see where that goes. And what it allows us to do. And, have less of that picking our battles, and let's fight more battles, you know, that's fine, which, yeah, should be cool.
Cool. On the gear power level side of things, plus to all skills has been talked about a lot, and even you guys have mentioned in the past, like it exacerbated things like mana issues that people were having. It's obviously very powerful and available in very high quantities. And I think it exacerbates other issues like uniques being less viable because they don't have them, for example. And it does seem to be of a power level that's like overriding other aspects of gearing. Like it becomes kind of a make or break stat in many cases. Where are you guys at with feeling on the plus skills issue?
Well, the original theory behind it was that we wanted to make sure, like for fizz weapons, you always had this like IPD, you know, increased physical damage that was always kind of effectively mandatory stat on those weapons. And, you know, it was something where like you would, like you know, like you sort of had this baseline of like, you know, some kind of multiplicative way to make the weapon better, and effectively plus skills on staves and wands was supposed to kind of fill that sort of same multiplicative approach, where like that was a thing that you, to make the difference between a bad spellcast weapon and a good one. That was kind of the idea, to kind of try and get that to so the items mattered more for spellcast weapons. But I think maybe like there's just kind of like we probably need to have to look at it. But I'm sure Mark, you've got more theories about it.
I mean, we need to change something.
Right.
100%. I mean, I know this like we obviously have the illegal mod, the old Essence of Sorcery, giving that extra +1 to focus, the +3 to focus foci, and the old homogenizing for getting the +3s on amulets. By the way, they're gone. Goodbye homogenizing.
I was ready for that one.
Wait, what?
Don't know how people are going to feel about that. I'm not sure if I
They
should
removed the
look at the chat over there and see
homogenizing
if there's
exaltation?
W and L, but whatever, they're gone. It was adding an insane amount of complexity to crafting. And, but anyway,
I particularly was I particularly was like,
but they didn't add anything else to offset it though.
Because you'd have to think about mods in the exact way that they needed you to think about them. So you know
how much shit I'm gonna get for this?
It's like a whole other conversation probably. But yeah, like they I don't think that that they were quite right to PoE 2. So yeah.
Anyway,
I've been such a loud vocal voice in the community for nerfing them, but I kept saying they have to add something else to offset that. But people will only hear me say, "Oh, GHAZZY said remove them," so now I'm gonna get a fuckload of shit for this.
I have this perfect wand. but I've got triple T1 prefixes, but I don't have the gem level, so throw it on the floor, right? I mean, that's kind of generally it. It's like if it's missing that mod, it's trash, right? That's the bad feel. It's like I did everything right except for that, and it's terrible. And yeah, we were trying to create a thing where it was like similar to, well, like, how do you itemize as a attacker?
Right.
And it was like, how can we have it be not just identical on a caster, but kind of have the same level of complexity of how to get
people will fucking
particular
hate
that
me.
still have the same level of an item actually matters, right? Because traditionally in PoE 1 you had this thing where, if you didn't want to have to worry about itemization very much, then like spellcaster was the thing you could do. And we kind of did want to still try to like have it so that items do matter on spellcasters as well.
So why then does it seem like for a lot of people it doesn't work? Like, because IPD doesn't seem to attract ire.
Yeah, I don't fully understand that. I think the mana cost thing might be part of it for sure.
Yeah, it's ruined the game,
I
confirmed.
suspect at the end of the day, it's because there are multiple ways to create an attack weapon that are good.
Right.
Even it's more than one way. A fizz weapon is not the only way.
Right.
Whereas a caster weapon doesn't really have that.
Right.
Like
that might be it.
And that's it. It's just it's if you don't have that mod, bad. If you do have that mod, it's fine. And that's it. It doesn't matter what the rest is necessarily doing. There's not really much other choice.
Right.
And so that honestly can be enough. Where it's like, you instead of reducing the plus gems, you could create many different options, and maybe it's still fine. Like plus gems is one way, or there's this way, or there's this way, and that way it's like, yeah, sure, there's more opportunities. But yeah, right now it's just either good or bad, very binary. And
it is quite hard to think of more multiplicative ways to improve spell damage, though. Like that was a real challenge when we were even looking into that. If I recall,
it's weird to me that like added damage on a caster gear isn't doing that more. Like maybe it's because like so much of that's already available in the game through other means or something. I don't know, like because that is effectively added flat damage in the same way that plus gems is.
Added flat damage on caster gear doesn't exist.
Extra damages, I should say.
Extra damages there. Yeah, added damage we remove.
Mark might as well have just said, thanks, GHAZZY, for the suggestion of removing homogenizing exaltation, and just left it at that.
I wasn't in love with damage effectiveness having to exist because I find
is it a W
for people. Like I don't love that, and so I was kind of
no, I don't think so.
I did have this sort of feeling though back.
They
when
should
we
have
did
kept
that,
the homogenizing exaltation in unnerved unless they have something to offset the nerf with.
Like it is a
but now they're just taking it away without offsetting it.
I think it kind of sucks as a thing personally. I'm just not a fan of it.
Damage is extra.
That's another take on that.
I mean, that's we've done. I was just thinking of another change we've done here. So obviously, I'm pivoting
it was super
a
OP.
bit, but it's still talking about caster weapons, so we'll say it's.
Okay, my argument is this: people who used it a lot agree with me. Most people did not use it a lot.
Which I said before, just to be clear, that is a change.
And it's a good change. A lot of people will be upset by it.
Taking the it's the runic and glyphic equivalent of spell damage on foci and for all the different damage types, and just saying they can't generate on foci now. And I think we're in the end game, we're then increasing the base energy shields a little bit. It doesn't. I know people, oh my god, you're making energy shield better. Don't worry, it makes like no real difference overall with the other changes in mind. But the idea is being that a wand and a foci should be slightly more defensively enhanced, not offensive compared to a staff. And so one thing we've done is we said all staff prefixes. So that's the damage is fire, the element damage is the types. It's the just increased specific damage, increased spell damage. What is it? Mana.
At the end of the day, GHAZZY is his fault.
The prefixes. Those are all now double wands as opposed to, I think it was 50 to 55% higher than wands, give or take. So, and then, so if you want, like, it just adds more reason to want to use a staff. So the staff prefixes are double wands, whereas a wand plus foci is not giving you. Well, it was pretty much giving you more damage, I actually think it was, than a staff would have been able to.
Definitely not.
So at least now staffs are going to be better, but that isn't anything to do with the gem level problem. It's still
just blame GHAZZY,
its
fuck
own
it.
problem.
Oh my god.
But it's again just talking about a little bit of the like overall improvements to just like finding different types of gear where it's like, well, why do I want the staff when I can have a wand and a
you
focus
actually
every
made a
time?
ton of changes to just weapons. Like generally, right? Like in terms of the progressions and stuff, especially through your campaign.
Yes.
I mean, we're back to point 2.
When we were
plus
adding the talismans for the
crafting, so
druid,
it's not terrible, but
we were like, what do we want all the in-game base types to be? What do we want the damage in the campaign? And what we then started looking into was a lot of the other weapons going, well, what were they doing? And then I was looking at things going, well, this doesn't seem right here, and this doesn't seem right there. And you get these weird things which people probably don't honestly appreciate.
Homogenizing salt was bad for the game. I think so too, yes.
Maybe. Where it's like you're upgrading your weapon, so you're going from like random examples. I don't know. I don't actually know if this is true. I'm just going to just...
You think my opinion will influence that also GHAZZY did this, I did this?
4, you know, you're going
it's about what the community considers, because there's a lot of people who think they have a huge influence, or we streamers have a huge influence. So when we say one thing and then they do that and they disagree, then the streamer gets the shit for it. That's what I'm talking about.
And you're like, I don't know if that damage is worth the trade-off of the implicit. And so
definitely it isn't worth it.
It isn't, yes. Yeah. The valuation of the implicit damage penalty was mismatched in a lot of spots. And so you get these things where every third weapon in the campaign is just like a random DPS drop. And so we're changing all of that as much as we can, at least.
The thing is, you might not even necessarily recognize this as a player, because generally speaking, you just like, you see a weapon that dropped and you're like, okay, what's the DPS of this compared to another one? You're not necessarily thinking about the fact that there's a new upgraded weapon type, or that's like, or that should have been higher. So what it ends up being is there's just a hole of like 20 levels go by where it's like, I can't get a weapon upgrade, and it's frustrating. And that's what it actually feels like when you actually play it. But in reality, what it was is that the weapon type that was supposed to be an upgrade is actually a downgrade. That's something that Mark immediately saw, and he was like, okay, we need to
we're
do
doing a little
like
bit more. I don't know if we're going to get through all the weapons, but we're trying. Whereas, like,
I don't know if the route at home are
like,
regal.
okay, what's your fast weapon? What's your crit weapon? What's your just standard good weapon? And then here's implicit A, implicit B, implicit C, you know. And then it's like, which one's your bonk weapon? Like, which one am I just going to bonk things with? The slow, heavy hitter. And trying to just do a lot more of that and make sure there's all the in-game choices for all of these weapons. Bunch of different cool implicits, changing some of them around, just reevaluating the damage of them all, just the base deep. So generally speaking, pretty much all of them going up across the board in little ways. Like, they're not nothing make or break, but like, it's enough of a thing that as you're going through the campaign, you're not just like, where the heck are my upgrades? And also at the end game, just increasing a bit of the choices of different base weapons you could use for different builds and whatnot. So yeah, it's kind of one of those things that, you know, it's easy to go a little bit underappreciated, but, you know, it matters, like in changing the staffs and all of that stuff. It does, you know, contribute to the overall picture of just things feeling good. And, you know, it's another one of these things where it's like, yeah, we just in the process of adding the druid weapons, we were like, well, let's go do the rest of this right as well while we're at it. So yeah, we've still got a bit more to do there, but I don't know if that will come in this, you know, week to come and or as opposed to afterwards or something like that. But we're just going to try and do as much as we can. So even if not all the weapon types are in the patch notes, it isn't to say we aren't going to do the rest of them before the end of next week, because it doesn't take too long to do them. But, you know, at the same time, you don't want to rush it and mess it up. So, yeah, I don't know. Just a random thing.
I think people are increasingly souring on rarity and gear, especially now that it affects
good
currency
topic.
drops, and which makes it feel very mandatory.
Pay
right?
attention
like,
now, folks.
What do we play for? Currency, obviously.
Well, don't you worry. We've had our, you know, every 3 months discussion of talking about rarity and what we're going to do with it.
I think we nerfed it again, didn't we?
We did a little bit. We cut off some of the top tier mods, so just the overall amount of it is lower.
No.
It's a stopgap. I don't quite know. We haven't come to an exact decision, but like, it is true that it feels like every change we're making at this point is getting slightly closer to just it despawning.
Keep having those meetings then.
I will get rid of it eventually. It's just that we need to find we need to find the mods that can replace it in the mod pools that like in order to make it work. And it's like, this is the annoying thing. Is it's like if we just removed it right now, there just wouldn't be enough of a mod, like the mod pools wouldn't work.
There is an interesting thing we see where and I don't like, for sure it is understandable, but we see a lot of videos being made with just absolute 1000% misunderstandings of how it all works. And which probably isn't helping its cause in any way, because it has all these hidden DR things and just a bunch of hidden mechanics in it. But yeah, there's certainly
if they nerf the numerical value rarity,
how it works, and people going,
we're gonna need more rarity on more items.
And it's like,
to reach the threshold of 150%, which is confirmed to be the sweet spot.
I'm not saying it's not a problem. It is 100% a problem, but there is certainly a mass misunderstanding with again, because we don't even explain it anywhere. It's just this hidden. There's some formula.
So them nerfing the number of it minimizes the amount of functional builds that can perform well whilst maintaining 150% rarity, which hurts build diversity.
And, like, you guys kind of happy to keep it that way for that one, or is it something you're like misinformation?
We wanted to make it clear. We wanted. Okay. We were like, why don't we just get rid of the DR and find a way to make it work and actually display the actual value? But that is at conflict of removing it. So, there's a little bit of like, we just got to pick our direction here. And
it's inherently unclear even to us in some sense. Like, we can't say like the number of the like. Well, okay, but that sounds a bit weird. But what I mean by that is like, it's not like that when you get that it just increases currency. Like, it's through like 10 layers of like different ways things work that kind of result in an overall amount, like overall in currency increasing.
You mean like the content people are playing and stuff? Or?
Well, not just that, but even in terms of just the way the system works, right? Like, it's a very indirect method by which currency is increased. It isn't just that we just drop. It's not just like there's some code somewhere where it's like increase currency by this amount. Like, it is actually like it is a result of multiple systems on top of each other working to result in that. And that's why, like, the only way for us to even know like what it even does is by simulating actual drops from actual monsters in order to work out what it actually did. So yeah, it's like sort of, yeah, I understand that might seem strange, but it's because like the drops are complicated. And there's like so many things we've done over the years to kind of like massage them in various ways, and it's like it becomes quite unclear at some point, even like what the relationship between one number and another can even be. I
think the takeaway is Jonathan said he's removing it.
I want to get rid of it. We just need to find a thing to replace it within the mod pool.
Like,
and that's very, very difficult.
Okay, I don't need to understand it.
It's exactly the same conversation if we bring up what Dex gives as a it's like it's 100% the same type of problem.
So what should Dex
Jesus,
give?
What do we make Dex give rarity?
Yeah, exactly.
No.
Exactly.
Dex scales currency drops.
Yeah, exactly.
But through several layers of abstraction.
And gold find if you're a wyvern.
Only if you're a wyvern.
Yeah, just for dragons.
Makes sense.
Cool.
Oh, no. Okay. On the topic of balance for damage types and damage scaling, lightning damage seems like a clear-cut winner at the moment overall. In terms of doing more
I just sent
damage,
a message over to Crip
access
about it.
shock,
I know he's in Japan right now. Wondering if he's watching.
Even having its own kind of version of stun through electrocute.
Live.
And I guess separate problems with, like, for example, fire and ignite. Where are you guys at with, like, the balance between the elements and
I'm not going to say that they're in now equal, but like a few things. So I mean, I know there was like a 15% more max damage notable. That's now 10. We've done, I think all of the skills that had multiplicative shock effect are now increased, so they stack additively with the tree. So, it's honestly just like a whole bunch of different little things. Lightning rods are nerfed at endgame, just while we're here. Don't worry, lots of things are buffed that aren't aren't lightning builds necessarily. Nice. But no, some are as well. But yeah, it's. I don't want to just make it about let's gut lightning. I want to make it be like, well, let's make these other things feel cooler and more special. So it would be very easy to just go and gut lightning across the board. But that just seems like an overall net loss of fun. I'd much rather, find ways to incentivize the others as opposed to just take away the thing that currently is, kind of enjoyable. So
didn't they say they removed the top end of rarity?
Not just nerf.
Having years, so it hard caps earlier.
They're equal.
It just means that we're going to need rarity on more items because the sweet spot's still 150% unless it changes the DR or the way that it works or affects the currency.
And you don't really want
the
things
problem
to be,
is rarity affects currency.
Ultimately, like it seems like
that's what the ultimate issue is. That's why they removed item quantity from PoE 1.
For sure.
They removed all of their issues by doing that change. But in PoE 2, they were like, nah, let's just make rarity apply the currency and make that upgrade it.
Damage directly, it is some indirect way it needs to translate to
damage. Repeating past mistakes.
I mean,
you need to, it needs to, or rather, it needs to indirectly translate into clear speed in some manner, right? So that's
unless you're making the monsters 40% stronger.
Well, but that's what I mean, right? Because
and then you're freezing them.
Yeah. I mean, because we're doing that, it means that it ultimately means that the higher damage, smaller AOE, like not having to actually rely on arcing all the time to be able to get the massive AOE can kind of like make a difference. So even just that change alone can shift the meta like a little bit.
Yeah. Okay.
I think rarity is good as it is now. Why make it worse?
It sounds like fair amount of changes to like the passive tree scaling.
Play a build with 150% rarity for 2 days,
hectic.
And then play the same build without rarity for 2 days.
You have this thing where it's like,
and
okay,
tell
well,
me you
let's say
still
even
think
cold,
it's fine.
obviously you can freeze more often, But then
2
often
days.
the boss is sitting or the monsters are sitting.
That's all
in
I'm
there
asking you to
in,
do. Let
know,
me know once
poised
you've done
time
that
before
if
they
your
can be
opinion
CC'd
remains the
again.
same.
You don't have any real control over that. And chill, well, chill has a maximum magnitude of 50, so you can't really scale. So like already alone, you can 5x the power of a shock, because I think the cap is 100.
You do that for
And in
1
some
hour,
cases,
notice a difference.
You know,
Yeah, but
Storm
2
Weaver
days
even
of
go
farming.
further than that.
I mean,
Whereas you
multiple
can't exactly be doubling
divines
the power
difference.
of a chill necessarily, and
It'll
so
be
on. So
night
there's
and
like
day.
even just that as a random thing. Like Ignite doesn't have enough love right now for sure. So even if it was meant to be those 3 ailments are a point of comparison, I mean, Shock is kind of a little bit crazy right now compared to what the others are capable of doing. Not to say Chill isn't strong, not to say Freeze isn't also obviously powerful. You know, they will have their time, and they may have already had their. I mean, we had freaking cast on Comet on crit for a while there, and all of that as well. So, you know, it will always change. But yeah, I mean, just bringing some of the Shock back and some of the other just little outliers here and there was a first step in the direction. But it's very important not to just do I hate lightning, goodbye lightning. You know, it's like be easy to do. It's the wrong thing to do for sure. So.
Yeah, people also like playing lightning. I think
Yeah,
it's just,
exactly.
I think it's just the feeling when they're like playing their cold builds and like it's better to convert to lightning. That's I think that's when it becomes more problematic. You kind of mentioned you touched on the fact that you feel like Ignite needs some love. I feel like with damaging elements, there's a fundamental thing maybe that's causing problems where it's scaling with like hit damage and crit so directly, I guess, in this case, differently to how it's been done in the past, where it leads to maybe, in addition to it being a bit weaker, feeling like just kind of an add-on, like Ignite's not really a thing. I don't really have a pure Ignite build. Ignite's just like a bonus added kind of damage on top.
Yeah,
of
it's a bit flat, honestly. I agree. We've had heaps of discussions here about all kinds of different options. We had some boil down to whether or not we're going to do keystones. We want to do something. We just haven't landed on exactly what we want it to be and how, whether or not it's like we change the base versus change it through, again, a keystone or something you spec into. But yeah, it is a bit flat, and it doesn't have enough. It is, as you said. It's just, here's a bit more DPS, I guess, at the end of the day. And then even there's limited ways of kind of scaling it, and I'm not going to say there's none. There are some, but it's not enough. It's I mean, overall, I'd say it just hasn't got enough love. So, but we want to.
Backtracking a little bit on the gearing, we touched on crafting a little bit, and so I love 0-3 crafting. Like, it was such a huge change from like a game that some would joke didn't have crafting into some of the most powerful and interesting crafting we've had ever in Path of Exile. I think like it's right up there. 0-3 crafting was amazing. Like the combination of the core currency changes, the changes to essences was really good, and how these things interplay with some of the omens and the abyss crafting even. So like definitely felt like some things were a bit illegal, and just the overall like how good it was. Like oh no, I feel like this is illegal. So what of that was illegal or is illegal or is being?
Well, you said essences. So we talked about essence of sorcery.
It's not like we're gutting anything or anything like that, right? There's just a few illegal things.
It's a few.
Are you pretty like you like overall like where it ended up?
I think it's way better than it was before.
Yeah,
100%.
Great.
Yeah.
It's what I found playing, and obviously and collating a little bit of data, but it's the kind of thing where I don't have enough data to go and or enough feedback to go and make some sweeping change. Is that people find that getting the it's too easy now to get to the absolute upper echelons of gear. Is what I kind of honestly, and I assumed that there'd be a bit of a public civil war about me saying that, because I could see people going, no, that I love it that way, and a bunch of people going like, well, I'm completing my characters way too fast, right? I got nowhere to go. I got no, I want to play for longer, and I have nothing to spend my time doing. Like, it's done, my character's finished. And I could see people being very binary on that for sure. But then it's like, how much of that just comes down to homogenizing, for example, and a few different axes like that.
I think a fair amount.
And But yeah, I know there's other problems. Like for example, because of the high tier currency, there's a little bit of like you don't even need to pick up tier 5 rares anymore, because what you actually want is a base type to craft from. And so in some ways it's wrong in that regard, for sure. Like if people feel that way, that's probably not good. Yeah, and then there was some other things with the essences that went wrong. Like for example, the essence of haste, being able to craft melee tiers of attack speed onto bows. It's not alright, right? That's better than what a bow can even yield. So like now a dropped bow can never be the best thing in the game because there's an essence that can grant high value. That's not intentional. Like the essences should be good, but they shouldn't be giving illegal mods, as we keep saying. So yeah, it's a bit of that, but I would hate to. I want to see how it goes, but I definitely feel the thing that like definitely hit me the most that I want to get more feedback on is the people just going, it's not you. There's no point in picking up T5 rares eventually because it, you know. I would rather just craft from a white base and I can more guarantee that it's going to be good, and so what's the point? But yeah, there's a bit of that, and so, but again, it's very important with these kinds of things not to just like go, yeah, that's obviously right, let's just change everything, and now item gearing is just ruined, because you could very easily undo with a lot of the good that 030's crafting added. So yeah, fine-tooth comb, being very careful with it,
yeah, okay,
for sure.
So it sounds like definitely getting rid of a few specific things. Omen of homogenization was a pretty clear one. I think that was like seemed hyper illegal, as well as like some of the specific essences. Like the tiered currencies, you feel like you're pretty happy with that overall?
I think overall I like them. Yeah.
Okay, cool. And like the essence changes in general.
Yeah, for sure.
And what about abyss crafting? Now that that's going core, is that like changing a lot? Because that I think played a pretty important role in giving you some interesting decision making in crafting.
It's not changing very much aside from the removal of waystone crafting from it.
Yeah,
sure, there'll be a few number changes around.
Yeah, just little bits here and there.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, inherently we have to, because we buffed staff prefixes, we have to go and look at everywhere that adds equivalent mods and make sure those are increased as well. And so, like, either way, there's some overflow effects that just kind of happen due to balance changes all over the place. But nothing like no significant change to that at this point, for sure. But it's still there. When you're playing through, even though it's core, when you're playing through the campaign, much like you get the world map icons, or it's like, oh, this thing's here. We've got a bunch of areas where there are abysses.
A few.
I think it's 6. And each give, throughout the entire campaign, each will give a crafting thing. So you have at least 6 guaranteed campaign crafts.
Oh, great. Awesome.
If you explore and do the areas, and you can see it on your world map if you've done it or not. And so you're giving you a bit of that throughout. So we don't lose that the league had. And then in-game, sure, use your tablets and then start running it. And
awesome.
If you want to get the crafting, yeah.
Well, I'm amped to hear that, like, overall it seems to be fairly intact then, because I was definitely a huge fan of, like, the direction crafting's taking there. So, and I'm excited to see it getting built upon with, like, the Sacrifice of Vile stuff too. Well, the new Vile stuff. Excellent news. Alongside that, we had the addition of asynchronous trade, and both things obviously very powerful for gear acquisition, raising both like the kind of floor of like what's considered your like baseline gear. What's your one exalt gear basically goes up a lot, but also like getting it more accessible to get to, like to craft or to obtain the really high end gear. How much of an effect have you seen in terms of like players kind of making the game easier? Like, has the game gotten a lot easier overall for people? Are people like reaching their final product earlier?
It's really hard to tell how much of it is the trade system and how much of it is the crafting changes. Like, it's actually really quite hard to disentangle.
So what about as an overall picture?
Yeah, I mean, look, but at the end of the day, it's like the crafting system the trading system as it is something people just need to have. So, like, we just have to, work within that.
Yeah, I'll tell you, like, if we have a end-game itemization problem, we're not going to go and say we need to nerf trading.
Good.
Right.
We're past that. We can put that in our review mirror. Excellent. Yeah, so the question is, like, I guess now more just adapting over to that. I'm just curious, like, as to how extreme it has been, because it seems like it would be absolutely massive, like crazy. But
it's honestly quite hard to tell, as I said, due to the other changes.
I guess it's like a longer period thing to analyze.
But then at the end of the day as well, you could say that if this is a feature we need to have, then it doesn't necessarily matter. Like, we just need to work with it and just deal with it. So,
I know in the past there was a fear, and this kind of touches on crafting a lot, where if people could craft like really good gear super easily, that they would stop playing. Like the player retention would go down. I feel like in some cases we've seen some of the opposite phenomena. Like there is, to an extent, the opposite phenomena where like people gain access to the builds they want to play. They gain access to content they might not have otherwise in a more reasonable time frame for them. So their engagement and the amount of time they play ends up going up as a result. Like in a surprising twist.
That definitely can happen, but at the end of the day, like retention isn't exactly the reason why we do it. It's because we sort of feel like, you know, like if we did want to make getting the hardest gear harder, then the reason we would be doing it is because we don't like the feeling that you can get of like, I don't have anything else to get. You know what I mean? Like that would be the reason to do it, not necessarily because of retention reasons. You know what I mean? Like it's more about the play experience, to be honest. Because you know, when it comes right down to it, like our model has always been, we want to keep you coming back every league. Like we don't necessarily care how long you play a given league for. We just want to make sure that you, each time you play a league, you're enjoying your experience, that you want to come back and play the next one. So you know, that's kind of our philosophy on that. So you know, retention isn't directly a thing that we're like optimizing for exactly in that way.
Players hyperfixate on that.
Yeah, it's more about retention from league to league. Like what are we doing? You know, like how many players do we get back for the next league, as opposed to how many players do we get back the next day?
That's interesting. Yeah, I guess because we have like Steam charts, we get hyperfixated on retention numbers.
I mean, it's not like it doesn't matter either, right? Because you can, on some level, judge the success of how much people liked a league based on that.
Yeah, it can tell you how much fun people are having.
Yeah, like at the end of the day, what people are saying about what they thought about it is actually more important than the number of people actually playing it, because like that, you know, so long as they're like happy and they want to come back, you know, then we're happy.
Mean, if you have more fun in a smaller amount of time and then you're more happy to come back next league, then that's a win.
That isn't necessarily a problem, right?
You may have played less this league, but maybe...
So they're kind of a little bit unrelated in some ways, but also sort of related in others, you know.
Okay, well, it'd be interesting to see how this continues to play out then, the crafting, trading thing. I'm super interested in like the economic aspects of that.
Right.
But it's definitely had a big impact, and on the whole, like 0.3 felt like a huge net positive for both crafting and trading.
Agreed.
So good.
Yep.
So good.
Agreed.
I just want the patch notes by
I'll
now.
ask about that like everything, I think. 'Cause it's like where do you guys feel it? What about now? Can we scroll to the end? Thanks. There we go. So we had just a couple of random questions. I do see one in chat, but it's not really a question. People just typing move speed, but I don't really actually know what the context for that is. You guys know?
It's the speed at which you move.
Oh, very insightful. Thank you. Maybe you guys could type an actual question in chat. I'm just saying instead of just chanting, but
well, I mean, adjacent to that one
Fucking
change we
Mark
have
from
made,
the
which is
top
kind of
row.
interesting, and I think it's a kind of I don't know if the general desire is more or less of it. I suspect you'll find a bit of both. But irrelevant of that, like a change we made is there's lots of in-game runes where you can now only use one of them, and it's quite interesting because obviously before it was like get the double socketable effect on boots, put all the removal speed runes in, and it's well, great, now you got, and you know, it's kind of interesting, but it also meant that generally what was happening is every single slot was just stacked with the same rune type. So now you're getting this like kind of nice mixture of different runes being used and different things, and it's kind of enhancing that. But yes, it overall makes the amount of movement speed you're getting from boots lower at the end game. But those were like very, very, very expensive. So which is kind of cool.
So they nerf movement speed.
What else is not much else has really
this is
changed
kind
there.
of like a rehashing of the old discussions of like the mandatory move speed on boots versus like implicits and things like that. I've always been a big fan of like a little bit of implicit movement speed on boots as you go up or something like that. But I know you guys are happy with like having move speed be an important stat on boots. Like, I guess, and maybe some people just want more move speed, but
I mean, some people always will.
That's a thing, yeah.
There's probably some people that want to move
faster.
It's just less. I think there's some people who might want to have a less mandatoriness to have to move so fast as well to some degree, but
I've been more on that side of things, like maybe make some of the maps a little smaller so move speed's less important, I feel. We don't like mandatory mod items on it was that topic. Okay, cool. Thanks team. Just confirming that.
It's not a big impact. This movie's been nerfed
fairly well at this point.
We're at the same stance on that, really. Which is, it's interesting because technically, if we end up acknowledging that is wrong in the context of staffs and wands, then we might have to reevaluate why it's right in the context of movement speed. You know, it's an interesting thing where one discussion might yield the other, because it's kind of a similar problem in both contexts, and we might end up who knows what side of the fence we're going to land on, you know what I mean? So
I've seen Acolyte of Chayula get mentioned a lot. I have not played that class, so I can't speak to it too closely, but is that one that is getting
We've
some
done number
love,
buffs
I
at the
think?
very least, yes.
Yeah, okay.
I think almost every ascendancy class has some level. Like honestly, some of it is like one node changed. Some of it, like for example, Pathfinder's got 2 whole new notables, and like we got rid. I mean, Pathfinder just did that. We got rid of the poison spreading notable because it's pretty much Herald of Plague, and we just put the 4-pointer to the 2-pointer, so you get the actual more powerful spike one for cheaper. We got rid of that like multi-choice ailment mitigation, and we were like, wow, it's the Pathfinder, so let's do some cool passive tree stuff. So pulling some inspiration from the PoE 1 Scion, the Pathfinder can now also allocate passives from either the Witch or the Warrior start points, you know, for just like, you know, doing some crazy builds. And I think there's even a new notable on there where normally you have your highway nodes and it's like 5 dex and strength. There's also now 3 other options for the Pathfinder can take that node, and now there's 6 choices you can do on your travel nodes. So it's like, oh, I don't want as much attributes, I'll get instead damage. I think it's damage, defenses, and like cost efficiency or something. So you can kind of like better balance how much damage you want, defenses you want, or reduce. So it's like another kind of cool, interesting thing. So yeah, I mean, that's a class where it's gotten a bit more changes. Acolyte is numerical for now. But again, we want to do something grander with Chaos. It's on
There's quite a lot of just monk
list.
generally improvements as well, just balance-wise, right?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, every class has kind of got
Been pretty
changes everywhere.
in the thick of it.
I think the patch notes currently lacks. We have a thing where we're doing a bunch of changes to specific monsters for being spected.
Okay.
Like when we actually looked at it, we're like, look, if we just increase Spectre overall, it's going to increase the specific specters. Like we want to increase the amount of the pool of viable monsters for different cases. Yeah. So here's the thing. Now it takes it from a skills balance team into the kind of monster balance team situation, and like sort of different resource. So we're going to start doing that process where we try and do like, you know, 5 to 10 from here and here and here and here per patch, and kind of just start trying to get them to be more viable. Specifically as specters, and honestly you'll find most of the time it's just changing the cooldowns and changing the AI to be like not, because normally they're just like, I have to care about a player and maybe some minions are there, but honestly sometimes they just don't even care about the minions. They're just like, nah, there's a player, right? They assume there's a player because generally speaking there is. And so now when they make a specter version, well, there's no player for them to target. There's, you know, only monsters, and so they might be just making some silly decisions about how they're targeting and when they're using their skills and stuff like that. So want to do a bunch of that, but those won't be in the patch notes because the intention's that we're still doing them. I don't want to release a half-baked set of patch notes for that. The other thing is I think we're still doing, I've held back from the patch notes, I've held back a bunch of the minion occult, specifically a bunch of changes around command skills and stuff like that, just because I want to just do a little bit more iteration before we release that. Couple of Ice Ranger changes.
That's a W. That's a W.
I think that's like a massive improvement. To the Ice Ranger kind of play. I mean, using the existing skills, a lot of numerics, a lot of changes to ice fragments, stuff like that. What else is not in there? There's a few other bits and pieces not in the patch notes.
And the retest every single specter. I hope it's in the patch notes.
Changed. I've just taken them out for now because I want to make sure they're right. Otherwise, we have to give some false information and then change it, and it's not great.
You've been updating the patch notes over the course of a week now, so people should still probably expect that.
Yeah, for sure.
Initial patch notes coming.
I know they were like, I mean, I think we ended up changing something like 80 different unique items or something like that.
Sick.
Again, mostly focusing on in-game ones, bosses ones, mythic ones, working our way down the rarity. So like more of the ones that are meant to be higher value and meant to be higher effort. We've demoted some to be more common. We've promoted some to be rarer, stuff like that. And done a whole pass. But even then, like I know last night we were like, oh, there's like kind of 5 or 6 here that we're like maybe on the fence about. Let's, to be safe, pull them out, discuss them, reevaluate them, and then pull them back in the patch notes afterwards. Just to be safe, because again, I don't want to mislead people.
I saw a question about that from our resident summoner expert in chat. But the monster changes, like for making specific changes to monsters for specters, does that end up in patch notes? That seems like pretty hard to track.
It will this time. Nice. Well, I I don't think we've done much in the way of actual specific monster changes this time around, but this, what I was talking about doing will, yes.
Okay.
It just, what I'm saying is it won't be in the initial set of patch notes because we haven't finished them yet. So, but they will be, like, I think the patch note says will be in a post later this week, or later, you know, in the week coming. So
a funny one in chat I see is like, when can we get more melee variety? I'm like, you guys literally just added like.
We're getting them in patch notes when they do make the change, because otherwise we have to retest every single fucking Spectre.
Right.
We've done that in PoE 1 so many times over.
No, I mean, because it's
that's
kind of
good.
true, right? Like,
It's
all right.
There's a funny phenomenon
Thank you,
right now where
Vosh.
it's like whenever we talk about melee, people say that like there's literally only maces in the game, and it's like quarter staves are over in the corner crying.
Perfect.
It's like no one pays any attention to it.
Yeah, but
It's like doesn't count as well.
But
It's like a half ranged weapon. I guess.
Stormwave really melee, you know, then you get that.
There's always this funny exception with it, but like ultimately, I think what it comes down to is that the game doesn't have swords.
Yes,
yet.
I know.
Is that,
and I know we need swords. Yeah, I get it.
We need swords.
We need swords.
So swords are.
funny.
From talking to you, it sounds like swords. Swords are getting added to the game at some point.
At some point, we will have swords. I can promise you that.
Yes, it's the importance is understood. It seems it's a bit too fundamental, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure.
Swords are a bit cool.
But yeah, I mean, we were talking about the ascendancy. So yes, a lot of numerics, some more broader changes, some getting a little bit, some getting a lot. Like, just because it doesn't get a little, just because it's getting a little bit doesn't mean we think it's in the right spot. At the end of the day, we've just started going. Like Smith and Katava got a decent amount of changes.
Nice.
You know, kind of a lot better now, for sure. We like over nerfed it. But yeah, lots of like around the. I mean, honestly, like I want to say 90% of all the balance changes are probably in the direction of taking underplayed and underpowerful things and making them a bit better.
Nice.
That isn't to say that we've successfully
Or mages, I don't know.
Like maybe at the end of the day, lightning archers are still somehow better than ice archers at the end game. But certainly the gap has narrowed, and you'll feel less bad for playing one over the other, and less bad about decisions. And so that's ultimately the goal, and we'll get there eventually. But yeah, huge step in the right direction, I'd say. But yeah, and then things like Outer Louis, you know, all those outliers on the top end, those are coming down a bit for sure. Sometimes more than a bit, depending on how extreme they were. Culmination's another one where like just having an uncapped combo thing, and you get damage per combo. I mean, and then obviously you can just one-shot everything in the game at that point, so that's a problem as well. You know, some of these outliers 100% brought into place given caps, whatever the case is, but again, more like 95% of all the changes that we're trying to make is bringing up the underplayed things to be a bit better, and just to all kinds of varying degrees. It's really hard to. It's like, do you just do everything across the board and try and look at everything and give everything a minute, or do you really hone in on one build? And right at this point, we're trying to do a very widespread. Let's look at literally every skill and go, is there a decision we can? What would we do? And it's like, it would require this huge rework. Okay, instead of waiting for that, can we just do some numbers for now? Do the rework later to really give it what it truly should be. If so, let's do that, and then bench that thing for a later time when we have more time, and then move to the next, do the same assessment, and then we just try to do that for literally everything.
The Balanced Ninja Squad is currently focusing on clear speed, it sounds like. AoE.
Yes, but for things that are not already, you know, up at the top tier, generally.
Right. We're getting quite close to patch notes, so we'll rapid fire some things off here. It seemed like at one point, like druids were going to have claws as their weapons, so that has obviously changed to talismans. Or
That might have
they
been
were
the
like
case a long
That
time
was
ago.
actually, that was actually for the
something.
Huntress.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, weird. Yeah, so it sounds like claws are probably not going to be a thing then.
Probably
Like,
not anytime soon.
Yeah, I'll go through
not
patch
less
notes.
interesting on
Yeah,
other
yeah.
options. Yeah, all right, cool. Hot swapping between controller and mouse and keyboard.
Yeah, something I promise every single time.
So
And yet somehow we still haven't done it yet. So what I can say is that it is actually, we have an implementation of it. We're not shipping it this time, but it's much more close than it was last time. Like, there's just some stuff that needs to happen, but like, you know, it is a thing that has been seen on a programmer's workstation as to work. But yeah, there's still a bit more to do. But yeah, like next time, I know I've said this twice before, but next time we will definitely have that. I know it's like, it's a weirdly huger feature than it seems, because like the code was just originally not written with that in mind at all. And, you know, yeah, it's just requiring a lot of re-engineering of a whole bunch of existing UI to be able to get it to work.
looking forward to it, so I can
I know,
actually do inventory management.
I know. We will have it, but yeah.
Controller inventory. Oof,
Yeah.
no.
But yeah.
Okay, good news. It's being worked on daily, it sounds like. Do you have like a rough timeline for full release, or not ready to announce that yet?
I don't really have it to announce, but I mean, look, I certainly don't want it to be 2027. Like, I really want it to be next year. Like, I really do. So, you know, like, it'll be, I really want it to be next year.
We certainly underestimated the amount of work we wanted to. Certainly by having to make all the leagues constantly and all of that. And I know some people might be like, just don't. But like, you know,
you need to do.
Just say
people play the
27.
game still and
Exactly.
enjoy it, and you know, do what we want to do. But so yeah, you get this thing where we severely underestimated how much extra time it would add.
I've said December 26th.
We want to do the 130 extra passives because it's cool. I mean, that has an expensive.
Yes, all of this does get in the way technically, but.
I mean, look, at the end of the day, we're not going to release until everyone's happy. So
that's true.
Yeah,
that's
so
true.
that's what needs to happen first. So you know,
it's a good trade-off.
Yeah.
With the performance improvements, which looked like really impressive, even more than the 25% you were saying, like looking at the side-by-side footage was like, it looks even better than that.
Yeah, I mean, look, we did 25. I said 25% as a commitment because, like, that's kind of like I want to make sure, like, look, people are really sensitive to the stuff, so like, I wanted to make sure that we're not over-promising.
Under-promise.
And so under-promise and over-deliver was the plan, but effectively, like, I've been focusing a lot myself actually, and trying to like make sure that it's getting better. Effectively, what we've done is, I mean, obviously, there's just sort of traditional optimization that happens, but a lot of it is just effectively making sure we're multi-threading things better, taking advantage of more CPU cores. If you're GPU bound and you don't have dynamic resolution turned on, then it obviously won't affect you because you're GPU bound. If you've got dynamic resolution on, so you know the like GPU is not so much of a concern, then CPU was definitely a problem for just about everyone. Like even really fast CPUs were having issues in in-game mapping. So the goal really was to make it so that, you know, like when you've got a lot of shit going on, that your CPU is not overloaded. We did that by multi-threading things much better than we were before. And, you know, just, traditional optimization, just lots of improvements there. Like now... there's so many things that are working better than they were before. Like in many cases, honestly, you see double frame rate, like just straight up.
Awesome.
But as I said, like not consistently in all cases. So and consoles obviously saw a huge improvement. They, consoles just have weaker CPUs than PCs do. So therefore, when you're doing CPU optimization, consoles are what's going to benefit from that. It's just a lot better. Now, one of the things I'm a bit worried about is that by multi-threading more things, you can run into multi-threading bugs. And so there might be, hopefully not, but there might be some more crashing going on when we first launch, just because, like, you know, like the thing with multi-threading is that, depending on the exact scenario, different things can happen at different times. It can cause some issues. I'm really hoping we don't run into that. We're trying to do as much testing as we can to fix all those kinds of issues. Effectively, that would be the worry. But yeah, I think that it was definitely worth taking the plunge and doing that stuff because it is way better. I probably should make like a video on exactly, like, you know, some of the go into a deep dive into it at some point because it's kind of interesting.
And even it feels like even still, occasionally you guys are still just finding
ridiculous
things that like, we just made it a whole nother chunk faster.
Yeah,
and I'm
exactly.
Just because of some just ancient thing.
It's we definitely still find some crazy stuff, and it's going to be a lot better.
I expect it's not even, it's just going to keep going as well.
Yeah, no, exactly. So that's the other thing is like I want to spend even more time on getting this exactly right. We're not even at the point like when I'm looking at it now, I'm like we could still theoretically make this quite a bit faster than it even still is.
You've been personally like really on this every time.
I have. Just because it's been such a big issue, and I wanted to actually get back in there and spend a bit of time.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, as I said, like already it's so much better now, but it will be even better than that.
Awesome, fantastic. It's great news. Patch notes are here.
All
so
right.
we will end there and let
no
people
one's interested
go
in listening to us anymore. They've got
everybody's gone. No, thank you very much, guys. That was a pleasure to talk to you once again.
Yeah.
And
All right,
looking forward to checking
GG's.
it out, going and playing some more.
Excellent.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Holy shit. I don't know where to begin. Where do I begin? Can we just talk about the density thing?
I don't like it. It's shit. Astrath just subscribed and included the message. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Man, I am so tired. It's 10 a.m. in the morning. I just finished reading the patch notes at 8 a.m. Shoot me.
Look at hella submissive and breedable. The density change. Let me explain what that means. Let's just talk about it. Let's talk about it, because it's one of the things that threw me off hard. So they made the decision to alter map density in higher tier difficulties. So in the past, people complain about being swarmed when you go from the campaign into mapping system, or the mapping endgame system, right? Which I definitely agreed with. As soon as you entered this early stage mapping, you were swarmed. So what they did was they lowered the density of lower tier maps, and as you got into higher tier maps, the density would then scale upwards to not have any changes in the highest tier of maps, tier 14, 15, 16, compared to how it was before. Apparently, a lot of people were still complaining that they were getting swarmed, and maybe I'm just in my streamer bubble, but I haven't heard anyone ever complain about that in higher tier maps, ever. I've never seen any of those comments, ever. But maybe I'm just stuck in my little streamer bubble here. As a result, apparently, there was an overwhelming amount of feedback about this, and they decided to remove the scaling of density. So now the density in the higher tier maps will be the same as you have in the lower tier maps. To offset this, to make sure that rewards aren't taken away from players, what they've done instead is that in the highest tier maps, the enemies will be having 40% more life, and they will be giving you 40% more rewards and 40% more experience to offset the reduction of density. That sounds pretty good. There's some other benefits to this as well. It means that builds are less and less forced into the bubble of mega AoE, mega chaining, clearing, AoE effects, projectiles, whatever, to be able to clear vast amounts of enemies, which would incentivize or at least encourage other types of builds to have good clear speed as a result of less monsters on the field. So yeah, I definitely think that there are some really good benefits behind this change. But from my perspective, like, I never felt this being overwhelmed. And I've never seen anyone complain about it. I never heard anyone complain about it. But apparently a lot of people did. So it just feels weird to me. And what then is going to happen is that one of the biggest complaints we had in the early stages of Path of Exile 2 was that the maps were so freaking big and they were hollow because of lack of things to do in the maps. One of the things that helped this was an increase of mob density in the maps. So you actually were fighting things as you moved around this massive area. But now that density is being brought down, is this going to result in us having these massive zones with huge gaps of no enemies at all to fight? Because the density is back to what it is in the early stage maps. That feels a bit off to me. Now, I'm not saying that it's not beneficial for the game, because I do think that the positives are very good in terms of build diversity, opening up for different types of way of playing the game, and maintaining good clear speed, because the packs of enemies that exist is going to be significantly lower, and the rewards better, which I guess gives you the sense of more tactical, meaningful combat, which, to be fair, is something we experienced for the first half of the campaign. But after the first half of a campaign, your character is so strong that meaningful combat gets thrown out the window. You normally, most builds have more buttons to press in the first half of the campaign than you have for the rest of the game, because your character's strong enough to not need to have tons of different combo setups to kill white packs of enemies. So I'm not sure how well received this change is going to be, but I will recognize the beneficial aspects of it, such as build diversity and whatnot, when it comes to the aspect of clearing and improving those things in the game. What I am mostly concerned about is the sense of maps feeling hollow, large, and kind of boring, because you have to run, you kill 5 mobs, and then you have to run 2 miles to fight another 5 mobs. Feels kind of weird, because that's how the early stage maps can very often feel like. But now that's going to be the case in the higher tier maps. The only difference is every time you do fight a group of enemies, those enemies will be harder. Sure, but you still have the problem of massive areas, which now has fewer monsters in them. That feels awkward to me. That's my current take on that specific topic. I don't know, my question to you guys watching this on YouTube, or for you guys watching live right now, Have you heard people complain about this? That people are getting swarmed? I made a poll on Twitter. I made a poll on stream, and everyone is overwhelmingly saying, no, they never had this issue. I don't know where they got this feedback from. It just makes no sense to me. I see the benefits of it, but I think that if they do that, they also have to cut down on the sizes of maps as well, because it sounds like we're back on the idea that we kill a couple of enemies and then we have to run 2 miles before we engage with the next combat. It's maybe I'm shooting my shot too early and have to wait and see and play test it, see how it feels as we play it, because I think it might actually feel pretty good. People ask me if this is an indirect buff to most minion builds. Yeah, I would say that it's a pretty big buff to minion builds in general, because most minion builds don't really have a massive AoE coverage on the higher end game of gameplay. So having fewer monsters to fight that are tankier is something that minions actually excels at, compared to having a ridiculous large set of enemies to fight, because we don't have any inherent melee splash for attacking units. We don't have massive explosions outside of Volgars, for example. So yeah, in general, it's actually beneficial for minion builds in general to play with, but I'm still concerned about the hollow sense that we might feel in maps with lack of monsters to engage with between packs, I guess. I think that's my take on it. I wanted to raise this topic up and see what you guys feel about it. Again, mainly because I've never, ever seen anyone complain about this after the changes they made. Anyways, let me know in the comments below. See you guys in the next one. All right, got a video out of it as well. Okay. What else do we have to do? We got to go through patch notes as a list to do. Rarity. Numerical nerf. All right, what else do we have? Impulsive music. We'll also go through this. Balls great. By most player base who don't watch streamers, they just play. That is a very good and important take. Absolutely. The vast majority of the player base, at least in PoE 2, unlike PoE 1, actually does consist of more casual players than ever before. As a result of that, we're in a position where those type of players, which we've seen in Diablo 4 has a ridiculous amount of people playing the game, but the vast majority of those do not watch streams, and the vast majority of those do not watch YouTube videos. They do, however, check written guides, for example, which I can guarantee you that they do, because I see the numbers that my written guides are generating on both PoE 2 as well as Diablo 4, and the numbers that Diablo 4 is generating is fucking wild. When I say fucking wild, I mean millions. Plural. Millions in plural is what my written guides are doing. Every league launch in Diablo 4, there are millions of people reading my guides. Millions. Do I even come close to thousands of viewers in D4 if I streamed it? No, not even close. But I have millions of views on my written guides. So that kind of shows the differences on the kind of player base, because the vast majority, they're not watching streams, they're not watching YouTube, they don't give a flying fuck, but they're so casual, they Google up a guide. And what happens when they Google a fucking necromancer guide? I mean, the Diablo 4 necromancer summoner build guide. Oh, would you look at that? That's my necromancer leveling guide at the very top, right there. That's what happens. They click on that, I get views, I see that, but they don't watch the streams, they don't watch the YouTube video, but they Google it and get my guide up there. That's what happens. And we have a lot of that in PoE 2 as well, because PoE 2 is, taking market shares in new player acquisition, more so than PoE 1 has ever been able to do. Either way, people say rip cocaine ants. The frozen manimal monster can once again no longer be banned as Did they? What's the name of the lightning guy? Zealot? Curious. What? Here, let me find this. What's this? That's Dark Pact. What's this?
Don't like it. It's shit.
This we've covered. We don't need that. We don't need that. What do we have here? That's Tibia. Alert triggers. That's Tibia coins. I don't need this because I've given those away. What is this?
Emotional.
This is my mega bonk list. I don't need that. What's this? Oh, here it is. Top tier Spectre, single target, Death Knight. Secondary, Powered Zealots. Clearing Spectres, number 1, Lost Men Zealot versus Brian Maiden Weapon Swap. Secondary, Frozen Mandibles. They weren't even the best. They happened just to be the best performing Spectre on both ends. The only thing this does is that we're going to want to run one set of Spectres for single target and another set of Spectres for a clearing. That's the only thing that happens. We don't need the cocaine hands. But why the fuck wasn't Powered Zealots nerfed? Why the fuck aren't Death Knights nerfed? They're not even... What?
Tyrus, you absolute...
Are Volgards nerfed?
You just turned my stream into a subscription gold mine?
Brian Maiden? No? What else do we have?
I don't like it. It's shit.
It makes no sense. This makes no sense. The only thing that's going to happen is that they're forcing us to weapon swap. That's all it does. Reavers are fixed. I'm going to go through the passage from top to bottom, and we'll get to Reavers. No, it just means we're weapon swap. It did lingering Spectres? Are you shitting me?
I don't like it. It's shit.
Both some respective variants, a certain monster in each act and their endgame variant. Further details of which monster have been adjusted will be posted separately prior to release. They're going to post this in the next release, yes, and we're going to go through and check those for sure. However, what they have not checked, what they have not done here, is they haven't fixed what's called lingering specters. How many in chat knows what lingering specters are? How many people in chat knows lingering specters? Type me if you know. So basically no one. There's almost no one who knows what lingering specters is. Oh my god, I'm about to blow your fucking minds away, boys. Holy shit. Oh my god. Okay, dudes. Okay, there's a couple of people who know. Holy fuck, dude. Oh my god. Okay, so there is a tech where you set your specters up in a very specific way with -1 on one set. And what you do, you can even use the big version of specters, whatever. The reason I never made a video on this is because I thought they were gonna fix this really fast. And then when they didn't, I decided not to make a guide for it because it was the most obnoxious playstyle in the history of playing Path of Exile 2. The playstyle is this. You first do a very specific setup for it, and then you spam weapon swap. Best way to do that is this. That's it. Just unlock the scroll wheel on your mouse, let it rip. Just let it rip. You do this every now and then, let it rip. That's it. And you just weapon swap that. What then happens is your character is going to weapon swap all the time. And the setup is making it so that the specters on your one weapon set spawns, then goes away. And the specters on your other weapon set spawns and then goes away. The lingering effect with this is that they stay alive for a couple of seconds. So you weapon swap like this, basically. And you have specters from 2 weapon sets, doubling your specter count, more or less. And the result is that you have the best single target spectre in the game, which we know for a fact already is the Death Knights. You combine those with either Blind Maidens or Lost Men Zealots, which are one of the best clearing specters in the game, if not the best clearing specters, and you let them do the clearing. So you have the best of 2 worlds by just weapon swapping all the time. The playstyle is completely fucking obnoxious. It is completely insane and is super annoying to play, but it is the best play you can do for minions. And I thought that was going to get nerfed or fixed. It didn't. And I'm surprised that's not fixed in the patch notes. That's why I never made a guide on it. Oscars have a video on it, yes. Yeah, it's a bug abuse. 100% it's a bug abuse. Which is insane. Okay, how big are the patch notes? Let's find out.
Order sends Shua Al subscribed with Prime and included the message, I just hope that Dragon Form is playable.
Wait, that's it? Not even one Bible book long. The hell? That's pretty small. Okay. All right. Let's go through the patch notes. Beta Evolve, starting fresh league, yada yada yada, yada yada yada, new content, the Druid, Oracle Shaman, yada yada, 250 new passives, 10 uniques. Wait, over. Okay. I thought I said 11, but talismans, new augments. Okay. Abyss is a core mechanic.
Holy hell,
that
what
too.
Maria just subscribed with
Maria,
Prime.
thanks so
This
much,
cat
Prime.
is on a roll.
Polar as well, the Prime. Thank you, Tyrage, Astra, friggin' a long list of people. Thank you so much for subs. Significant optimizations to CPU performance have been made. These changes both improve the speed of key operations, yada yada yada. Basically, performance improvements. Great. Player changes. Tailwind now grants 1% movement speed, 2% skill speed. Previously was 3%. 10% evasion rating, previously 15, and prevent 1% of damage deflected hits per stack. Okay. Base unarmed attack time is now 1.65 attacks per second. Previously it was 1.4. Modifiers and number of enemies required to be considered surrounded can no longer reduce the required number of enemies below 1. Rage regeneration now pauses. Rage decay, similar to other means of gaining rage. This means that your rage will never decay while it is regenerating. All rage spending costs have been changed to 10 rage. Rage no longer causes a visual effect on your character until you have 10 or more rage, so that you know that you can use these abilities. Physical damage reduction from armor can no longer cause a hit to deal 0 damage. This is mostly targeted at preventing cases where multi-hitting player skills could deal 0 damage to armored monsters at very low levels. In these cases, the hit will now deal 1 damage. Igniting aura effects, including ignited ground, no longer applies infinite ignites. Instead, they apply regular ignites with standard duration, and will reapply them after they expire the next time the aura applies flammability to that target, the same as if ignite had been removed from the target. Okay. Ascendancy changes. There was a lot of ascendancy changes, I said, at least. All skills granted by ascendancy now are automatically activated when granted. Some previously required a player to manually activate them. True. I don't know how many times I told people to activate the goddamn doggy from the Infernalist. Wind Ward has been removed for the Deadeye. Bullseye now requires call shots. Bullseye applies 10 critical weakness, previously 5. Added a new Mirage Deadeye Ascendancy passive skill, which grants a Mirage Deadeye meta skill. Mirage Deadeye, while active, firing a range attack projectile will create a mirage mirage that uses sockets and range attacks for a short duration and vanishes. You cannot create another Mirage for a short time after initially creating one. I mean, that with a Tailwind. I'm not sure if that's going to be enough. I haven't played enough Deadeye. I barely touched it. Pathfinder. Oh, let me just respond to Hannah. Pathfinder Contagious Contamination been removed. Practical Remedies have been removed. Running Assault now also grants cannot be heavy stun while sprinting. Give me a second. My fiance keeps typing. Add a new Path Seeker multi-choice ascendancy passive skill with the following choices. Path of the Warrior can allocate Path of the Warrior starting point to the other one from the Witch or Sorcerer starting point. Each choice also grants 4 passive skill points. This one is quite interesting. One of the main things we see on the skill tree in general that we've talked about a lot is actually access to movement speed, which the Ranger happen to have very easy access to. So this could open up the fact that you could play a Pathfinder anything as long as you get these notes. Just saying. I mean, we've done that with Ritualists. Ritualists, we actually went in and grabbed these notes just because of the starting thing to play as minion builds, actually, which is kind of wild, personally, but that is a thing we've done. Traveler's Wisdom now requires Path Seeker. Traveler's Wisdom now instead grants attribute passive skills offer additional option, either damage, low defense, or cost efficiency. Okay. Amazon Elemental Surge reworked. Grand Skill Elemental Surge now provides when you consume a charge, trigger Elemental Surge, you gain 3 lightning surges. Surging Avatar reworked. Now provides when you consume a charge, trigger Elemental Surge to instead gain 2 cold, lightning, and fire surges. Okay. Ritualist, Ritual Sacrifice, stole the modifier duration 82 to 120 seconds from gem level 1 to 20. Previously 15 to 19.75. Okay. The stolen modifier just lasts longer. Okay. Quality is now 20%, 20 seconds of stolen modifier instead of +2. Corrupted Life Force now also because you deal 50% more damage to enemies affected by Blood Boil. Alright, so that just made this less spammy, which is kind of nice, I guess, because that's a very significant change from 20 seconds to 120 seconds. I like that, but it was like just a bonus thing from the way, at least the way I played it. Warbringer, Imploding Impact now also grants fully broken armor. Your Reflect increases all damage taken from hits instead. Ancestral Warhorn, minions summoned by the Warbringer's answer call notable. Now more consistently hits close-up enemies with the second part of its slam attack. Okay. Surprising Strength has been removed. Crushing Impact now grants 25% more damage against heavy stunned enemies. Added a new Mountain Splitter ascendancy passive, which grants every third slam skill that doesn't create fissures, which you have you use yourself, causes 1 additional aftershock ahead, and to each side of the initial area requires crushing impacts. Okay. Mythic Kitava. Are you gonna play Druid or go minions? I thought we were gonna get more minions to the Druid. I thought we were gonna see a Druid minion gameplay. Like I genuinely thought we were gonna see that. All we saw was some wolves for the wolf form. So it's very likely that I will play something Wyvern for League Start and then go minions right after that. It's most likely the play I'll do, because I think that would be pretty fun to test out and play the some sort of Wyvern build, because I think that looks freaking amazing. So I'll very likely do something like that. Or I'll play minions and then play Wyvern. It's one of the two. But yeah, that's kind of like the boat I'm in right now. Because I was 95% certain I was going to League Start Druid, but now it's kind of like, we'll see. I have yet to decide. Because I kind of like the vines a lot, but that's a Druid caster thing more so than Wyvern form. And I think the Wyvern form looks fantastic. Each notable connected to the Smith's Masterwork notable now grants 200 armor in addition to the others' bonuses. Bunch of shit removed. Add a Kitava and imprint in place of padded plates, which costs your body armor to grant 60% increased glory generation. Spiked plates instead of lead lighting. Costs your body armor to grant 100% thorns damage. Tribute to Utilize in place of heavy bracing, which costs your body armor to grant 30% increased spirit. Internal layer now reduce critical strike damage taken by 100% instead of 50. Heat proofing that causes your body armor to grant bonus of being unaffected by all damaging ailments. Previously just ignite. Fire spell.
Well,
Sacred Fisher with a prime. Thank you, sir.
With prime again. Either he's got a serious case of FOMO or he's just a glutton for punishment. Either way, I love it.
The fire spell on melee hits, skill granted by Heat of the Forge, just Mythic Kitava that costs no mana when triggering stock of the spell. It also gains 10% increased damage per level, up to 200% increased damage level 20. That's very notable. The temper weapon skill granted by against the anvil on Smith Katana now costs no mana. The combust triggered by its power attack now deal 25% more damage at all gem levels and has a base radius of 3 meters instead of 2.5. The manifest weapon skill granted by living weapon on Smith Katana now changes target less frequently and thus spends more time actively attacking. Additionally, as a mace has a cooldown of 6 seconds instead of 10 for its slam ability, quarterstaff has a cooldown of 6 instead of 10 for its sweep. As a spear fixed a bug where the damage dealt while it was dashing towards enemies didn't cover the full distance of the dash. I'm still disappointed that manifest weapon for living weapon is not animate weapon from PoE 1, but that's just me. One infernalist change. Seething body no longer grants while on high infernal flame. You and your allies in your press gain 50% of damage as fire. Instead, it now grants gain elemental archon when you cast a spell while on high infernal flame. Elemental archon does not expire while on high internal flame. Lose elemental archon on reaching maximum infernal flame. What the fuck is elemental archon? What? Is this elemental damage? From last patch? I never played with that, so I can't say. Okay. Okay. Huh. They merged them? Okay. Alright. Interesting. Blood Mage. Whispers of the Flesh now grants targets cursed by you have a 100% reduced life regeneration rate. Stormweaver. Refracted infusions now grants when collecting an elemental infusion. Gain another different elemental infusion. Previously was 50% chance. Storm's Recollection. Now also grants remnants can be collected and 50% further away. Multiplying Skulls now grants +2 limited elemental skills. Previously +1. Chronomancer, Inevitable Agony, granted by inevitability, has been updated. Now ignores curse limit. Cause a curse target to take 50% of hit damage dealt to them while cursed again when curse expires. Previously 20% at gem level 1, scaling to 33 at level 20. Gemini Legionnaire, Thaumaturgical Infusions now grants +1 to max Colrus per 3 blue support instead of 4. Same thing on fire, same thing on lightning. So instead of 4 support, it's 3 to get the plus level. Okay. Plus max res. Thaumaturgical Dynamism, granted by advanced thaumaturgy. Notable passive skill now generates a charge once every 5 seconds, previously once every 8 seconds. Oh. I thought there were gonna be bigger changes. Like massive changes. I guess Smith is pretty big. There's some big changes, but for the most part, it feels kind of... It doesn't feel like these changes so far warrant the idea of us not seeing more new added ascendancies for the existing classes. That's kind of where I'm at. Tactician, the supporting fire skill granted by Leash Hell. Notable passive skill have been updated. Command death from above cooldown had 20 seconds instead of 40. Fires a volley every 0.75 instead of every 2 seconds. That fires 6 total volleys instead of 4. That's a pretty big buff. 14 meter width instead of 7.5. Attack damage 763 instead of 1140. So they nerfed it but made it more spammable. Okay. Strategic embankment's notable skill has been updated. Artillery ballista no longer has 40% immobilization buildup. Now it's 20% skill speed. Siege ballista no longer grants 50% increased damage against immobilized enemies. Now has 25% more damage against immobilized enemies. Okay. Mortar Cannon now grants 25% of damage gain as extra fire from 15. Spell Totem to the Embankment auras. Oh. Spell totem gets increased crit strike chance. Wasn't my understanding from what we heard, or maybe I misheard them, wasn't it like you have to expend 3 of a charge to summon a spell totem? Like you have to generate 3 of a charge to even cast a spell totem? Was that what I heard? Or did I misunderstand them? Power or endurance charges. You need 3 of them to even summon it in the first place. Which means you can't play a spell totem build where you summon some totems, they kill the enemies, you go to the next pack, summon some totems. You have to build up 3 charges of power or endurance to cast a spell totem. Witch Hunter. Witchbane now has enemies have maximum concentration equal to 30% of their maximum life, previously 40. This is a buff. I like how they have to... Ceremonial Ablution now instead grants sorcery reward, also protects against physical and chaos damage. Oh. Invoker and Protect Me from Harm now grants 35% less evasion rating, previously 50% less. The Soul Springs Eternal now additionally grants meta skills have 50% increased spirit reservation efficiency. Unbound Avatar skill granted by And I Shall Rage has been updated. Now as a cooldown of 12 seconds. Gain Unbound Fury when you inflict elemental ailments with a hit on an enemy. No longer has no more than once every 0.2 seconds for each type of element. Okay, Shockingly Ignite now grants 1 Unbound Fury instead of 2. Acolyte at Chalupa. Embrace the Darkness now get plus 10 maximum darkness instead of 8. Into the Breach, Walking Dreams Red Flames is 15 leech instead of 7. 15 mana instead of 8-second range instead of 5 on the Purple Flames. And we have the Dream Flames now created close to the player. So far, that's not going to make Chalupa even remotely attractive. Choice of power, choice of light, choice of mana now also grants 50% increased effect of remnants and 50% increased remnant pickup range. Void Illusion skill granted for Grasp of the Void now has a cooldown of 4 seconds instead of 6 down to 4. Relevant. Void Illusion skill grants for Grasp of the Void now deals significantly more damage. But isn't it so that if you have Blink active, this doesn't work, making it irrelevant? Void Illusion skill granted by Grasp of the Void has a 3 cooldown charge, previously 1. So Chalupa is still dead in the water. And that was all the ascendancy changes. Okay. I don't know what they're going to do with Chalupa to make it attractive. Like, numerical changes is not enough. No lich changes. So far, all I'm seeing right now is, for the sake of minions, we just do the Oscrix meta, which is basically just weapon swapping and going ham with the lingering tech. Like that's I'll watch the video to go through the entire steps of it, and I'll show you how to do it later. I'll do that after we're done with the patch notes. I'll do that. Okay. With the addition of Druid and the other new game mechanics, we've added passive support for these throughout the passive skill tree. There are many new clusters, mostly the Druid area of the tree. Many existing passive skills have been updated. These changes may result in your existing passive tree being fully forcibly refunded if you have allocated nodes around the areas where the layout changed. Added more than 250 new passive skills to the Druid side of the passive tree. Pretty cool, actually. Values of flammability magnitude on the passive tree has been increased massively. All instances of gating Flame Eyes and Lightning Archon have been changed to gain Elemental Archon to better support builds using multiple elements. Archon related passives on the tree has been adjusted according to and condensed. Hollow Palm Technique Keystone grants 1% more attack speed per 75 item evasion rating on equipped body armor instead of 25. So they nerfed the Hollow Palm. Based on an attack time is now 1.65 attacks per second instead of 1.4. Okay, I mean, that makes sense. Walker of the Wilds Keystone have been removed from the passive tree and its effects have been removed onto a newly added lineage support. The Elemental Equilibrium Keystone now grants Cold Infusion Remnants. You create are instead Fire. Fire Infusion Remnants you create are instead Lightning, and Lightning once becomes Cold. Crimson Assault Keystone passive skill now also grants 50% more magnitude of bleeding you inflict. Passive that granted reduced movement speed penalty from using skills while moving on the passive tree have had their values lowered. More passive on the tree now grant the stats to make up for this. Added 3 new attack area effect clusters to the monk part of the passive tree. 2 projectile speed clusters of the passive tree in the mercenary section. New bow cluster, modified projectile cluster in the ranger section of the tree, granting surpassing a chance to fire an additional arrow. Add a new cluster between Witch and Monk called Remnant Attraction. Okay, so what does that do though? They just added a new cluster between the Witch and Monk. It's called Remnant Attraction. I'm guessing it's like distance pickup radius of remnants is what I'm guessing, but I mean, a little bit more info wouldn't hurt. Principal Infusion now as remnants can be collected from 30% further away, previously 20. Grand Tribute notable from the Heart of the Well. Unique jewels remnants can be collected from 18 further away if you have at least 100 tribute, previously 50. Small note in the passive tree that grants remnant pickup range now grants remnant can be collected 20% further instead of 15. Same thing here. It's 25 instead of 20. Small passive connected to the Invigorating Grandeur and the Everlasting Glory is 20% increased presence area effective skills. Instead of skills have a chance to not consume glory. Pure Power Notable no longer grants 2% increased lightning damage per 10 intelligence. Instead, it now grants 10% more maximum lightning damage, which is with lucky hits, basically 10% more damage. But I mean, at least the intelligence, the stat stacking lightning skill seems to be gone with us. Wildstorm no longer grants 50% more lightning damage. Oh, they moved this into here in a nerfed state. Okay. It instead now grants 4% of damage as extra lightning damage, gain 4% of damage extra cold, and plus 10 dexterity. Okay. I mean, that's quite interesting. Yo, Rax with the Raider Rudy. Welcome in, everybody, from Rax's stream. How you doing, man? Good to see you. Good to see you. Yo, Rax, you want to jump on a call? Have a little yapping, chit chat a little bit about the current what we just saw. I just gotta read these two. All right, give me 2 seconds, Rax. I'm gonna read these two. Rename Tandem Assault Passive Tree Node to the Hunting Companion with no change of functionality. Change the stats of several small passive nodes around the inspiring ally. Hunting Companion, Sikkim, and Nourishing Ally. Companion cluster passive skill that generally no longer grant both companions deal increased damage and increased damage by your companions in your presence. Okay, so we're into gem changes. Yo.
What's up, dude?
I don't know. I don't know. How are you doing?
What do you mean you don't know? You're supposed to figure out the minion stuff so I can figure out if I can use my ants or not.
Oh, the minion stuff has already been figured out. Did you not read the patch notes?
I haven't. I specifically did not read them because I'm going to do it the entire stream tomorrow. I can only take so much information in one day.
That's fair. So, you know the cocaine ants are called frozen mandibles?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're no longer spectrable.
Oh, well. I guess we got the Grinding Gear Games answer to that one.
Yeah. So there is. Do you know the lingering Spectre tech?
I don't. Lingering Spectre tech? No.
I'll show you tonight or tomorrow. The The TLDR is that there is a way to summon your minions on different weapon swaps. So what you do is you spam weapon swap, and your specters will linger for a few seconds. So instead of Frozen Mandibles, you take the highest single target damaging specter in the game, which is Death Knights. And on the other weapon swap, you take one of the best clearing specters in the game, which is like Brine Maidens or Lost Men Zealots. And then you spam weapon swap like your life depended on it, and you'll have, well, you have both your armies of specters, so double the amount of minions you're supposed to have, and the best of two worlds.
That sounds like completely intentional.
Yeah, so I didn't make a video on this in 0.3 because I thought they were going to like actually nerf and fix that immediately. They didn't. So I was like, okay, whatever. I'm not going to play it because the playstyle is obnoxious. So I'm not going to make a guide on it. Then the entire 0.3 went through, and I was like, okay, they nerfed it in 0.4. There's not a single fucking mention about this in the patch notes. I don't know, man. I'm like, is that what we're going to do? It's super broken. It's super overpowered, but I don't know, man.
I don't know. You're Mr. Grinding Gear Games. Send a message to Jonathan or Mark. It's like, yo, bro, give us if you give me the ants back, I'll give you a piece of info that's breaking your game. Just make a trade, dude.
I have like 3 A4 pages filled with feedback and reports to the minion guy, the minion dev at GGD. And he hasn't responded to me. And he normally responds immediately. So I think I just spammed him a little bit too much, and he might be annoyed with me.
Dude, the squeaky wheel gets the grease. How many times do I have to complain about the same mechanics to get them fixed, man? Keep sending the messages.
But, you know, minions aside, what was your take on the reveal so far?
So here's how I do things. I would imagine you're similar. When Grinding Your Games was talking, I just let him talk. So I just sat there and I just let him talk, and I just watched my YouTube chat and my Twitch chat just literally wage war on each other about whether the patch was dog shit or not. Grinding Gear Games lied. It's the end game patch. There's no fucking end game. We knew we were gonna get Druid for 6 months. It's just the Druid. I hate Grinding Gear Games. I will admit, I don't think this is like the greatest patch I've ever seen Grinding Gear Games come up with, especially because we miss like the mega endgame changes that they alluded to that will be coming. But in general, I think the amount of changes, the 230 passive points, the new ascendancies, the re-going over all the ascendancies, the balance of them, redoing 90 skills, the Alva Temple mechanic, making Abyss-Go core, getting in a lot of the quality of life stuff, the improved optimization. Bro, that's plenty for me. I think a lot of times we're kind of like the stuck-up trust fund rich kid that just wants everything handed to us constantly all the time, and we're kind of snobs about like how much we ask for. I think this is plenty enough to warrant like a pretty decent patch. What do you think?
I mean, obviously there's a disappointment in this being the end game patch, and then they said they're postponing it to 0.5. That was a little disappointing. I think that GGG has a track record history of making us have an insanely high expectation, and they have, for the most part, managed to blow that shit out the water almost every league. So when they now, with this very highly anticipated big in-game patch with the Druid for a December launch, the expectations were even higher than ever, and they didn't even get halfway through there. I think that's what's causing the disappointment. But halfway through that is still a million times better than certain other games we've seen in the past 24 hours. You know, so yeah, no, I think it's still really good. It's just that, like you said, we're just spoiled. That's what it comes down to. We're spoiled, and we want to keep being spoiled, and we didn't get spoiled for once. That's how I feel about it.
I think it's exactly that. I think it's fine, man. You want to know what? Honestly, like forget games for a moment. Let's just like zoom out. One thing that I'm really trying to do, like I'm trying to press this narrative as hard as I can, just as a human being or an individual. I'm gonna try to be more positive about things. I am so sick of drama and negativity, and I'm not saying like it's everyone around me causing it, and I'm just this innocent little person in the center of it. I think like I've started to feed into it as well. I'm very done with it. So I would like as much as I can to try to be positive about things. So I'll play D4 for a few hours. Gonna get some kind of announcement. Cool, whatever it is, cool. I'll enjoy it for a few hours. I'd much rather play PoE 2 right now, and I'm just gonna enjoy it, man. And it's the holidays and it's Christmas. Okay, let's feel good. It's gonna be a new year. It's gonna be good. That's what I'm gonna try to do. I'm gonna try my best to do that.
Fair. Yeah, I don't know with D4. My problem there is like they're launching like 12 hours before PoE 2 launches. And I'm doing a subathon for PoE 2. So it's like I will be hopefully rounding things up to go to bed when Diablo 4 launches. I can't play it. It will ruin my schedule completely. Yeah. And I mean, I like playing D4. I mean, I know that's not a popular take. I like playing D4. I think it's fun till I get to the end game, and that's when it's really boring. But till I get there, it's fun. So I get 10, maybe 15 hours of actual, genuine enjoyment every season so far in D4, despite its bad shit they're going through. I actually like the part of it, though, that part of it. I don't get to enjoy D4 at all this season because of scheduling.
Well, I mean, you can just flip it around, man. I mean, it we as content creators think that everything, the timetables are all locked in stone. I have this very simple proposition for you. Don't play D4 Thursday night. Do your subathon. I hope you make $1 million and you have to play for a month straight or however the hell it's working. And then when your subathon ends, you're probably going to be bored as shit at PoE 2. Hire up D4 and play the new shit for a day or two until you're bored. You don't have to play D4 the hour that it launches. Have your 10 hours of fun in January.
I mean, I'll probably do that either way, but it's mostly just to keep the guides updated. But I mean, I'm the kind of person that I love playing games that I might not enjoy very much, but I enjoy them mostly because of the leagues, like the launch hype. I mean, just take games like World of Warcraft. I know you play that a lot. The best times to play WoW was on a new raid release or when a new expansion came out. Everyone's standing outside the Black Gate going into Outlands. You know, those moments are like the most exciting times. Like PoE launch, the same thing there. You see the first person gets that, the first person get that level. Like those things are among the more enjoyable parts of playing during a launch, and you don't get that if you play a month later.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. Those are the biggest moments. You are going to miss out on that, but I think with the subathon plan for PoE 2 and all the stuff that you've been preparing for that, I agree with you that I don't think it's worth compromising it this time, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's just unfortunate timing, I guess. But yeah. I mean, then there's the other aspect. I just find it weird for Blizzard to. I mean, they've spent over the past 10 to 15 years building up a metaverse, and they've spent billions of dollars during those 1 or 2 decades of building that metaverse. And then they've just consistently been alienating their own player base. Like the Diablo 4 launch, some time ago now, happening on WoW reset days. It's just been awkward to me all the time. Always been super awkward that they've done that. And that now they're colliding. Like, we know that the collision between Diablo 4 and PoE is inevitable, especially during Christmas times, is the most the collision scary time frame. But to launch it with 12 hours difference, I mean, if it had been the day before, most of us would have played D4 and then moved over to PoE. But now it's like alienating the overlapping player base. And due to how content creation has been, if you compare both Diablo 4 versus PoE 2 in terms of content creation, we have tons of Diablo 4 content creators that are now moving over to PoE 2 because it's just the grass is greener kind of approach. And they're being alienated because of the scheduling as well. It just feels weird to me.
Yeah, I mean, Honestly, I just completely agree. Feel
It is what it is.
feel similarly. I don't know. Like there was a time where like it's hard to measure, right? You can't actually like there's too many different metrics that you could measure and there's too many metrics that we can't see. But I feel like certainly, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, Path of Exile wasn't even a thing, Last Epoch wasn't a thing, and the Diablo name just kind of ruled the ARPG world.
Mm.
And it certainly feels like, at least now, that the tables have turned dramatically in the last couple of years. But there's all these arguments about which one is the most popular ARPG now, and I don't know. It's hard to tell what the right answer is, but yeah, a lot of the things have been so curious and don't really make any sense. I don't even know how to rationalize it or think about it hardly anymore, to be honest with
Yeah.
you.
It's out of our reach. The only way we could quantify it is if we had the numbers of console players in PoE, but also all the numbers that Diablo is generating, then we could actually look at it numerically and compare. But since we don't have those numbers, we're just sitting here being like, what the fuck are they doing? You know? But I mean, D4 and Blizzard and all that aside, the Druid reveal. What's your take on the shapeshift forms?
Well. Cameron's back at
I
it
thought it
again
looked
with
amazing,
another
to be
tier 2
honest.
sub. What
I
do you
thought the
know?
visuals were amazing. I thought the wyvern of the third form was not only a great idea thematically, but I thought it again looked beautiful. I love how there's the slow chonky archetype and the fast swipey werewolf and then the range dragon thing. I really like how they're leaning into some of the mechanics and systems that they have in the game, like weapon swapping and the different like passive tree points are not very heavily utilized, but being able to build up your spells with a staff on one hand with your certain tree and weapon swap and shapeshift and then have a completely different tree with, I mean, the potential for druid is insane. Like as they continue to add layers and layers of power in the game, if you're able to capitalize on both of them very well, I don't know how druid is ever going to be like a bottom tier class with those mechanics.
Do you feel like one of those kind of druid approaches is going to be your league starter?
Oh, I'm definitely playing druid because I enjoy the puzzle of it, right? It's going to be so fun to try to find all these different combinatorics that just make these godly builds. I already know what's going to happen. It's going to be like we start the season, and no matter what we're playing, in 1 or 2 hours in, they're going to be like, Rax, have you seen what Karn or Alkaiser or Lily or GHAZZY are doing? Like they took these two skills and they did this, and it's just clearing the whole screen. You got to see, look at this clip we're at. Like that to me is kind of like what you alluded to earlier, like walking through like the Outland portal with everyone standing there. It's let's see who comes up with just this like ridiculous crap.
Yeah, that's gonna be real fun. I might actually. I was a little surprised there wasn't more minion stuff for the druid. I thought there was gonna be like animal minions. But I might actually league start non-summoner because I really want to try out the wyvern. But the vines looked so cool. I don't know. I'm like 95% druid, 5% minions. I'm not sure yet.
See, but I thought you would do the werewolf because the werewolf had the wolf pack. Can you buff those wolves that you summon?
It's possible I might do something like that. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, those are the two things. Like wyvern because it looks so freaking cool. Then there's the caster or vine stuff I really want to engage with, and then there's the wolf pack stuff. But I don't know how good you can make the wolf pack minions, right?
Well, I know the perfect person for the job to figure it out. His name starts with a G.
I heard it ends with GHAZZY TV as well.
All right, buddy,
I'll see what I can cook. We'll see.
I'm gonna go eat. Before I go, I do have one last question for you. I know you haven't been feeling well. Are you feeling better?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm feeling better. That was a wild ride. I'll tell you that much. I got some meds, and they're helping.
Okay, because yeah, essentially what I took from your cryptic description last time is you were essentially shitting yourself for 24 straight hours.
That's exactly what was happening. It was terrible.
Okay.
It was
Drink
awful.
some water, buddy. Feel better. I hope the new release made you feel better. But appreciate you, buddy. Yeah, we'll be. I definitely want to hear what you find, especially with if there's any minion stuff we can do with druids, because I played your Ant Specters last time and I was just murdering with it. So I got a lot of faith in your opinion.
I'll see what I can do. Appreciate the raid, man. You have a good dinner. I'll catch you later, man.
Later, dude.
Cheers. All right, that was Mr. Rax. Cracking videos. Shit dropping tech. Bro. So the TLDR is my daughter had a stomach bug and my fiance got scot-free, but she had to go to school, so I had to take care of my daughter because kindergarten called. Kindergarten teachers called us and they were like, y'all gotta take care of your daughter for a day or two at home till this passes. And I'm like, what the fuck are you guys talking about? Then they said, there's shit everywhere. It literally said there's shit everywhere. Anyways, my fiance was like, yeah, but I have this mandatory thing in school, so GHAZZY, you just gotta deal with this. So I said, okay, yeah, I'll deal with it. So that's why I went live a little later in the days, the last couple of days, right? Because I've been taking care of my daughter till my fiance came home. Then she took over and I went live. It's just that my daughter got well, right? It's all fine. Then I got the shit, literally. It was painful as fuck, man. It was excruciating. Fucking hell, man. I was wiping my ass so much, I was bleeding out my fucking asshole, dude. It was wild. I even called the hospital. I was like, yo, so I've been on the toilet for the past 15 hours and my ass is bleeding. Should I come in or what do I do? And they were like, well, what's the color on the blood? I'm like, it's red. And they were like, oh, but then it's not internal. You've just been wiping your ass too much. So I was like, okay. Like, I'm using baby wipes. And it's still fucking painful as fuck, man. Anyways. So I got some medicine and shit. So yesterday was the first day I could stream for a few hours without running to the toilet every 30 minutes. So now I'm strongly considering to buy a bidet. That's what I learned from that. And anyways, my stomach is a little rumbly today, but today was the first day I was able to eat snacks. So I had a chocolate bar and some Mazarin tarts. And I still haven't eaten dinner because I don't dare to. I haven't eaten all day except for the snacks I had like 2 hours ago. Because I don't dare to eat anything.
It's shit.
So probably after the stream I'll try to eat something. I ate some pasta gratin yesterday and I was able to keep that in me for at least a few hours. It was wild. Anyways, let's continue reading the patch notes. Let me keep going through the patch notes. I recommend a milkshake. Bro, not the milkshake, man. Oh, dude. So, okay, the TLDR on that is last year, I had a subathon in December, and we were streaming for 29 days. It was wild. We hit like 35,000 something subscribers. It was crazy. And we'll have another subathon happening for the PoE 2 launch. Anyways, the subathon went so well that I hosted a community meetup. in Copenhagen. So we had a lot of people flying in. For example, Shinjin here in the chat, he flew in from the States. And we had a bunch of people there. And what I did was I was hosting this community meetup event. So I took everyone that came to some escape rooms. We went some go-karting. That like I paid for everything thanks to the subathon, of course. And it was very, very fun. But at the go-kart, they had this like a liter fucking milkshake that was so fucking good. It was so good. I ordered another one before we went back. And that ended the way that you can expect. When I got back to the hotel. Luckily, I had my laptop there. Anyways, support changes. Support changes. Crescendo 1, 2, and 3 are now intelligence support instead of dexterity. What the fuck? Okay. I missed the gathering. Okay, I've promised that if we're gonna have another subathon, right? If that subathon, if we break the sub record that we hit on the last subathon, if we do that, I will host another community meetup, and we'll probably do it in Germany, I think, the next time. So I'll host a big community meetup if we hit the sub record that we broke last year. If we do that, I'll do another one. It'll be fun. Anyways, perpetual charge is an intelligence that a dexterity.
Also subscribe with Prime.
Like it talks for the Prime sub.
Shit happens. P.
Mark for death is a straight instead of dex. Gavel shot is intelligence instead of dex. Oh, that's interesting. Bramble slab is now strength instead of dexterity. Disable font. They just straight up finally. So font of rage didn't work for minions, by the way. And I complained about that so much. Last league, they were like, you know what? G-Man's complaining too much about this. They reworked it. So it doesn't even mention it working on allies. I'm like, okay, fuck it then. And now they're just disabling it altogether. Disable Ricochet 3. Inevitable Critical Support has been renamed to Inexorable Critical 1 Support. World Drop Lineage supports now less common overall. Specific lineage supports have been adjusted to relative to others. Bloodletting Lineage now grants 2% extra physical damage per 20 life loss instead of 10, up to 40%. No longer has a cost multiplier. Soft Spire now grants support skills for. Okay, that's pretty noticeable. Soft Spire now grants support skill force fire damage is extra chaos instead of 20. Ashes Radiance now grants 4% lightning is extra chaos instead of 20. Tools is 4% cold is extra chaos instead of 20. Cool Tools is 4% fist is extra chaos instead of 20. I mean, if rolls and mandibles were still a thing, this wow. That's a pretty nice buff, dude. I mean, assuming the Spectre changes are exactly the way I'm expecting them to be, then we're going to use Death Knight support as our, well, not support, Death Knights as our main single target Spectre. And if that's the case, then we will be using Ulnatol's Embrace for armor breaking on that with this approach. It's actually fucking insane. Einer's Beast Strike now grants killing blows from support strike skills against rare monsters. Now grants 2 of the modifiers for 5 minutes instead of 40 seconds. It does say 5 minutes. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? Killing blows from support and strike skill against rare monsters grants 2 of the modifiers for 5 minutes. What? Okay. Sarok's refrain. 5 fucking minutes, dude. What the hell? Sarok's... Dude, that is insane. Sarok's refrain now grants support a spell echo 3 times previously 2, and now grants echoes for support spells at 40% increased area of effect. Okay. Uruk's melting now grants fully breaking armor with support skill, causes the affected targets permanently to take 5% increased physical damage up to 20% previously 2% up to 20%. Oh, that's massive as well. Sheesh. 5 minutes is how long it will take to move from pack to pack in maps. We're going to talk about that as well. Violente's propulsion has 75% increase in reduction cast speed now applies to projectile speed for supported skills, previously 50. On Citadel, now no longer has support skill of 30% less area effect. A support skill deals 30% less damage with hits. Interesting. Sekrod's Revenge now grants minions from support skills die 20 seconds after the life is reduced to 0, previously 10 seconds. And minions from support skills gain 40% increased attack and cast speed with the life is reduced to 0, previously 20. What the fuck? What the actual fuck? That is massive. Wow. Huh. Huh. That's pretty cool. Rigwell's Ferocity now has support skills, so 30% increase attack speed if used in a weapon set 1, previously 20% more attack speed. Increase instead of more. Okay. Rathas Assault now grants support skill loads 5 bolts when you dodge, previously 3. Support skill loads 4 additional bolts, previously 3. Rathas Assault now has support skills have 20% increased attack speed. Interesting. Arduous Metal now grants 100% chance to load a bolt into all crossbow skills and dealing a killing blow with supported skills, previously 35. Town's Madness now grants support skill deals 20% less damage, previously 40. Taroa's Tending now grants totems created by support skill of 25% more life instead of 50. And now Taroa's Vengeance Explosion deals base physical damage equal to 20% of total maximum life instead of 10. Okay. Goddamn coughing. At Series Allure, now supported skills have 20% less curse effect, previously 25. Characters Resolved now grants maximum critical hit chance with support skills is 50. Also, no longer grants supported skills becomes usable after you move 20 meters. Supported skills become unusable again after use. Okay. Purgle's Leash now grants gain unholy might for 15 seconds on commanding minions from supported skill. Previously 5 seconds, and now also grants minions from support skill gain unholy might for 15 seconds when commanded. Previously 5 seconds. If we ever go into chaos-oriented focus minions, we will just play a Lich. Now we will just play Lich. Arcali's Lust now grants supported skills deal 8% more damage with hits for each poison on the enemy up to 40%, previously 6% up to 30%. Arcali's Ire now has poisons for supported skill deals 2%, deals damage 2% faster per rage instead of 1. Aelith Chimes is 25% gain power charge when expending combo with supported skills per combo expended. This chance can exceed 100% chance, previously 10%. Unholy Might is 30% of every damage source added as extra chaos, right? In presses around the player, yes, or the user. Arbiter's Ignition now has 100% chance to gain Elemental Arc on igniting an enemy with support skill. Previously 20% chance to gain Flame Arc because they're baking Flame Arcans, Cold Arcan, and Lightning Arcan into Elemental Arcan. Nova projectiles no longer cost support skills to gain 4 additional projectiles or support skill deals less damage. Added Nova projectiles 2 costs support skills to gain 6 additional projectiles, deal 50% less damage and applying a cooldown of 8 seconds to support a skill. Pity's Mercy renamed to Dominus Grasp, which now instead grants support skill chains 100% more times. Chain 1 support no longer grants support skill chain 100% more times. Now grants support skill deals 30% less damage with hits, previously 50. Huh? And chain 2 support no longer grants support skill 100% no more. Now grants support skill chains plus 2 times, previously plus 1. Can someone explain to me what the fuck chain does now? because chain 2 is +1 and 100%. It still has +1? Okay. And now they're making now grants the chain +2 instead of +1. Now grant support skill deals 50% less damage, previously 40. Fuck chain then. Chain 3 no longer grants support skill. Chain 200% more times. Now grant support skill chains 2 times. Okay. Culmination 1 support more damage per combo. Now has a cap of 10 combos. Culmination 2 has a cap of 20. Supported skill deal 2% more damage per combo instead of 3. Stormfire support now causes enemies shocked by support skill to take a percentage of ignite damage as lightning damage as well as fire damage. Wait, what? Now causes enemies shocked by supported skill to take a percentage of ignite damage as lightning damage as well as fire damage. So it's no longer permanent. So previously, shock for support skill do not expire ignited enemies. We used to use this on a Storm Mage with the Infernalists because a doggy would ignite enemies. And since the enemies were always ignited, we were then able to run permanent shocks on bosses this way. Okay. Living Lightnings. Living fucking lightning. Living lightnings, living lightnings, living lightnings. Living lightnings, living lightnings. Attacks. Now deal the same amount of damage for each hit in the chain. Previously, erroneously, is that how you pronounce it? Erroneously, dealing less damage per subsequent hit in the chain. Living Lightning 2 now has a cooldown count of 8 instead of 5. Wait, did anyone ever use Living Lightning? I never had success with it. Anyways. Nope. Didn't think so. Enraged Warcry. Rage Forge supports are now treated as spending rage. Upheaval, Branching Fissure supports no longer restricted to melee attacks. They can now support any skill, which create fissures. Impact Shockwave support now actually makes aftershocks, allowing interaction with aftershock specific area, damage modifiers. Previously, it was actually a variant of melee splash, which did not benefit from those. This also allows a strike to cause both an impact shockwave aftershock and a melee splash from the same hit. Impact shockwave can now support non-strike wind attacks. Okay. I mean, some pretty nice changes here so far, but for the most part, it's kind of bland. Skill changes. Here, honestly, thank you, Solid. So the Frozen Mandible monster can once again no longer be bound as a specter or tamed beast. What does this mean for specter builds? Well, Cocaine and are dead. That's what happened. Nah, they didn't overdose, man. They got caught on the border trying to smuggle the shit in, dude. They got caught at the border, man. They tried to make it into point 4. They just weren't FDA approved, man. Anyways, what's really interesting with this is that they were never the best at anything. They were, however, really good at both single target and clear, which made them the most comfortable and smoothest spectre to use for all things purposes. So what do we do instead? Well, there's two things we do. One, we wait for whatever the fuck this is, which is saying that buffed summon spectre variants of certain monsters each act in their endgame variants. Further details of which monsters have been adjusted will be posted separately prior to release. So we'll see patch notes outlining this so that I could dig through the numbers and see what the fuck we're going to do with it, right? That's part of it. However, the other thing is if none of those are attractive enough, and the fact that in the bug fix list, they never mention anything called lingering specters, we are very likely just going to use lingering specters. For those of you who don't know what lingering specters is, it is most of you might have already heard me talk about this a few times, but the TLDR is that we'll use one set of the highest single target damage spectre in the game, which is Death Knights. and you will use another weapon swap with the highest clearing spectre in the game, which is like Brine Maidens, Lost Mistella. It's probably just Brine Maidens. And then you have a very specific way of summoning those. And what you do after that is you spam weapon swap. That's all you do. You just weapon swap. And then after you weapon swap, you're going to weapon swap. Once you've weapon swapped, you will weapon swap. And once you've done that, you weapon swap again. And then you weapon swap and 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 weapon swap. As you're running through the map, and everything will die because you have the best clearing spectre in the entire game, whilst also having the best single target damage spectre in the entire game, doing everything for you at the very same time. This is obviously an exploit, and it is without a doubt not an intended feature whatsoever, and people will do this with a fucking macro. That is the exact intended gameplay that has been the play style for higher optimized minion builds for the entirety of 0.3. I never made a video on this because I thought they were going to fix that real fucking fast. They didn't. So I then decided I'm not going to make a guide on this because it's a fucking obnoxious play style. Oscrix made some videos on it though. Really good video for that matter if you want to learn how to do it. So unless they fix this prior to launch, the way we are going to play minions is that. Or we just wait for whatever information we get on the buff videos, and maybe we can play something like that that is not going to present an obnoxious weapon swap playstyle. But I really do hope that they fix the lingering setup. Essentially what happens is you weapon swap and you have both minion armies active for a few seconds. As long as you keep weapon swapping, you'll have both minions on a consistent basis fighting for you, which is fucking stupid. On the other hand, if they do fix that, the playstyle will be either one of two different playstyles. Let's pretend they actually do fix the lingering spectre issue. We would still do a weapon swap, but we would have one weapon swap for clearing specters, and we would have one for single target specters, which means Death Knight versus Brine Maidens, essentially. But Brine Maidens shine by weapon swapping, and that is encouraged by the current weapon swap playstyle. So I was like, eh. I bet on them fixing it a week in. It was playable throughout the entirety of 0.3. Now, I didn't make a video on it. And I've said it before. You guys are giving streamers way too much power and credit. There is no way I make a video on it and then they randomly all of a sudden fixes it, because this has been playable for the entire 0.3. There's no way I make a video and suddenly they fix it. That's not going to happen, because if they haven't fixed it before this, they're not going to fix it. Like, I don't think they'll do that. Isn't weapon swapping kind of an exploit? Oh, it's definitely unintended, for sure. I've already talked about this in a video, for that matter.
Hey guys, it's Oscrix. Today I wanted to make a video talking about two pieces of tech in response to the nerfs of my Bogfeld instability weapon swap build. So that
look up here. Look at this. Look up here.
That was targeted, nerfed in the most recent hot fix slash patch. People were practicing it for the race, so I think GG found it to be a little too strong for the race and decided to, go right ahead and nerf it right away. But they left Spectre lingering in the game, and here's what I have for you guys after it's been eliminated.
Look at his action bar. Look at the skills he's using.
The Death Knight Spectre. So the Death Knight Spectre is already known as one of the best single target specters in the game.
Not even one of, they are the best.
Rare version of it, you have to bind the rare version of the Spectre because it has a different move than the normal or magic monsters. And you can abuse it with weapon swapping and lingering to multiply the amount you have and spam attacks faster than would be possible if you were not spamming weapon swap. So very strong for weapon swap linger tech. If you don't know about the weapon swap linger tech already, I'll put some videos in the description about it. And there's also some previous videos that are uploaded on my channel where I talk about it too. The video right before this one, I kind of show how to do it. And on that note, the second piece of tech I wanted to share today is that it is actually possible to linger two different sets of specters. And I want to give a big shout out to Sinistra in my community who brought this up to me and showed me step by step exactly how they executed it. So big shout outs to Sinistra for finding this. Basically how it works is you have specters on both weapon sets, but you can make it so the amount of spirit you have available for those specters changes from your weapon set by having gigantic following on one weapon set and not on another. So I'm going to show you step by step exactly what you need to do. First, you need to start with you're on the weapon set that does not have gigantic following enabled, and you want to max out the specter that you want to have less of. You're going to have one less of one of these when you're doing this. So in this case, I want more Death Knights than Lost Men Zealot. So I'm going to start out by maxing it with this button right here. Then I'm going to open this arrow and I'm going to reduce the amount on this second weapon set to 0. Then I'm going to max the Death Knights with this button. And then I'm going to weapon swap. So you can see I weapon swapped here. I'm on the gigantic following set. And there's 4 here with the exclamation mark and 5 here with the exclamation mark. What you want to do is on the one that you want less of, that you care less about, this is Lost Men Zealots in this case for me, I'm going to press the minus button until this is no longer grayed out. So I'm going to click it once, and it looks like once was enough, and you can see that it's now spinning and highlighted. So what this results in is you able to actually have both sets of them lingering. You can see that both of them are lingering without being stunned now, which means that both the Death Knights and the Lost Men Zealots are allowed to.
So there was some people in chat who said this looks fun. Does it still seem fun to you? I'm just curious, does it still seem like a fun playstyle? All you're doing is spamming weapon swap to have double Spectre lingering. I thought they were going to fix this, and it hasn't been fixed. And it's not fun spamming weapon swap, and it's also going to encourage people to use macros for it.
Act and spam their abilities while spamming weapon swap. Extremely strong. The one catch that I found about this versus the other way is that you need to be on your second weapon set, the set without gigantic following, when you enter a new zone. So whenever you go into an abyssal depths or you exit a map or you enter a map, you have to be on this set. Otherwise it breaks, and I'll show you what that looks like real quick. I'm going to be on the wrong weapon set, which is my one with gigantic following. And I'm going to go to a zone real quick, and you'll see that when I do this, something has changed. Now, instead of having both of them on each set lingering, there's only 3 Death Knights available on my second weapon set. And when I weapon swap, there's 4 Zealots, and one of the Death Knights is actually still here. So this is broken. The way that you fix that is just by going in and resetting it up. I'll show you how to do it again real quick. So on the second weapon set, you max the thing that you don't want the most of, in this case the Zealots. Then you go in here, you put this to 0 in this panel, exit out, max the Death Knights, and then weapon swap, and then minus this button on the Zealots until it's like this, and then it's back to working. So yeah, this is really ridiculously strong to have 2 sets of Spectres lingering. There's a lot of ways you can abuse this. I'm sure you guys will have your own Spectres and stuff like that you'd like to use for this. I'm going to have in the description a link to my character. I just started SSF mapping again fresh yesterday, so very early days for my character with the Death Knight swap, but it's very strong so far. So yeah, guys, that's all I wanted to share today. I hope you guys are doing great, and take it easy. Later.
That is the lingering Spectre tech that's been playable throughout the entirety of 0.3. And like I've reported it, obviously, a lot of people have, and no changes to it. It's been playable throughout the entirety of 0.3. There's no mention of it in 0.4 patch notes. So I'm like, what are we going to do then? I guess we'll just use Death Knights and Blind Maiden and weapon swap. And it's like, I don't know, man. I hope that they fix it. I really do hope that they're looking into it, because they are looking into Spectres, right, with this thing. This is happening as we speak. So hopefully they'll be doing that. Yeah, I just got a response from GGG. Hold on. Give me a sec. They are aware. They are aware. Okay. Anyways, it hopefully it'll be fixed. If they are aware and they fix it, then Rhine Maidens, in my opinion, are not good without weapon swapping, whether you're lingering them or not, which means that it's very likely going to be powered zealots for clearing, weapon swapping into Death Knights. At that point, we might as well just use powered zealots all the way through, to be honest. It's one of the two. Yeah, I mean, I'd rather just play powered zealots and not give a shit about weapon swapping at that point. This is assuming none of these are changing what's going to happen to Spectre. So I'll probably make like a Spectre focus video as we run down later. That's very likely the result. But I'll wait with that till we have more information. Wait, powered zealots, visually, they're not that bad. They're not that bad visually, right? I mean, to be fair. Let me get some footage. Shoot something with the guys. Do I even show them in action? I think it probably did. When the fuck in the video did I do it? What are you doing, GHAZZY? Show some fucking gameplay footage, you dumbass. Yeah, I mean, it's not that bad, right? Moving on. It's better than Vol Guards. Come on, chat. It could be a lot better. It could be a lot better. Oh, a lot worse, sorry. Could be a lot better as well. But yeah. Anyways, there's that. That's a thing. Palm skills movement have been adjusted to reduce cases in which the player successfully uses the skill but fails to hit the enemy after dashing. Okay. Ice fragments created by skills such as escape shot and ice tipped arrows are now only able to hit each enemy once per group of fragments created. The per target hit limitation on Firestorm, Ice Storm, Rate of Arrows, and Hailstorm rounds are now displayed. Whirlwinds can now take on elements from overlapping allied elemental grounds for 8 seconds instead of 4. Added wind type with the following skills: Twister, Whirling, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Fix the following skills having modifiable limits that were not described as limits: Frozen, Locust, Earthquake, Shatter, Shield Wall. These skills cannot be supported by Overabundance. Why is SRS still unaffected by that node? I wonder. Why does this not work in SRS? I don't know. Acidic concoction can no longer consume poison or trigger acidic burst from an inanimate object like Vinero's plant. Invocation skills now have a 0.2 second cooldown. Freezing Salvo is now offered as a tier 3 skill gem. Wind Blast is now offered as a tier 3 skill gem. Attrition is now offered as a tier 4 spirit gem. Vaulting Impact is now offered as a tier 5 skill gem. Ice Tipped Arrow is now offered as a tier 5 skill gem. Ancestral Cry, Volcanic Eruption deals more damage and triggers volcanic steps every 1.2 meters, previously on footstep. Okay. SRS is a PoE 1 term. It's called RS in PoE 2. It's a summon raiding spirits. In PoE 2, they're called raiding spirits. In PoE 1, they're called summon raiding spirits. But it's the raiding spirits spirit gem that I'm talking about. And since the warrior totem no longer has 25% less totem attack speed, arc, 50% increased magnitude of shock inflicted instead of 50% more magnitude of shocks inflicted. So they nerf. What? They made the magnitude of shock additive instead of multiplicative. When we said, when Connor said PoE 2 has a lightning problem, Arc wasn't part of that issue. Anyways, Arctic Armor deals cold damage, which was lowered, scaling to a nerf. Now has 100% more freeze buildup, and now has 100% more magnitude of chill inflicted. Okay, so just more utility, less damage. Okay. Armor Breaker, it got increased the percent of attack damage, and breaks more armor, not by much, but enough. Attrition now reserves 30 spirit instead of 60. Interesting. Ball Lightning now deals more damage, quite noticeably more damage, and 375% more chance of shock instead of 750. So they lowered the chance of shock on this as well. Fire Infused Explosion was increasing damage and significantly. Ignite the Ground now ignites as though dealing significantly more damage than before, scaling up to ridiculously more damage than before, almost twice the damage. What the fuck? All lightning builds coming up. Arcat to catch the stray, true. Barrier Invocation now reserves 30. Cast on minion death now reserves. Yo, Scribblet, are you in the chat, dude? Is Scribblet here? Where's Scribblet? Are you here, dude? I saw him write something in Discord earlier. Let me see if I can find it. He said, I was already going to release a vid this week on how to break this, and now it costs half the spirit. That's funny. Okay. Okay. So for those of you who don't know who Scribblet is, he is first and foremost the father or the original designer of the Blood Wave meta build for Necromancers a couple seasons ago. He was the one who made that build originally. That was meta for quite some time. And he is a huge Unearth fan in PoE 2. And we've been doing a lot of things. He was also the one who told me in the DM to try out the whole Bone Cage leveling in Act 1 on the Witch as well, which was really cool to do as well. But he's a humongous Unearth fan, like even bigger fan of that than I am. Like, and I'm even noticeably bigger fan of it. It's been really fun to follow his testings out. Charge regulation. No longer grants more skill speed while you have friends to charge. Now grants 24 to 25% increased skill speed when you have a friend to charge. Okay. Comet, Fire Infused Comet now deals almost twice the damage, scaling up to almost twice the damage. Detonating Arrow now deals more damage as well. Disengage now grants 2 frenzy charges for consuming the parry debuff at gem level 8 up to 3 frenzy charges at gem level 16. Oh. Elemental Conflux now as a reservation is 60 instead of 100. Elemental Invocation now has increased energy shield, which was buffed. Electrocuting Arrow was increasing damage quite noticeably, but that is attack speed was noticeably higher, but the damage got lowered and converts 80% instead of 50 of Fist to Lightning. Escape Shot Ice Fragment is now an explosion rate of 2 meters instead of 1.5. Ice Fragments now deal less damage and now fires 3 Ice Fragments instead of 4. An equal magnitude of chill inflicted as freeze buildup. Explosive Spear gains +1 limited lodged spears every 8 gem level. Frenzy Charge and Power Explosion now deals significantly more damage, about 50% more damage at gem level 1 to 20. Now has 100% increase effect, ignite effect, sorry. Previously it was 0. Frenzy Charge Empowered Explosions length now increases with levels 4 up to 5.9 meters at gem levels 1 to 20 up to the explosion's visual. Eye of Winter, Eye Projectile now travels at a much longer distance. Eye Projectile now has 25% less base projectile speed. Cooldown is now 10 seconds instead of 15. Fangs of Frost was increased by about 50% more damage. Explosion now has 300% freeze buildup, which is lowered, and equal chill in magnitude inflicted as freeze buildup. Explosion chill ground has 8 seconds instead of 4. Flame blast cooldown time is 10 seconds instead of 15. Fragmentation round now it has bolt pierce 2 targets at gem level 1, scaling to bolt pierce 5 targets at gem level 24, previously 2 at all gem levels. Base predictable speed has been increased by 50%. Did anyone ever play with fragmentation rounds? Like, ever? Freezing mark no longer causes an explosion. Instead, freezing the mark target grants a buff that grants extra damage as cold for a duration until the mark or until you mark another target. We saw this in the footage for the werewolf form. Frostbolt has 185% more magnitude of chill inflicted at gem level 20. No longer has chill as enemies, as though dealing more damage. Frostwall, lightning infused Frostwall now deals more damage by about almost twice as much, scaling up to quite a lot more, not 50% there. Now has an equal magnitude shield inflicted as freeze buildup. Frozen Locust no longer deals 80% less damage if destroyed within 0.5 seconds by something other than you. No longer creates chill ground. Ice Crystals no longer has collision. Now correctly works with increases to limit. Frozen Locust Ice Crystal no longer have a hidden less damage taken from allies. Instead, they now have a hidden more damage taken from monsters, and the life from the Frozen Ice Locust Frozen Locust Ice Crystal, Jesus, has been greatly increased at later levels. This change is made to make Frozen Locust stronger with things that scale off Ice Crystal life, while keeping the amount of damage to destroy the crystal from both players and monsters roughly the same. Frozen Locust Ice Crystal have up to 9.5k life instead of 1.4. All right, let's see what Scribblet wrote. So I use Cast on Melee Death to get Power Charge, Lightning Infusion, Fire Infusion, Ice Infusion. I get 2+ Infusion max of 5 each. Detonate Dead, Armor Break, Pin equals Endurance and Frenzy Charges. Then put Inhibitor on all personal damage spells for like 90% more damage. My minions detonate and respawn in an 8-second cycle already. Using it Essence Harvest Massive Mana Regen to keep MOM shield up. With a recoup on it. The mana recoup. Okay, the mana recoup to keep MOM shield up. Numbers checks out. Unless I'm fucked here. That sounds pretty juicy. It'll be fun to see what he does with that. Gathering Storm. Perfect timing window has been increased. Now has a much higher dash range. Shockwave now has a maximum 20 shockwaves per use, previously 8. Quality now increases maximum plus 8 shockwaves per use, previously 2. Ghost Dance now has a maximum of 3 Ghost Shrouds at all gem levels, previously 3 to 5. Duration between gaining Ghost Shrouds is now 6.1 seconds. Instead of 3? Holy fuck, dude. Wow. Wow. Okay, Ghost Dance just got it fucking destroyed. Glacial Cascade Wave now converts 80% instead of 60 of Fist to Cold. Final Burst now converts 100% of Fist to Cold. Previously it was 60. Glacial Lance, Frenzy Charge and Power Explosion now deals a bit more damage. Attack speed is now 60% of base, previously 50. More freeze build-up. And more freeze build-up. Now equal magnitude of chill and inflicted as freeze build-up. Okay. Magnitude of chill inflicted as freeze build-up. Converts 80% of Fist to Cold instead of 60. Okay, so pretty similar changes. Hailstorm rounds got buffed quite noticeably. Double the damage, actually. Now it's an attack damage percent, which is slightly lowered. 150% more reload speed instead of 100%. And equal magnitude of chill inflicted as freeze. He said he has funny clips such as this one. What is this?
there was actually a period there where we weren't going to have a wolf because we were a little bit unhappy. Yeah, with us, and it's just like, well, exactly right. That was the reaction. That was the reaction of like all the furries come out of the woodwork and like, you gotta have a wolf.
How dare you?
Yeah, how dare, exactly right. So we're like, okay, we'll have a yeah, exactly. Don't anger them. So that was a real concern. So we decided to go. We needed the two familiar, and then we needed one that was.
He's not wrong. No, that's true. Herald of Thunder now has an attack damage of 122, so lower the Herald of Thunder damage gain. Okay. X Blast now has a maximum of 10 explosions per cast instead of 3. X Blast still gonna be good. I thought they fucked X Blast. Ice Nova, Cold Infused, Ice Nova Explosion and Chill round radius of 4.8 meters instead of 3.2. Cold Infused Ice Nova is dealing a little bit more damage, scaling to a little bit more damage. Cold Infused Ice Nova has a plus 0.5 seconds of cast time. Jesus. Ice Shard skill description now correctly states you cannot chain and projectiles hit and projectiles target the ground. Shards now 4% more damage 2 seconds after arming. Previously 300% more damage after 3 seconds of arming. Shard explosion radius is 2.5 meters instead of 1.4. Is it just me, or I just hate the living fuck out of skills that is like, oh, I shoot it, and then I have to wait several seconds before something happens. I mean, it makes sense for things like EDC, right? But I just don't ever like the delay of things. The delay is so freaking annoying. All right. Let's see. Got a message from DM. Apparently he's yapping with Rudy. So let's just jump in and talk to him. Yo.
Yo.
What's up, dude?
Well, we're going through the patch notes right now.
How far along have you gotten?
I am at Incinerate.
I am 3 steps above you.
Okay, so we're like pretty much neck and neck right here.
Yeah, I just read Ice Shots. It was basically nothing, just the conversion changes. What's the Ice Tip Arrow? It's Ice conversion. Is that basically nothing?
Yeah, and I'm about to go through right below Lightning Arrow, Lightning Conduit, Lightning Rod, Lightning Warp, all the lightning shit. So we're about to hit those next.
You checked Killing Palm already?
I did. Killing Palm's actually really cool, which is nice because I was messing around with early game Quarterstaff earlier, and it feels really bad. So Killing Palm is like kind of a much needed change, in my opinion.
Huh. Would you even use it though with this change?
What's wrong with it?
I mean, would you use it? I'm not saying there's something wrong with it. It's just I never liked the idea of having skills that's like, oh, they're within the threshold. Let me hit this button now to get a charge out of it. So you play Monk more than I have.
Yeah, I mean yeah, but you normally use like bows or crossbows or something to like 14 if you're doing Ice Strike, or 20-ish if you're doing Shield Wall or something at 22. Like if you want to start Quarterstaff, it's just rough in the beginning. So you can do like Thundering does do a shitload of damage early, but you just kind of don't really get power charges. It's kind of the issue. So I feel like the Killing Palm change will help a little bit with like one of the only moves that actually works. So for me, it helps Quarterstaff too. I don't know if it helps enough for like I'm not going to play crossbows. I haven't seen the like grenade changes yet or anything.
Where's Woody?
I sent him a message. He messaged me a couple minutes ago. Let me add him in the.
All right, I'll invite him to the thing.
Okay, I'll message him because last time he said, "Why didn't you message me in chat?" So I'll message him now.
That's right.
Yeah, so I sent him a message.
Ay, ay, ay. I feel like the patch notes were kind of short this time.
Yo.
Yo.
You there? Oh, there he is. Yo, what up?
Yo. Yeah, I'm still reading through the patch notes. I'm not going through the last few bits right now, but all good here. I had a good time so far. Thanks for the invite, GHAZZY. How you guys doing?
Doing pretty good. We're looking at where where are you on the patch notes so far?
I'm looking at Morio Invictus. So I've just been scrolling from top to bottom via the unique items.
Okay, so you're on unique. I'm on skills still. I'm on like killing palm here real quick. So you guys want to like take 5 or 10 minutes here to pause the patch notes and just kind of talk about the reveal?
It doesn't matter for me. Like I'm also on killing palms. Like I don't, how far down is items? Oh, oh
Not too much
Jesus!
It's like right under the skills. Basically, I'm not really much ahead or something.
Yeah. Oh,
I actually realized that a bunch of the builds I played this league got buffed, so that's kind of cool.
Oh.
Or at the very least not nerfed, so there's that.
What's the change so far that you're most excited about?
The most exciting change, I think, is the Pathfinder. I think that is fucking badass. I'm very excited to do something with Pathfinder. I think I'm probably still gonna start a druid, but I will absolutely make a Pathfinder. I actually haven't done it yet, so that's gonna be the league for it.
Is it just me or does the 5% global defenses like seem like actually kind of nuts?
I guess that depends on the setup, but it could be really good. The main thing about it is that you need a lot of attributes somewhere. I think you need like an Astrametis or some shit, because like how are you gonna get all of your attributes? Especially if you also want to path over to like the other side of the whole tree and maybe do like some combos with whatever, right? I think attributes is gonna be a bit of an issue if you just convert everything from your tree into like defense or something. But it could be strong for sure.
I mean, you could
It's
do
like
that. You could
ES nodes all the
also
time.
you could like double breach ring with just triple attributes, and then with quality, and then get your attributes that way, and then you just stack fucking ES like crazy.
Also true.
Yeah, true.
We're gonna see
it's definitely a
CI
lot of ES.
Pathfinders. That'll be fun.
Yeah.
What'd you say?
Yeah.
CI Pathfinder.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they can like start over on the other side of the tree is really cool, I think. So I'm definitely excited. You can also probably do like some weird combos with like different weapons and like pick up, I don't know, some bone nodes and then do some mace stuff or some random shit like that. This could definitely be something to experiment with. Just that alone also makes Pathfinder pretty cool, I think.
Somewhere deep inside of me, I was hoping that they were going to adjust the skill tree to allow us to go out and start elsewhere with the other trees. But this change is making that a very distant dream.
Yeah, actually, I was always hoping we'd get something like, like in PoE 1, the Atlas Passage tree has the gates where you can like, jump across. Yeah, I was hoping we would get something like that at some point. Yeah.
I pitched that to Jonathan a couple of weeks ago. I told him like one of the problems, like they don't want the ascendancy choices to paint you in a corner and say, well, this ascendancy is mainly for this type of archetype of build. But the starter point to the skill tree is already doing that so heavily. So I suggested that they would add like a gate, 4 gates on the tree or something, 1 north, 1 south, 1 west, 1 east, that would allow you to get to the other side. But they did this.
I mean, I could imagine they do something like that at some point. And there's maybe like a little bit of an opportunity cost. You have to spend like a few points to get there or whatever, right? It could be, even like a little like cluster, right? Like with a notable that is basically the gate or something. So that there is a bit of a cost to it, but I think this would really open up a lot of these like, kind of like weird weapon combos that they might try to like actually facilitate a little bit in this game, right? I feel like I never really see builds that have like actually 2 separate weapon types, for example, attacking with like 2 different things, but it's always like, okay, you have a mace and then your offhand is like, I don't know, maybe 2 maces and you have something similar, or you have like bow, and then you have like your offhand that's like some shock setup or something, right? Or some curse setup you have, or these kind of things. So it's never really like attacking with different weapons. So I hope you're gonna see more of that. But Pathfinder definitely makes it possible, I think.
What do you guys think of the Vol League mechanic? Like the whole new league mechanic that seems like kind of wildly complicated.
So I know
am
you missed
surprised,
out.
to be honest.
I don't know if you played that back then, Woody, but they had a league called Synthesis. There's
I played Synthesis a lot, actually. It was one of my favorite leagues.
Yeah, me too, man. It was one of my absolute favorite leagues. It was so good. Yeah, nowadays the Synthesis is like the Synthesis implicit stuff. But basically the way that league was you created your own little tile set of a map, if you will. It's similar to Incursion, but basically what we saw in the PoE 2 reveal, where you build your own little area, like zone, and then basically your pathing, that's where you could go. And then you ran that with these tiles and whatnot. So they kind of baked the Incursion at series, Temple, and Synthesis into one, and that was just beautiful. Yeah, Calandra is another good take to compare it to. But
yeah, I have to say about this, I don't think that this whole Synthesis like map building was so well received, to be honest.
No, people hated it.
Right? Yeah, so I'm very surprised that I think people really loved like Incursions. It was like a very simple system and stuff like that, right? You go in, you out in like 20 seconds maximum, you kill the architect, that's it, right? And you kind of build the temple on the fly. You don't have to think too much about it. But I think this whole I like this system with like you can really customize it and get the specific thing you care about. Maybe you care about the double corrupt, maybe you care about the gem corrupt, maybe you care about like taking out a very valuable rune from your item that you have socketed or whatever, right? So that is kind of cool, but I feel like the whole setup of it seems very slow and very cumbersome. So I think a lot of people will probably not enjoy it too much with how often I imagine you actually have to go and look at the whole thing and have to remember, oh shit, like what did I want to build now? And this kind of stuff. But I definitely got the Synthesis vibes for sure.
I mean, you get booty cheeks in this one here. So
True.
I don't know. There's not really any.
Get the front side and the back side of a series.
In both the Druid announcer and the Fate of the Vol announcer.
Oh.
You get both of it.
Double the fun,
I
you know?
I definitely didn't expect it to be like so in depth. Like there's a lot that is actually in this, and there's a lot of mechanics. Like we got the double corrupting, we got like it was like kind of a Vol skill gem or something, right? I forget already. Was there Vol skill gems in there?
No.
Something that have to do with gems.
The gems.
No, they talked about it in the Q&A actually. In the Q&A, they said that the glory skills are kind of similar to that already, and they might want to bring Val gems maybe post-launch if they want to do them or something.
Yeah.
I thought there was something where he puts his gem in or something. I don't remember what it was.
Yeah, it's the it's not the Locus of Corruption. It's the other one. It's the Dorianis Catalyst, whatever it's called. It's the double corrupt gem room from Incursion. You have to put a corrupted gem, and you can corrupt it again. That's one of the showcases. If you go to the website,
okay.
It has a gem that has level 21 or +1 from corruption, but it also has 23% quality, which is only achievable through double corruption.
Oh, it was the Soul Core corrupt, is what people were saying.
I was 100% certain we were gonna get Vol gems.
Yeah, for sure. I'm kind of glad we didn't get Vol side area. I mean, this shit looks complicated enough. Like, but building out this whole little puzzle, dude. Good Lord, I'm already bad enough at puzzles.
Bro, I love Synthesis League so much. I can't wait to do this one. It's gonna be so much fun.
Yeah, I enjoyed Synthesis stuff as well, but I think the broad player base, I'm not 100% sure if it's gonna be that good. But on the other hand, maybe if you don't have to worry too much about the building because it happens like I don't know once every 10 minutes in a mapping experience or whatever, right? You get like one little piece. Maybe it's not so bad. Back in Synthesis League, it happened like way faster, right? Like every map, you get like a piece, you have to look at it again and whatever. So it might be fine.
Well, they did. Mark did say that you could store up to 10 rounds, which is you get one. Yeah, you kind of have to run a map once every 6. Run the temple once every 6 maps, but you can store 10 times, so that's 60 maps before you quote unquote have to do the temple thing. I think that's a pretty good take. You can spend mapping for quite some time before you feel like, hey, I'm gonna lose out if I don't do the temple now. Then spend an hour or two doing the temple and then back to mapping. I think that's a pretty good balance.
And we actually get
Yeah,
Adziri boss confirmed here.
Yeah. That's gonna be nice.
Yeah, I wonder how difficult she's going to be. I guess she's going to be on the same level as the other bosses. It looked like on one of the like previews, you saw like the room of Adziri and it had like a tier 1 little like note or something. So I guess it might be similar with like tier 1, 2, 3, like the other bosses or something. I wonder if she's supposed to be like I don't know, harder or something like that.
It did
Like
say
looking at
tier
like the
1 on
Abyssal
her,
boss, for
right?
example, the Abyssal bosses, they were all like a joke, right? So
Yeah,
there was like there was no difficulty at all, basically. Like by the time you actually ever fought one of these bosses, it was so OP that you just annihilated them.
The
I think
part that
that-
caught me off guard the most was the we can have like robot arms and shit. Like you can modify your own your own person. It's like what the fuck?
Yeah, that was kind of
basically
uncalled.
just continuing what they have in PoE 1 right now, right? With the breach arms. Exactly.
I like
So,
that they were
it's
like
kinda
till
like
you
that.
died as well.
Yeah, I really like that as well because that's like a really cool kind of like reason, for like hardcore. Like it just feels really nice in hardcore, I think, right? Where it's like, okay, you know what you got, you will never lose it, basically, right? So in softcore, it can always happen that okay, you rip and then you have to collect the things again. But this definitely makes me motivated to do more hardcore again.
Fair. I wonder if it's serious gonna have a split face with one of the copies having a mirror above her head and actually having reflect damage.
No boy.
No way, dude. You think they're gonna have a phase where it reflects so like people just don't know what's going on and they're gonna hit it and one shot themselves? Like
Okay, I mean they gotta pay some homage, like some respect back to the OG release of Sacrifice of the Maul 1.1, and everybody who had no idea what they were doing just one shot themselves on the mirror clone. They need to have that.
I guess you have to be careful. I think if there is like some sort of like a fight mechanic, then I think this will be okay, but it shouldn't be like like it's too easy to hit it or something, right? Maybe there needs to be something with timing more than with like, okay, like your skill is too large and you accidentally hit the thing and now you one-shot yourself or something, right?
Okay,
so that
but
kinda
the
sucks, I think.
Like the boss room was huge from the footage we saw compared to what it is in PoE 1, because in PoE 1 all your ability, especially projectiles, would hit at least 2 or 3 of the clones, no matter what you did.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean, right? Like in many builds, you didn't have much of an option, right? So
I remember before the Spectres resurrected, like you had to make sure they were lined up in a way so the closest target would make the projectiles hopefully not hit the mirror clone. But now that when they get back to life, you don't really care. But yeah.
Instead of damage reflect, it could also be some other sort of reflect, right? It could be curse reflect, ailment reflect, or these kind of things as well. Like where maybe there's like some sort of like window where you have to avoid doing these things, or do like a little DPS stop or whatever, instead of just like outright one-shotting yourself.
the Foulborn unique part. I didn't think we were gonna be getting Foulborns like actually immediately, and I sure didn't think we were gonna get them with the Fate of the Vol League.
Yeah,
I mean, it's not exactly Foulborn, but it's kind of close, right?
Close are they enough.
It seems like in general to me that they're trying to like develop stuff for both games as much as they can, and I guess it kind of makes sense. And it still has like a twist to it, right? It's not exactly Foulborn. Like we get Graft, but not exactly. And like they kind of take similar ideas and make them different. And I don't know. I don't really mind it. I guess they have like a bit nice like kind of like double dip there on like developer time, I guess. But it's a cool mechanic, so why not?
Yeah, I mean, I like it. See, like here he is. He's putting a skill gem in to like corrupt it again. That's the part I got baited by. I was like, oh, they're doing like Val gems at some point. Rewatching it here. They are reusing some of the bosses. I see. Like they got. I guess it makes sense to reuse the Val bosses.
I mean, what it means.
The go on.
Most of the skill gems in the game, you either want quality or levels. Most of the time, especially if your main skill, you want to have levels of your skill gem. So that just means that once you have a level 20 skill gem, you corrupt it and it fails. The only thing that happens is as long as it didn't lose a level, you will want to double corrupt it to try to get that to 21.
Can you get 2 times the same corrupt? Can you get like 22?
Doubt it.
I mean, why not?
Sure, I mean, like most of the time, like there's a lot of skill gems that don't really care about getting like I don't know what 3 quality or some shit, right? So that is like really minor compared to an extra skill level. So
I mean, the whole game
would you
is
actually
balanced
wanna
around
risk
levels of
your
gems.
gem?
the whole game is balanced around levels of gems. Like they've said that a certain increments of difficulty in the game is expecting you to have X amount of plus level of your main skill gem. So no matter what you do, even if the quality is good, you're always going to want to have levels on your main skill gems.
Yeah. I know. I think in SSF, I've never corrupted a single gem, actually, now that I think about it.
Yeah, I never corrupt shit either, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I had like one level 20 gem or something, and I never corrupted one either, so this is kind of how this goes.
It looks like they're not really addressing the skills like in this part of, the update. They're like,
Yeah, I'm actually very surprised because I figured this would be like one of the like major balancing problems to fix. So that kind of just remains the same now, it seems, like essence everywhere, and it just gives like ridiculous ranks, and it is what it is. And it also kind of goes against the idea of like making staffs, give them more parity with like dual wield basically, right? With the focus and wand, because focus and wand has +6 and the staff has only +5 from the essence. So kind of weird as well on that end.
I like the staff
I was hoping they
changes.
would like change the ranks, maybe lower them at least, and then maybe find maybe other stats to put. Or I mean, I don't mind the idea of skill ranks, and that is like an interesting way to scale your damage. That is not just, oh, now you do more damage, but you also have to think about the cost, for example, right? So there is like some opportunity cost involved there. So I like that part, but I think the skill ranks, like, especially with the essences, you just throw them on there on like any item, on any weapon, and you suddenly deal double damage, and there's zero risk involved. Like, it's kind of weird, right? Very, very strange design, I think, with like the essences in particular.
But you can't make that 1 to 6 tier 1 mod anymore since homogenizing exaltations are gone.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I like that homogenizing are gone, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm okay with them being gone too. Like, I understand that people are going to be mad they can't use them to craft anymore, but like, they were kind of bullshit.
I mean, I was very, very loud about this as well, but I kept saying that if they remove them, they kind of have to add some sort of other secondary crafting mechanic to offset the nerf. Otherwise, we're just back to 0.2. But obviously, we have 0.2 plus Abyss League craft mechanics, right? So I don't know how I feel about it. Yeah, and the essence. I mean, I don't know how I feel about it.
I'm not worried about this. Like, even if they like take out some of the power, I mean, first of all, they buffed a lot of shit in this patch, right? So there's that,
Yeah.
and we still have a lot of the abyss crafting, and like even with like a nerfed abyss crafting, or without homogenizing, or without the giga skill ranks from essence, like there's so much other power that we gained going from 0.2 to 0.3. Like, I think it was very noticeable playing for 0.3 compared to 0.2. Like how much stronger we were just from the gear. At least like SSF wise, it was like, I have a crossbow that's probably like double the DPS and has 6 extra skill ranks compared to my crossbow back in 0.1. Like it's pretty ridiculous in 0.3. So it's fine, I think.
I mean, we were getting like crazy gear immediately in the league, so I'm like, I understand the nerf. I'm not really like salty about it.
Yeah.
I was a little surprised that they didn't pay a little bit more homage to Diablo 2 Druid by giving them animal summon archetype. It's just full-fledged, full focus on like, hey, you have some elemental caster stuff plus shapeshifting, and that's it. I mean, not that's it. That sounds rough because it's pretty cool what they've done, but I did expect there to be some sort of minion archetype for the druid, and there wasn't.
Bro, there's only 2 ascendancies. You can't have another ascendancy that's all like only about like minions. There's only so many
only
ascendancies
about
in the
minions,
game, dude.
There's only one ascendancy that has proper minion stuff.
I think they said originally that they don't want to make like the minion ascendancy, right? So there's like some stuff that maybe has a bit of synergies and stuff, and I think it's cool that we don't just have, okay, there's Necromancer and that's it or something, right? So yeah, there's definitely like some minion stuff with the wolves going on, but I don't think the druid in PoE 2 look like the druid in PoE 2 doesn't really look like a minion class or something, right? It's like some very minor, like, okay, you have some wolf companions, that's your pack, and that's kind of it. And I think that's okay.
It looked pretty cool. I mean, to be fair though, the Wyvern looked absolutely the coolest. But if you look at the abilities that we saw, I am super in on the Vine skill. That looks insane.
That did
Like-
look really cool, actually.
Yeah, and drench them. See,
Yeah.
it reminds me of the chaotic Fisher skill from the Warlock in Last Epoch. You know, that you crack open the world and it just lashes out these things. And if you have that sword, the unique sword, it makes the damage, not the dot component, but you have like these tentacles that lashes and hits enemies. That's kind of what it looked like with the Vine skill when you made it wet. Just drench it.
Yeah, that did look really good. That did look really good. Also the
Yeah.
shaman whole alternative passive tree thing was crazy, dude. Speaking of minions, they have an insane minion node there. They gave you reservation efficiency.
Yeah. I saw that as well. Looks quite interesting.
You see that?
Can we see those notes somewhere? Someone mentioned this in my chat earlier as well, and I was like, where do we see that?
Yeah, it's
just
the
during the
Oracle.
reveal. The
okay.
Oracle, yeah.
I need to check that again.
The Oracle.
Do
has,
they have the ascendancies listed somewhere?
Yeah,
I think
they only
the
have like
website.
what they are, but not even the points, so they can like the notes or something. So
They don't on the website.
no.
Oh shit! I thought that they might have it already. Okay.
Yeah,
Or
they
were
might
they
show them
posted?
like maybe with a teaser, on Twitter or something in the week.
They show
They're
some
out?
of the
Okay.
skill gems already. I mean, you can
Okay,
see some of the
they're saying
skill.
they're out. Okay.
I see the
Yeah,
shaman
they showed
here.
a few in the preview, yes. So a few were shown, but apparently everything here on this one. Wait, let's see.
The link in the chat from Jet from Sky was only the shaman. I want to see the Oracle.
Let's see, what's this one? Okay, so we have one of them at least. Yeah, we have the. Yeah.
There's
okay.
the other one. Thank you, chat.
All right.
Passive skill
Oh,
point
dude,
on
we
the
do have all of
start.
them. Okay. Moment of vulnerability. Hits against you have 10% reduced critical strike damage bonus. That's a worthless small point. One extra passive skill point. Some of these are kind of mid.
Yeah, one of them is not shown here actually on the right. The adaptation before Apocalypse actually, right? Is this shown anywhere? No. There's like a choice node.
Oh, this one's interesting too. Non-keystone passive skills in medium radius of allocated keystone passives can be allocated without being connected to your tree.
Yeah, I just read that one. I was like, what the fuck?
That's actually like kind of nutty, dude.
That is nutty as fuck. Medium range as well?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Where's the reservation node? Am I blind?
Wait, dude, look at the damage of enemies hitting you is unlucky.
That's pretty nice.
That's pretty good too, dude.
And critical strike chance against you is lucky as well. Huh.
Dude, that's really good.
Oh, so unseen path is that. Okay, gotcha.
Okay, hits is damage. Wait, hit damage is taken from mana before life if your current mana is higher than your current life. What? It's like a free mind over matter. Okay, you get 15% less maximum life and maximum mana, which is like that's actually pretty rough, but I mean, hit damage taken is like kind of crazy.
You don't have to start investing
Also
into
very
the
interesting
MOM
nodes.
stuff.
I think the design of these ascendancies is very good. Very interesting nodes.
Yeah, it's a cool one.
I love the unseen path with the Traveler's Wisdom. That opens up so many options. Holy.
Yep. One thing that this game really needed was more passives.
Yeah. I mean, what would you take? A damage against you is unlucky. Take before mana, before life, and then Traveler's Wisdom and Unforeseen Path. I mean, what do you take here? Inevitable critical hit seems like kind of crazy too.
Can we see what it does?
Isn't inevitable critical like the support gem where it builds up and then eventually you get
Yeah,
a crit
like
here?
if you don't crit for a while, if that's a skill, then I think it's like 8 seconds build up for like a plus 200% crit chance or something. So I guess this might just be like a thing that applies to everything that you do, and then you want to like cycle multiple skills, something like that. Could be nice.
Okay.
It definitely is, like, I mean, if you're looking at like the typical Ascendancy node being worth, I don't know, 10 to 15% DPS, I guess, or something like that, then something like that could easily beat that, right? If you have a good build made for it. So that could be
Yeah, there's
interesting.
something there.
What's the name of the jewel that allows you to back nodes around?
From nothing? Is it from nothing? I don't forget exactly the name of it.
Yeah.
This one has
so.
a radius of small.
Hmm.
Okay, I'm looking at the shaman now. Gain the benefit of additional bonded modifiers and runes and Ilos. Wait, what are Ilos? Are Ilos like Silk Core based? Oh, that's the other one, right? That comes with the Asmiri shit. And that's charms, right? Not charms. Talismans. What the fuck is an Ilo?
Did you already see that?
I'm looking at the shaman. Gain the benefits of
Yeah.
additional bonded modifiers on runes and Ilos. Oh, I guess they renamed.
Yeah, they
stuff.
probably renamed them because you had talismans. So maybe they're
Yeah.
renamed now.
Yeah, I guess they probably renamed. They probably did rename it. Okay. I mean, it depends how strong that is. Gain 4. Wait, this one's crazy. 40 spirit for each available empty charm spot.
That seems pretty legit, actually.
Yeah, 120 spirit. I mean, what if that scales with if you're overcapped on the charm slots from your belt? You know how you get one from the campaign, you can get like +3 or something. So you have like 4. That would scale.
I mean, they did mention that at some point they want to increase the maximum, right? But they're probably going to change this note then anyway. But either way, I mean, most of the time I feel like charms are kind of whatever. Like the one thing I always put is like freeze because of like strong boxes. And then, yeah, what after that, right? So it's pretty good. At the very least, you can get 80 spirit there very easily. Or maybe have some sort of like, cannot be chilled or something somewhere. And then you just go like triple.
Plus, it's a 2 points. So you can get this super early. So your first ascendancy, like you're level like 28, and now boom, you can gain 120 spirit. Like that seems
okay,
pretty.
but what are you gonna put there? In Act 2?
Minions? I don't know, minions.
Okay, for minions, that's legit, I guess. Yeah, I can see that.
The minions.
Every 2 raids grants 1% more spell damage. That one's kind of interesting. I'm curious how much they're going to go into the rage stuff. They seem to want to be like making rage better.
Yeah, I like it a lot. I think rage is a cool mechanic, and I like that it's coming to some spellcasting action here.
Yeah, and I like this increases and reductions to mana regen also apply to your rage regeneration.
Mm-hmm.
But then you literally require, rage in order to actually cast your skills.
Yeah, but then at the same time, like there's inherited rage generation stuff from the shapeshifting stuff released, right?
Yeah.
There was endurance and power charge generation. Was there frenzy charges on the wolf?
I thought it was like endurance on the bear, frenzy on the wolf, and power on the wyvern, I think.
Yeah, the wyvern needed to consume a corpse for it, though.
Yeah. This one's interesting. What do you think of this? Okay. Avatar of Evolution. 5% of physical taken as cold, 5% of physical taken as fire, 5% of physical taken as lightning. Okay, so you're taking 15% physical split there. Adaptions have a duration of 10 seconds. Take 4% less elemental damage per adaption, matching that adaption's type.
Fuck is adaption?
Yeah, but we don't see what it does because it's like the previous node is not shown.
So the previous node is reactive growth. It says another 4% less elemental damage taken per adaption, matching the adaption type. Gain 1 adaption when hit by elemental damage, matching the type of the damage taken.
Yeah, it looks
also,
like a charge.
I was looking at the wrong path there. Okay, yeah, so you're right, it's there.
So it looks like you're gaining, I don't know if that 4% is just like explaining what adaption does or if that actually stacks to 8%, and then we don't know the cap of how many adaptions you could actually have. Like if you can have like 5 adaptions or something, it seems pretty good.
I suppose that adaptation is probably some sort of like timed buff, and it explains like exactly how long it lasts and whatever. So maybe
Well-
it's something like a stacking mechanic, but it has individual timers per stack or something like that.
I figured it out actually. It's adaptation. That's what it is. We did it, boys. Everyone's
you.
mad because I said it wrong. Yeah, I mean, honestly, this looks all right. Maybe I'm missing something, but is this Shaman looks all right. I mean, I don't really see anything here that makes. I mean, maybe the rage per more spell damage.
Yeah, I
Or,
think
you know.
there's like two things that are pretty unique here, which is number one, the spirit, and number two, the rage. And the spell rage that goes with it, I guess, right? So I think that's really cool stuff. Yeah, you can definitely, make some stuff with this work. I'm thinking about doing something like a shaman and doing like some spellcaster druid. I was thinking about something volcano, spam volcanoes everywhere, slime them a little bit. Could be fun.
I can't decide if I'm doing specters or wolves from the werewolf or a wyvern something or a vine skill with a druid. I really like the vine skill. It looked so cool. I hope you can use that as a main skill.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's gonna be kind of tough to really make any of the druid skills work as your number one ability because they seem all like, very long duration and stuff like that. I think it might be like, okay, use like one or two or something of those, and then maybe you combine it with some actual like, elemental skill, right, from like Sorg or something, as like your kind of like spam ability potentially. Or like as I said, like you can do volcanoes, and I was thinking about maybe you're gonna throw in like shockwave totems, and then you're just gonna slam your volcanoes like a bunch of times, and just they go boom with projectiles. So I think that could be pretty fun, similar to like how you're doing it on like Warrior with fissures. That was a thing, for example, this league.
What's your guys' take on the fact that for you to summon a spell totem, you need to consume 3 freaking endurance charges?
It's just like a copy of the melee totem, right? It's the same thing there, and I think that's okay. A spell totem is a very powerful tool.
Yeah, but it kind of defeats the purpose of playing an actual spell totem build. That entire archetype is just dead in the water because now you need to have, charge generation to even summon the totem to begin with. And even if you have items like Soul Mantle to let you have more summon totems, you're still going to have to generate a shitload of charges to be able to place them in the first place.
Yeah, I figured maybe they just don't want you to like just do totems and nothing else, right? This is probably why they make it so hard to do that. I think they want you to, okay, you use some skills, and then sometimes you throw down the totem on like the rare, and the totem helps you to take it down or something like that. I can understand people want to play like a pure totem build. Maybe they should give us some sort of option to make that happen. But there are some ways to get a lot of charges.
Yeah, I mean, you can generate charges quite quickly if you devote your character to it. But I mean, there are some mechanics that's really frustrating. Like Wyvern needs to consume a corpse to do it. Okay, you don't always have access to that. You can use the profane ritual that requires a corpse on the ground, which can be used on minion corpses. There are loops you can create to do it, but it's messy as fuck to do per summon totem. It's like, but I mean, sure, meaningful combat. Tactical combat gets thrown out the window as soon as you allow players to just say, hey, I want to use my totems to do damage. Let me summon 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of them, and they will do the work. And then I'll loot. And then I go to the next pack, I summon 6, 7, 8 of them, and then loot, Like meaningful combat gets thrown out the window. So this whole combo play like kind of gets shoved out if they allow us to do that, I guess.
I mean, there's also always the possibility to add a different totem at some point that maybe it's not as universal as the spell totem, but maybe it has something, like the spell totem that you're looking for, but it's like based on just cooldowns or something, right? But maybe it's worse or whatever. Or maybe they just make the spell totem, much worse by default, but then if you generate the charges, it gets much upgraded or something like that, right? So that's also an option.
Yeah, I thought the walking calamity from the bear looked pretty fucking awesome. Like you're like summoning meteors like all the time. That looked pretty cool, dude.
It's a glory skill though, so you can't really like do it all the time.
Yeah,
but something like that could be interesting on like a tactician, I guess. So you can do like a tactician, bear, shapeshifter, and just like get giga glory. That could
I think
be cool.
they added more glory generation stuff, I think. Also.
Yeah, but I mean, no one does it better than Tactician, right? It's just like you get what is it, like 5 regen default, and then you have like some other bonuses. Like it's crazy.
It seems cool though. I like the giant meteors falling, so that one makes me kind of interested.
You know, sorry.
I was just gonna say the wyvern though, man. The flame breath, like the one where you're flying and you're like flame breathing. 750% more ignite magnitude.
Yeah.
I wonder if that's actually gonna be a thing.
Single
it
target,
looked
maybe
clunky.
like your boss.
Yeah, maybe a single target because it looked cool, but in the world of Path of Exile, it looked like it would be kind of clunky to play with.
Okay, but let's say, okay, here's my take though, right? What if you can get around the movement speed penalty? Because like it has a movement speed penalty, right? Because you're moving slow as fuck. But what if you're, I don't know, play like Pathfinder or something? Where, like, what if you can make it where you don't have any movement speed penalty? So you're moving at your normal, and you're just fire breathing while you're moving, like all of the time. Wouldn't that be fucking cool? You'd be like actually a dragon roasting the ground, like from the sky.
Yeah, but
That'd
I
be
think
cool.
it has like you need like power charges to maintain it and just stuff like that. No, and it doesn't have like a cooldown as well. Like it seems like something that is more like a finisher than anything, right? Or like sometimes you like okay, you have your stuff ready, and then you see it rare, you just fly over it, and that's it. And then comes the next rare, and you don't even have it ready again. So that's kind of like how I imagine this.
Well, the way I'm looking at it now is it costs 6 rage per second after your first 4 seconds. So you get 4 seconds of it, and then you cost 6 rage per second, basically. So you'd have to like counter. It's a flat 6. It doesn't like go exponential. So if you could have a way to generate the rage, you would be fine.
There are ways to sort that. And I know that because me and Lolaj were working hard on fixing the goddamn Reavers, which apparently got buffed. I gotta read them later. But there are ways to make rage generation.
Yeah, well, it
Cannot
says you
gain
cannot
rage
gain
while
rage
active.
while yeah, seeing that
never
now
mind.
too. But you do spin the rage 50% slower if you have it empowered. So you could empower it, and then it's 3 rage per second. I mean, that could be that actually is pretty long.
I mean, you're definitely gonna be in the air for a long time then. Yeah.
Yeah,
But
I mean, 10
then
seconds
I guess
plus.
if you cancel it because you have to do like an evade or something, then yeah, oof, right? And you don't want to like, fly around in the same slot in the same spot for like 15 seconds or something. Like, let's say you have all that rage. Like, what are you gonna do, man? Like.
Okay, but did you notice that the head is moving where the mouse is moving? So you could move WASD and then you turn and roast as you're going. So you're basically shooting like an incinerate flamethrower. Like
See, that's my problem. I think that WASD in PoE is fantastic. I will never play with it. I just cannot bring myself to do it. I've played Diablo 2 for way too long. I need to have click to move. I know it's good. I just cannot bring myself to do it. And
That's
that seems
wild,
like
bro.
it would be
That's
fucking
insane.
wild playing that skill on click to move. My
That sounds like
character
a
would
personal problem.
he would just start shooting fucking fire breath on the ground for that millisecond I move my cursor to move north or whatever, and then I have to turn around to shoot back at the target. I don't know. WSD
Sorry,
is really
I'm with
good. I
DM
just can't
here.
do it.
Yeah, I think you're cooked. I think you try some WSD, man.
I mean, I'm saying it's really good. I just cannot bring myself to play it. Click the movies is too good.
No, but I mean, I guess it's like understandable that in a game like this, like some skills just don't work out that well if you do click to move, and this is like something you kind of have to be aware of when you choose a build, I guess, right? Like some stuff is just like so good with it, because it's like a very fast build, or like you do like shoot and move and like this or something, right? It is just what it is. I think in some cases it does matter, in other cases it does matter a lot, and you have to kind of make a choice.
I'm
know.
playing this shit. I don't care if it's dog shit. I'm playing it, dude. You guys are gonna watch. You're gonna watch me get called a fucking tourist again, as I'm like sitting there ZDPS flying on the Ferrodin Prince before he one shots my ass, bro. I'm gonna love every second. I'm going flying dragon flame breath. You try to fucking stop me, dude.
Oh my god. I wonder if you can actually like avoid any sort of ground effects while you're flying. So that would be a kind of cool mechanic. Or if it actually has like 3D like hit detection. Like like for example, like I'm thinking about a tornado bird, like that shoots like the lines through the arena or something, right? So can you fly over that shit, for example? That could be cool. Yeah.
Yo, speaking of ailments, my dude, did you see these juicy Katava changes? Hold on, dude. The Katava changes are actually insane. I don't know if you guys read this yet. Hold on. Smith of Katava. Okay, look at this here. Where is it? Now,
They
let me
are
get
pretty good,
my
actually.
copium. Let me get my copium here. Okay, so now you get internal layer reduces critical damage taken by 100%. I mean, let's fucking go. And then the next one here, heat proofing now causes your body armor to grant the bonus of being unaffected by all damaging elements.
Yeah.
Yeah, not terrible at least.
Pure developments,
It's only
pure
damaging
one.
elements. It's not freeze and shock, which are I think kind of the most important elements to be immune against. But yeah, I mean I'll take it, I guess.
A nice
Okay,
one.
and here's one for GHAZZY. Okay, your body armor can grant you 30% increased spirit.
Yeah, and what else does the class bring me? Nothing.
Minions, they buffed your
There's
minion
a manifest weapon, man. You have your own minion.
Don't even bring up the manifest weapon, man. That is the most heartbreaking patch notes I've ever read in my entire life when they introduced that. I was so excited about getting animate weapon into PoE 2. And what do we get?
Holy shit.
Manifest
Psyropathic
weapon.
race inside of
I
the
have
air
to
with
sit
another
there like a
prime
fucking
sub?
smithy
What's this?
and
A
start
cataclysmic
smacking an
shriek or
anvil in
something?
the middle of a fight and watch a weapon fly around with like, what was it, 200-second cooldown on using their abilities, and it was using my weapon. That's not what I wanted. I wanted an animate weapon. And what did I get? I got shit. Not only that, these manifested weapons, they literally hit enemies like an overcooked wet noodle. It sounds like this when they attack. That's all you hear.
You know what? If anyone can do it, you can do it. All right, we believe in you to bring animate weapon, manifest weapon from the Smith of Katava to the forefront of the meta in 0.4. Do you accept the challenge? Smith of Katava start, GHAZZY. What do you have to say to the people?
Sorry, I'm back. I was
Log in
getting
on
a
Warrior,
drink.
I guess. Who cares about Druid? Log in Warrior.
I'm not fucking doing it.
Yo, dude, actually speaking of Warrior, dude, we got another huge buff. Did you see on Citadel? Huge big dick buff, dude. Like double tap buff. 30% less area of effect and 30% less damage removed. Like Shield Wall got a massive buff after already being good.
I haven't tried it, so I'm not really sure.
It's insane. It's crazy good. Like it makes Shield Wall shoot out like fissures, and then they pop. And the downside is you don't get the damage or whatever. So you would have to take it off of the boss. This is crazy. I mean, Shield Wall was nuts. I two shot bosses in Act 4 campaign with like Shield Wall. It's fucking disgusting. So
and then
like
they
this
say
is
minions
making this
are OP.
even better.
What the fuck?
Yeah, because you don't have to play the game. You gotta go use the restroom and you come back to your map being cleared. I mean, we actually have to like face tank everything. So this is a well-deserved minion buff. Thank you, Mark Roberts and Jonathan Rogers. Nicely done. Good job. Hashtag ad. I'm a
Did you
fan.
see did you catch the biggest nerf to minions, by the way?
Anything that says minions, I skipped over in the patch notes. So like, what? Tell us.
Talismans
I'm
are
already having a good day.
limited to 1.
What?
Wait, how does that? Wait, what is that? Wait, how's that matter?
We went from 7x 6% reduction of reservation efficiencies to 1x8.
I have no idea what the fuck you're saying right now. You gotta explain.
Okay,
to someone who doesn't
Darkness
play
Enthroned.
Ancient builds.
Darkness Enthroned.
Okay. Yeah.
Reservation efficiency Talisman of Ralakesh.
Oh, you mean you're talking the fucking like socket bows. I'm thinking talisman. Okay.
No. I'm talking about the socket ball. Limited to 1. We lost
All right.
hilarious amount of reservation efficiency as a result of that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You. True. You know what? I'm trying to summon the emotions to care.
Yeah, I can't really do it.
You know what? That was a well-needed nerf. I'm liking that.
Anyways,
now for sure the +1 arrow shit got nerfed too, right? Like you don't think they're gonna have +1 arrow in like all of it. It's because of the double corrupt. There's like no shot they give you +5 arrows in the fucking side. Like there's no shot.
oh fuck. I am curious though, like not just the minion stuff, but like the Darkness Enthroned. What's the fucking purpose of using that when you're limited to 1 talisman now? Because a DE rolls with like, let's say, hey, like the minion uses the belt that has the sockers count as helmet. What are we gonna do? Put 1 Ralakesh in there, and then what else do we use? And it affects other builds as well. A lot of people use Darkness to Throw, not just minion builds. People use it for boots, talismans, for movement speed, for example.
Okay, you just put like the second best after that, and
There is
maybe
no
that
other
is
ones
enough,
we
or
want to
maybe
use
not.
as
I mean,
minions.
it doesn't have to go in every build, I think. Like,
I mean, it was like the
think it's
minion
fine.
belt, and now you can't even use it. Like, it's kind of irrelevant. There is no second best talisman for minions. Like, it's completely irrelevant. But other builds, I guess, have some use of it, I guess. But I mean, it affects everyone across the board, right?
Yeah, I mean, I guess so, but do we, I mean, is Darkness and Throne not another Ingenuity situation?
Yeah, but
I
Ingenuity
think
still
it's fine
has
if
some
it remains
value.
some sort of like niche thing, and there's like certain builds that we're not thinking about right now that still have like this one really good soccerable that you really want to buff or something. I don't know. I think that
I don't have a problem with it. And plus, like, doesn't that mean they can keep adding like kind of busted soccetabos if they're limited to one on some of them? Like they can.
That's fair.
Gives them a little
Yeah,
bit more space.
I really like
to
that
work with.
idea actually. I like this, like, okay, you find this thing and like, holy shit, man, I gotta socket this in or something. Like, yeah, I think this is a very cool solution to this problem of, okay, there are ridiculous socketables, and now we just stack them and we get like, the extra sockets, and if you don't have the extra sockets, then you suck. Like.
They had to do it because Darkness and Throne is in the game and we have double corrupt now. Like you can't have an exceptional 2-socket plus double corrupt 4 sockets. So what GHAZZY wants is he wants a 4-socket Darkness and Throne, vowed up Darkness and Throne, 199, 69, 420 percentage boosted, quadra socketed in the helmet. Like, dude, come on. I don't think they're gonna give it to you.
I feel like you're exaggerating a little bit.
No, that's exactly what would happen, bro. You and your army of traitors within like day 1 are going to have an 18-mirror helmet you're going to put in your fucking display case and jerk off over the next 4 years. Like that's
Don't
exactly
hate on my helmet,
this
man.
happens in every league I have to hear about. Look at this helmet I built. It only cost us 12 mirrors. I have to hear it every goddamn day, dude. Like, I know exactly what would have happened.
I still remember the famous GHAZZY clip when he slams the +2 to all minion skills on his helm. Oh, what was that? Yeah.
That's a lot of years ago. Oh my god.
I remember it.
Oh my. Was that the one time
Subscriptions over here.
I picked the chairs?
Some demons.
Yeah.
It might have been.
Yeah, I think it was with closed eyes or something. He slammed it, and then Chat will probably dig up the clip somewhere.
That was good times, though. I think that it's going to be very good for the game, like you said. That it allows them to add more busted talisman and whatnot. It's going to be interesting, and also opening up the belt slot for more builds is going to be fun as well. Similar to what they did with Ingenuity, it's still strong, right? But I like.
Yeah,
the
I mean,
idea of
it's strong, but you need to have like exactly kind of like the right build for it, or like like really juicy rolls on your rings plus really juicy roll on Ingenuity, and if at that point it becomes like a better option than just having another belt there basically or so, I think that's fine, right? And there are some builds that kind of like scale more with specific stats on your rings, right? So it's kind of cool that this is an option, but I don't want to like 0.1 Ingenuity again where every fucking build just runs it because it's just OP, right? And the same with like the Darkness Enthroned. Like, I think it's fine if there's like very like kind of specific cases, like, okay, you really want to get this extra boost here with your sockets, and otherwise you just don't use it, and I think that's fine,
But yeah, Rolling Magma, you said. I was kind of happy that they introduced that. I like Rolling Magma. I think it's cool.
Rolling Magma's sick. I mean,
And didn't it trigger the fissures or the volcanoes?
Yeah, it does. It's just Super Mario building coming now. So like I'm gonna make my wyvern's name is gonna be like It's a Me Wyverno, and then I'm gonna be doing rolling magma balls. It's gonna be great, dude. Oh, what's this clip? Oh, this is you slamming your helmet, isn't it?
That's
an 18 conch.
Yeah, I'm not really excited about Rolling Magma.
Holy
I want to try volcano stuff.
You gotta be fucking kidding me! You see that?
Yeah, Rolling
fucking
Magma.
shit,
Like, I don't
dude?
really like
That's
Rolling
stupid.
Magma in the PoE one either, but it just looks funny. Like you're just shooting this little ball that's kind of. See, I look at the fire. I'm watching the fire breath clip again, and it's like, well, I don't care if it is clunky and if no one plays it, it looks cool. Like I've got to try that shit. Like it might end up being, you know, my Stormweaver infusion Archmage 0.3 start all over again, but I got to try it.
I was watching the clip. You were talking about rolling magma, right? Or the fire breath?
The flying fire breath. I've got to.
Okay.
I have to try it. Okay, for research. I have to know for science, dude.
I kind of want to make the werewolf wolf pack thing, where the focus is the minions. I don't know if that's possible. I want more information on the druid skills.
Yeah, you can see some of the druid skills and their numbers on the website, but yeah, we're waiting on the rest of them. I mean, I haven't finished the patch notes yet. When we're done yapping here, I'm going to go finish the patch notes. Maybe they have.
Yeah, I think they will probably like tease like them all over the week or something, and then at some point they're going to release the remaining skills or so that people can actually check them out.
I remember our
Did it do that with
conversation.
Huntress? I don't remember actually. Did it happen with Huntress?
I think we all had to wait because everyone was shocked and talking about how dog shit it was on launch. Remember? Like people were.
Yeah, people are talking about the like how dog shit parry was, but I mean Huntress in general was pretty strong, no?
No, I mean I don't know. Okay, maybe my memory is incorrect, but I remember both people yapping about parry being annoying and that like the skills were doing low damage and they were getting shit on the campaign. To be fair, like there was also the fact that they like made mob HP like absolutely wild. But I remember people mega bitching about early game spear for the first like 2 or 3 days until people start figuring out like what to do with it.
Then it just casually became the meta.
Yeah, and then Lightning Spear was discovered, and that was basically the entire league.
Pretty much sums it up.
This like wyvern swiping, where you like get power charges to make your swipe do more swipe, like that's DOA, right? Like 0% play rate. I don't think I can do anything with that, right?
I think most things relying on charges is considered DOA. Till people figure out how to do that smoothly.
I mean, there are several ways to do smooth charge generation. So it depends a little bit on which skill you're trying to do and how many charges you need, I think, right? If you need like a charge every second, then okay, you have a problem. But if you need like a charge sometimes, you know, that definitely works, I think.
Yeah. I mean, we gotta stay true to PoE.
Yeah. And you have stuff like Combat Frenzy, for example. You know, like you can do Combat Frenzy, play a Wolf, freeze shit, get your power charges that way, or your Frenzy charges that way. Like, you know, there's like a pretty typical like Monk interaction, for example. And I could absolutely see this also being used on like the Druid for this.
I thought Combat Frenzy got gutted. Like Resonance Combat Frenzy tech was like removed or something.
What happened to it? Something happened.
There was something happened to it. I don't remember what it was, but they did something to that because I use that shit all the time. Where is it? I'm gonna look it up here.
Also, I mean, we gotta keep in mind another very important detail. Would it really be Path of Exile 2 if it's not a lightning skill being the meta for 0.4?
Well, I mean, lightning got nerfed pretty hard. You know what's hilarious? Actually, speaking of, you're ready for me, the bitch guys. You're welcome. It's your time to make fun of me.
Can I guess first?
Mana. Yeah. Go. Okay. I didn't say any keywords. You're good.
Okay. Well, I think I'm off either way. I thought you were going to mention how Ark got the stray hit for the show.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, sure. But you know, whatever. You can still play Ark. The one for me is like Archmage again, like Mana Stacker again got shit on, and you know the big irony of it is Archmage got shit on because bows exist. Like
what?
We lost the 2% damage intel because they're nerfing lightning across the board. So everyone would take that on all the lightning builds, which basically boiled down to people just playing like bows and Galvanic. And it got nerfed, even though Mana Stacker kind of sucks. So Mana Stacker got screwed again.
Yeah, okay. I mean, it's probably fine that, you know, this is like an archetype. Maybe they figure it out in the next patch and try to like add some synergies that are specific to like the mana stacking archetype. And then it's going to be good again or so, right?
Yeah, we just need nodes. I mean, we don't know the nodes. They could have added mana nodes or something. The mana nodes like would make sense near the Templar. So maybe we could have gotten. strength in. They call the bad man nodes or something and saved it a bit there. But yeah, like one vector of scaling for Archmage got removed for sure. Okay, well, I think I'm going to go look at the unique changes.
Okay.
I'm going to go dive in, boys. Good yap session.
Yeah,
You
I'll
guys
catch you
going
guys
all night,
later.
or what's your move all night here?
Me?
I'm also gonna look at the patch notes and I know maybe start cooking some builds. I mean, I have a bunch of builds from 0.3 that I want to update for 0.4 now. Like not druid builds, I guess, since I have them, basically made, and I can just kind of continue like updating them. So that's something I'll do probably.
Your chrono build looked like it's going to be fine. Like if
Yeah, the
not
chrono
arguably
build
better.
seems it's fine. Yeah, even improved potentially. So definitely nice.
Definitely.
Yeah,
definitely
and I had a bunch of other
definitely
builds. Like I
start-
also played like the world like physical monk, and that was like you saw this in the preview at some points. They had like this gigantic AoE size. That was a giga buffed as well. So that was something I played actually.
And also, as far
yeah.
as I can tell, ED Contagion didn't get touched at all. So
No.
ED Contagion still seems very clean. There was a video of a guy who took 5 hours, 20 minutes to go from level 1 to tier 15 maps. So, I mean, ED Contagion probably back on the menu too. I think that's going to be the starter. If, for a lot of people, if LA, LA's dead. I'm about to go read the LA changes, but.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand how much the lightning arrow changes actually impact the build, but it seems like you probably don't really get like any chains anymore, basically, compared to like, I don't know, dozens at the same time or something.
Well, and then Nova Projectile is kind of rough, I guess. Like Nova Projectile changes plus the fact that you can't stack additional arrow anymore. And I think they said they removed the arrow mod also on suffixes. So that was in the Q&A if I heard that correctly. So I think they actually like pretty
Oh, you mean on
significant
bow,
changes.
like
from
no
that
more
part.
+1 projectile or what?
I think so. I might have heard it wrong, but I thought they said that. Anyway, I'm all right. I'm gonna go read the changes. GG boys. Good chat.
Yeah, GG's. I'll catch you guys later.
All right, that was fun.
Yep.
See
Bye. All right, where was I? Ay. Where was I? Where was I? I don't know, boys. I don't know. Check whispers. What did you send me? Smile. I'm literally spammed on Discord and on Twitch PMs. It's my entire bar is filled with people messaging me. I'm like gonna dig it up. What did you send me? What was it? Boss damage reduction buff will make some builds rougher too. Possibly. This, I already have this. I literally already have this. Already have it. Let's see. Let me go through the patch notes. Still have more to go through. Still need 150% MF? Yes. Lightning arrow. No longer bypasses the charge until lightning rod's burst. You said the burst caused by lightning arrow can occur once every 0.1 second. Projectile now converts 80% of fist to lightning, previously 40. Beam converts 100% of physical to lightning, previously 80. Lightning conduit for 10% more damage with hits per 5% shock on enemy, previously 20%. Bullet that provides more lightning damage instead of more damage with hits per 5% shock. Lightning rod, the limit of active lightning rods allowed is now 10, previously 20. Wham! 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 Dead! Alright, moving on. Holy fuck. Anyways. Pros to battle balls okay, once again, no longer be over Battle Spectre or Tame Beast. Yep. I mean, I think Lightning Arrow will still be strong. Lightning Warp. Explosion to shock ground radius is now 3 meters to 4. Shocked ground now lasts 8 seconds, previously 10. New initial behavior. If used on an enemy that is not under the cult threshold, it will now apply a debuff that will cause its normal warping behavior automatically if the enemy falls under the cult threshold while the debuff is active. Okay. If you get that out dead, I could have a Spectre throwing lightning rods automatically. Lingering illusions. Illusions now linger for 3 seconds instead of 1.2. Illusions can have 1% of your maximum life, previously 15. Lingering illusion that causes its illusion to drop a remnant that grants a power charge on pickup rather than granting a power charge when the illusion was destroyed. These remnants last for 5 seconds. Lingering illusion now requires its illusion to be destroyed by an enemy to drop its remnants. Okay. Living bomb got a damage buff. Quite noticeable, about 50% more damage. Magnetic salvo for 100% conversion instead of 40. Mana Tempest, effective Mana Tempest linger for 2 seconds after leaving the Tempest. Oil Grenade, cooldown is 4 seconds instead of 5. Oil and ground duration now 6 seconds instead of 5. Perfect Strike got buffed a little bit. Permafrost Balls, projectile pierce 2 targets at gem level 1, scale the projectile pierce 5 at gem level 24. Base projectile speed has been increased by 50%. Eco magnitude chill is freeze build up as we've seen before. Plasma blast, 50% magnitude shock inflicted instead of 50% more magnitude. It's an additive modifier instead of a multiplicative one. Primal strikes, final strike at 20 plus melee strike range, previously plus 5. Final strike now inflicts elemental exposure and hit, lowering the total elemental resistance by 50% instead of 20. Whoa. Rain of arrows now only consumes 1 frenzy charge and deals 181 some more damage and fires 150% more arrows. If a frenzy charge was consumed instead of 100%, removed fire 50% more arrows per frenzy charge consumed. Okay. Race zombie, empowered zombies now deal 122 to 253% more damage with hits at gem level 20. Previously, read that one more time. Powered zombies now deal 253% more damage instead of 100% at gem level 20.
Yador just subscribed and included the message.
What's the name of that? Thank you. First and most important feature of this was a hard-locked numeric value. This is a scaling modifier. What the fuck? Thanks, Lolash, for pointing me to this. This means this will scale with gem levels. So that should be about 350, 400%. In this, on double offerings, allows us to have a power charge once every 4 seconds for 2 offerings. That's 2 power charges every 4 seconds. We can run Rattling Scepter, Profane Ritual for even more on demand with Infernal Legion. For on-demand power charges on top of that to consistently spam some. We can. Yeah, no, I'm down for this, Lolash. This is not bad. This is not bad. Yeah, worth discussing. Yeah. Especially now that we have a reservation efficiency being brought down, that it does increase the interest in both zombies and on Earth. Do we have any? Is there any sources? No. Never mind. I mean, the biggest problem is that they're not persistent, right? But I mean, this is worth humoring. Add it to the list, Lolash. We'll definitely do something with this for sure. Gigantic scale, more zombies. Yep. Cast a minion death with zombies. This is worth humoring, Ash. You're 100% onto something with that. For sure. Oh. Rapid Assault Spirits. Explosion now deals a lot more damage. Reap now has base critical strikes is 40 instead of 11. Roa Mount no longer increases your movement speed. Now has 100% reduced movement speed penalty for using skills while mounted, previously 80. But there's no increased movement speed. Okay. Did they touch by ants? Yeah, you can't summon ants anymore. Sacrifice now grants minion revive more slowly, which is lowered. That is with the zombies on Earth, yeah. Okay. Skeletal Reaver now gains 60% increased attack speed per 2 rate. Previously, this was described on the gem, but not functional. Font of Rage's been disabled, by the way. This one is really nice. This is actually really, really nice. This is a very, very, very nice change. I like this very much. Does that mean Reaver was never working? Yes, I made a video on it and I reported it multiple times to GGG. Multiple times I reported how Reavers were bad. I even reported how we could overflow the integer on them dying whilst keeping them alive with the belt. And you know what they fixed? After I reported that, they made it so that you can't overflow it so they're immortal. They will die eventually. That's the change they did. But they didn't fix them so that they were actually doing something. But now they did. So now they did. This is this is a bug fix. Infinite Rage with Reaver, Shaman. How is Shaman Infinite Rage gonna work with this? I'm confused. Shaman is your rage. Rage is not shared. No. You can share your rage, I guess. But they're still capped on how much rage they can have. My minions don't get so much love like Deadeye or Lightning Skills every league. Good question. Warlord Berserker passes shares rage gains. Warlord Berserker is the sharing of rage. The problem is that there's still the cap, right? Now, there is a way to share the rage. It's Warlord's Berserk, right? Yeah, Lola just sent me a picture of it. The problem is that the Reavers are kind of squishy. So Techrod's Revenge probably would still have to be there, I would assume. And if the Techrod's Revenge is there, you might as well use their skill and they cap their rage that way anyways. That's part of it. But doesn't matter if you increase the cap of your rage. It doesn't really matter because the cap for the Skeletal Reavers will still apply because you get a increased cap, the minions does not. So it's like, meh. You don't need Warlord's Berserk. You put Tech Rod on them, you just use their rage ability. They'll eventually kill themselves. And when they do, Tech Force takes over and they become gods for 20 seconds. Then they get back up alive. You click the rage button and they're good again. Which is kind of cool, actually. Charge Scavenger, buff duration 3 seconds out of 2. Minimum duration between consumptions now 6.05 to 7.05. Shattering Palm now causes an explosion. The target dies while you're dashing to them. Shock Chain Arrow, projectile covers 80 instead of 20. Shock Chain Arrow has no longer released a secondary beam, so continue to split. Instead, the initial projectile now consumes shock to create a chaining secondary projectile, which creates a lightning rod on the ground near its last target after its final chain. Secondary projectile does not consume shock on target's hit. Shockwave now deals a little less damage. Shield Charge Collision. Damage increase, Siege Cascade, 100% more damage against immobilized enemies. Quality is 40% more damage against immobilized enemies, previously 0 to 80. Snipe Icy Blast now deals significant more damage. Removed Heavy Blast and Heavy Stun interaction from the skill. Soul Offering Spike duration is 6 seconds instead of 4. Okay. Spark, Cold Infused Spark now deals unchanged damage level 1. More damage on level 20. Cold Infused Spark now deals lightning damage, unchanged, and higher on the higher end. Spear of Solaris, remove generates 100% of monster power as a glory for the skill on heavy stunning an enemy. Now it generates 1 glory when you inflict free shock or ignite on an enemy. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of how Offering says in PoE2 either. Spiral Volley is damage increased, Staggering Palm, projectiles 204, attack damage at level 320. Staggering Palm's projectiles buff duration will now only start decreasing after the first projectile has been generated. Staggering Palm now grants its buff if a prime enemy is stunned or killed while you're dashing to them. Now also quickly dash and strikes additional valid targets. Stormlands, Francis Charge, and Powerlands shock round duration is now 8 seconds instead of 6. Stormcaller Arrow projectile now converts 80 instead of 40 from Fist to Lightning. Bolt now shocks enemies though dealing 50% more damage. Bolt converts 100% Fist to Lightning instead of 80. Sunder is 40% of base attack speed instead of 35. So that made Sunder a little faster. So instead of, one Sunder every 3 days, it's 1 Sunder every 2.5 days. Okay. Supercharged Slough now has an attack time override of 0.85 seconds instead of 1 second. Tempest Bell impact radius is 2.1 meters instead of 1.8. Shockwave radius got buffed with 0.2 radius as well. And the Tempest Bell hitbox has been increased. 1721. What am I looking for in 1721? The self-sacrificing node, a 20% reduced spirit reservation efficiency of skills, but you get 40% increased reservation efficiency for minion skills. It's not bad. This is one of the nodes you have from the Unseen Paths, which we have here. We knew about that one, but yes, we talked about that. Thunderous Leap now has 100% more chance to shock at all levels. Toxic Domain grants regenerate to double the life regen. Pustule Explosion mechanics are now consistent across skills. Pustules have a base detonation duration of 15 seconds, which can be caused to detonate faster by poisoning the pustules, resulting in a more violent explosion. Toxic Growth, 12 pustules instead of 8. Fire is 4 pustules instead of 8. Now has 100% base attack speed instead of 80. Vaulting Impact, Broken Stance applied by Vaulting Impact. Now 60-second duration is removed after taking 10 hits. Previously uncapped number of hits within a short duration. The amount of pre-mitigated physical damage stored by Broken Lance is now 10% instead of 5. Vaulting Impact quality stat now increases the number of hits Broken Stance takes before being removed by 0 to 2. Previously increased Broken Stance duration. Okay. That's actually pretty decent defensive. Vine Arrow is +1 limited plants at general 12 and 19. Volcanic Fissure got damage increase. Grenade was 3 uses instead of 2 and cooldown 4 instead of 5. We'll take Mark. No longer makes a target susceptible to a shock or causes an explosion. Okay. Instead, it makes the target more susceptible to being electrocuted. So we basically remove Voltaic Mark from all our builds. And so electrocuting a target marked target grants you a buff, which you gain extra damage as lightning damage for a duration or until you're marking another target. Wait. Are they doing this with every mark? Because if this buff is the same they did with the freezing mark, then that would apply to allies as well. Which means percent of damage is extra lightning damage to you and allies. Which would be quite interesting to look at. With a source of electrocuting. With electrocution. But yeah, we definitely have to look into that Visnet. For sure. When it comes to the reservation efficiency, obviously, for sure. Like my plan with this is like lesser harm, Traveler's Wisdom, which opens up a lot of traveling options, Unseen Path, and probably Harmony within, very likely, I guess, because that's 1, 2, 3 ascendancies. The fourth one would be either this or one of these two. Moments of Vulnerability seems whatever. Aligned Fate, I'm not so sure about that one. Or we just take 2 small passives. Not sure which ones they would be, though, to be fair. Which ones would it be? Life Regen and a skill point. Can we even get that? No, we can't, because we already take those down here. I don't know. Link to this? Lesser Harm. Yeah, Lesser Harm is already given. Lesser Harm, Traveler's Wisdom, and Unseen Path is the first 3 ascendancies. But what would be the fourth one? Harmony within is like, Small passive bonuses is like, no, dude. Nothing worth taking there either. Assuming these leaked images are still accurate. That's true. That's true. Anyways, Wave of Frost cannot be used to cancel other actions. Now has equal magnitude. Well, actually, to be fair, this one doesn't say that the buff applies to you and allies. But it does for the other mark. Freezing mark. Freezing mark target grants a buff that grants extra damage cold for duration until you mark another target. This one does not say that either. So it's fair to assume that Voltaic Mark will give an allied buff as well, because they showcase it on the wolf and the werewolf in the showcase video, right? Converging path might be relevant for minions having 2 targets to hit occasionally. I like the converging paths, yes, especially if you can splash the damage. Wave of Frost cannot be used to cancel other actions. Does equal magnitude. We saw that all the time. Whirling Assault baseline movement speed of Whirling Assault has been reworked to be more fluid. Now has +1 second to total attack time, previously 1.4. Now has 14 plus the melee strike range at all gem levels, and has 1% more area effect per gem level. Wind Dance or Gale Force is now half the damage. Okay. All right, and then we get to unique item changes. How much more do we have? Then we have skill changes, then we have unique item changes, then item changes, and then endgame changes, monster change, user interface changes, MTX changes, and bug fixes. Okay. Strap in. We got work to do, boys. Long story short, Ice Monk or Lightning Monk? Neither. Right. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Grand Spectres now roll 6% to all elemental resistance per socket of the Grand Spectre of the Sapphire variant, previously 4. Sandstorm Visage, 50 to 20 seconds instead of 15. Machination, previously 100. Okay, so they just made that up to a div roll thing. Adorned has 0 to 150 instead of 0 to 100, so they make that similar to PoE1. Salem just had a numerical change as well. Perfidy, same treatment. Melting Maelstrom, 3 second during effect. Heal 100% of mana spent in those seconds as chaos damage to enemies within 3 meters, previously 50% of mana. Struggle Scream. 3 additional instilled modifiers, previously 2. Interesting. Stuff's Blood now has enemies who presses have negative fire, 25 fire rest instead of 10. Stuff's Blood at 50 to 100 fire rest instead of 30 to 40. Choir of the Storm has a similar treatment, and the Pandemonium is a similar treatment for the cold. Control Metamorphosis no longer has -23 up to -3 Chaos Rest. This does not affect existing items. Svalin now has you take 0 to 20% damage on blocked hits instead of 15 to 20. So you can have a perfect Svalin. Okay. And they also increased the bottom line armor for it. And top end armor, actually. Sorry, even they just buffed Svalin. Keeper of the Arc now has more armor, energy shield. Keeper of the Arc now has take 40% less damage on hits and take 40% less damage over time. Previously 30% for both. Allroth's Resolve has excess life recovery added as guard for 20 seconds out of 10. Warrior Invictus, increased armor and aviation and energy shield. Solus Ips, increased armor. They buffed that. You can stock 2 additional copies of each Lydia support to different skills. Previously 1 additional. That's interesting. Svalin is actually crazy good now, yes. I mean, these changes to Svalin, well, you need a good roll one, but yeah. Akio has increased armor buff quite significantly. Enemies immobilized you take 20% more damage. Previously 25% less damage. Abaterno, increased armor, evasion, energy shield. Mind of the Council, same treatment. Indigan, same treatment. Defiance of Destiny has recovered 20-30% missing life before being hit by an enemy. Previously 10 to 20. Wrathpith Globe now has non-chanting spells, a 3% increased critical hit chance per 100 max life instead of 5%. Hammer of Faith, get increased fist damage. Like, that's okay, that's quite noticeable. Line has Glare, now has barrageable attacks with this bow. Repeats +2 times if no enemies are in your presence, previously once. Doomflesh now has attack with his weapon, gain 100% physical damage as extra damage of each element instead of 50. That's a big buff, actually. Holy shit. Whispering Eyes now has +5 to 7 out of all cold skills instead of 2 to 4. It has 5 to 10% increased intelligence instead of 5 to 15. So they nerfed the top end, okay, but they compensate with levels. Whispering Eyes now has 2% increased spell damage per 10 intelligence instead of 4. So they nerfed the percent scaling, but compensated that with levels. Whispering Eyes now has inflicted elemental exposure hit, lowering total elemental resistance by 50 to 60% instead of 20 to 30.
Dude, you're gonna make me break the bank with these alerts.
Thank you, Jake, for the prime sub. Appreciate that, man. Thank you. Sorry, what did I miss on the YouTube chat? Probably missed that a lot. Ay. That's interesting. The Covenant now has a skill gain, a base life cost equal to 100% of your base mana cost. Instead of 50%. Covenant now has 10% spell damage, leeches life instead of 5. Covenant now has life remnant skill. This change does not affect existing items. Skills. Silks of Veneration no longer has 10 to 20 all res. Skills of Veneration now has 150 to 200% increased energy shield. Okay. Cloak of Defiance is, well, up to twice the mana regeneration rate. Cloak of Defiance at 50% of damage taken from mana before life instead of 30. Full Tactical Rift got buffed very noticeably. Gonna be another fucking bow league? What the fuck are they doing? Stop giving bows so much love. Not okay. Brass Dome got a fuckload of armor. Virtuosity. Your critical hit chance cannot be re-rolled. Becoming Calamity now also has Herald skills, deal 50 to 100% increased damage. Ghost right now has 35% of maximum life converted to energy shield. Previously was 25. Local Flame now has 30-50 max energy shield. Local Flame now has 50% physical damage taken as fire damage instead of 40. Widow's Rain, life that would be lost by taking damage is instead reserved until you take no damage to life for 3 seconds instead of 5. Lightning Coil has 30 to 50% of fist damage from hits taken as lightning damage instead of 20 to 40. False Protector got a armor energy shield buff. False Protector now drops on the plated vestment base type, previously ironclad vestment. Surrender now drops in the vault tower instead of stone tower. Culture of Crimson now has increased maximum life instead of reduced. That's quite big. Sacrosanctum has damage taken, recovers life buffed significantly. Double on both ends. Sierra Inheritance now has all damage taken from hits contributes to magnitude of chill inflicted on you. Warrior Invictus has 10 to 14 to spirit per socket filled. Increases 6 to 10. A lot of Warrior Invictus changes. So spirit buff, early res, attributes, life, mana, chaos res, global defense, life regen, reduce crit, stun threshold. Interesting. That's actually quite massive, yeah. Wonder if we're gonna bother using it. It needed a buff, that's true. Furious Ire no longer has increased shield duration on enemies. No longer has flat damage attacks. Instead, it has percentage damage extra cold and increased freeze duration. I believe so, Infernalist, yeah. Queen of the Forest has 25% increased movement speed instead of 0 and has 1% movement speed per 600 evasion rating, previously per 800, capped at 50, previously uncapped. Change does not affect existing items. I think that we're gonna see Lightning Bow Bills, Voltaxic Rift, probably LA still, Queen of the Forest, Evasion Shenanigans on Aroa. That's what I think Fubgun's gonna do based on what I've seen so far. I think Fubgun will do LA, Roa, probably Deadeye, Queen of the Forest. And then that's converted into Chaos. Maybe not LA. We'll see. I think something like that. We'll see. Chaos Witch dead. Not that I've seen so far. Cracking Palm is 15% base crit instead of 5. Jeez. 4% more lightning damage at all levels. Interesting. Adonia, Pinnacle Power, 15 more damage for power charge instead of 8. Lightning Coils of Valakos charge. Has his bolt chain 2 additional times and deal 100% more lightning damage at all levels. Perfidy has 10 to 30% chance to avoid physical damage from hits instead of 10 to 40. This again can be made worse with a Divine Orb. Perfidy has 10 to 30% chance to avoid chaos damage, 10 to 40. Perfidy has 10 to 30% chance to avoid fire damage across the board. The Loyal now has elemental ailment thresholds increased by uncapped chaos rest from overcapped resistance. Armor is increased by uncapped fire rest. Energy shield is increased by uncapped cold rest and overcapped resistance. And evasion rate is increased by uncapped lightning rest. Fire the Storm Lightning Bolt skill is 5-second cool instead of 1. What? Oloro Vasara does on hitting an enemy gains maximum added lightning damage equal to the enemy's power for 20 seconds, up to total 500, previously 6 seconds. Interesting. Wire of the Storm skill has a 5-second cooldown. 5 cooldown uses. Oh. I read it as cooldown. You're right. I was like, what the fuck? Nobody used it. Why would they nerf it? Thank you for correcting me, chat. It's 5 cooldown uses. Not 1. Sorry. Thank you, chat. That's actually kind of massive. You're right. Thank you. Now, the big question there is, do we put that on our minions? That's the big question. Do we put Choir of the Storm on our minions if they can have 5 cooldown uses each? That would be fun as fuck. What if we put that on temp minions? Wait, hold up. What if we put that on temp minions? It would be hilarious, though. Temp minions. Does it work? Yeah, all the bonuses equipped for the amulet apply to the minions. I'm not sure if the skill would, though. You'd have to try it. Not sure if the skill goes through, though. I doubt it. We're not. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. Unborn Lich now rolls 4 desecrated modifiers, previously 3. Group of Coolmac has had many of his modifiers ranges buffed. Sacrifice of Blood Keystone granted by the Undying Hate unique now grants regenerate 1 life per second per 16 life spent in the past 4 seconds. Previously 1 life per second per 8 life spent. Now 20% more life cost of skills instead of 50. Okay. So that covers the unique changes. And then we have item changes. How much is it? Holy fuck. Oh, we're almost at the end. Okay. Rune sockets have been renamed Augment sockets. Okay. Non-dual items that go into Augment socket have been renamed Socketables to Augment. Okay. Existing Augment talisman have been renamed to Idols. Existing items that have invalid augment socket when the following limit changes will be unable to be used until the sockets are once again valid. Hedge Witch, Santa's Root, and Wisdom limited. Like, they're just limiting everything to 1. Idol of Ralakesh limited to 1. They did buff the reservation from 6% to 8 at least. Guess he's streaming a certain way. Quickly guess he moved closer to me. Wait, what? I don't get why your stream keeps buffering for me. It seems like Twitch was having an issue. The platform, sorry, the live stream reveal had that issue as well. I mean, the fact that these things are fucking limited to 1 is hurting minions so much. But it will at least be more achievable for people to use. And we don't have to use Darkness Enthroned. At least they buffed it to 8 instead of 6. Minion nerfs, yep. I mean, it does incentivizes a higher push on Infernalist over Lich for sure. Or the new reservation efficiency on the Oracle. And there are other sockets we could use on a DE helmet. The Druid is Sanity Leak accurate? We don't know. As close to at least. Tactician also have 50% reservation efficiency. My only concern with this is that they had a chase belt that's no longer chase. Like, they had a good unique, and a change like this is just going to minimize the attractiveness or lower the attractiveness of those items. They're planning on Druid Wyvern form? I don't know yet. We'll see what happens in the following days. It does minimize the limitation, also hurts the idea of exquisite bases, by the way. You guys thought about that? So there's that aspect as well. Oh, fuck. Sorry about the yawning. Is what time is it? 2:30 a.m. So just a bunch of limitation. Modifier bow attacks, fire additional arrows have been disabled. New modifier has been added to bows. Plus X% surpassing chance to fire an additional arrow. Spell damage, specific damage type damage is extra elemental damage mods on staves are now 33% stronger on average. Magnitude of damage in ailments desecrated mod on staves now rolls 40 for 64, so that's a buff. Spell damage on staves that costs life, desecrated mod on staves now rolls significantly higher as well. Foci can no longer roll the top two tiers of spell damage and specific damage modifiers. Okay. Fine. Totem Great Club now has Warcrest and power and additional attack. Previously crushes enemies and hit. Now has increased damage as well. Forge Maul. Similar treatment. Animal Maul. Similar treatment. Actually, his damage was lowered. Damage is lowered on the Forge Maul as well. Oak Great Hammer had damage up a little bit as 1 attack per second instead of 1.05. A small damage increase. Stun build up implicit was lowered to compensate. Ironwood Great Hammer was damage buffed and attack speed buff. Cultist Great Hammer was buffed. And Fanatic Great Hammer also buffed. Crumbling Maul, 8% crit instead of 5. Similar treatment here, and the damage was slightly nerfed. Barely noticeable. Ruination Maul, 8 instead of 5 crit. Damage slightly nerfed as a compensation. Ironhead Spear and Steelhead Spear base range has been lower, but total damage remains the same. Winged Spear has 1.7 attacks, previously 1.65. 5-hour patch starts. Okay, but we had a little break where we talked to Rex, and a little break with DM and Woody. Okay, so we had some minor little breaks to talk about these things. Okay, one step at a time. War Spear, Fly Spear does approximately 5% more base damage. Forked Spear, Brad Spear, Prolonged Spear, 1.5 to 55 from 1.6. Much higher base damage range, but total damage remains the same. Bar Spear, Jagged Spear, Spike Spear, 1.5 for 1.6. 6 base crit strike chance from 6.5. Gain the implicit bleeding, inflict damage 10 to 20% faster. Bar Spear, Grand Spear got their attack speed down. The damage increased by approximately 10%, and they've gained the implicit 25% of melee strike range with this weapon, or increased melee strike range. Crossblade Spear now has 1.6 attack per second from 1.55. Implicit is preventing 3 to 7% of damage from deflected hits. Sea Glass Spear and Aquarian Spear has 1.6 APS from 1.5. The base damage decreased by approximately 6%. Indian version of Winged Spear and Crossbow Spears have been added. The Off the Mage modifier plus 1 spell skills on Focus and Amulet now has a level requirement of 10, previously 5. Now this will change the level requirements of existing items. The Off Coals modifier on Staves now grants plus level of fire spells from +2. This also applies to equivalent modifiers of Cold, Lightning, Chaos, Physical on Staves. Existing items will not affect this change unless a Diviner is used. Of Cinders is +2 from +3. This applies to equivalent. Of Flames +3 +4. Okay. Of the Mage modifier Staves is +1 to spells from +2. Enchanters +2 from +3. Evoker +3 to +4. Perfect Essence of Battle now grants +3 level of attack skills of one-handed melee weapons from +4. Perfect Essence of Battle now grants +5 level attack skills of two-handed weapons instead of +6. Okay, so they did a little nerf on the Perfect Essence of Battle. Lesser Essence of Sorcery got buffed. Essence of Sorcery also received a buff. Greater Essence. So basically the Essence in general just got significantly better. Perfect Essence of Battle now goes +3 level attack skills of one-handed melee weapons +4. Perfect Essence of Battle now goes +5. Wait, didn't I just read Perfect as a battle. And I literally just read that. Am I going crazy? Am I sleeping? Right fucking there. But it's not called the perfect. But here it's the perfect. One-hander versus two-handers. That was already covered. Here's one-hander, here's two-hander. Here's one-hander, and here's two-hander. They just added it twice. Okay. Corsair Coat now grants 5% increased movement speed instead of reduced movement speed penalty if you use the skills while moving. Barrel's Rune of Grace now grants 8% deflection rating while moving instead of reduced movement speed penalty. Grip of Cool Mac no longer roll reduced movement speed penalty if you use the skills while moving. Desecrate modifier on amulets that grants skills have a chance to not consume glory. Now instead it grants 20-30% chance for skills to retain 40% of glory in use. Desecrate modifier granting reduced movement speed penalty where user skills have been removed. Relic locker to the every end of floor reward for the rule of Sekima. Relic modifier Lightfoot can no longer roll. Acrobatic now grants trap deals, reduced damage, and relic modifier nobody cares about. All right, how far are we? We're almost done. Actually, almost done. Oh, okay. Good lord. Almost there. Anyways. Either way. Maps no longer scale pack size as you increase in tier. This is such an odd take. The maps no longer scale pack size as you increase in tier. They instead increase non-unique monster effectiveness. Effectiveness grants monster increased life, increased experience granted, increased quantity of items dropped. Tablet now has a maximum of 4 modifiers. To unlock the ability to craft a tablet beyond 2 modifiers, you need to have a defeated Arbiter of Ash. Arbiter of Ash no longer drops a rare corrupted tablet. All tablet modifiers that would roll the generic precursor tablet can now roll on all tablet base types. The following tablet modifier has been disabled, which is the quantity one. Delirious molecule on the map provides increased rewards progress, and envy granting delirium encounter effect. In affected map have 8 to 24% increased chance to generate additional reward. I don't know how I feel about this. I was gonna make a video on it, but I don't know. Bringing back Chris Jesus Wilson. I don't know how I feel about this at all. Oh, I don't know, man. I made a video about it already, didn't I? I think I did. Add new tablet modifiers, increase effectiveness of monsters in your map, and this is called monster effectiveness. Increase the effectiveness of the monsters in your map. Of content grants unique monsters in your maps have additional rare modifier. Re-enable the following modifiers. Random modifiers on the maps. Following tablet modifier has been buffed. Rarity get buffed. Pack size, magic monsters, number of rare monsters, gold find, experience gain, rare chests, quantity of waystones, rare monster have 58% chance to have additional modifier. The buff on the lower end. Shrines. Just minor buffs across the board just to offset the thing and to get more juice in, I guess. I mean, I'm not going to go through all of these. Cest Madness Breach Atlas map. The Cest Madness Breach Atlas notable no longer provides rare breach monsters in your maps have the Soul Eater modifier. Instead, provides rare breach modifiers of Onslaught and rare breach monsters have 50% increased effectiveness. Arch Nemesis mods are going to feel so dog shit with 4% more life. Prayer for Wealth Atlas Pass have been removed due to the Greed Shrines no longer being available. Like I said, let me put it this way. Packs of enemies will be harder to kill. So you'll spend more time fighting a pack of enemies. That's basically what's happening. They're slowing the game down. That is the gist of it. They're slowing the game down. The rewards are going to be, my understanding is about the same. Instead of killing, 5, 6, 7 packs, you'll fight 1 pack for the same time it takes you to fight 4, 5, 6, 7 packs, right? I don't know exact number, but you get the point, right? That's what they're trying to do. My only problem with the change is 2 things. One, I've never, ever, ever, ever in my entire time playing PoE 2 heard the complaint in the endgame map system that people are feeling that they're getting overwhelmed or swarmed. I've never seen that feedback anywhere. But apparently, GHAZZY has received that feedback on a consistent basis to the point where they're making this change. And I'm like, wow. What? When the fuck did that happen? But apparently that happened. And this is for endgame maps, higher tier maps. The other problem I have, which I think is a bigger problem with it, an actual problem, is that there were already a complaint that maps were so fucking big and they felt hollow, and there was very little content inside these massive areas of maps that we're engaging with. So by removing or lowering the map density, that's going to make these massive maps feel even more hollow than they already felt before the mob density increase. And now they're removing that. So I'm like, we'll fight a pack of monsters, then we have to take a hike for 2 miles and, take a detour to Rivendell, then make our way to Mordor before we find the next pack of enemies to fight. That is a problem that I'm concerned about. High Road no longer provides waste zone. Stones have 20% chance to be found at a higher tier. Now it provides 10% chance of waste zones to find your maps to be rare or corrupted. But guess this isn't fewer packs, just smaller. Mob density. Michiel. Mob density. It will definitely incentivize faster moving characters. But what another thing to keep in mind with the less pack density is another thing that I think a lot of people are neglecting on this topic. It makes us not feel as forced into the idea of having a massive amount of projectiles and or AoE coverage to clear packs of enemies. That is actually a good thing for the sake of build diversity. So there are good things in that as well. So if they can make it feel like the maps are not hollow and empty, I think it might actually be a good thing for the game. Not necessarily something I personally would have liked to see, because I like the idea of killing hordes of monsters because it's an ARPG. But I do believe that with the vision they're going for, it might be a good thing for the game. Yeah, I mean, the size of the maps is still a problem and might be emphasized because of this, right? And the idea of the genre being you kill hordes of enemies, right? So taking those 2 things aside, I think it might actually be good for the game. To be fair. But I don't know. We'll have to play test it and see, I guess. Get out of my head in the mirrors. The Delirium Atlas notables have swapped places. I don't even know what to do. The Get Out of My Head Delirium Atlas notable have been reworked. It now provides magic monsters in your maps have 25% chance to have an additional Delirium modifier, and 100% increased rarity in items drops by magic monsters in maps with multiple Delirium modifiers. This isn't tempting. Delirium Atlas notable have been reworked. It now provides currency, which drops from Delirium monsters in your maps is stolen by the map boss. Each stolen currency has 20% chance to be duplicated upon defeating the map boss under the effect of Delirium. You know what this means, right? You know what this means? This means we're going to bring the boss down to low HP. We're going to go to TFT and hire a fucking magic find color. We're back to the meat sack strategies. Oh God, say it ain't so. Please don't make that the meta. I really hope that's not gonna be the meta. Oh my God, no. So for those of you who don't know the meat sack strat and calling in an MF color, let me explain to for the new guys out there that hasn't seen this idiocracy. What this means is that if this becomes the best way to generate currency, then you are, as a player, incentivized to do the maps to set this up, and then before you kill the boss, you either log over to a Magic Find fully stacked out Magic Find character with culling, and you let that character do the killing blow on the boss. And if you don't have that, there will be a service provided by other people that will charge you a little bit of currency for them to come into your map and kill the boss with their super stacked Magic Find so that you get as much currency as possible. And you create this massive explosion of currency from the boss. This was a huge problem in PoE 1, which they addressed. And I'm going to be honest, this change here seems to push and incentivize that approach. Each stolen currency has 20% chance to be duplicated upon defeating the map boss. Now, the other problem is that it provides currency which drops from delirium monsters in your maps as stolen. So this seems to be something that is going to be currency that would have dropped from the delirium monsters, but doesn't drop until you kill the boss, which means that the MF service would be that you'd have to have Magic Find to do the killing, which doesn't incentivize you doing the map with no Magic Find and then calling in an MF killer. You'd still need Magic Find leading up to that. But then you would want to have as much Magic Find as possible, or that's rarity only in this time. You would want a lot of rarity to upgrade those currency orbs. Currency added after you kill the boss. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. You upgrade the currency for it dropping from the deli kill of the monster. Then you can upgrade it again when you kill the boss, is what I'm concerned about. So let me explain for those of you who don't understand what the fuck I just said. You kill a monster. It's supposed to drop a currency orb for you. And let's say that's a transmute. You don't care about transmute. Let's say it would have been a transmute, but you have Magic Find. So now that transmute has upgraded in tier, and now that's a chaos orb. Or let's say an exalted orb. That is now an exalted orb that has been stolen by the boss. Then you kill the boss, and the boss is now supposed to drop that exalted orb for you. But because you have Magic Find, you can upgrade the currency tiers when they drop. So that that exalted orb that would have dropped is now upgraded to a chaos orb. Now let's take another example. The first kill you did dropped the Chaos Orb, but it didn't drop the monster stole it, and it's now going to drop it with a chance of duplicating for that matter. And then when you kill the boss, that Chaos Orb is now duplicated to Chaos Orb, but because of your Magic Find, your increased rarity, item rarity, it now goes from a Chaos Orb to a Divine Orb, but now you drop 2 Divine Orbs. You see where the problem is? You are heavily incentivized to again go into Magic Find. And we know, based on numerical values and testing from the community, that the sweet spot is about 150%, which Mark and Jonathan addressed in today's reveal, where they said that there was plenty of videos out there, and I'm pretty sure that they're referencing the Criperius video. And I was talking to Crip about that when he posted it. And they basically said that videos were incorrect, and they were referencing things like, yeah, but I mean, Magic Find, rarity affecting currency have different types of diminishing returns, so that the videos out were incorrect. And my argument has been the same ever since. Even though the numbers might not be correct, the perception that the entire community have, based on multitudes of testing by multiple people, thousands upon thousands of map testing these things with 0% rarity, 50 rarity, 100 rarity, 150 rarity, 200 rarity, everyone comes to the same conclusion. 150% rarity versus 0% rarity is night and day difference in how much currency orbs you're dropping that is worth picking up. Since the difference is that astronomical, it doesn't matter what the numbers say, the perception is that this is so much better with 150% rarity. I don't care if they say that those videos are incorrect or not. It does not matter. Perception matters. We're playing a game to have fun. If the perception is we have to have 150% rarity, then there's a problem. There's an issue that needs to be attended. They need to address this. And they don't. Instead, it seems like based on these things, they're doubling down of it. Yeah, perception is 9 out of 10 of reality. Yeah, that's what I keep saying. It doesn't matter if the numbers are wrong, but because of multiple people testing it, and I've seen it in action myself, of how much of a difference it is between having 150% rarity versus 0. I don't care if the numbers are incorrect or the sweet spot is actually 122% rarity or whatever the fuck it is. It doesn't matter. The fact that I have to do that makes me feel like if I don't have 150% rarity, I feel like I'm missing out. And now with mechanics like this, then I'm incentivized even further to push for high rarity. Because I feel like I'm making no currency in comparison to what if I had the rarity. But here's the kicker. They nerfed rarity. You know how they nerfed rarity? They lowered the numerical values of rarity rolls. You know what that means? That means you need rarity on more items than you did before to get to the sweet spot, which means even fewer builds can afford to sacrifice that many modifiers on their gear to achieve that rarity cap, which hurts build diversity, which again is a perception problem. We haven't even played the league yet. Why so many Doom takes? Did we actually get to feel the changes? I don't really know how to respond to that. I really don't know how to respond to that in a proper way. I'm sorry. I really don't know how to respond to that properly. Patch notes, I will try to respond to it. So patch notes gives us numbers. Path of Exile players that has been playing the game for an obnoxious amount of unhealthy hours, like myself and many others. We've played the game, or I've played the game for almost 12 years now. We are very often able to make very well-educated guesses based on numbers that we see, based on the patch notes, to deduct and tell this and this is going to be good, this and this could be potential a problem. And what I was talking about is this being a potential massive problem, and they're not addressing it. Instead, they're emphasizing on the problem we saw last league, and there are no other changes to it. So the problem we had last league has been emphasized into this league. So what we all complained about last league is now made worse in the next league based on what we've read so far. That does make it a problem again for the new league, no matter how I twist and turn this. That's just the direct result of the numbers we've seen so far. That's the best way I can answer that. That's the next specter you're going to use without ants? Powered zealots, probably. If you use one specter, but we'll see what specter changes they do in the coming days. They said that we're going to post that on patch notes. Screaming for band-aid fixes before Christmas. Nah, I just hope that they were going to do something else with rarity, personally. You see, I played without rarity for the most part in 0.3. I did the rarity test, but it's like I had trouble squeezing in more rarity on my summoner. Then again, I made most of my currency crafting rather than actually farming for it. But you got to keep in mind that the vast majority of the player base, they don't craft for currency. They play the game for currency. And those are the ones suffering in this. It's the casual players, the average gamers that, you know, gets the short end of the stick here. Does rarity affect only items or also currency? What do you want rarity for? So why do you want rarity? Is it for the items or for the divine drops? So in PoE 1, you had rarity and you had item quantity. Those were your magic find stats. They removed item quantity, you only had rarity. Rarity only affected items. PoE 2 doesn't have quantity, it only has rarity. But rarity makes currency orbs upgrade in tiers. So a transmutation orb can be upgraded based off your magic find into, say, an exalted orb. An exalted orb can be upgraded into a chaos orb. A chaos orb could be upgraded to a divine orb. Divine orb could be upgraded to a mirror. You know, see, like that's the whole process of it. So therefore, rarity is making you drop currency orbs that you actually would loot, because at a certain point of the game, you stop looting transmutations, augments, and stuff like that, especially if they're not tiered, right? You don't see them on your filters. But because rarity applies to them, they now turn into currency orbs that you would see on your filter, that you would loot. So they become an indirect quantity modifier for currency. That's how it works. No, it's all good. Like, if you guys have any questions, just fire away. I know there's a lot of people that play PoE 2 that hasn't played PoE 1, or they're new to the game or whatever. They might not care to have this type of information or knowledge. That's perfectly fine. Like, if you guys have any questions, just fire away. Like, I'll do my best to answer them. But that's why I think this is a problem. Wouldn't the solution be just lower the cap, max cap to a number like 100? The easiest way would just be to have rarity on gear not apply to currency, and simply have that only apply to items. And if you want to drop more currency, well, that should be associated with the difficulty of content you engage with. So the more you juice a map through precursors, tablets, or whatever, Delhi, all of those things, if those things would apply to the idea of, hey, we can juice up the map to be harder, and as a result of the map being harder, I'm now dropping more currency and more items, that makes sense, right? But for me to gimp my character's build just to get Magic Find on it, because then I'll drop more currency, does not feel like a fun way to play. There are a lot of Magic Find players out there that do this in PoE 1. I've done it in PoE 1 as well. Farm Mage Bloods and Headhunters. Tons of them. It was really fun to do, but I didn't drop more currency. When I played that, I dropped more unique items, more chase items that were worth currency. That's the difference. But in PoE 2, the difference is that that kind of approach makes me not just drop more unique items, it also makes me drop more currency that I'm willing to loot. But that's when we get into the perception problem, right? The problem is, since the sweet spot is about 150% rarity, it excels the issue to the point where people that are read up on this topic know that the sweet spot is 150%, and that is a problem, because not every build that is capable of doing high end game farming can sacrifice enough suffix modifiers on their gear to afford putting that much rarity. And they nerfed the numerical value rolls on Magic Find, which means that now, to reach that sweet spot, you have to sacrifice more modifiers on your gear. More items on your equipment has to have a rarity roll to get to that sweet spot, which hurts build diversity, because now there's even fewer builds that can manage to do higher end game farming content whilst also having that rarity, because you'll benefit more, according to all the testing and the perception, again, is where we're going back to. You benefit more from juicing the maps less, as long as you have that 150 rarity. And I think that's a big problem. Yeah. I'm not saying that's the end all be all end all kind of thing, but I would arguably say that it is a big problem. It's just my personal take on it. What kind of stat would you add to gear to replace rarity? I wouldn't. I would like rarity to still be in the game. I just don't want rarity to affect currency. That's all I want. I just don't want rarity on my gear to affect currency drops. I want it to affect items. I don't want them to affect currency, just like we have in PoE 1. Rarity does not apply to currency there. Then we need a good way to increase quant somehow. All they need to do is make modifiers on your maps, the waystones. The more harder juiced the maps are, the more currency you drop. Then you are incentivized to do harder content to drop more currency. That is the solution. They've done it in PoE 1. It was a perfect solution. They removed quantity. It was a perfect solution. That's how they solved the whole Magic Find issue in PoE 1. Then they reintroduced the issue and repeated their mistake in PoE 2. And I don't understand that. I will never understand why they chose to do that. And instead of looking at it from the problem, which is that it's a perception problem in the community, because I think that the problem is vastly, it's made bigger than it is. I'm 100% on board that the rarity problem is much bigger than it actually is. And that's because of perception. People like myself and many other content creators are a big contributing factor to why it is such a big problem in the community perception-wise than it really is. I genuinely think that the problem is much smaller than it actually is. That the problem is considered bigger than it is, if that makes sense. But the result of that is because it's a perception issue, right? And you have people like me and many other content creators talking about these things, which is further pushing the perception of it, right? It's a placebo effect, but I mean, it's just perception. People feel that it is that way, and people will test it as well. And the confirmation is a 150% rarity is a sweet spot, right? And I'm still on board with the idea that perception trumps reality. The numbers don't matter. If the perception of us playing the game and we feel like, hey, we have to have 150% rarity, then that's a problem. And something needs to be addressed. Either way, let's move on. I don't know, dude. It's not real. Delirium Atlas node has been reworked. It now provides rare monsters. Always manifest delirium demons in your maps. 10% quantity of items dropped by rare monsters with manifested delirium demons in your maps, and rare monsters with manifested delirium demons in your maps grants 30% increased experience. Oof, that's a mouthful of words. You're absolutely correct. I mean, it's just my personal opinion. Whether or not I'm correct or not doesn't really matter. It's just my take on the topic. Waystones can no longer be instilled using liquid emotions. Improve the visuals of Delirium Fog and added a radius around the player that improves clarity further. This radius is less of a desaturation effect and makes the fog thinner. Delirium no longer has a reward bar indicator. Instead, Delirium monsters have a chance to drop liquid emotions. Delirium monsters bosses have a guaranteed liquid emotion drop, an increased chance to drop higher tier liquid emotions. Boss waves in the Simulacrum also drops a guaranteed liquid emotion with a chance of being a higher tier liquid emotion. Idol of Estasunti are no longer required to unlock the vault maps. Existing items will be deleted. Oh. Okay. Vault of Kamasa unique map chests are no longer affected by party bonuses. Removed camera zoom out on completion tower maps. Add an objective icon for activating all checkpoints. When players activate all checkpoints, complete the maps, all map content, mini-map icons will be revealed. I kind of dig this. I'm not sure how I like the icon stuff, but I mean, I feel like this is a decent middle ground. This is one of those things where we just have to play test it and see how it feels, to be honest. Removed Breach, Ritual, Delirium, Expedition map, an expedition from the map legend, as they no longer have icons shown on the atlas and instead can be found randomly in maps or added through the use of precursor tablets. All right, monster. All right, we're almost there, boys. Almost there. Okay. Either way. What's the difference between more currency and quantity? They both affect currency. Because quant would apply to items as well. Bosses now have an anti-burst damage mechanic. Once the boss is finished, they added a grace buff to it with a damage reduction buff that goes down as time goes by. They actually did it. So they have an anti-burst mechanic in PoE 1. So a boss that have like 100 million HP. And if your build does 100 million Shaper DPS, or SDPS as we call it, Shaper DPS is just a reference to Pinnacle Endgame Boss DPS. It's Boss DPS. It's an old term. You don't kill the boss in 1 second. You don't do that, because when the boss becomes attackable, they take 1% less damage. So you will still have to do the damage a couple of seconds for it to die. It's to prevent insta-giving bosses. Once the boss has finished its merge or becomes aggro, the damage reduction period starts counting down. Exactly. The damage reduction tapers down for full effect to no effect over the course of this duration. For every unit of the boss moves from its starting location, the damage reduction will fall off even faster. Bosses which cannot or barely move have a shorter damage reduction period. Okay. Yeah, plot armor. They gave them plot armor. Holy shit. Good thing for chats that they implemented with this DR in minds are in balance around one-shotting bosses. I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about, man. Holy shit. Improve the visibility explosive fungus at the Grim Tangle. Visibility explosive fungus spawn with the fungal proliferator monster types. Improve the mid-fight phase change sequence of the final Act 2 boss. Improve the first phase change sequence of the final boss in Act 4. Improve the behavior of the great white one boss. Various improvements of Rogue Exile behavior. Re-enable the following Rogue Exiles. Okay, a bunch of them are back. Ulfred is back. Hello. Blind Beast in the Isle of Kin now drops a blank Greater Rune. This can be changed with Danig and King's March for a Greater Rune of your choosing from a selection. Blind Beast no longer drops a Bile Soaked Tome. Instead, the Dark Mist quest now grants a Mist Shrouded Tome, which grants 2 weapon set skills in addition to existing rewards, Uncut Skill Gem, and Gold. And I got a message from my fiance. She's probably going to tell me why the fuck I haven't eaten. Because I forgot to eat today. So for those of you who missed it, I've had a stomach bug from my daughter the last few days. And today is the first day I've been able to eat something and keep it in me. And I might have forgotten to eat. Well, it's 3 a.m., so I forgot to eat yesterday. I probably should eat something after today's stream. I did eat some snacks earlier. Let's see what she says. He is typing. Oh, no. She said, my stomach hurts. Okay. So as a loving partner, I will say, I will sleep in my office. Oh my god, I feel so bad for her. Holy fuck, dude. I had 2 days of absolute pure pain and misery, man. Oh my god. Ah, shit. I am gonna sleep in my office. I'm so sorry for her, dude. That is rough. Okay. You can now open a top portal in Allworld's arena after he's been defeated. Ghost's lightning barrage skill should no longer hit with 9 predicted point blank. Alright, we're almost done, boys. The fuck is this picture? Prettiest I've ever seen Rue. Let me just respond to her. Okay, sorry. Some interfaces. Sorry. Some interfaces that could not be paneled now allow dual cursors so both players can interact with the UI at the same time. Support gem compatibility of all equipped skills is now shown when hovering a support gem and gem cutting interface. On the waypoint world map, selecting underground location featured on the world overworld map now immediately teleport you to the selected location. Quick search feature, the stat fields to the trade markets. Stackable items will no longer be merged into existing item stacks with control-click items at the merchant tabs. Optimized item searches for the in-game market browser. Your current rage is no longer displayed in your buff bar. Instead, there's now a rage meter next to the mana globe. The cursor size option has been changed to a slider. Add a new cursor tracking input option for keyboard and mouse users, which allows skills to continue updating their target location even after the skill input key is released.
Holy shit. Darth
Micro with the sub.
With another sub. I swear, this guy
and the
is either the biggest
raid.
fan or the
God
mastermind
damn.
behind a microtransaction conspiracy.
Wait,
You
get
can't
a sec.
decide which
Wait,
is.
haven't I already subbed? Hold on, I got. That's not you. That's you. I'm pretty sure I've already subbed.
FX Vibuki.
Madison, I'm still subbed to you, man. I got you, dude. I got you. Appreciate it. Welcome in everybody for DM stream. We are going through the last parts of the patch notes. And then I'm not really sure what we're going to do. We'll see. Did you finish it already? Oh, fuck. Are you reading them that fast? Yep, all done. Shush. We'll be on early again tomorrow. 13 hours. Good for me. Sounds fair. Yeah, you were like pretty early today. I decided to sleep for once. I didn't want to push it with my stomach issues. You've been slow as fuck reading today. Okay, I got interrupted by Rax. And then I got interrupted by Woody and DM. All right. And I'm going through them in my pace. All right. That's what we're doing. Appreciate the raid, man. I'll catch you later, DM. Thanks so much, dude. Let's see. What else were we? When switching between controller and keyboard, the carry selection screen again will remember if you use WASD or not. Okay, I wanna ask chat. Apparently, chat didn't really like that. Apparently, I was called a boomer. I'm a millennial, by the way, not a boomer. I want to point that out loud and clear. I am a millennial. Okay. Proud one. Sure, fuck off. I really like the WASD in PoE. It is the only ARPG game where I feel like WASD is really good. Despite it being really good, I cannot bring myself to play with it. I always feel more comfortable using click to move. So, how many in chat are WASD enjoyers, or if you're KBM or click to move enjoyers? I just want to know. How old? 34? 2025, 34, yes. I turned 35 in March. Holy fuck, there's so many WASD players. All of YouTube chat is just WASD as well. Maybe I'm a boomer after all. I'm a boomer. Oh my god. Try it for a league. I've tried it. I don't like it. Certainly are. Ay, 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 ay. WSD hurts hands so much, or if you're a programmer. I came with PoE 2, so WSD was more natural. Probably true for many new ARPGs. I mean, that's fair. That's fair. I mean, like, I play the only time I did not play click to move was Diablo 1, because I played that on the PlayStation, actually. And then I played Diablo 2, and I never looked back. It's like, I don't know, there are certain fights, though. I mean, take Arbiter, for example, with the wall phase, would be so much better on WSD, for example. You have way more precise control. Way more precise control playing in WSD, but it's like, can't do it. I feel about druid minions or the lack thereof. We can talk about that when I'm done with this. I'm almost done with the patch notes. Refactored couch co-op player interface. Most players' interface will now be paneled to minimize disruptions and to improve the gameplay flow in towns. Both players can have different panel interface open at the same time. All right. Microtransaction changes. Wardrobe hideout decoration now visually indicates and opens to your wishlist page when a microtransaction you previously wishlisted is on sale. Enable the following system rare finisher effects. Okay, a bunch of things enabled. Bunch of things enabled. A bunch of things enabled. Okay. Serious? What's the name of that shit set again? It's called the one we got with the Atlas hideout. What's it called? I don't remember. I think it's one of these. I think. Which one was it? What league was it? Core? Voidborn. There, Voidborn. I don't see Voidborn in there. My favorite body armor. Here. Oh well. Bug fixes. Okay. Anything to give a shit about? Nope. 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 No. Nope. 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 Fix the bug prevented living lightning support from being able to support by certain gems. Nope. 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 Why the fuck would you want that? Nope. 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 No. 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 Finance and not already closing his shop or taking a unique item from him. That's alright. No. No. Nope. Nope. No. Okay, nothing we give a shit about. Alright, we're done with the patch notes. And we get to celebrate it with a picture of Rue. Amazing. I'm getting a drink. Right. Oh my god. I don't think I've ever seen Rue this pretty before. What do you call those animals again? Capybaras or something? Is that the English word for it? Yes. That's what they're called, capybaras. If I pronounce that correctly? Not going on, what, 4 months? Help, Step Spectre, I'm stuck. Alright. Holy shit. Alright. Where to begin? Okay, let's see. Point 4. Minion notes. Let's see. Where do we start? Cocaine and DOA. Factors. Death Knight, King of Single Target, Brine Maiden, King of Clearing if you can be asked to Web Swap, Powered Zealots, top tier performance across the board now. Potential other specters pending GGG changes will be in patch notes prior to launch according Mark. What else do we have? You Death Knight. You have to go to, I don't remember the name of the zone. There is In one of the interludes, I believe the left interlude, there is a mansion, and before you enter said mansion, there is one guaranteed rare spawn of a Death Knight, and it's important that it's a rare one. Now, I'm going to pause the music so that people understand what I'm trying to explain here, because this is important not to get wrong. Spectres don't give a fuck if the corpse you raised them from is rare or not. The rarity don't matter, okay? They will use the base corpse unit as to become a minion of. The reason it matters that it's rare for Death Knights is because of another thing that GGG has done in PoE 2. Some monsters in the game, well, basically what they've done is that when they have a rare monster in the game, they don't want that rare to just be walking around auto-attacking. They don't want default attacking rares. That can exist in PoE 1. That does not exist in PoE 2. Rares will always have some abilities. So what they've done is that when a monster becomes rare, and that monster doesn't have a skill set that they can use outside of just default attacks, they have then made a separate unit type that is the same name as the white version of it. But this new version is a separate base type of the same unit that has another ability or two that would only be used when that specific unit is a rare target. So for Death Knights, it matters because we want them to use that ability, which is why they're so insanely good for single target. They do a slam and then a projectile-like ability that shoots from the slam and it deals stupid damage. That's what you want. The white version, that base monster, does not have that ability, but the base white monster version of a rare one of those has that ability. So normally you don't care about rarity, but in this specific case, you do. So that's how you get it. And there is, I believe there's one guaranteed rare in the area before. Wrong game. Sorry, wrong game. I clicked on the X button. Bro, stop. Wrong game. This one. I'll see if I can find it. Myra looks fine, yeah, and Cold Wolf looks good to me as well. I'll make a little list. Make a little list. Listy. Yeah, it's my pleasure, Memphis. I might league start a non-minion build. Probably not, but maybe. I think the Druid Wyvern stuff looks so fucking cool, dude. I'll definitely be playing it. I'll probably play a league start with the minion build and then move into Wyvern stuff right after. That's most likely what's going to happen. The Hate Forge going to be expensive this league? No idea. Let's see. Interlude. Is it Holton or Holton Estates? I think it's Holton. I think it's Holton at least. It's the pathway leading up towards... Gargoyles. Where are you? That's Death Knight. So these guys, that's the ones you want. These guys right there. Stop hitting me. Fuck's sake. But that's the guys. But you want one of those as a rare. Let's see if I can find one. I believe there's one in this zone at least. We'll find out. Unique for them. What is this? Who is this? Never seen that guy. I'm gonna find him. Looking for a rare Death Knight. I'm not sure if he's guaranteed. Because if he's not, well, you're gonna have to run this out until you find him. Filthy Crone, that's surely not it. Have here. Nothing. Pretty sure there was supposed to be a guaranteed one in this zone. We'll find out. I don't remember where I got mine. Throne. Eternal Knight, not rare. Nothing down there. I'm certain there was a guaranteed one. That's a hag. That's the exit, right? Pretty sure. That's the boss room. Ay. Is it this essence? That's not him. That's not him. Here's a pack of Death Knights, no rare. He might not be guaranteed then. And if he's not guaranteed, you basically have to run this zone until you find him as rare. That's the exit. Alright, and if he's not there, you respawn checkpoints. A Reaver idea back in play with a rage fix? It's possible. But either way, it's this zone, right? In Holton. I don't think that there are any in the estate. I can double check. This Death Knight, you want to find a rare one. So there's that. I'm not sure if there are any in here. I think there's just demonic creatures in here. That's not it either. Nope, fuck it. Anyways. But that's where you find it. The Reaver idea, yeah, baby. Alright, what do we have next? Minion notes. Zombies. Numerically empowered version. Empowered buff is now a numerically scaling modifier based on the gem level, making it a possible performer. That's one thing. We also have the Guatalitzi's Ablation Lineage support gives 1 power charge for every 4 seconds per offering supported. Can generate 2 power charges every 4 seconds. Profane ritual with Burning, Infernal Legion, supported, Rattling, Scepter, Skellies. What else do we have? Thinking about something else. As an example, I don't have to list everything, but that's some things you can do with it at least. Then we have Reavers. Finally fixed, so they scale with Rage. This means where do we have it? Tech rods, revenge buff seems significant enough to utilize. Warlords, no, what's the name of it? Warlord Berserker shenanigans could work. What else do we have? We have not really anything else that would be too big of a deal, but we have Butt Hairs Vengeance. Freeze a target with supported skill for each rage. Give you allies presence 1% of damages. Cold for 20 sec. That is another thing we could play around with. What else did we mention? Oracle Ascendancy for the path node to get minion skill efficiency. Darth Spectre buffed. I don't know. Ul Netol buff was pretty big. Yeah, Ul Netol. What's the name of that? Embrace. Netol's Embrace. Giga buffed. What else did we have that was pretty noticeable? Welcome back, Terry. Good morning to you. Mark changes, applies a buff when broken out. Applies a buff that affects allies. Druid, werewolf form, wolf build? Question mark. What am I missing? I think I'm missing something we talked about earlier. What song? It sounds like Born of Osiris, but it's not. Dad's feet buried alive in Lucas Mann. Dad's buried alive, Lucas Mann. Sounds like Born of Osiris. Machine. Nice technical guitar play like this. This is a little heavier though. Right. Misc changes, lingering specter, seemingly still a thing. Did get word finally from GGG that they are aware of this and are looking into it. I should probably have that up here. The link for the Druid Ascensions, I can link them to you. Does GHAZZY ever post these notes where you find them? I'll probably make a video about it. I'm just making notes for myself right now. What else do we have? Did I not link the second one? Then link that one there. It's Merc around 3. What did I miss? Rudy with a raid, Rudy. Welcome in, Rudy. Appreciate you, man. Let me do a shout out. Thank you very much, Rudy. Appreciate you, man. Thank you. Going through some of the minion stuffs right now. Oh, expo skills. All right. Appreciate the raid, man. Thank you, dude. One with the pack. I feel like I'm missing something with minions that I talked about and then forgot all about it. Fire the Storm didn't work. We confirmed that with a wiki. Reservation stuff, right? Talisman of Ralakesh. Limited to 1, but buffed from 6 to 8%. Very likely still going to want to use 100% DE for 16%. And add a random other socketable. Oracle have some other hidden nodes, true. Cast on minion death. 30 spirit reservation. Could have some wonky on earth shenanigans with this. What else is there? Voltaic mark. No longer ink sent chance for shock, but still helps with things like armor break via, is it called strip away? I think. Because that'll be, we have Voltaic marking most of our minion builds for that purpose. Well, two purposes. One is armor breaking, the other one is increased chance for shocking with a shock pot, which we utilize the Storm Mage for, with Stormfire for that matter. Stormfire completely removed the permanent shock versus ignited targets. That should be mentioned. Use that a lot on Infernalist. I think Oracle definitely has the possibility of being a pretty cool summoner ascendancy for sure. But then again, with the pressure, so there's two things. I'm gonna be completely honest with you guys. A couple of factors. One, we don't know 250 passives top left corner of the train. We don't know the extent of these nodes yet. Strip away is called Marked for Death. Thank you, Lolish. Couple of things. One, we don't know the nodes changes on the top left of the tree. I think that with the... I want to use the word stubbornness, which might not be fair, but I would like to use the word stubbornness of removing rarity from affecting currency. And the perception being that we need 150% rarity pushes minion build, or pushes every build, to wanting to have 150% rarity, which is already hard for minion builds to achieve. And with that combined with the nerf to the limitation of Ralakesh Talisman to go down to an 8% cap, probably DE, so say you get 15% on average, you'll use 84% roll. Less. Can't do math. So you need a 75% roll to get 14% RMR. And that's the cap. That means that we are actually incentivized to play minion builds as a ritualist with chaos scaling, Ulna Toll's Embrace. We're actually incentivized to go ritualist a lot, which is not necessarily a bad thing, because we have easy access to movement speed nodes as a ritualist. We have this node and easy access to these, and well, fuck that one. But we do have a easy access to that, and not to mention that am I stupid? Here. On here. That node right there. We're incentivized to doing that because of this. The scale rarity, but this. So we have rarity, we have life. Straight up incentivized to doing this. And even if we didn't do this for spirit scaling, we'd still be incentivized to using ritualist because we can get rarity from the 3 rings. And it's easier to achieve that. Ritualist incentive due to sweet spot, what, 50% IR, as well as spirit scaling vendors. Of course, Renegade MF, they made us play together more than usual, which is a great time, but not really great design. Honestly, this has me worried. Rapid fire with the 2 months, thank you. Appreciate it, man, thank you. This has me worried. I actually believe like Ritualist might be the play. Now, leveling a Ritualist build, not very pleasant if you want to try to do minions with it.
Oh hell yeah! Extrapity Sphere Rex is back with another sub. Looks like
That's
this guy's got a
fair.
thing for my
Burning,
main cosplay.
tamed beast builds, still very functional. No direct changes to it that I can tell. You definitely do Ritualist. Opens up CI for us as well. That's like Lola just wrote to me, like either zombies or reavers, Uldatol Tech, or whatever, grasping rings. Further scale it as well would work. Definitely getting fewer minions than before. Lich has an option as well with extra jewel socket. Brand spectrums for more spirit. Getting in delirium IRL from that node. This terrifies me. I could just see it in front of me right now. I can see Fubgun rolling up on a Voltaxic arrow build. A Voltaxic bow build. On Aroa. Doing Delhi with high magic find. Dropping tons of divine orbs per boss kill. I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong, but I mean, everything I've seen so far, that's what it tells me. But I'm not, like, maybe I'm off on the build, but I'm pretty sure that's the magic find dropping on Delhi bosses for this is going to be a thing in the game. And here's the thing, if I'm right, then I'm surprised it wasn't caught by Mark. And that's the only hope I have, that that's not going to be the OP strat, because Mark would have caught it. And if Mark caught it, it wouldn't go into the game that way. But if it works the way I expect it to work, then I'm surprised Mark didn't caught it. That's like I will die on that hill. So, and I have very high faith and confidence in Mark's capabilities. Like, the dude is so fucking good at what he does. So I'm assuming it's not going to work the way I think it is. But if it is working the way I think it is, then he didn't catch it. And that surprises me. I just want to have it said right now, because if that happens, I've already made my statement. Mini's looking good. So I got a response from GGG earlier. They are aware of the lingering specter. They are aware of it, and they're looking into it. That's all I know. And I was told that the information has been passed to the appropriate people. So hopefully we'll see lingering specters be fixed. You think leveling minions with Druid for the from nothing and 4% efficiency worth versus other options? Well, it's not 40% efficiency though. It's 20%. Couple of important factors. One, the negative modifier impacts the positive modifier, so you only get 20%. That's one thing. Secondly, that is a second ascendancy node. And at the point of leveling with minions, when you are able to do your second ascendancy, the minions are already shitting and everything. So, I mean, yeah, Sacred Flow, Shaman, Spirit Reach, available empty charm slots. Lolash. What's the item level on the charms? They removed it as a modifier and it's implicit, right? But what's the item levels for it? Doesn't show up here. Yeah, but what's the item level restrictions on it? There. So if you look at this node, it's 40 spirits for each available empty charm slot, which is guaranteed 1, right? Item level 30 or higher can roll up to 2. At level 82 for +2. Item level 30 gets you up to 2. Item level 60 gets you 3. You get charm on passive. We don't know if we can get that on this part of the tree. I know we can get some around here, right? Somewhere. I thought. There. Not oiling that though. But it's definitely an option. But like I level 30 to get 2. That's not too shabby to level as a minion minion shaman. And then respec it for Oracle later. Yeah, you get +2 or +1. You can have 2 charm slots in Act 2. Yes, it's implicit nowadays. They changed it. Can't you anoint the +1 charm slot to an Ami? Yes, but we are not talking about endgame. We're talking about leveling. So let's say you leak start it. You're not going to have oil stuff to oil it. You're not going to have stuff to oil it at that point. You could level as a shaman until you get the second ascendancy, and then you go into Oracle from there and just respec the ascendancy. Oracle, I mean, you'd start with Traveler's Wisdom into Unseen Path, and Unseen Path allows you to get the 20% minion efficiency because you have 20% increase of mana reservation and then 40% reduction. Sorry, reduction of mana reservation efficiency and then increased mana reservation efficiency for minion skill specifically. Both work, so you only get 20%, right? So you could do that switch into Oracle on the second ascendancy. But before that, you could play as a shaman on the first ascendancy. If this is good enough, because you would do like Traveler's Wisdom, Unseen Path, Lesser Harm, and then I don't know what the fuck you take as the last one. Did they explain how Walks the Path was working? Like, did they explain that? Like, do you spend passive like Atlas like ascendancy nodes in there, or it looked like you had a bunch of other nodes in there? I'm assuming that you have to take other ascendancy nodes in there with ascendancy specs or points, I guess. Which means you might not take Lesser Harm. You'll take this and then take 2 nodes in there or something. So you spend regular passive in the hidden nodes. Reptile is the name of the song. We don't know what this one is doing. We don't know. Um, hmm. Anyways, that's an option. But without knowing these nodes, it's very hard to plan a druid minion until we have these nodes. And we also don't know yet because they're leaked from the pre-release press kits. We don't even know if they're good. Converging paths could be really good for certain builds, especially if they have collateral splash effects that hit the both targets at the same time would be freaking fantastic. But again, without this information, we can't really plan builds. What was the ritualist changes? It was just this. You basically chased out a haste aura and then it lasts for 2 minutes. That's basically it, right? And this is whatever. That's about it, right? You get buffed sacrifice with prolonged duration. Got a rare, yeah. But you're just chasing a rare at that point. Like you're just chasing haste aura. Which would emphasize even more on the ritualist being good for the sake of speed. That's like I have so much for the ritualists. Wait, also ritual sacrifice is now 2-minute base duration to chase down haste aura. I mean, the more I look at this, the more I feel like the ritualist is a very high contender for performing minion builds. I mean, the forest buff might be usable on the ritualist. Yeah, but then you lose reservation efficiency, energy shield, and no, that's what you lose. I don't think that's worth. I think the reservation efficiency and spirit as well, are going to be very, very important now for minion builds in general. Spirit and ES, but who cares if you use zombies on Earth? Okay, that's fair. It's a fair take that if you run zombies on Earth, that you don't really need those things. That's a fair take. That it could be a GHAZZY minion build. Sure. That could actually work. Then becoming Diablo is kind of pog. Some of the uniques are really cool. Ay, ay, ay. What am I missing? I don't think I'm missing anything, but this kind of sums up the state of minions from the notes, to be fair. I don't know about my league starter yet. Like, I'm either doing something druid related, but like, when do we get the info on the passive tree so we can decide the builds and the ascendancy nodes in detail? There's those stuff, right? Silent Bear, AoE, Start blind with Druid. What would we level as if we did fucking Ritualist, though? Amazing. Is Druid bait? I don't know. Vols will be good with Wyvern early on. Thinking Huntress, Ritualist. Lolash, are you available for a little chat? Can I call you, my friend? Sure. All right.
Mute the stream so that I don't hear myself because there's nothing worse. Hello, chat. Hey, GHAZZY. What's going on?
Hello. So for those of you who don't know who Lolash is, by the way, guys, he is my literal right-hand man when it comes to Spiritborn in D4 as well, actually. But PoE 2 guides. And we've been doing a lot of PoE stuff. A lot of the cool stuff you guys have seen from my content and PoE Vault and whatnot is actually... a lot of it is credited to Lolash, like the Cheerleader, Dawnblow build, the Warcry Chieftain build in PoE 1. Tons of the stuff you see in PoE 2 is like... Lolash is one of the main guys I have in the team. And he streams on Twitch every now and then, so you guys give him a follow on Twitch to check him out. He is part of the Brainiac crew we have with the stuff we do in this channel. Bro. Druid minions. The only thing I can think of is not doing shapeshifting at all. And just seeing, depending on the nodes of the tree, and then comparing that to a Lich setup, to a Infernalist setup, to a Ritualist setup. And the more I think about it, the more I'm inclined to say we're just going to play Ritualist and find out how the fuck we're going to level it. And the only thing that could potentially be something I can play as a Druid would be if we do some wonky bullshit with like a werewolf, cold wolf summoner. But it's like that seems to be the wolves seem to be completely gated behind us doing the whole freeze shenanigan, the combo for that. It doesn't seem like the wolves will be your main source of damage output. I don't know how that's gonna work.
Yeah, obviously we don't have any numbers yet, right? But the only truly minion-esque thing I saw was freeze things, and then when you freeze things, you give a bunch of cold damage to your wolves, and you just try and keep a pack of wolves up. But we don't know how long they last, we don't know how much damage they do, we don't know if they're mortal or immortal, like we know nothing about them. So it's so hard to judge until we get more information on the Druid and the tree, whether or not that's going to be even possible, right? Another option would be going into Wyvern form with, or Wyvern form. I don't know if it's Wyvern or Wyvern. Anyway,
I always say
you
Wyvern.
could go into, yeah, you could always go into Wyvern with Living Lightning and lean into that angle. Living Lightning's pretty bad, but Maybe there's something you can do with like living lightning and some storm mages. The big problem you're going to run into with shapeshifting and minions is the talisman that lets you shapeshift is a two-handed weapon, so you can't use a scepter.
And it cuts out
right, which is going to make
players
things
as well.
Yeah, it's going to be quite tricky, I think, to justify shapeshifting and minions at the same time if they're spirit-based minions. Now, in saying that, you could do something with Unearth. Right, you
Well,
could
Unearth
go
is a casted
wolves.
spell that you're going to want to cast quite often. So that gets you out of the shapeshift. And the other factor is that they, GGG, are very keen on staying on point thematically, and wolves thematically have been debuffers / buffers with the gloves of PoE 1, or they add flat damage, physical damage to your minions. And the first showcase when Gamescom 2 years ago with the Druid gameplay, when the Druid, where a wolf minion gets summoned, they applied a howl that applied crit weakness. That was the first iteration of it. Now it seems more like it'll be cold oriented. I wouldn't be surprised if the wolf summoned would either still apply crit weakness or get like some cold damage buff to you as a player or something like that. I think that that's going to happen more so than minions being an actual damage unit.
Yeah, I think you're right. But there's a world where, right, they are a minion. So there might be a world where you can go into like gigantic following and unearth, and you could do something where you know, pop out a wolf form and cast a couple of unearths to get your minion army up, and then jump into combat in the wolf form and slash things to bits, and then jump out and cast unearth. Because weapon swapping is seamless, right? That could be a thing, but we just don't have the information to really pass judgment. If I was going to level druid, I would probably lean into werewolf. And you want to be a minion player, I would lean into werewolf. I would use unearth. And I would, because unearth minions snapshot when you cast. So if you have unearth on a weapon set with like a fizz wand and a scepter, and you cast unearth, it'll snapshot the minions based on your wand and your scepter. So they'll get all those minion levels, and then you can, you know, swap into wolf form and use that to summon additional wolves and like sort of bounce between the two forms. And wolf form at least gives you some movement speed and stuff as well, so it allows you to move through the campaign a bit quicker. So it could be good, but I'm not willing to say it will be. Not at this point. But I am very excited for zombies. I've always wanted zombies to be good, and like, even though they're temporary minions, that new lineage support from the architect that lets you passively generate power charges, because that was always the problem with them, right? Was it was maintaining enough power charge generation to keep empowered zombies up. They actually slap. Like, genuinely, the zombies slapped with just the 100% increase. And now they're going to have so much more damage and be sustainable. I'm actually concerned they're going to be a bit busted.
Wolf is summon on pound. Yeah, Wolf summon is from the pounds. The mark break that Lawless is talking about is that the way marks are working now is that when you break a mark, it gives you a buff, depending on which mark you're using, that gives you and allies in presence a damage buff. That's the mark stuff. But to summon a wolf is from the pounds ability. The biggest problem with zombies was never their damage output. It was that they're not permanent. So when you outran them, they disappeared.
Yeah.
And resummoning them consistently was a problem. Now, the ablation lineage support will help, but that is at best 2 charges every 4 seconds. Profane Ritual, or Infernal Legion, Rattling Scepter, that can alleviate some of it, but it's only a couple of summons every now and then either way. Do we have any other more effective way of generating power charges? And please don't say, jump into Wyvern form and consume a corpse. Unless you can consume the dead corpse of a skeleton.
Well, so here's the thing. With sacrifice meta, with the sacrifice spirit gem, you can eat your own minions. So you could eat, like, skeletal clerics or something.
But that's only permanent minions, right?
And yeah, it's only permanent.
Yeah, so then we do a bunch of fucking Clerics.
Yeah, you have to do clerics. You can't do warriors because you wouldn't be able to eat them in wyvern form because you can't have a scepter, right? But you could, you could just run around eating clerics and summoning zombies.
So we can profane ritual our clerics, right? That work?
Yeah, you could also profane ritual them, and just stay in caster form if you wanted to. Like, GG is really leaning into this combo-based gameplay stuff. And
But we
so
need to
finding
make
ways
sure. Yeah, the important part is that you need to profane a ritual your range spectre, so you don't you can't accidentally eat your zombies because they're not permanent. They can't be eaten. Sacrifice, and they did nerf or buff the reservation by 50%. So that could be a play.
Yeah.
All of which is pointing to us not really needing too much reservation, which means the nerf to those things are less affected, or we get less affected by it. But either way, that approach to me is screaming ritualist, since minions gets our movement speed, which means us getting more movement speed means the zombies might be able to actually fucking keep up.
Yeah, same with Unearth minions. Like, Unearth with quality, like, a lot of people complain and say, your Unearth minions, they always lag behind you and then they all disappear and you don't have them. And I think for a lot of people, that's because they don't bother to quality their Unearth. Like, the Unearth quality, let me pull it up here. It's actually disgusting.
Yeah, it's very, very good.
It's 50% increased movement speed at 20% quality. Like, your minions are so much faster than you. So they definitely keep up.
Hold that thought. I gotta change the battery on my headset. Give me a sec.
Like, chat, he can't hear me. We can talk shit about him. Well, you can't, because he could read the chat. I know. I'm such a bully. GHAZZY will never know, though. Hello. But yeah, so right now my thoughts are, like, the way minions have functioned in the last couple of patches is stacking reservation efficiency to get the largest minion army you possibly can, right? That's how they've worked. And that's been the way to play them. We are getting absolutely brutally cut on reservation efficiency. And so we have to work out ways to mitigate that, right? We either need minions that hit a lot harder, or we need ways to generate minions that don't rely on spirit to be able to do the sort of damage that we were doing with minion builds previously. And so I think Ritualist with the ability to lean into ever-grasping rings or Venters and having multiple rings, and then, combining that with the movement speed and Bones of Valor and stuff. Possibly even Queen of the Forest and going for a life-based, evasion-based approach for maximum speed. That could be really cool. And just going with, like, Skelly Archers or something, or Reavers. Same thing on Ritualist, but zombies and Unearth, and then maybe anointing gigantic minions could be really interesting. And for Druid, yeah, I think a temporary minion setup on Oracle is probably going to be the best thing from what I can see, from what we've been shown. I think a temporary minion setup with Unearth Wolves and zombies, and then, like, maybe brutes or something could be interesting. I don't know. It's really hard to pass any kind of judgment, even on witch builds, right? Like, even on Infernalist dips pretty hard into that left area of the tree where Druid's gonna live, and we have no idea what's changing over there. Every one of our builds until we get the new tree. Who knows at this point?
That's fair. How big would the 30% global spirit increase in Smith Kit Tower be? It's not global, it's 30% increase from body armor, but yeah, I guess it's global. It doesn't scale with other flags, right? Does it? Maybe it does. But you also get ailment immunity. That's not ailment immunity. It's damage over time immunity.
Oh, for fuck's sake, Evil and
Right.
Evil, you absolute madman.
Yeah,
Just
it's
had
not
to
going to
go
help you
and
against getting
subscribe, didn't
frozen
you?
or shocked.
Yeah,
And shock
those
is a
are
big
more
thing.
important. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but that's I mean, the global spirit, sure, but what else do you get as a Smith or Kitawa that would matter enough for us to play it? It's just spirit. Everything else would be defensively oriented. At which point, I'd rather take QOL from literally most other classes. Manifest Weapon is not a minion build. Hit build, and I don't like it. Wish it was enemy
and
weapon.
30% increased spirit. You got to remember that 30% increased spirit comes at the cost of wearing a white body armor, right? You're going to be wearing a white body armor, which means you're missing 55 spirit from a rare body armor, or the benefits of
And reservation
a
efficiency.
really good unique.
If you go high budget, I think it's too much of an opportunity cost to wear. I mean, I'm down for Reavers. I'm down for Zombies. Play it. I think Spectres is still going to be Infernalist because of the spirit.
I don't know what the fuck
Ending
I'm doing. Man, I am so tired. It's 10
Oracle,
a.m.
I
in the
guess.
morning. I just finished reading the patch notes.
Okay, so
Yeah.
here's something weird. Let me pull up. I actually think Spectres may end up living on. Gotta pull this up. Spectres might end up living on Shaman.
Elaborate.
Maybe, right? So the one benefit that you get from Infernalist for Spectres is like really, especially now that you can't give them 50% of Fizz's Fire if you go the Infernal Flame. The only real benefit is getting your additional spirit, right? 1% spirit per 25
And the
max
defense
life.
combined with heavy buffer. Get energy shield.
Yeah.
Hybrid approach, heavy buffer, some pretty decent mitigation from that alone. You get the Infernal Doggy, that's the companion. Note as well, there's some defensive benefits from it on top of the spirit, but yeah.
Offensively, I mean, the only benefit that you're getting is additional spirit, and that spirit is.
Like... Oh, okay. Well, if you talk offensively, then you have to add whatever the fuck the support is called to give us damage based on how many minions you have. The companion does count to that. Another 7% more damage.
True. Yeah, muster gives you an
Muster,
extra 7% more damage. Yeah. But especially on low to medium budgets, right? Like before you go into high budget where you have giga gear, a single belt that gives you 3 charm slots is 120 spirit, which is a lot of spirit.
Yeah.
It's probably more spirit than you're going to get from Infernalist unless you have GG gear for a while.
Wait, I have hold on. I have a Infernalist leveled. You're going to see how much HP I have. I mean, you lose the benefits of, you lose the charms, but you don't care about freeze. Honestly, nobody cares about freeze.
Yeah.
And every time somebody says, "Oh, I want to use a freeze charm for the boxes," well, in PoE 1 you get frozen, and the monsters are hitting you as soon as you click it. In PoE 2 you get frozen, then you get defrozen. Now you can move. 6 years later, the monsters spawn.
This is very true.
That's not an issue. I mean, it is an issue, when you get frozen by a monster, but the boxes is not the issue. All right, I'm logging in. I'm level 94, I think. And I'm pretty
about losing the
fucking
belt?
decently geared on this character.
Yeah. What about losing the belt slot for the +2 charm belt? The +2 charm is no longer an affix. You roll 1 to 3 charm slots on the belt itself, so you can have a darkness enthroned with 3 slots. GHAZZY's only has 1, but it can.
Yeah, I
roll 1 to 3.
got just under 1900 HP, and it's what 25. I get 76 spirit for that node.
Yeah,
and I'm pretty fucking well geared. Like,
yeah. So Sacred Flow giving 120 spirit if you have 3 empty charm slots, which is definitely doable, is a lot of spirit. And for specters, which are pretty spirit hungry, that's fairly strong. And then you would invest your other ascendancy points into things like the Avatar of Evolution and Reactive Growth, which gives you a bunch of elemental damage mitigation, right? And then Wisdom of the Magi. I haven't heard anyone talking about it yet. I haven't seen any posts about it yet. But they showed. Oh, have you got the reveal trailer up? Does
no, I
know
don't.
In the reveal,
1868 HP is okay-ish, not that geared. I don't think you saw the rest of my gear on that character. The main thing that character was lacking is a life-based amulet, which would push me to about 2.1 thousand HP. It's the only thing I could do better unless I drop some ES and go more energy shield on my gloves. So that's why I did a calculation on 2.1 thousand HP. I get 86 energy shield. Sorry, 86 spirits, which is still less than what I would get from the shaman.
yeah. That my point is not in GG gear, right? If you are a GG infernalist with 2500 plus life or something, and you've got
You're not getting 2500. Like you're actually, if you're doing proper, not if you optimize it. You'll get like 21, maybe 2200 HP. Like anything above that is like mirror tier godlike bullshittery that basically nobody does. Not even I would do that. If I really push my build, I'd probably get 2.1, maybe 2.2. Mainly that's like from a tier 1 life, percent life amulet. No. Also, there's no point. The build is one-shotting everything the game has to offer and then some. Well, not one-shotting, but you get the point.
They showed, let me see if I can find it real quick.
At the end of the day, a GG Lich is better than Infernalist. No.
Right. Okay. So I found it. So Wisdom of the Magi gain the benefits of additional bonded modifiers on runes and idols, right? We don't know many of these yet, right? They only showed 3 in the reveal trailer, but getting a second modifier from every rune, the ones they showed didn't have much in the way of minion things. It's also runes and idols, which includes things like the Idol of Ralakesh, right? Because all of the old talismans have been renamed to idols. So getting a second benefit from all of your idols and runes across all of your slots